Super Devouring System Chapter 1027 to Chapter 1111. Kill. In the end, the two sides still fought. I hope you don't die. Otherwise, I won't be able to complete my chain of random missions. Xian muttered in his heart as he looked at the battlefield before him. Luoluo remained silent by the side. Her face was scrunched up as she was still feeling guilty. It had to be said that the leader of the three was very strong. Adding the two battle corpses that he refined, he was actually able to fight to a draw with so many people from the 100 Ghost sect. However, he was only one person. The battle lasted for 10-odd seconds. In those 10-odd seconds, the bald man managed to kill a few first-grade spirit disaster experts, but he was also heavily injured from the encirclement. 100 Ghost sect, I will definitely take revenge for this. Just you wait. The bald man roared as he turned around and ran. Chase. The eyes of the leader of the 100 Ghost sect lit up as he immediately gave chase. What a joke. They had already heavily injured the bald man, so how could they let him leave? The bald man's face was gloomy. Helpless, he could only give up on the two battle corpses of second-grade spirit disaster. At the same time, Xian, who was hiding outside, also flashed. Now that the bald man was heavily injured and his strength was greatly reduced, it was the best opportunity for him to kill the bald man. Of course, he would have to wait until the bald man escaped from the 100 Ghost sect. However, Xian's hatred was too high in the bald man's eyes. If he appeared, he would definitely suffer the bald man's counterattack. Thus, he couldn't get too close. Fortunately, there was a mark on this random mission, and it was much further away than the eye of perception. The bald man fled while the 100 Ghost sect gave chase, while Xian quietly followed from the side. In truth, he could use this opportunity to kill his way back to the ruins of Nether City and collect the universe rings. However, he didn't know when the devouring mark on the bald man's head would disappear, so he could only follow. At this moment, the bald man gave up on the two iron corpses to stop the 100 Ghost sect and took out a great rock iron corpse. This great rock iron corpse was at first-grade spirit disaster, and its flying speed was much faster than his current speed. Not good. The faces of the experts from the 100 Ghost sect changed. Forget it, stop. The leader of the 100 Ghost sect knew he could not catch up, so he could only choose to give up. Then, they directly returned to Nether City. As for Xian, he was still chasing after the bald man. The first-grade spirit disaster rock's flying speed was extremely fast, but Xian's running speed wasn't slow either. After all, it had a 90% increase in movement speed. To be safe, Xian did not call out to him immediately. After all, they were still too close to Nether City. He had to put some distance between them. Young master, he is now at the end of his power. He is dead for sure. Luoluo's voice suddenly rang in Xian's mind. Previously, the bald man wasn't injured and there were still two second-grade spirit disaster iron corpses around, so Xian was forced to flee. But right now, the two second-grade spirit disaster iron corpses were used by the bald man to obstruct the 100 Ghost sect. Most importantly, this bald man was seriously injured, and his strength was probably less than 70%. Since the bald man was heavily injured, it was only natural that he had to find a place to treat his injuries. However, just as he was about to leave Nether City, a voice suddenly rang out. Don't you want to take revenge? Suddenly, a roar entered his ears. Sitting on the iron rock's back, the bald man knitted his brows and abruptly turned his head. He saw Xian chasing after him. It's you? The bald man immediately glared at Xian. At the same time, he looked around and realized that there was only Xian. Even if he was alone, there was only one Xian. He was an expert at third-grade spirit disaster, so even if he was heavily injured, it wasn't something that an 8th-grade true energy disaster expert could deal with. That's right, it's me. Xian replied with the heaven-shaking sword in his hand. I'll kill you and take revenge for my brothers. The bald man did not say anything else as he leaped down from the iron rock's back. At the same time, Xian also made his move. Ferocious Ghost Break. Insignificant skill, die. The bald man raised his large blade and fiercely chopped down. The blade light once again broke through the group of ferocious ghosts. However, Yi Xian easily dodged and split into two. Ferocious Ghost Break. Ferocious Ghost Break. Another 200 ferocious ghosts pounced over. The bald man still did not understand how Yi Xian could split into two. However, he did not think too much about it and continued to make his move. But at this moment, 100-layer demon fox clone. Suddenly, an aura attracted the bald man's attention. When he turned his head, he realized that there was an additional figure near him. No, there were over 100 of them. These 100 figures were all holding retractable whips in their hands. When he turned his head, they whipped towards him. Within a certain distance, Yi Xian could hide Luoluo in the artifact space. At the same time, he could also release Luoluo. Of course, the distance of release was much closer than the distance of storage. However, what made the bald man flabbergasted was that even he did not know where Luoluo had appeared from. Facing the endless whips, the bald man's eyes flickered. Suddenly, 2 iron corpses appeared beside him. However, they were only first-grade spirit disaster iron corpses. However, the moment these 2 iron corpses appeared, they were pounced on by the group of ferocious ghosts. Although the iron corpses had decent defense, they were unable to block the attacks of so many ferocious ghosts. In an instant, they were torn apart and devoured. Brat, I'll kill you. The bald man ignored Luoluo's whips and fiercely chopped towards Yi Xian. The group of ferocious ghosts was instantly split into 2. Even Yi Xian was chopped in half. However, it was just an afterimage of Yi Xian. At this moment, Luoluo's whips had also lashed onto the bald man and immediately bound him. Star Snatcher. Luoluo's eyes narrowed. In the next moment, the bald man's true chi and stamina were absorbed by the whips. What? The bald man was shocked. Previously, he thought that Luoluo's attack wasn't strong, so he did not pay much attention to it. However, he never expected that it would have the ability to absorb his true chi and stamina. It was fine if it was just his true chi, but his stamina was actually being absorbed. This wasn't a good sign. He was already injured, and now that his stamina was being absorbed, his mobility would be greatly reduced. Luoluo, well done. Yi Xian praised in his heart as he made another move. Another 200 ferocious ghosts pounced over. This move of the ferocious ghosts was pretty good, but due to Yi Xian's low cultivation and the fact that he did not use the Eye of Glory, the ferocious ghosts were easily dispersed by the bald man. Break! The bald man's true chi and stamina were constantly being absorbed as his face turned gloomy. However, the whip in Luoluo's hand was an upper-grade supreme spiritual artifact. In other words, it was a 3rd-grade supreme spiritual artifact, so it wasn't that easy to break. Humph, have a taste of this move, Rainbow Demonic Flame. Found it, the real body. The bald man's eyes widened as he hurriedly slashed with his sword. Oh no. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. However, he reacted in the next moment and hurriedly joined forces with his doppelgangers to attack. Thunderfire Sword Technique, Thunderfire Combined Attack. At the same time, the bald man's sword gleam had already split Luoluo in half. Whoosh! The Luoluo formed from true chi was instantly destroyed. It turned out that it was just a doppelganger. What? The bald man was shocked. He thought that was Luoluo's real body. He didn't expect it to be a smokescreen. Hee hee, you're finished. Luoluo suddenly giggled. In the next moment, the vital energy and physical strength that had been absorbed from the bald man's body suddenly poured back into the bald man's body. Pfft! The bald man's inner breath suddenly became chaotic. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His injuries were even more serious. However, there was an even more powerful move coming at him. Break! The bald man raised his broadsword high above his head again and slashed down. The sword gleam instantly rushed forward and collided with Yi Xian's Thunderfire Combined Attack. Rumble! A powerful shockwave swept out. No one had the upper hand in this attack. However, Yi Xian didn't only have one attack. He had 3. Disintegration Eye. BZZT. 2 disintegration rays landed on the bald man's chest and head, hitting 2 vital points. What? The bald man looked down and found that his chest was quickly turning into ashes. He even saw his beating heart. However, the most fatal one was the disintegration ray that landed on his head. His brain disintegrated into ashes. The bald man's eyes turned white and he died tragically on the spot. Phew, you're finally dead. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he was a little anxious. His eye power hadn't recovered much, but he was afraid that there would be more variables later on. Therefore, he killed the bald man first. If his eye power had recovered enough to use the Eye of Glory, the bald man would have died long ago. At that moment, Luolua waved her long whip and threw all the interspatial rings on the bald man to Yi Xian. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is currently at 9th grade True Energy Disaster. The system notification sounded. Yi Xian had finally broken through to 9th grade True Energy Disaster. He was only a step away from Spirit Disaster. Breaking through to Spirit Disaster was an all-round improvement. His physique, chi, and mental energy would all experience a qualitative leap. As long as he breaks through to Spirit Disaster, his Eyes of Illusion and other mental attacks would also be greatly improved. This was also the reason why Yi Xian didn't use mental attacks on Spirit Disaster experts. Ding! The host has completed the first round. The system notification sounded. Yi Xian raised his brows. He waited for a while, checking his loot while waiting for the second round of the random mission. However, the random mission did not appear for a long time. Yi Xian didn't understand the situation, but he felt that he should find a place to rest first. He immediately prepared to leave with Luo. But at that moment. Ding! The second round of the random mission has begun. The host can choose the mission route. First, kill the pursuer. Second, escape the pursuit. Time limit is 1 day. If the mission fails, 1 devour point will be deducted. The system notification sounded. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. Kill the pursuer? Where is the pursuer? Furthermore, if the mission fails, the devour point will be deducted. Isn't this a scam? F*ck, it wasn't easy for me to gather 2 devour points. If the mission fails, it will be deducted? Yi Xian cursed in his heart. At the same time, he understood that if he didn't have devour points and failed the mission, his devour points would become negative. He would have to make up for it in the future. Originally, he wanted to gather 3 devour points to evolve Luoluo or Wei Zhentian. He didn't expect that Luoluo would mutate. After mutating, Luoluo would need too many devour points to evolve again. Yi Xian didn't dare to think about it. Wei Zhentian only needed 3 devour points to evolve this time. Hence, Yi Xian decided to evolve Wei Zhentian after gathering 3 devour points. From the looks of it, there might be some unforeseen circumstances. Whatever, as long as I complete the mission, the devour points won't be deducted. Yi Xian didn't want to think too much. However, he didn't know who the pursuer was. It wasn't wise for him to accept the mission rashly. However, in the next moment, he felt a strong aura. It was at least 3rd grade Spirit Disaster. He immediately turned his head to take a look, and soon, a figure entered his sight. Combining the Eye of Revelation and Eye of Perception, he felt that the figure was familiar. Ding, the pursuer has appeared. The system notification sounded again. At the same time, the devour mark appeared on the figure's head. The pursuer had finally arrived. The pursuer was wearing a metal mask. It was the Ghost Corpse Daoist's Ghost Corpse. Yi Xian had already erased the Ghost Corpse Daoist's mark. This time, the Ghost Corpse was able to find him because of the commotion just now. Wait, this Ghost Corpse seems a little familiar. Suddenly, Yi Xian paused. In the next moment, his eyes widened. This Ghost Corpse seemed to be Feng Wuchen. Damn, it's Feng Wuchen? How am I supposed to kill him? Yi Xian was shocked. Young master, someone's coming. At this moment, the Ghost Corpse was so close that even Luo noticed it. As soon as Luo finished speaking, a system notification sounded out in Yi Xian's mind once again. Ding, please accept the mission as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be considered as giving up the mission. Countdown of 3 seconds, 3, 2. Hearing this, Yi Xian quickly said in his mind, accept the second mission. Ding. Mission accepted successfully. Time limit, 1 day. What a joke, this was Feng Wuchen. Yi Xian couldn't do it. Furthermore, Feng Wuchen was already at third-grade spirit disaster. He was a ghost corpse that the ghost corpse Daoist had meticulously refined. His combat power was above the bald man that Yi Xian had just killed. Most importantly, Yi Xian didn't have a single trump card now. Combining these 2 points, Yi Xian had to leave. He's Feng Wuchen. Let's go. Yi Xian looked at the rapidly approaching Feng Wuchen and hurriedly broke through the void. Then, he pulled Luo Luo and entered. Whoosh, the void door closed. 3 seconds later, Feng Wuchen charged over, but he was already gone. He was 1 step too late. At this moment, Yi Xian had already passed through the void door and arrived at the entrance of the land of the dead. Young master, that person just now was Brother Wuchen? Luo Luo asked in astonishment. Yes, he has already become the ghost corpse Daoist's fighter. He's coming to kill me. Can you save him? Luo Luo asked again. I don't have a solution at the moment, but I might be able to if I can find the corpse man. Yi Xian shook his head. The corpse man was the one who turned Feng Wuchen into this state, so there might be a way to restore Feng Wuchen to his original state. If it wasn't possible, he just needed to recover his memory. Ghost corpses were different from battle corpses. They were still alive, so the ghost fetus in their bodies didn't matter. Now that he had accepted the mission to escape, he just needed to hide for a day and the mission would be considered complete. He didn't have the corpse ghost mark in his body, so it wouldn't be a problem for him to find a deserted place to hide. Luo Luo, let's find a place to rest first. The 2 of them found a place to hide in the land of the dead. The essence energy in the land of the dead was much more abundant than in the Thousand Flower Valley. Luo Luo could absorb the essence energy here at any time to improve her cultivation. Luo Luo was already close to breaking through, and now that she had obtained so many high-level treasures, she would probably be able to break through by the time Yi Xian finished the random mission. Yi Xian and Luo Luo hid in a valley. It was desolate and barren, so they stayed there for a day. A day later. Ding. 10,000 swords return to origin is off cooldown. Ding. Overlord's infinite sword is off cooldown. Ding. Summon Golden War God is off cooldown. The 3 trump cards were off cooldown. After a while, Yi Xian heard a system notification sound. Ding. Host has completed the 2nd round of the random mission. Finally, the 2nd round of the random mission was over. Next was the 3rd round of the random mission. Ding. The 3rd round of the random mission has started. Kill the corpse man. Time limit is 1 month. Once the mission is completed, Wei Zhentian will advance once and sign a growth contract with the host. If the mission is failed, 3 devour points will be deducted. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He had finally reached the stage where he could kill the corpse man. However, it would be difficult to find the corpse man within a month, because he had no clue at all. Let's not think about this first. The final reward of this chain random mission is to let Wei Zhentian advance once and sign a growth contract with him. Yi Xian didn't understand what a growth contract was, so he checked it immediately. Then, he was also shocked. As long as he completed the mission this time, Wei Zhentian's cultivation level would increase correspondingly as long as he devoured ores and weapons in the future. On the other hand, Wei Zhentian's cultivation level would also increase as long as he devoured these ores and weapons. Some of the ores that Yi Xian had obtained previously had to be given to Wei Zhentian. As long as he completed this mission, he would not need to use them in the future. Good, this reward is not bad. Yi Xian was a little excited. Among the rewards, the one that made him the most excited was Wei Zhentian's evolution. That would save him 3 devour points. After advancing, the heaven-shocking sword's amplification and strength would increase, and the 10,000 swords return to origin might also increase to the 1,000 swords level. Right now, Wei Zhentian was only at 100 swords and it was already a little insufficient as it could be easily destroyed. If he could raise it to 1,000 swords, then it would be really awesome. I can only kill the corpse man in 1 month, Yi Xian muttered. Just as he was about to go out and search for clues about the corpse man, the system gave him another notification. Ding. Luo Luo broke through. After a day of refining, Luo Luo finally broke through to the 9th level of true energy disaster, the same level as Yixian. Luo Luo, how many days do you think you will need to break through to spirit disaster? Yixian turned his head and asked. If I absorb Yuan Qi normally, I will need 15 days. If I refine heavenly treasures, it will be even faster. Luo Luo replied. With her physique, she could absorb Yuan Qi at any time. It was like a 24/7 hack. It was too amazing. Although Yixian was envious, he did not rely on cultivation to level up, but on devour points. Furthermore, Luo Luo was his treasure. The stronger Luo Luo's physique was, the happier he would be. Good, now we will go out and search for clues about the corpse man. Yixian stood up and said. Where are we going to find him? Luo Luo blinked and asked. The 100 Ghosts sect. Yixian replied directly. He still remembered that when he first entered the land of the dead, he met 6 9th level true energy disaster youths. When the 6 of them saw Yixian talking to the corpse man, they were prepared to capture him and send him back to the sect for interrogation. These 6 people were the disciples of the 100 Ghosts sect. Immediately, Yixian brought Luo Luo and rushed to the 100 Ghosts sect. Nether City was in the territory of the 100 Ghosts sect. However, it was razed to the ground by the corpse of the Kuan Peng whale yesterday. Yixian broke through the void and returned to the outside of Nether City. At this time, the corpse of the Kuan Peng whale that destroyed Nether City disappeared. The corpse was too big. No one's interspatial ring could contain it. Moreover, the 100 Ghosts sect controlled ghosts, not corpses. They did not have the ability to pick up the corpse of the Kuan Peng whale, so they could only dissect it. Yixian glanced into the distance and immediately headed for the 100 Ghosts sect. The 100 Ghosts sect was near Nether City. With Yixian's realm, it only took him half a day to get there. After half a day, Yixian arrived at the 100 Ghosts sect. Young master, are we going to kill our way in? Luo Luo asked. Yixian paused for a moment, then said, This 100 Ghosts sect has an expert at the 4th level of spirit disaster. I haven't broken through to spirit disaster yet, so if I were to be surrounded and attacked by the entire sect, it would be extremely dangerous. Young master, are you going to get some equipment again? Luo Luo remembered Yixian's ability to exchange for treasures. Yes, I'll exchange for some things first. Who knows, I might be able to break through to spirit disaster. Yixian nodded and immediately approached. Who is it? When Yixian arrived at the entrance of the 100 Ghosts sect, he was stopped by 2 guarding disciples. These 2 guarding disciples were both spirit disaster experts. Both of you, I am following my master's orders and am here to make a deal with your sect. Yixian said. A deal? What kind of deal? One of the guarding disciples asked in surprise. Yixian did not waste time and directly took out the Ghost King Pearl, Netherworld 10,000 Ghosts banner, and White Bone sword. He said, These were all refined by my master. You will definitely be interested. Then, he began to introduce them. After hearing this, the 2 guarding disciples' eyes lit up. I see. Come with me. I'll bring you to see the elder of the refining hall. One of the guarding disciples led Yixian into the mountain. Although the 100 Ghosts sect was not strong in the land of the dead, it was still very profitable for Yixian. Yixian estimated that the 100 Ghosts sect would want at least 100 sets of equipment. According to the previous price, it would be more than 1 million high-grade crossing disaster pills. 30,000 high-grade crossing disaster pills for 1 set. That was the price in Yixian's mind. As long as there were 100 sets, it would be 3 million high-grade crossing disaster pills. 200 sets would be 6 million, and 300 sets would be 9 million. When that time came, would Yixian still have to worry about not breaking through to spirit disaster? As long as he broke through to spirit disaster, would there be anyone in the 100 Ghosts sect who could stop him? Of course, Yixian felt that it was better not to do something so immoral. Taking someone else's money and beating them up was too much. Under the lead of the guarding disciple, Yixian found the elder of the 100 Ghosts sect's weapon forging hall. Elder Yu. The guarding disciple shouted from outside the door. What are you doing? I'm at a critical moment now. If there's nothing important, get lost. A furious voice came from inside. When the disciple heard it, he was so frightened that he shuddered and said, "Elder Yu, there's someone who wants something. I'm sure you'll be interested." Creak. At that moment, the door of the courtyard suddenly opened, and a white-haired old man walked out. "If the thing doesn't catch my eye, you're dead meat," the white-haired old man said to the disciple, then his gaze fell on Xian. At that moment, he frowned. What good thing could a 9th grade true energy disaster brat have? "Brat, if you can't take out something good, I'll twist your head off," Elder Yu shouted. Xian did not waste any time and took out 3 sets. The Ghost King Pearl, the Netherworld 10,000 Ghosts Banner, and the White Bone Sword. When these 3 items entered Elder Yu's eyes, his eyes lit up. Elder Yu was the elder of the 100 Ghost Sects Weapon Forging Hall, and he could forge 3rd-rank sovereign spiritual treasures and various other treasures. However, he had never seen the 3 items that Xian took out. He quickly stepped forward and snatched the 3 items from Xian, then carefully examined them. Xian quickly explained the functions and characteristics of the 3 items. "Who refined this?" Elder Yu inquired. "My master," Xian casually replied. "Then who's your master?" Elder Yu asked again. Even he couldn't refine those items, but Xian's master was actually able to refine them. That meant that Xian's master was at least at 3rd grade spirit disaster, or even higher. "My master is just a carefree wild crane. Today, he sent me here to make a deal with your esteemed sect. If the cooperation goes well, there will be even more treasures to be delivered," Xian continued. "More treasures?" Hearing this, Elder Yu's eyebrows rose sharply. This meant that there were even more strange things, which could greatly increase the strength of the 100 Ghosts sect. "Alright, this deal is done. How much are these 3 items?" Elder Yu made a prompt decision. Ghost King Pearl, Netherworld 10,000 Ghosts Banner, and White Bone Sword. These 3 make a set, and each set is worth 30,000 high-grade crossing disaster pills. Xian directly quoted the price. The reason why he had said so much just now was to give Elder Yu the illusion that this was a long-term deal. These 3 items were just appetizers, and there would be better things to come. Only by giving Elder Yu such a false impression would he be able to demand an exorbitant price. 30,000 high-grade crossing disaster pills? Hearing this price, Elder Yu's heart trembled. "Brat, you can't be too greedy. This is the price set by my master, and I have no right to change it. If your esteemed sect thinks that it's too expensive, then I'll travel half a month to the Nether Ghost sect." After Xian finished speaking, he turned around and left. "Wait." Elder Yu immediately called out to Xian. What a joke, how could he let go of a duck that was already cooked? "How many sets do you want this time?" Elder Yu asked again. 500 sets. Xian stretched out his hand. 500 sets, this number gave Elder Yu and the disciple guarding the mountain a fright. A set of 30,000 high-grade crossing disaster pills, and 500 sets were equivalent to 15 million high-grade crossing disaster pills. This was a huge number. One must know that even Elder Yu himself couldn't take out 15 million high-grade crossing disaster pills. However, the 100 Ghost Sect's influence was not bad, so it was acceptable. 15 million high-grade crossing disaster pills is enough to create an elite genius, but these things can greatly increase the sect's overall strength. This money must be spent. Elder Yu calculated in his heart. There were many ghost spirits in the 100 Ghost sect, and they needed to be strengthened with ghost fetuses. If all the ghost spirits were stored in the Netherworld 10,000 Ghosts Banner, they could slowly increase their strength, and this would save a lot of ghost fetuses. It seemed like a loss now, but he had to think about the future. 1 year later, 2 years later, 5 years later, 10 years later, after 10 years, how many ghost fetuses would be used to strengthen the ghost spirits? If the 15 million high-grade crossing disaster pills were compared to this, it was simply a drop in the ocean. Moreover, this was only the effect of the Netherworld 10,000 Ghosts Banner. There was also the Ghost King Pearl and the White Bone Sword. Alright, this deal is done. Elder Yu made the decision when he thought of the more treasures in the future. Great! Xian grinned. Elder Yu immediately started the deal with Xian. He carefully checked the quality of each set of equipment. In less than 10 minutes, all 500 sets of equipment were traded, and Xian received 15 million high-grade crossing disaster pills. In fact, the reason why Elder Yu agreed to this deal was because of the master that Xian mentioned. He guessed that Xian's master strength was not that simple. After all, to be able to let a 9th-grade true energy disaster disciple go out to trade, this was not something that an ordinary person could have. Therefore, he guessed that the master that Xian mentioned should be secretly observing. If he dared to have any thoughts of betrayal, the 100 Ghosts sect would probably face a great calamity. Haha, now I can break through to spirit disaster. Xian laughed in his heart. After the reappearance of the exchange system, his way of leveling up was no longer as simple, and it was much easier. He estimated that he would need around 10 million high-grade crossing disaster pills to break through from 9th-grade true energy disaster to 1st-grade spirit disaster. However, it was naturally good to have more. After all, this was only his estimate. The extra 5 million high-grade crossing disaster pills could also be used to consolidate his cultivation. Elder Yu, I still have a deal here. I wonder if you're interested? After the deal was done, Xian asked again. What is it? Elder Yu's eyes lit up as he hurriedly asked. My master needs a large amount of forging materials to forge these, so I want to buy some. Xian slowly said. Forging materials? Supreme spiritual artifacts? Elder Yu raised his eyebrows and asked, how many do you need? Give me as much as you have. Xian said with a solemn expression. Elder Yu's heart trembled as he carefully calculated in his heart, then said, the 100 Ghosts sect's refining hall has about 10 million high-grade crossing disaster pills forging materials. Then let's exchange the rest for supreme spiritual treasures. My master can just melt the materials himself. Xian replied. All right. Hearing that, Elder Yu's interest was immediately piqued. He was just worrying about where to sell supreme spiritual treasures. Furthermore, a refined supreme spiritual treasure was much more expensive than the forging materials. After another round of trading, Xian obtained a large amount of forging materials and supreme spiritual treasures. Haha, happy cooperation. Elder Yu's face was full of smiles. Even if they couldn't use up all 500 sets of equipment, they could still sell them to the surrounding forces at a high price. At this moment, Luoluo suddenly asked, Young master, why are you exchanging for so many supreme spiritual treasures? Haven't you completed your mission? After Luoluo's reminder, Xian couldn't help but be stunned. He finally recalled that his chain of random missions had yet to be completed, and he had yet to sign a growth contract with Wei Zhentian. Then, if he devoured the ores and supreme spiritual treasures himself, Wei Zhentian wouldn't get any benefits. Damn, I forgot that the corpse Daoist hasn't been killed yet. Xian wanted to cry, but no tears came out. However, words spoken were like water spilled. Since he had already completed the trade, he couldn't possibly return it on the spot, right? Forget it, I'll devour the supreme spiritual treasures. In addition to the 10 million high-grade disaster crossing pills, Wei Zhentian, Luoluo, and I can all break through to spirit disaster. Xian sighed in his heart. Now that he had 3 breakthroughs, other than Wei Zhentian, he also had to worry about Luoluo. However, Luoluo's physique was strong, so he only exchanged for 1 million high-grade disaster crossing pills. It was enough for Luoluo to break through to spirit disaster in a short period of time. After the trade, Elder Yu treated Xian as if he was his long-lost son, and invited Xian to stay in the 100 Ghosts sect to rest. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xian quickly asked, Elder Yu, I wonder if you have any news of the corpse Daoist? When Elder Yu heard the words corpse Daoist, he asked in shock, could it be that your master is also looking for the corpse Daoist? That's right. One of my senior brothers was turned into a ghost corpse by the ghost man, so my teacher is looking for him for revenge. Xian nodded. I see. To tell you the truth, our 100 Ghost sect's young sect master was also turned into a ghost corpse by the ghost corpse man a month ago. Now, he doesn't recognize anyone. Not only that, even the sect of the God of Ghosts is looking for the corpse ghost man. However, the corpse ghost man has hidden himself very well. Until now, there has not been a single clue. Elder Yu sighed. Not a single clue? Xian was startled. His real purpose in coming to the 100 Ghosts sect was to inquire about the corpse man. However, Elder Yu now told him that there were no clues, so how was he supposed to investigate? Yes, not a single clue. Elder Yu shook his head. Then what about your young sect leader? Yi Xian continued to ask. Before young sect master turned into a ghost corpse, he sent a letter back. Even we haven't seen him before, Elder Yu replied. Alright. Yi Xian gave up. Since there were no clues, he would go investigate elsewhere. He didn't believe that he couldn't kill the corpse man within a month. However, at this moment. Rumble. A rumble suddenly came from afar, startling Yi Xian and Elder Yu. What's going on? Elder Yu was very surprised and said, how bold of them to actually dare to fight in the sect. Immediately, he rushed over. Yi Xian followed closely behind. However, when they approached the direction of the sound, they realized that it wasn't people fighting, but a group of people and a ghost spirit. 100 Ghost Sect Elders, listen up. Kill that ghost spirit. An old man shouted. He was the 100 Ghost sect leader, and beside him, there were several 100 Ghost Sect Elders. Their opponent was a middle-aged man with long hair. However, this middle-aged man was not human, but a semi-transparent ghost spirit with sharp nails. Isn't this ghost spirit the corpse that the sect leader brought back a few days ago? Could it be that the sect leader forced the ghost spirit out of the corpse, but failed to subdue it? Elder Yu muttered. At this moment, he suddenly turned to Yi Xian and said, Little brother Yi, hide further away. Don't get caught in the crossfire. After he finished speaking, he charged over. In fact, even without his reminder, Yi Xian could tell that this ghost spirit wasn't ordinary. This ghost spirit's body isn't stable. It's obvious that it just came out of the corpse. However, its aura is a little strong, even stronger than the 100 Ghost sect leader. Yi Xian licked his lips. The 100 Ghost sect leader was a 4th grade spirit disaster expert, and the elders behind him were all 3rd grade spirit disasters. However, this newly formed ghost spirit was most likely a 5th grade spirit disaster expert when it was alive. However, because it had just formed its spirit body, its cultivation had regressed. However, it was enough to give these 100 Ghost sect experts a hard time. Young master, should we go? Luo asked in his mind. No need. We're not from the 100 Ghost sect, we're only here for the item. Yi Xian shook his head. This was the 100 Ghost sect's matter, so it was better for the 100 Ghost sect to do it themselves. In an instant, many experts surrounded the ghost spirit. At the same time, a large number of ghost spirits appeared and pounced towards the middle-aged ghost spirit. This was the first time that Yi Xian had seen such a scene. His ferocious ghost twisting cry was a pretty good martial technique, but the ferocious ghost twisting cry wasn't worth mentioning when compared to the 100 Ghost sect's ghost spirits. Tisk, I'll buy some higher-grade ghost spirits from Elder Yu later. This way, I can increase the power of the ferocious ghost twisting cry, Yi Xian said in his heart. The ghost spirits that he had sealed in the 100 Ghost Sword were all refined from true energy disaster level ghost spirits. Thus, he wanted to use some spirit disaster level ghost spirits to increase the power of the ferocious ghost twisting cry by 2 to 3 times. Huff, huff, huff. Hundreds of ghost spirits pounced towards the middle-aged ghost spirit, but they couldn't pose a threat to him. His claws could easily scatter the ghost spirits of the 100 Ghost sect. So many experts, yet they couldn't do anything to him. What the hell? However, Yi Xian couldn't care less. Elder Yu was beside him earlier, so he didn't level up. Now that Elder Yu was participating in the battle, there were no experts around. Even if he broke through, it wouldn't matter. At that moment, he directly devoured the supreme spiritual treasure that was equivalent to 5 million high-grade crossing disaster pills. However, he was still far from leveling up. After all, this supreme spiritual treasure was only equivalent to 1 million raw materials. The other 4 million high-grade crossing disaster pills were the cost of forging it. Yi Xian continued to devour. When he had devoured half of the ore, the system notification finally rang. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently at 1st grade spirit disaster. He finally broke through. Hearing the system notification, Yi Xian's body underwent a huge change. His physical body, true qi, and mental energy had all greatly increased. His combat strength had at least increased by 3 times. Great! With the increase in my mental energy attacks are also effective against 4th grade spirit disaster experts. Yi Xian was extremely happy. Just a moment ago, he was only at 9th level true energy disaster, and his mental attacks were only effective against experts at 2nd level spirit disaster. Now that he had broken through to spirit disaster, his mental power had increased tremendously, and his mental attacks had increased by 2 levels. Wei Zhentian, the rest is all yours. Yi Xian took out the rest of the items and poured them into Wei Zhentian's mouth. Ding! Wei Zhentian broke through. Ding! Wei Zhentian broke through. Ding! Wei Zhentian broke through. In the blink of an eye, Wei Zhentian had jumped 3 levels. From 9th grade true energy disaster, he had broken through to 3rd grade spirit disaster. Yi Xian felt a little unbalanced in his heart. He had only managed to break through from 9th grade true energy disaster to 1st grade spirit disaster after consuming almost all the items. On the other hand, Wei Zhentian had jumped from 9th grade true energy disaster to 3rd grade spirit disaster, which was 2 levels higher than Yi Xian. However, this was something that couldn't be helped. After all, it was too difficult for Yi Xian to break through. Now that he had broken through to spirit disaster, the experience required to level up had greatly increased. Furthermore, Wei Zhentian still had the 50% growth bonus from the Beast God bloodline. Forget it. Now that Wei Zhentian has broken through to 3rd grade spirit disaster and with the 50% increase in all attributes from the Beast God bloodline, his combat strength should be able to catch up to mine. Thinking about this, Yi Xian calmed down. With Wei Zhentian's increase in level, he would also be able to obtain quite a bit of benefits. At this moment, there were many changes happening in the battlefield. The 100 Ghost Sect's sect master and a dozen elders were actually unable to do anything to the middle-aged ghost spirit. On the contrary, the middle-aged ghost spirit's aura had actually started to increase after killing so many ghost spirits from the 100 Ghost Sect. Not good. Everyone, quickly recall the ghost spirit. Seeing this, the 100 Ghost Sect's sect master anxiously shouted. When a ghost spirit killed a ghost spirit, it could absorb the spirit body. Therefore, this middle-aged ghost spirit would continue to grow stronger. In an instant, a large number of 10,000 ghost banners rose up and collected all the ghost spirits. Form the ghost ceiling formation. The sect leader of the 100 Ghosts sect shouted again. In an instant, the elders all retreated and took out new 10,000 ghost banners. More than a dozen 10,000 ghost banners rose into the air and connected them with true energy. In an instant, the middle-aged ghost spirit's aura was forcibly suppressed and successfully sealed in the formation. The 10,000 ghost banner was originally used to collect ghost spirits, and it also had a suppressive effect on ghost spirits. However, the people from the 100 Ghosts sect had underestimated this middle-aged ghost spirit. Huff huff. The middle-aged ghost spirit trapped in the Great Spirit Ceiling Formation drifted around, but it was unable to break out of the Great Spirit Ceiling Formation. I want, all of you, dead, the middle-aged ghostly spirit spat out a few words. The middle-aged spirits were formed from the resentment of the dead. They had no consciousness, but they could still speak. In the next instant, the sect leader of the 100 Ghosts sect and the elders saw the ghost spirit's body violently tremble for a moment before countless ghost spirits rushed out. What? 100 Ghost Dash? The sect leader of the 100 Ghosts sect was shocked. The 100 Ghost Dash was the secret technique of the God of Ghost sect, and only ghost spirits could use it. At this moment, the sect leader of the 100 Ghosts sect finally understood what kind of mistake he had made. The corpse of the expert that he had brought back was actually an expert of the God of Ghost sect. This time, he had gotten himself into big trouble. If someone from the God of Ghost sect fell, as long as the corpse was brought back to the God of Ghost sect, the experts of the God of Ghost sect would be able to condense ghost spirits and enlighten them. Enlighten was to allow the ghost spirits to recover their memories. As long as they recovered their memories, they could still be considered half a person, but they would lose their physical body. Just when the experts of the 100 Ghosts sect were shocked, the Great Spirit Ceiling Formation was forcefully broken and the elders all spurted out a mouthful of blood. Seal again. The sect leader of the 100 Ghosts sect also spurted out a mouthful of blood as he barked again. But this time it wouldn't be so easy. After breaking the formation, the middle-aged ghost spirit's figure swiftly flashed as he arrived beside a third-grade spirit disaster elder. Swish! A crisp sound rang out as the elder's head flew into the air. Elder Chen. The sect leader of the 100 Ghosts sect roared, "Kill him." Although the middle-aged ghost spirit was from the God of Ghost sect, no one cared about that right now. The most important thing right now was to kill this ghost spirit. Otherwise, the 100 Ghosts sect would be massacred by this bloodthirsty ghost spirit. Right now, everyone had brought out their trump cards as they prepared to eliminate this middle-aged ghost spirit. However, this ghost spirit wasn't simple. In just a few breaths of time, it had killed half of the elders. Damn it! When the sect leader of the 100 Ghosts sect saw this, his face had already sunk to the bottom. Even with so many elders joining hands, they couldn't do anything to this middle-aged ghost spirit. Now that half of the elders were dead, it was even more impossible. Go, everyone go. The sect leader of the 100 Ghosts sect made a difficult decision. In an instant, all the elders and the disciples that were watching from afar scattered. The words of the sect leader of the 100 Ghosts sect meant that they were going to give up on the 100 Ghosts sect. Ghost spirits were extremely bloodthirsty. As long as they saw a living thing, they would not let it go. Thus, they had to lure the ghost spirit out. The sect leader of the 100 Ghosts sect was already prepared to die. However, he had overestimated his own strength. When the elder scattered, his head was pierced by the middle-aged ghost spirit in just a few breaths of time. The sect leader of the 100 Ghosts sect, an expert of the 4th grade spirit disaster realm, died. I'll fight it out with you. A few elders that didn't care about their lives returned. However, they were only able to delay the middle-aged ghost spirit for a few seconds. Soon, all of the elders had fallen. Next, it was the disciples' turn to face them. Young master, so many people have died. Should we go and check the corpses? Luoluo asked. Checking corpses was a term used in online games. It meant to collect universe rings, which was something that Luoluo learned from Xian. Elder Yu was killed immediately after the ghost spirit broke through the formation just now. There should be a lot of things in his universe ring. Let's go and take them. After Xian finished speaking, he quickly released Luoluo. Taking advantage of the situation was Xian's innate ability. At this moment, boom! Suddenly, a loud sound fell into Xian's ears. He hurriedly turned his head and saw that a stone pillar in the square had suddenly collapsed. Then, countless ghost spirits scurried out from the ground. Did the attack accidentally release the ghost spirits that the 100 Ghosts sect was keeping? Xian raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the 100 Ghosts sect was really doomed. Attack! Xian barked as he charged forward. Originally, there were thousands of disciples surrounding the 100 Ghost sect, and there were even first-grade spirit disaster elites among them. But when they saw the elders falling one after another, they were all frightened out of their wits. What a joke! Even the sect master of the 100 Ghost sect, an expert of the 4th grade spirit disaster, died at the hands of the middle-aged ghost spirit. Although they coveted the universe rings, their lives were still the most important. Thus, these people scattered and did not even dare to turn their heads back. In this way, the universe rings were all taken advantage of by Xian. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Who knows, he might be able to break through to 2nd grade spirit disaster this time. Xian laughed as he rejoiced in Xian's misfortune. He quickly summoned his clone to collect the universe rings while Luoluo and Wei Zhentian were in charge of covering him. However, just as Xian approached, he attracted the attention of the middle-aged ghost spirit. Huff, huff. The middle-aged ghost spirit immediately charged towards Xian. You actually dare to provoke me? You must be tired of living. Xian shouted in a low voice as his original body wielded the white bone sword and charged forward. The other ghost spirits were still fine as the strongest was only at 1st grade spirit disaster. Thus, as long as he dealt with this ghost spirit boss, all the universe rings would be his. Xian had just broken through and wanted to find an opponent to train with. This ghost spirit boss was a good opponent. Fierce ghost twisting tears. At this moment, Yi Xian launched an attack towards the middle-aged ghost spirit. However, he forgot one thing. Hundreds of fierce ghosts pounced over, but what surprised him was that all of them were absorbed by the middle-aged ghost spirit. Yi Xian's senses were extremely strong. He could feel that the middle-aged ghost spirit's aura had increased a little after absorbing his fierce ghost-twisting tears. Fuck, this is illogical. Fierce ghost-twisting tears is clearly formed from my true chi. Yi Xian was shocked. However, he had witnessed the strength of the middle-aged ghost spirit with his own eyes. Looks like it won't be that easy to deal with you. Come, Eye of Glory. Yi Xian's pupils and hair turned a dazzling gold after the two golden rays shot out from his eyes. Scion transformation, in the blink of an eye, Yi Xian and the middle-aged ghostly spirit began to fight. This middle-aged ghost was very strong. If Yi Xian didn't use Eye of Glory, he wouldn't be able to defeat it. However, after using the Eye of Glory, Yi Xian's true energy had turned golden. Furthermore, it had increased the damage dealt to ghosts and battle corpses. Now, let's see if you can absorb more. Yi Xian swung his sword again, and another 100 evil spirits pounced forward. Ferocious ghosts needed a ghost fetus and true energy to break through, but this time, Yi Xian had used the Eye of Glory. If this middle-aged ghost spirit could still absorb it, then Yi Xian would have to admit defeat. The middle-aged ghost sensed a similar aura from these ghosts, so he also rushed over. His claw pierced through the ghost's body, but in the next moment, his claw suddenly exploded. Pung, although these ghosts were still black, they still had the Eye of Glory's effect. This middle-aged ghost spirit actually stuck his hand into a ghost's body. He was really courting death. Ghost spirits are powerful because of their spirit bodies. No matter which part of their body you attack, it'll be a vital point. Yi Xian knew this, so he took advantage of the Eye of Glory to attack crazily. Every time he attacked, the ghosts would break through. At the same time, his doppelganger, Luo Luo, and Wei Zhentian were all collecting the universe rings. Yi Xian's original body's strength continued to soar. After several explosions, the middle-aged ghost spirit learned his lesson. This time, he only used his claws to attack. However, Yi Xian's ghosts were too many. He just happened to be a ghost spirit, so he couldn't use true energy. The Eye of Glory's golden true energy increased his damage, so he could only kill his way out and go straight for Yi Xian. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. Although you've turned into a ghost spirit, you still know a lot of tactics. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up, revealing a sinister smile. In the next moment, golden true energy surged out of his body, condensing into a golden armored war god. At that moment, Yi Xian joined forces with the golden armored war god and went up to meet him. Although the golden armored war god was a trump card, the middle-aged ghost spirit was a threat now. It was better to deal with him first, then peacefully collect the spoils. Ghost breakthrough. Tyrannical Emperor's boundless sword. Yi Xian and the golden armored war god attacked at the same time. Although the ghost spirit killed the 100 Ghosts sect leader, who was a 4th grade spirit disaster, it was easier for Yi Xian to deal with the ghost spirit than the 100 Ghosts sect leader. The golden sword in the golden armored war god's hand suddenly enlarged, then fiercely slashed at the ghost spirit. Pung, although the giant golden sword didn't hit the ghost spirit, the powerful impact directly shook the ghost spirit's spirit body. As expected, it's not so easy to deal with. Look at this move. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian's eyes flickered, and a golden slash swept out. The middle-aged ghost spirit, who was almost defeated by the Overlord's boundless sword, waved both of his claws. Pung, the Nirvanic slash was blasted away, but after the Nirvanic slash, there were still 2 decomposition rays. Zizi, the decomposition rays fell on the middle-aged ghost spirit. Ah, the middle-aged ghost spirit looked up to the sky and cried out in pain. A huge hole was torn open in his chest by the decomposition rays. His vitality is really tenacious. Yi Xian secretly said in his heart. In the next moment, the middle-aged ghost spirit was pounced on by countless fierce ghosts. Pung! 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 A series of muffled sounds rang out. Those fierce ghosts that pounced on the middle-aged ghost spirit suddenly exploded, causing the middle-aged ghost spirit to roar in pain. Xiao, At this moment, a huge golden sword ray broke through the sky. It turned out that the golden armored war god had condensed a second attack. This sword ray fell on the middle-aged ghost spirit's body. The middle-aged ghost spirit's spirit body shook violently, then quickly collapsed. He's finally dead, Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He originally thought that he could easily fight this ghost spirit alone, but he never expected that it wouldn't be as simple as he imagined. Therefore, he used the Eye of Glory. In the end, he had no choice but to use 2 trump cards. This was enough to prove the strength of the middle-aged ghost spirit. After all, this middle-aged ghost spirit killed the 100 Ghost Sect's sect master and 7 to 8 elders. Although I have lost 2 trump cards, I have taken revenge for the 100 Ghost Sect. Xian thought in his heart. At the same time, he could peacefully collect the spoils of war. However, right at that moment, a figure suddenly entered the range of his senses and rapidly rushed over. What shocking speed! Xian was shocked. This person's speed was even faster than his. He was probably at least a 5th-grade spirit disaster. Xian took a glance and noticed that there were still a few corpses that had their universe rings confiscated, so he immediately headed over. The person that came over was a 5th-grade spirit disaster, but he couldn't be bothered to care so much as he collected the spoils of war. At this moment, the person that stepped into his detection range had finally arrived. Bastard, you dare to annihilate a sect? Die. The person that came over was a purple-haired youth. When he saw Xian collecting the spoils of war, he immediately roared and slashed his sword at Xian. Fuck you, what does this have to do with me? Xian innocently roared as he swiftly dodged the sword. What a joke, he had taken revenge for the 100 Ghost Sect, but he was misunderstood by someone, so it wasn't a good feeling. When the purple-haired youth saw Xian dodging his sword, he was astonished. After all, he was a 5th-grade spirit disaster. So you're the one that annihilated the 100 Ghost Sect, die. The purple-haired youth was only astonished for a brief moment before he swiftly headed over. He had something to do in the 100 Ghost Sect, but he never expected that the 100 Ghost Sect would be annihilated. At this moment, Xian had just finished collecting all the universe rings, but what made Xian astonished was that there weren't many things in the universe rings, so he couldn't break through to 2nd-grade spirit disaster. Fuck, they're all hidden? Xian roared in his heart. These universe rings belonged to the upper echelons of the 100 Ghost Sect, but they couldn't help him break through. This was too fake. But right now, he had to deal with this purple-haired youth first. This purple-haired youth is extremely powerful. Even if I use the myriad returning swords, I'm afraid that I won't be able to kill him. Let's go. Xian made a prompt decision as he had Luoluo in the physical space and broke through the void. Rustle, the void closed, leaving behind the purple-haired youth in astonishment. You annihilated the 100 Ghost Sect, so I won't let you escape so easily. The purple-haired youth took out a piece of paper and swiftly drew Xian's face according to his memory. Thereafter, he took out a strange flame. He used this strange flame to burn the portrait. Immediately after, this flame rose into the air and suddenly exploded, forming countless flames that swept in all directions. Then, he quickly left. At this time, Xian had already arrived at the coordinates outside Nether City. That person is so unreasonable. Young Master helped the 100 Ghost Sect take revenge, but he was still wronged. Luoluo said unhappily. Forget it. We've earned quite a bit this time. Xian didn't really care. Previously, he made a deal with Elder Yu and broke through to Spirit Disaster. Now that Elder Yu had fallen, the items returned to him. Overall, the value of the items he obtained was around 30 million high-grade crossing disaster pills. Naturally, if that purple-haired youth did not appear, he would take a stroll through the entire 100 Ghost Sect and find the wealth hidden by the elders and sect master. At that time, it would be easy for him to break through to 2nd-grade spirit disaster. It was a pity that someone came out of nowhere. That purple-haired youth should be from the Divine Ghost Sect. Fortunately, I left early. If I really fought with him, the one who would die would definitely be me. Xian secretly swallowed his saliva. Young Master, we didn't get any clues about the corpse ghost man. What should we do now? Luoluo asked. Hearing this, Xian pondered for a moment and said, I'm afraid that the corpse ghost man's strength isn't that weak. The system gave me a month's time, so it won't be easy to kill him. Let's go to the Nether Ghost sect first and raise our strength. He took back the 500 sets of equipment that he gave to Elder Yu. Hence, he wanted to give them to the Nether Ghost sect and break through to second-grade spirit disaster first. When he made the deal with Elder Yu, he said that it would take half a month to reach the Nether Ghost sect from the 100 Ghost sect. However, that was based on the speed of an ordinary 9th-grade true energy disaster. Now that he had broken through to spirit disaster, it would take him at most 2 days to reach the Nether Ghost sect. At that moment, Xian continued his journey. It had only been 3 days since the last round of the random mission, so it wouldn't be a problem to spend another 2 days. Furthermore, the Nether Ghost sect was a force on the same level as the 100 Ghost sect, so they might have news about the corpse ghost man. On the way to the Nether Ghost sect, Xian also sent his doppelganger to the cities to get some equipment. However, these were all small cities, so he didn't get much. 2 days later, he finally arrived at the entrance of the Nether Ghost sect. Just like before, he approached and entered the Nether Ghost sect with the excuse of making a deal. Elder Ching, someone is here to visit. A disciple of the Nether Ghost sect brought Xian to a courtyard behind the weapon refining hall and shouted inside. Following that, a middle-aged man opened the door and walked out. What's the matter? Elder Ching asked. Elder Ching, this person said that he wants to make a big deal with our Nether Ghost sect. The disciple replied. At that moment, Elder Chang's gaze landed on Xian. In the next moment, his body trembled violently. Xian looked at Elder Ching strangely. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Elder Ching. Little brother, please wait here for a moment. I still have some matters to attend to. After Elder Ching finished speaking, he quickly left. Xian looked at Elder Chang's departing figure and frowned. He felt that Elder Chang's expression was a little strange after seeing him. However, it didn't take long for Xian to understand why Elder Chang's expression was so strange. Not long after Elder Ching left, Xian saw a large number of experts entering his sensing range and surrounding him. Not good. Xian's face changed drastically. These people were definitely coming for him. As for why, it was definitely because of that purple-haired youth. Soon, he was surrounded by these experts. How dare you infiltrate our Nether Ghost sect? Do you really think that our Nether Ghost sect is easy to bully? A roar rang out. Xian looked over and saw that the one who spoke was an old man in the 4th grade spirit disaster. The sect master of the Nether Ghost sect, aside from this 4th grade spirit disaster expert, there were also 10 3rd grade spirit disasters and dozens of 2nd grade spirit disasters. At this moment, Xian was like a turtle in a jar. Indeed, it was done by that purple-haired youth. Could it be that he came to the Nether Ghost sect? Xian couldn't figure it out. Although he was surrounded, he didn't have the slightest bit of nervousness on his face. So what if it was 4th grade spirit disaster? In front of him, it was still nothing. What are you guys doing? Xian pretended that he didn't know anything and asked. Still pretending? Weren't you the one who annihilated the 100 Ghost sect? The sect master of the Nether Ghost sect said as he took out a portrait from his interspatial ring. The person in the portrait was Xian. I'm only in the 1st grade spirit disaster. Do you think that I have the ability to annihilate the 100 Ghost sect? Xian retorted. Indeed, a 1st grade spirit disaster expert wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from this group of experts. There were at least 500 1st grade spirit disasters disciples in the Nether Ghost sect. However, cultivation didn't mean anything. Although you don't have the strength to annihilate the 100 Ghost sect, the ghost spirit that destroyed the 100 Ghost sect is related to you. Moreover, the portrait of you was sent by the God of Ghost sect's envoy. It can't be fake. Quickly surrender. The Nether Ghost sect's sovereign bellowed. As expected, after hearing this, Xian couldn't help but frown. The messenger of the God of Ghost sect that the sect leader was talking about should be the purple-haired youth. However, what he couldn't understand was that it had already been 2 days. Why hadn't they figured it out yet? Although some of the elders and disciples had dispersed after the death of the sect master of the 100 Ghost sect, the one who had killed the sect master of the 100 Ghost sect was that ghost spirit. Everyone present should have seen it. Now, he was still recognized as the culprit behind the massacre of the 100 Ghost sect. This meant that things weren't as he imagined. After the purple-haired youth found out that the middle-aged ghost spirit was the culprit, he was prepared to cover up the matter because the middle-aged ghost spirit was also from the God of Ghost sect. To the God of Ghost sect, this was a scandal. Although they weren't to blame, the middle-aged ghost spirit was related to the God of Ghost sect. It was impossible to cover up the annihilation of the 100 Ghost sect, so they could only twist the truth and say that the ghost spirit that destroyed the 100 Ghost sect was controlled by Xianxia. Good Lord, although I've obtained many things, I didn't annihilate the 100 Ghost sect. This grudge must be avenged. Xianxia's eyes flickered. Now, he had finally figured out the ins and outs of the matter. It's impossible for me to surrender. If you have the ability, then come at me. Don't blame me for not warning you. If I take action, your ghost sect will be in danger of being annihilated. Xianxia said in a cold tone. How dare you threaten us? How dare you? An elder shouted angrily. However, he also understood that Xianxia must have some confidence. Otherwise, how could he be so calm when facing so many experts? The sect leader of the ghost sect and the other elders looked at each other and said, kill him. The war finally broke out. Since I've already taken the blame, then let's make it happen. Xianxia couldn't care less. After shouting in his heart, he released Luo Luo. You bastards, how dare you frame my young master? Die. Luo Luo immediately took action, instantly creating over 100 clones. At this moment, she had already broken through to first-grade spirit disaster. In an instant, the two sides started fighting. Eye of Glory. Summon the golden armored war god. Return of the 1,000 swords. Beast King's Rage. Xianxia didn't care so much and directly used all of his trump cards. This time, he was going to annihilate the ghost sect. Suddenly, the wind Luo Luo Ot. When the sect leader of the ghost sect felt Xianxia's extraordinary strength, he anxiously shouted. When everyone heard this, they also hurriedly summoned a large number of ghost spirits. Luo Luo, Luo Luo Luo. Luo Luo Emperor's Luan. Just as those ghost spirits appeared, they were instantly dispersed by the huge impact of the Overlord's limitless sword. Not only that, there were also many elders and protectors of the Nether Ghost sect. Now, the other members of the Nether Ghost sect finally knew what kind of enemy they had provoked. Xianxia did indeed have the ability to destroy the 100 Ghost sect. It was simply inconceivable for a first-grade spirit disaster to annihilate a power with a fourth-grade spirit disaster expert. But for now, it was better to deal with Xianxia first. Form the heart-devouring ghost formation. Seeing that Xianxia was not an easy opponent to deal with, the sect master of the Netherworld Ghost sect roared again. Form your grandmother's formation. Xianxia roared angrily. His main body and doppelganger quickly slashed out several slashes. Ferocious Ghosts Cry Break. Ferocious Ghosts Cry Break. This time, Xianxia had used the ghost fetus that was refined from a second-stage spirit difficult ghost spirit. With the addition of the Eye of Glory, its power was at least 5 times stronger than before. In an instant, hundreds of evil spirits pounced towards the sect master of the Netherworld Ghost sect. What? The sect master of the Netherworld Ghost sect was shocked. Just as he was about to dodge, he realized that the evil spirits had all turned into ghost spirits. Eye of Illusion. Xianxia's main body and doppelganger both used their illusory techniques, causing those with second-grade spirit disaster and third-grade spirit disaster to fall into an illusion. The sect master of the Netherworld Ghost sect was also affected. However, he was still a fourth-grade spirit disaster expert, so he broke out of the illusion in the blink of an eye. However, the hundreds of evil spirits were not created by the illusory technique. When the sect master of the Netherworld Ghost sect broke out of the illusion, he was pounced on by a large number of evil spirits. In an instant, his miserable cries resounded throughout the entire Netherworld Ghost sect. Just in case, the golden armored battle god also slashed out with his sword. This golden sword ray landed on the sect master of the Netherworld Ghost sect. With a bang, the sect master of the Netherworld Ghost sect's chest exploded. His eyes closed as he fell from the sky. The sect master of the Netherworld Ghost sect was dead, while everyone was trapped in the illusion, Wei Zhentian and Luo Luo were also crazily slaughtering. Along with the sect master of the Netherworld Ghost Sect, more than 20 people fell. The battle had not even started for 3 seconds, but so many people from the Netherworld Ghost Sect had already fallen, including the sect master of the Netherworld Ghost Sect. When the experts of the Netherworld Ghost Sect who were lucky enough to survive saw this, they were so frightened that they trembled and hurriedly retreated. You want to leave now? It's too late. Yi Xian's main body immediately moved out and chased after the protectors and elders who were escaping. As for his doppelganger, it continued to collect the spoils of war to increase its strength. No, don't kill me, we are only following the sect master's orders. Don't chase after me, brat, don't be so arrogant. The Lord Envoy is nearby. He will be here soon. Hearing this, Yi Xian coldly snorted. So what if that purple-haired youth is here? Can he stop me now? Ding. Host has broken through. Current level is 2nd grade spirit disaster. When Yi Xian kept the sect master of the Netherworld Ghost Sect's universe ring, the system notification finally rang out. His physique, true energy, and mental power had all undergone a qualitative leap in an instant. His battle prowess had at least doubled, while his doppelganger had broken through. Yi Xian's main body had also broken through. This time, he quickly slashed out twice with his sword. Ferocious Ghost Break Tears. Ferocious Ghost Break Tears. 100 ghosts pounced forward, and miserable cries rang out continuously in the air. Stop. Right at this moment, a familiar shout rang out in Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian turned around and saw a figure standing in the air. He had been too engrossed in killing just now, so he didn't notice an expert approaching. When he saw the face of this figure, killing intent flashed through his eyes. The purple-haired youth who had framed him for massacring the 100 Ghost Sect had actually arrived. It seems like this purple-haired youth was originally nearby. That's why he came so quickly. Just nice, I want to take revenge for setting me up. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as his rage points soared. You annihilated the 100 Ghost Sect and now the Nether Ghost Sect. Who are you? The purple-haired youth wasn't in a hurry to make a move when he saw that everyone was dead. I'm your grandfather. Yi Xian didn't want to talk nonsense with him and immediately made his move. After all, he had used all his trump cards. If he didn't fight for time, what would he do when the return of 10,000 swords and golden armored battle gods' duration ran out? Today, I'll carry out justice on behalf of the heavens and slay you, demon. The purple-haired youth didn't waste any more words and went forward. 2nd grade spirit disaster and 5th grade spirit disaster were 3 realms apart. This was the first time the purple-haired youth fought with someone who was so much weaker than him. However, he had personally witnessed Yi Xian's strength and couldn't be careless. After breaking through, Yi Xian's strength had increased tremendously. However, Yi Xian still had 2 helpers, Luo Luo and Wei Zhentian. 100 Ghost Fox Clone. Return of 10,000 swords. Luo Luo and Wei Zhentian assisted Yi Xian at the same time. However, the purple-haired youth was a 5th grade spirit disaster and his speed was twice as fast as the sect master of the Nether Ghost Sect. He wasn't easy to deal with. Speed was the attribute that Yi Xian loved the most. Even though he had a 90% increase to his movement speed, he was still slower than the purple-haired youth. However, Yi Xian hadn't merged with his clone yet. When the purple-haired youth swooped down, Yi Xian quickly merged with his clone. In an instant, his strength increased by 30%. Wei Zhentian, Spiritual Sword Array. Yi Xian hastily ordered. In the next moment, hundreds of gigantic swords fell down. Boom. 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 What made the purple-haired youth flabbergasted was that the hundreds of gigantic swords weren't attacking him. Instead, they were trapping Yi Xian. Humph, do you think that you can live a little longer with this? The purple-haired youth snorted and charged into the spiritual sword array. However, when he charged in, he realized that Yi Xian wasn't inside. There wasn't a single person in the spiritual sword array. Yi Xian had already broken through the void and arrived at the location that he had just pinpointed. Luo Luo, kill him. Yi Xian bellowed. Yes, young master. Luo Luo had been unable to catch the purple-haired youth and was so angry that she stamped her feet. Now that she saw the purple-haired youth running into the spirit sword array, her eyes immediately lit up. The next moment, balls of red flames appeared in the hands of her and her clones. 7-colored demon fire. Countless flames were thrown into the spiritual sword array. Only then did the purple-haired youth realize that he had fallen into a trap. Although he did not know how Xianxia had managed to escape, it was better to resolve the current crisis first. Red flames were thrown into the spiritual sword array one after another. These red flames were dispersed by the purple-haired young man one after another. However, there were always some that slipped through the net and were ignored by him. The first round, red demonic fire; the second round, orange demonic fire; the third round, yellow demonic fire, red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, violet. When the 7 different colored demonic flames were gathered in the spirit sword array, a rainbow-like radiance suddenly lit up within it. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out as the explosion in the spiritual sword array shattered the nearest heaven-shaking giant swords into pieces. This move was Luo's most powerful attack. Even if the purple-haired youth did not die, he would be severely injured. When the sound of the explosion spread, Xianxia quickly scanned with his eye of revelation. He discovered that the purple-haired youth was not dead, but he was close. "This time I'm going to kill you," Xianxia muttered in his heart as his eyes flashed. Eye of Nirvana. Eye of Disintegration. The effect of the Eye of Glory was still present, so Xianxia's Nirvana rend was dyed gold. The golden Nirvana rend pierced through the air and disappeared into the smoke. A crisp sound was heard as the purple-haired youth's head was chopped off by the Nirvana rend. He would never have thought that he would die in such a damned place. After all, he was a disciple of the sect of the God of Ghosts. Most importantly, he did not even summon his own ghost spirit. Plop! The purple-haired youth's head fell to the ground, but his bloodied body was still standing. It was a horrifying sight to behold. To be honest, the purple-haired youth had not appeared at the right time. If he had appeared after Xianxia's skill had worn off, Xianxia would not have been able to kill him so easily. He might even have to escape again. Unfortunately, the purple-haired youth had come too early. He had met his end. At once, Xianxia quickly swept over and put away the purple-haired youth's interspatial ring. A disciple of the sect of the God of Ghosts must be very wealthy, right? However, Xianxia was disappointed again. There were not many things in the interspatial ring. Most of them were healing medicines. As for the corpse man, there were no clues either. What a scam. Another pauper. Xianxia could not help but curse. However, at this moment, he suddenly found a letter that piqued his interest. This letter was sent by the purple-haired youth's family. It mentioned something. The Fountain of Youth. What? The Fountain of Youth? Xianxia was shocked. The Fountain of Youth could open the eyes of eternity and transfer his vital points to his 2 eyes. As long as his 2 eyes were not destroyed, he would not die. The purple-haired youth's family found a treasure land with the Fountain of Youth. So, they asked him to go back and help. After reading the letter, Xianxia understood. However, the purple-haired youth did not choose to go back because he had a mission. There are only 3 days left. Gather at the Chong Fort of the 18 demonic castles, Xianxia murmured. The 18 demonic castles were controlled by 3 big families. Each family controlled 6 castles. The purple-haired youth who had died was from the Chong family, one of the 3 big families. In 3 days, the 3 families would enter a place called the Glaze Mirage together. The Glaze Mirage was discovered by the disciples of the 3 families. There was an illusion formation here, so no one had discovered it. The Glaze Mirage was a completely different place from the land of the dead. The chi of heaven and earth was abundant. The disciples of the 3 families found a few drops of the Fountain of Youth in the Glaze Mirage by chance. A bottle of the Fountain of Youth could increase a person's lifespan by 10 years. It could increase a person's lifespan by 30 years at most. Even an expert in the manifestation realm would covet it. If there was a bottle of the Fountain of Youth, the 3 families would be rich. I only need a bottle of the Fountain of Youth to open the eyes of eternity, Xianxia thought in his heart. Then, he rushed towards the 18 demonic castles. In 3 days, the 3 families would enter the Glaze Mirage together. He had to rush there immediately. After all, he did not know where the entrance to the Glaze Mirage was. Although it would waste another 3 days, Yi Xian could only put the matter of the corpse man aside since he had the chance to open the eyes of eternity. Yi Xian's main body was in charge of traveling, while his clone was in charge of gathering equipment from the various cities along the way. His strength could still continue to increase. It was the same for Luo Luo. As long as she was released, she would be able to absorb the yuan qi of heaven and earth. If she were to refine the natural treasures, her cultivation speed would be even faster. When Yi Xian arrived at the 18 demonic castles, Luo Luo had already broken through to second-grade spirit disaster and was on the same level as Yi Xian. The 3 great families of the 18 demonic castles weren't weak. Each of the 3 great families had a 6th-grade spirit disaster expert overseeing them. If Yi Xian had arrived earlier, he could have made a deal with the 3 great families. However, when he arrived at the Chang family fort, the 3 great families were already preparing to set off. "Young master, what should we do?" Luo Luo, who was beside Yi Xian, asked. From the looks of it, the Chang family fort doesn't seem to be stopping other cultivators. Perhaps they want to use them as cannon fodder. That's why we can sneak in. Yi Xian looked at the majestic group of Chang family fort members. After he finished speaking, he brought Luo Luo along and followed them. The Pulai sacred ground was originally a huge secret realm, and this glaze illusion realm wasn't a secret realm. It was a hidden place in the land of the dead. However, due to the existence of a special illusion array, no one had discovered it until now. The Chang family fort's old ancestor doesn't seem to be in the group. However, there are still 3 5th-grade spirit disasters and more than 10 4th and 3rd-grade spirit disasters experts. Yi Xian followed behind the Chang family fort members and used his eye of revelation and eye of perception to probe the strength of the Chang family fort members. This was only the Chang family fort's group. There were still 2 other large forts, and their strength wouldn't be too weak. As for the unaffiliated cultivators around Yi Xian, the strongest one was only at 4th-grade spirit disaster, so there was nothing to be afraid of. The Chang family fort's group headed north. They spent an entire day to arrive at a canyon and entered a newly opened large cave in the canyon. Yi Xian and Luo Luo followed behind and entered. After walking for several tens of thousands of meters, they saw a large stone door. Glazed mirage. Beside the stone fan, there was a stone tablet with the words Glazed Illusion written on it. Fort Lord, we were fighting with a transcendent holy beast in the canyon that day. We accidentally destroyed the stone wall and found this treasure land. A disciple of the Chang fort said. Alright, let's rest here and wait for the other 2 parties to arrive. The Fort Lord of Chang clan fort said. Then, the people of Chang fort sat down on the spot, and so did the scattered martial artists. After all, they had followed the Chang family here. If the Chang family's people didn't enter, they wouldn't dare to enter. If they accidentally provoked the Chang family's people, they would be dead for sure. Today was the appointed time for the 3 castles to meet. Therefore, the other 2 teams should also arrive today. Soon, the second team arrived. It was the Lian castle of the 18 demonic castles. Then, it was the Hu clan fort. Now, the 3 big shots of the 18 demonic castles had arrived. Each of them had brought dozens of unaffiliated martial artists with them. In total, there were more than 200 of them. Yi Xian mixed in with the unaffiliated martial artists and looked around. Young master, there seems to be a disciple of the sect of the God of Ghost. Luo Luo's voice sounded in Yi Xian's ears. Yeah, the Lian castle and Hu clan fort each have a 5th-grade spirit disaster disciple of the sect of the God of Ghost. Yi Xian nodded his head. The reason why he could recognize them was because the disciples of the sect of the God of Ghost had the same eerie aura as the purple-haired youth. He calculated that the 3 parties had a total of 10 5th-grade spirit disasters experts and 30 4th-grade spirit disasters experts. As for the 3rd-grade spirit disasters experts, they weren't a threat to Yi Xian. If I were to go all out right now, I might be able to hold back 2 5th-grade spirit disaster experts, Yi Xian thought in his heart. If he went all out, he could hold back 2. After all, the purple-haired youth still had a 5th-grade spirit disaster expert in his universe ring. With the help of the Ghost King Pearl, he could barely control it. However, the 3 castles all had 6th-grade spirit disasters experts. He didn't know if they didn't come or if they had already entered the illusory realm. Alright, now that everyone is here, let's go in. The Lian Castle's fort master said. It's getting late, let's go in. The Hu clan's fort master nodded his head. When the unaffiliated martial artists heard this, their eyes lit up and they became alert. The three parties didn't waste any time and pushed open the door. Shortly after, dense heaven and earth yuan qi surged out from the other side of the door. When everyone felt the heaven and earth yuan qi, they were simply intoxicated. It's indeed a treasure ground. There's actually such abundant heaven and earth yuan qi. If we were to cultivate here, we would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. It's a pity that there will definitely be dangers inside. I wonder who built this cave. Since the three major forces have entered, let's go in as well. The unaffiliated martial artists also entered the illusory realm. Some of them were solo martial artists, some were in groups of 2 or 3, and some were in groups of 7 or 8. Yi Xian's cultivation was the lowest among them. After all the unaffiliated martial artists entered the illusory realm, he entered together with Luo Luo. Behind the door was another world with blue skies and white clouds. The scenery was picturesque. Wow, young master, this place is so beautiful. Luo Luo couldn't help but sigh as she looked at the glazed illusory realm. The glazed illusory realm was underground. There were white clouds, but it was impossible for a blue sky to appear. Even if Yi Xian didn't use the Eye of Revelation, he could tell that this was an illusion. However, Yi Xian still used the Eye of Revelation to scan the illusory realm. This illusory realm is a little profound. Everything that I see might not be real. If it wasn't for the Eye of Revelation, I'm afraid that I would have been confused. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. His foothold was on a stone platform on a cliff. Below his feet was a forest. At this moment, the three parties had already entered the forest. Under normal circumstances, a place like this would have a forbidden space array. If one's strength wasn't sufficient, they would have to walk. In this glazed illusory realm, even an expert of the 5th grade spirit disaster would have to walk. Young master, are we going in? Luo Luo asked. Yi Xian took another look at the surroundings. Relying on the Eye of Revelation, he exposed all the hidden dangers. He chose a direction and said, let's go. When he moved, he also set up a spatial positioning point at the entrance. The sacred ground was a secret realm, so the Eye of Void could be used. At the same time, this glazed illusory realm was simply heaven for Luo Luo. In the glazed illusory realm, the amount of yuan qi that Luo Luo could absorb was 2 to 3 times more than the outside world. If it was paired with treasures, she would probably be able to break through to the 3rd grade spirit disaster in 1 or 2 days. In front of them, the teams from the 3 castles had merged together, so their risk factor was very low. There were also some independent martial artists who followed behind the combined team without any regard for their lives. However, Yi Xian felt that these people would be easily eliminated by the combined forces of the 3 great teams. According to the letter, the disciples of the Cheng fort found the Fountain of Youth on the tree leaves. Therefore, the Fountain of Youth could appear anywhere, Yi Xian muttered as he walked. Young master, this Fountain of Youth is clearly spring water. Why would it appear on a leaf? Luo Luo asked in confusion. Look up, Yi Xian said. Luo Luo subconsciously looked up, but could only see the blue sky and white clouds. There was nothing special. There's nothing. Luo Luo blinked her big eyes. There is, but it can't be seen with the naked eye. Yi Xian also raised his head, but he was using the Eye of Insight to look. The white clouds you see are formed by a strange energy. There is also some flowing water in this energy. I'm afraid that's the Fountain of Youth, Yi Xian replied. What, in the clouds? Luo Luo was shocked. Does that mean that the Fountain of Youth is raining from the sky? I think so. However, I can't tell when the rain clouds will fall. Therefore, if we want to find the Fountain of Youth, we have to use another method. Yi Xian paused. Since there is rain, there must be a source. There should be a Fountain of Youth in this glaze illusion that evaporates. Searching for the Fountain of Youth was Yi Xian's plan. Of course, it was also the plan of the others. In order to open the Eye of Eternity, a bottle of the Fountain of Youth was required. Even if they encountered the Fountain of Youth on the way, it was just a drop in the bucket. Most of them ended up in the mud. Right at this moment. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud sound entered the ears of Yixian and Luo. Yixian turned to look and saw that someone had encountered the clay giant and was blown to pieces. What a pitiful person. Fortunately, I have the eye of insight and eye of perception, so I managed to avoid the danger. Yixian rejoiced in his heart. If he didn't have the abilities of the two heavenly eyes, it would be dangerous for him to encounter the fourth-grade spirit disaster. This time, Yixian's main goal in entering the Glazed Mirage was the Immortal Fountain. As for the rest, he could give up. In order to speed up the search, he summoned his doppelganger and used the eyes of perception of both his main body and doppelganger to search. As for Luo, she also brought Wei Zhentian out for a stroll. Although Luo was only at second-grade spirit disaster, her strength could be considered as one of the top few in the glazed illusory realm. Yixian was searching for the Fountain of Youth on 3 fronts. 5 minutes after he entered the glazed fantasy. "Ah, young master, come and take a look." Luo suddenly sent him a voice transmission. Hearing the sound, Yixian hurriedly rushed over. From Luo's tone, he could tell that Luo wasn't in danger, but had discovered something. Using the connection between the owner and the object, Yixian quickly found Luo. At this moment, Luo was holding onto a white jade bottle and said, "Young master, I found 2 drops of Immortal Fountain." Immortal Fountain. Yixian raised his brows and took a look at the jade bottle. There were 2 drops of sparkling liquid that were emitting a powerful aura of life. It was truly the Immortal Fountain. Sigh, only 2 drops. If I want to open the eyes of eternity, I will need at least 1,000 drops. Yixian helplessly shook his head. However, he still kept the 2 drops of Immortal Fountain. These 2 drops of Immortal Fountain were too little for Yixian. However, he experimented and swallowed a drop of Immortal Fountain. He realized that his strength didn't increase by much and his lifespan only increased by a few days. It seemed that the Immortal Fountain was a treasure that had attractive effects, but there weren't many benefits after swallowing it. Luo, did you find these 2 drops of Immortal Fountain on the leaf? Yixian turned around and asked. Yes, there were originally 3 drops. However, when I went over, one of them suddenly evaporated. Luo nodded. It evaporated and returned to the rain clouds? Yixian frowned. This glazed mirage was really strange. The temperature wasn't high, but the water actually evaporated. It was really rare. However, this was good news for Yixian. After all, he hadn't been here for long and had already obtained 2 drops of Immortal Fountain. As long as he was given time, it wouldn't be a problem for him to gather 1,000 drops. At that moment, he separated from Luo and split up to search for the Immortal Fountain. Using the Eye of Perception and the Eye of Revelation, Yixian's search speed was very fast. In less than an hour, he actually collected 20 drops of Immortal Fountain. 20 drops in 1 hour. This efficiency was pretty good. It seemed that in less than 2 days, he would be able to open the eyes of eternity. Luo, come back. We're not looking anymore. Yixian suddenly shouted. When Luo heard that, she replied in astonishment, why? Instead of collecting it ourselves, why don't we snatch it from others? I'll control it while you charm them to help. Yixian replied. At this moment, Luo recalled that she was from the Fox Charm clan. Furthermore, she had the Charm Fusion Crystal and the Charm Heart Sutra. She could even control experts of 3rd-grade spirit disaster. Not only that, but Yixian was also the same. As long as they could control some people, their efficiency would be greatly increased. At that moment, they gathered again and headed in a direction. An hour had already passed, but the others were moving very slowly. Very quickly, Yixian found the first team. This team only had 3 people and all 3 of them were at 3rd-grade spirit disaster. Yixian directly used the Eye of Control on the 3 of them. Ding. Control successful. Ding. Control successful. Ding. Control successful. 3 system notifications rang out and Yixian had 3 more underlings. Following that, he swiftly flew over and said, "Give me your universe rings." The 3 of them did not hesitate and handed over their universe rings to Yixian. Yixian swiftly checked them. The 3 of them were out on an adventure, so they did not have many things. However, he did find a drop of immortal spring water. Very good, continue collecting. Yi Xian nodded his head in satisfaction and immediately charged out again. This time, there were over 100 people from the 3 castles that entered the glazed mirage. Adding up to 200 unaffiliated martial artists, it was more than enough for Yi Xian to control. To Yi Xian, these martial artists were only tools to collect the immortal spring water. Although Yi Xian only had 20 slots to control, he could not forget about Luoluo. With Luoluo's current strength, she could control at least 33rd grade spirit disaster experts. Adding Yi Xian's, it would be close to 50. With 50 underlings helping to collect the immortal spring water, Yi Xian estimated that he only needed a day. Very quickly, Luoluo had charmed 30 people and had almost reached her limit. I'm almost at 50 drops of the Fountain of Youth. I might be able to open the Eye of Eternity today. Yi Xian took out the white jade bottle and nodded in satisfaction. However, at this moment. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A hurricane suddenly blew in the sky. Yi Xian looked up and immediately used the Eye of Revelation. He saw a large number of creatures in the sky. He jumped up and saw that it was a group of butterflies. However, this group of butterflies made Yi Xian pale with fright. Young master, what are those butterflies? Why are they bigger than elephants? Luoluo couldn't help but ask. Those are demonic butterflies. They will constantly release deadly powder as they fly. Luoluo, come in quickly. Yi Xian's expression changed. He hurriedly hid Luoluo in the cosmic space and quickly left the place. He had to avoid this large group of demonic butterflies. However, this group of demonic butterflies flew very quickly and there were many of them. There were at least 1,000 of them. Although Yi Xian had a pair of hairy legs, he was not spared. These demonic butterflies flew over Yi Xian's head and scattered deadly powder. These deadly powder did not have any effect on the plants. However, when Yi Xian touched his hand, his fingers were immediately corroded. Some of the powder even flowed into his body through his blood. Ding! The host has been poisoned. Beginning detoxification. Yi Xian had not heard the detoxification notification for a long time. Even though Yi Xian had the bloodline of the divine tree of life, he was still poisoned. Fortunately, his poison resistance was high, so the powder did not pose a threat to him. It's so scary. The powder is like a storm. Although it can be shaken off with vital energy, it has no effect on the plants. If the wind blows while we're traveling, we'll be poisoned. Yi Xian could not help but shudder. It was not a big deal when the powder was scattered. What was scary was accidentally touching the powder on the leaves while traveling through the forest. If that happened, he would die without knowing why. Ding! Detoxification successful. Yi Xian's detoxification was successful. Next, he could ignore the powder. However, Luoluo could not, so he let her stay in the cosmic space. Young master, I think more than 10 of my servants have died. At this moment, Luoluo reminded him. Yi Xian sensed and said, 6 of mine have died as well. It seemed that demonic butterflies had passed by other places as well. Yi Xian did not encounter with the powder in the past. Now that he encountered one, it proved that he had entered the Azure Mirage. The more dangerous a place was, the greater the opportunity. He just didn't know how many casualties there were. Yi Xian didn't think too much about it. Now, he was going to move forward by himself. However, he had not walked for long when he heard another series of loud rumbling sounds. He used the Eye of Revelation again and discovered that there was a huge figure moving in the distance. It seemed to be fighting. Bloody rock giant? Yi Xian raised his brows. This was exactly the same as the blood rock giant he'd encountered in the blood rock vein. However, it was even taller than the one he'd encountered back then. After seeing the bloody stone giant, Wei Zhentian could no longer remain calm and immediately trembled. Got it. I'll kill it for you. Yi Xian understood Wei Zhentian's intention and immediately rushed over. The bloodstone had its own quality. Yi Xian was only at human body disaster when he was in the bloodstone sect. But now, he had already reached spirit disaster. This crimson stone giant was estimated to be at 5th grade spirit disaster. If it was devoured by Wei Zhentian, it would be able to make a breakthrough and become a 4th grade 3rd grade supreme spiritual treasure, which was equivalent to 4th grade spirit disaster. If Wei Zhentian made a breakthrough, then Yi Xian would also gain strength. So why not? At this moment, Yi Xian quickly flew towards the blood rock giant. The poison powder he encountered along the way was directly ignored by him. When Yi Xian got closer, he realized that the one fighting the bloody stone giant was not a wandering cultivator, but someone from the Chang family fort. The team split up? Yi Xian was a little astonished. The teams from the 3 forts should have been traveling together. But now that they discovered the Chang family fort's team, they must have split up, or something must have happened that forced them to split up. However, there was actually a 5th grade spirit disaster expert in this team. As for the other 5, there were even 2 4th grade spirit disasters. Young master, are we going to take action or reap the benefits? Luo asked in Yi Xian's mind. Of course, we're going to be the Oriole. Yi Xian replied. This bloody stone giant was not weak. He wanted to let the Chang family fort exhaust it first. If he were to take action right now, he might have to exhaust his trump cards. Just like that, Yi Xian observed the battle from afar with his eye of revelation. The Chang family fort's members each controlled a spirit of the same level to attack the bloody stone giant. Very quickly, the first layer of the bloody stone giant's armor was destroyed. With a loud rumble, the bloody stone giant's armor fell and its body shrunk. In just a short while, the second layer of armor was destroyed as well. Then, the bloody stone giant's body was next. The bloody stone giant's body was not much bigger than a human, but its speed was not to be trifled with. Back then, the bloody stone giant even knew how to launch a sneak attack and nearly killed Yi Xian. Although the bloody stone giant was pretty strong, it was quickly covered in injuries under the attacks of the Chang family fort's experts. In the end, it was killed by the 5th grade spirit disaster expert. Gotcha, the bloody stone giant's body turned into a pile of bloody stone ores. The Chang family's 5th grade spirit disaster expert kept the pile of blood rocks. The value of the pile of blood rocks wasn't cheap, so their trip was not in vain. The moment the bloody stone giant was destroyed, the heaven-shocking sword in Yi Xian's hand trembled violently. Good. Yi Xian nodded his head and immediately charged over. I have control. In an instant, the 5 Chang family fort's experts were all controlled by Yi Xian, leaving only the 5th grade spirit disaster expert. Who's there? When the 5th grade spirit disaster expert heard the commotion, he immediately barked out. At this moment, Yi Xian just happened to walk out of the forest. When the 5th grade spirit disaster expert saw that Yi Xian was only at 2nd grade spirit disaster, he coldly snorted, "Scram, or I'll send you on your way." Is that so? The corner of Yi Xian's lips rose. In the next moment, the sound of wind could be heard. Whoosh! 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 5 sounds of air breaking rang out. The 5th grade spirit disaster expert was shocked. When he turned his head over, he saw that his teammates were attacking him. This scene happened so suddenly that the 5th grade spirit disaster expert didn't even have time to react before he was struck. There was even a sword that chopped off his head. With his head chopped off, he instantly died. TSK. Who asked you to speak such arrogant words? Yi Xian coldly said. The Eye of Control could be considered a divine skill as it could control the opponent without them noticing and launch a sneak attack. This 5th grade spirit disaster expert probably would never have imagined that he would die in the hands of his teammates. Call them all out. Yi Xian said to the remaining 5 as he walked over and kept the universe ring of the 5th grade spirit disaster expert. Following that, he poured out all the blood rock ores that he had just collected. When Wei Zhentian saw that, he immediately swallowed all the blood rock ores. Ding! Wei Zhentian broke through. The blood rock ores left behind by the blood rock giant allowed Wei Zhentian to break through from 3rd grade spirit disaster to 4th grade spirit disaster. His strength and power had also increased by a level. These people were all here to train, so there weren't many things in their universe rings. However, Yi Xian had unexpectedly gathered 100 drops of immortal spring water. You guys are pretty lucky to have gathered so much immortal spring water. Yi Xian praised. This time, he directly used the immortal spring water to open the Eye of Eternity. Ding! The Eye of Eternity has been opened to 10%. 100 drops of immortal spring water was just enough to open 10% of the Eye of Eternity. If he had another 900 drops, he would be able to fully open the Eye of Eternity. However, the Eye of Eternity was different from the Eye of Glory. If it wasn't fully opened, it wouldn't have any effect. Shouldn't the three of you be moving together? Why did you guys split up? At this moment, Xian asked. We encountered a group of demonic butterflies. If we were to move together, it would be easy for us to be poisoned. Therefore, we split up. A fourth-grade spirit disaster expert replied. Then, do you guys have any news about the immortal spring water? Xian asked again. Yes. The fort master said that as long as we proceed in a straight line from the entrance, we might be able to find the immortal spring water. This is the route that my 18 houses of heavenly demons lost quite a few people to find. The fourth-grade spirit disaster expert nodded his head. A straight line? Upon hearing this, Xian raised his eyebrows. He had no clue about this glazed illusion. Although there was the fountain of youth above his head, if it didn't rain, he wouldn't be able to get it. After all, there was a flight restriction array in the glazed mirage. He could only jump a few dozen meters at most. Even Wei Zhentian could only fly a few dozen meters. Just now, Xian had tried to control a devil butterfly, but it could not fly while carrying him. Therefore, outsiders would not be able to fly unless they were strong enough. Since the 18 demonic castles had a clue, it was easy to handle. Alright, lead the way. Xian nodded. The 5 of them were already under his control, so if he were to meet someone from the Cheng family fort, he could casually find an excuse and say that he was a friend of one of the 5. After all, he was only at 2nd-grade spirit disaster, so he wouldn't attract the attention of others. Xian was leading the 5 of them on their journey. He was immune to the deadly powder on the road, but the 5 of them were not, so they could only use their martial arts to open up a path. This way, they would inevitably attract the attention of the Supreme Saint Beasts. Fortunately, they were strong enough. In addition to Xian's Eye of Revelation, as long as a living creature approached them, he would be able to detect it. About 10 minutes later, they met another group. However, it wasn't from the Cheng family fort, but the Hu family fort. At this moment, the Hu family fort's group was still slowly advancing. Tsk tisk, it's time for a harvest. Xian grinned. Because he was chasing after the other party, his eye of control was useless. Who's there? Just as Xian was about to rush over, the Hu family fort's group suddenly shouted. Xian's footsteps paused. He was so far away from the other party, but the other party was able to discover him. That was impossible. However, in the next moment, he knew that the shout wasn't directed at him. Under his Eye of Revelation, a figure rapidly approached the Hu family fort's group and exchanged blows with them. Such fast speed, such powerful strength. Xian's heart trembled. In the next moment, he saw the Hu family fort's group being completely annihilated. One must know that there was also a 5th-grade spirit disaster expert in the Hu family fort's group. However, this battle didn't even last 2 seconds. A 5th-grade spirit disaster, 2 4th-grade spirit disasters, and 3 3rd-grade spirit disasters were all annihilated. Damn, they were all 5th-grade spirit disasters, but they were actually insta-killed. Xian was shocked. As the distance was too far, he couldn't see who was fighting with the Hu family fort's group. However, he was sure that the other party had killed the 5 of them in one strike. To be able to insta-kill the entire group in 2 seconds, including a martial artist of the same cultivation level, this murderer was quite powerful. Immediately, Xian gave chase. However, this person's speed was too fast. After killing the Hu family fort's group, he quickly left Xian's field of vision. Just who is this person? Xian couldn't figure it out. Among the groups that entered the glazed mirage, the 18 houses of heavenly demons were the strongest. The unaffiliated martial artists were at most 4th-grade spirit disasters. However, this 5th-grade spirit disaster expert was from the Hu family fort's group. Could it be that he was from the Lian family fort or the Cheng family fort? Strange, where did that person come from? Could it be that he entered before the 18 houses of heavenly demons? Yi Xian guessed in his heart. Immediately, he flew over and checked the injuries of the corpses. They were all insta-killed with a single strike. Their hearts were pierced through. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. If it was him, he could insta-kill a 4th-grade spirit disaster expert. However, he couldn't do it for a 5th-grade spirit disaster expert. No matter what, he still had to be careful. He didn't want to be killed by a sneak attack. Before he opened the Eye of Eternity, his heart and brain were still his vital points. Following that, he continued on his journey. With such an incident, bringing a few people with him would make him a huge target. Therefore, he decided to travel alone. He guessed that he should have entered the center of the glazed mirage. "Young master, I feel that it's a little dangerous this time. Why don't we turn back and obediently collect the immortal spring water?" Luo Luo reminded. "You can't say that. How can there be no danger when you're outside?" Just like the previous time, although we were in the city, a corpse still fell from the sky. Furthermore, the immortal spring water is extremely precious. Even manifestation realm experts would covet it. When the time comes, even if we don't take it out, it's not bad to increase the lifespan of our family. Yi Xian replied. Naturally, if he took out the immortal fountain spring and exchanged it for a large amount of cultivation resources, Yi Xian's family would be able to break through to spirit disaster and their lifespan would reach 150 years. This was even more beneficial than directly consuming the immortal fountain spring. "Oh, then be careful, young master," Luo Luo reminded once again. "Okay." Yi Xian nodded his head. He continued to advance in a straight line and not long later, he made another discovery. These discoveries were all corpses. They were all killed in one strike again with the same method, but the murderer is the same person. Yi Xian looked at the corpses of the wandering cultivators and his heart trembled once again. It looks like the murderer was also trying to steal the treasures of others. Yi Xian couldn't help licking his lips. Since the other party was trying to steal the treasures of others, then he could be the fisherman once again. It wasn't like he had never killed a 5th-grade spirit disaster expert before. Under the situation where he used his trump cards, he was still very strong. However, since the other party was able to instantly kill a 5th-grade spirit disaster expert, he definitely had some ability. Yi Xian guessed that the other party must have learned some powerful martial technique to be able to pierce through the enemy's heart in a sneak attack. Since the universe rings of the corpses were taken away, Yi Xian did not stay and continued to advance. Not long later, he saw a few more corpses. These corpses were all killed in one strike as well. As he continued to advance, Yi Xian's heart started to beat violently. Although he had the perceptive eye and insight eye, he still felt an intense sense of danger. Just when he encountered the 13th wave of corpses, he finally saw that figure again. That mysterious killer was just out of his field of vision and was moving quickly. "Chase." Yi Xian did not say anything and directly charged over. Since the other party had killed so many people, there should be plenty of treasures in his universe ring. It was time for Yi Xian to be the fisherman. But not long later, he lost track of the mysterious killer again. So fast, Yi Xian was speechless. Since he had lost his target again, he had no choice but to give up. The immortal fountain was still more important. However, after advancing for a while more, he encountered another group. This time, Yi Xian encountered a total of 30 people. This was the largest group that Yi Xian had encountered so far. Boom! 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 At that moment, that group of people were fighting. The target of their battle was that mysterious assassin. A single person fighting against 4 experts of 5th-level spirit disaster? Yi Xian was shocked. If it was him, he might be able to deal with a single 5th-grade spirit disaster expert. However, it was impossible for him to deal with 4 5th-grade spirit disasters experts at the same time. No matter what, he decided to go and take a look. The battle ahead was extremely intense, and screams of agony could be heard constantly. Yi Xian used his eye of revelation to investigate as he hurried over. Before he could arrive, many people had already fallen, including an expert at 5th-grade spirit disaster. There were so many of them besieging one person, yet they were killed instead. Did they know how to play? However, Xian noticed that the mysterious assassin's speed had decreased. Evidently, he was injured. It's good that he's injured. I'll let you guys fight to the death before I catch all of you in one fell swoop. Xian stealthily approached. However, as he approached, he also felt that something was amiss. He could sense a familiar aura ahead. Could it be? Xian's body trembled as he immediately rushed over. Initially, he wanted to observe from afar and kill his way over when the time was right. However, he suddenly thought of something. Could that mysterious assassin be someone that he knew? Who are you? A roar entered Xian's ears. Another expert at 5th grade spirit disaster had fallen. At the same time, Xian finally came out of the forest. At this moment, his face was dark because he saw a familiar person. Feng Wuchen? Xian muttered as he looked at the white figure that was fighting with the experts of the 18 demonic castles. That's right, the mysterious assassin that could instantly kill a 5th grade spirit disaster was actually Feng Wuchen. However, Feng Wuchen wasn't wearing his iron mask at this moment. Instead, he was showing his true appearance. It was probably because the ghost corpses had been frequently attacked recently. Wearing an iron mask, didn't that mean that he was a ghost corpse of the corpse ghost Daoist? As long as he took off his iron mask and didn't speak, who would guess that he was a ghost corpse? Damn, why is Feng Wuchen here as well? Could it be that the corpse ghost Daoist also knows about the immortal spring? Xian was shocked. When he first met Feng Wuchen was only at 4th grade spirit disaster. But today, he was actually at 5th grade spirit disaster. However, that wasn't what shocked Xian the most. Feng Wuchen shuttled through the crowd in his white robes. Any one of his attacks was extremely powerful. The sword aura that he released shocked even Xian. That's not the perfect sword aura. That's the union of man and sword. Xian swallowed his saliva. Feng Wuchen had comprehended the union of man and sword, which was why he was so powerful, but now wasn't the time to care about that. Feng Wuchen is under the orders of the corpse ghost Daoist. He doesn't recognize anyone. If he has the chance, he will definitely kill me. Xian hesitated. He was hesitating. Should he make a move? If he did, which side should he help? If he were to fight Feng Wuchen alone, Feng Wuchen would definitely be stronger. If he helped the injured Feng Wuchen deal with the 18 demonic castles, what would he do if Feng Wuchen changed sides? However, he was friends with Feng Wuchen. He couldn't help the 18 demonic castles, right? With Feng Wuchen's strength, dealing with the 18 demonic castles shouldn't be a problem. Now that he's injured, I'll use the Eye of Control to control him after the battle ends. Xian immediately came up with a plan. But it was only a matter of time before Feng Wuchen dealt with the remaining 2 5th grade spirit disaster experts. Thus, Xian had to do something. Burning Eye. Xian used his Eye of Heaven on Feng Wuchen to weaken his willpower. He was only at 2nd grade spirit disaster, while Feng Wuchen was at 5th grade spirit disaster. Furthermore, Feng Wuchen had the corpse ghost Daoist behind him, so it wasn't easy to control him. Thus, he had to wear him down. Feng Wuchen was struck by the burning eye and frowned his brows. He had also noticed Xian, but Xian was only at 2nd grade spirit disaster. The threat he posed to him was much smaller than the enemy before him. Let's go. This brat has comprehended the union of man and sword. His attacks are extremely powerful. He's not someone we can deal with. A 5th grade spirit disaster expert yelled. In an instant, the remaining people scattered and disappeared into the forest. Feng Wuchen fought against dozens of people by himself and exchanged heavy injuries for the lives of 2 5th grade spirit disaster experts. Although he was at the end of his strength, he wasn't someone these people could deal with. Die. Feng Wuchen looked at the person in front of him and let out a hoarse roar as he slashed out with his sword. A ray of sword light pierced through the air and sent the expert who was at the 5th grade spirit disaster flying. The other disciple of the sect of the God of Ghost immediately turned around and left. Feng Wuchen didn't chase after that person. Instead, he rushed over and killed the expert who was at the 5th grade spirit disaster. At this moment, there wasn't a single person in the surroundings as they had all entered the forest. However, Xian didn't make a move immediately. Feng Wuchen glanced at him and then chased after the fleeing sect of the God of Ghosts. he didn't kill me first? Yi Xian was a little surprised. He took this opportunity to collect the universe rings of the corpses. No, you can't kill me. I'm a disciple of the sect of the God of Ghost. A wretched cry rang out in the forest, and Feng Wuchen immediately turned back. It's you, Feng Wuchen said in a hoarse voice. At this moment, Yi Xian had already collected all the universe rings. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to break through. However, he knew that as long as he subdued Feng Wuchen, it would be enough. You still remember me? Yi Xian looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Die. Unexpectedly, Feng Wuchen didn't say anything and charged at him. Yi Xian thought that Feng Wuchen recognized him, so he didn't make a move. It turned out that Feng Wuchen wanted to leave him for last. There's no other way. Come. With a roar, Yi Xian also transformed. Eye of Glory. Feng Wuchen had comprehended the union of man and sword, so his attack power was explosive. He could probably instantly kill Yi Xian. Furthermore, Yi Xian was 3 realms lower than Feng Wuchen. It wouldn't be easy for him to control Feng Wuchen. Furthermore, he didn't want to harm Feng Wuchen's life, so this battle would probably be very simple. In an instant, the two of them exchanged blows. Yi Xian split into 2 and instantly used his true energy to condense hundreds of fierce ghosts. Feng Wuchen, who had comprehended the union of man and sword, was extremely powerful. He could wipe out all the ferocious ghosts with just a few strikes. 10,000 swords returned to origin. He could not afford to be careless in this battle, so Yi Xian immediately revealed his second trump card. In an instant, the heaven-shaking sword cluster enlarged and descended. Spiritual sword array. Feng Wuchen's speed was fast, but this time, the sky-shaking sword expanded its range and trapped Yi Xian and Feng Wuchen like before. Eyes of the Void. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian quickly broke through the void and left the spiritual sword array. A 4th-grade spirit disaster heaven-shocking sword wasn't something that an ordinary person could destroy. Even Feng Wuchen, who had comprehended the union of man and sword, wasn't able to destroy the heaven-shocking sword in a single strike. Luo Luo. Yi Xian bellowed. Understood. Luo Luo appeared out of nowhere and transformed into 100 clones, continuously throwing the flames in her hands at the spiritual sword formation. Feng Wuchen was heavily injured and his abilities were greatly reduced. Hence, Luo Luo was very careful and purposely went easy on him. Bang! A loud explosion resounded in the spiritual sword array. The nearest heaven-shaking sword was directly shattered, and Feng Wuchen, who was in the spiritual sword array, was naturally unable to escape. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luo Luo and her clone quickly attacked. 100 layers of shackles. The whip in the clone's hand coiled and tied Feng Wuchen up. At the same time, the whip in Luolua's hand also wrapped around Feng Wuchen's neck. Absorbing Star. Feng Wuchen's true qi and stamina were quickly absorbed. Feng Wuchen couldn't break free from Luolua's 100 layers of shackles and could only scream towards the sky. His true qi and stamina were quickly absorbed. In addition to the injuries on his body, he didn't even have 60% of his strength left. Taking advantage of Feng Wuchen being trapped, Yi Xian's original body and clone hurriedly shot out 2 eyes of disintegration. Sizzle. Sizzle. 2 eyes of disintegration shot towards Feng Wuchen's legs from both sides. In an instant, Feng Wuchen's knees were completely disintegrated, and he fell to the ground with a plop. However, Feng Wuchen had perfectly merged with the ghost fetus and had extremely strong recovery abilities. His legs had just been broken, and the ghost fetus was continuously repairing his legs. Burning Eye. Eye of Control. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He and Luo Luo both revealed their trump cards just for this little bit of time. Ding. Control failed. Ding. Control failed. Ding. Control failed. 3 notifications sounded in a row. In the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen's legs were actually almost completely healed. Luo Luo, Yin and Yang Ring. Yi Xian hurriedly shouted in a low voice. At that moment, Luo Luo gave up on Absorbing Star. With a whip, she pulled Feng Wuchen's Yin and Yang Ring and threw it towards Yi Xian. This time, Yi Xian was already prepared. If the Yin and Yang Ring couldn't help him break through, then he would once again advance to the Heavenly Eye clan bloodline. However, the moment he obtained the yin and yang ring, a system notification sounded. Ding. Host has broken through. Current level is 3rd grade spirit disaster. Now, Yi Xian and Feng Wuchen were only 2 levels apart. I don't believe that I can't control you. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide, and his gaze flickered. Ding. Control failed. Ding. Control succeeded. Finally, control was successful. Yi Xian's mental attack, Luolua's charm and absorbing star. In addition, Feng Wuchen was originally injured, so his willpower was extremely low. Hence, he was controlled by Yi Xian. Huff, huff. I finally succeeded. Yi Xian grinned. It seemed like he didn't need to use the last 2 devouring points to advance to the Heavenly Eye clan bloodline. However, at that moment, a ball of fog gushed out from Feng Wuchen's body and condensed into a pale white skull. Who would have thought, the white skull began to speak. Corpse Daoist, I admit that you are very capable. You actually raised Feng Wuchen to such a level. However, you are just a rat crossing the street. A rat that doesn't even dare to show its face. Yi Xian coldly snorted. Who would have thought that even Feng Wuchen, who I carefully nurtured, wouldn't be your opponent? The only thing I regret is that I couldn't catch you. The white skull continued. A rat crossing the street like you wants to catch me? Yi Xian said with disdain. Don't worry. I will definitely find you. Then, I will cut off your limbs and throw you to a female sacred beast in heat. If you have the ability, you can try. Next, I will send out my elite ghost corpse. Brat, just you wait. After the corpse Daoist finished speaking, he disappeared again. So what if it's an elite ghost corpse? Can you find me? Yi Xian sneered. However, in the next moment, his smile froze. This was because the white skull suddenly turned into a ray of light and rushed into his body. Ghost corpse imprint. F*CK, again? No, after I leave the Glaze Mirage, I'll find someone to help me get rid of it. I can't be a target every time, Yi Xian thought to himself. Now that he controlled Feng Wuchen and slapped the corpse man's face, it seemed that the day of his battle with the corpse man would soon arrive. At this time, Feng Wuchen used the ghost fetus to heal his broken leg. However, the wounds on his body healed slowly. After all, they were injuries caused by true qi, and there was still true qi left in the wounds. It was because of these wounds that Yi Xian was able to suppress and control him successfully. Yi Xian walked over and asked, Wuchen, you must have seen the corpse man. Do you know where he is? He was just asking casually. The corpse man was so secretive. Even if Feng Wuchen had seen him, he might not know where he was. However, what surprised him was that Feng Wuchen actually nodded. Feng Wuchen was now controlled by Yi Xian. He pointed in the air and wrote 3 words on the ground, Blood Cloud Sect. Blood Cloud Sect? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Was this where the corpse man was hiding? He quickly took out the map and found that the Blood Cloud Sect was quite powerful. It was directly under the Ghost God Sect. He didn't expect that the corpse man, who was wanted by the 2 camps in the land of the dead, was hiding in the Blood Cloud Sect. Very good. Once I get the immortal spring, I'll immediately investigate. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. This trip to the Glaze Mirage was indeed the right place. Not only did he subdue Feng Wuchen, but he also found out where the corpse man was hiding. Now, it was time to kill him. As long as he killed the corpse man, Yi Xian could complete the chain random mission and Wei Zhentian would advance again. However, he had to get the immortal spring first. At this time, Yi Xian threw a blood potion to Feng Wuchen. After the latter drank it and with the help of the ghost fetus, he recovered to his peak state in the blink of an eye. Follow me first. Yi Xian said to Feng Wuchen. Yi Xian now had all the universe rings of those people. In addition to the previous ones, Yi Xian had gathered 400 drops of immortal spring water. If nothing went wrong, he would be able to open the Eye of Eternity today. However, Yi Xian's current goal was not to open the Eye of Eternity, but to obtain a large amount of immortal spring water. He continued to lead Feng Wuchen and Luo forward. With Feng Wuchen around, even if a 6th grade spirit disaster expert descended, Yi Xian wouldn't be afraid. Yi Xian continued to rush forward for a while. Young master, I've discovered that the heaven-earth yuan qi here is becoming more and more abundant. Luoluo asked curiously. With her reminder, Yi Xian also carefully sensed the surroundings. Indeed, the further in they went, the more abundant the yuan qi of heaven and earth became. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. It seemed that he was very close to the immortal spring. He quickened his pace and with the help of the Eye of Revelation, he discovered a strange place in front of him. We're finally here. Yi Xian hurriedly led the two of them forward and finally rushed out of the forest. At this moment, there was a lake in front of them. A lake that emitted a powerful aura of life. Heavens, the immortal spring water, it's all immortal spring water. Luoluo exclaimed. The water in this lake was all the extremely precious immortal spring water. Yi Xian was shocked. If he took away all the immortal spring water, even the combined wealth of 10,000 manifestation realm experts would only be a drop in the ocean in front of this immortal spring water, right? This was really too shocking. There weren't many things that could increase one's lifespan. Previously, Yi Xian had swallowed the longevity pill, and each person could only take one. The second time it was taken, the effect would be greatly reduced. However, the immortal spring water could be taken 3 times, increasing one's lifespan by 30 years. If those experts who were nearing the end of their lifespan obtained the immortal spring water, they might be able to break through again. Yi Xian didn't care so much. He hurriedly rushed to the side of the lake and prepared to fill a bottle before opening the Eye of Eternity. However, at this moment, he was stopped by a formation beside the lake. A formation? Yi Xian was shocked. Even his Eye of Revelation couldn't discover the formation. The immortal spring water was right in front of him, but his hand couldn't reach it. It was needless to say how angry he was. Young man. At this moment, a clear and elegant voice suddenly fell into Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian focused his eyes and discovered that a beautiful figure had already appeared in front of him. This was a woman with a stunning appearance. She looked to be in her early 20s, and she even wore a pair of rainbow-colored bracelets. She appeared like a fairy, and the aura exuded from her every move made Yi Xian's heart beat faster uncontrollably. This woman appeared like a ghost and stood in front of Yi Xian in the air. Yi Xian's heart trembled because he didn't discover how this woman appeared. Moreover, even the Eye of Perception couldn't detect her. Not human? With the Eye of Revelation, Yi Xian immediately saw that this woman was just a projection. Wow, what a beautiful sister. Behind Yi Xian, Luoluo couldn't help but sigh. Not only that, but even Feng Wuchen, who was controlled by Yi Xian, couldn't take his eyes off this woman. Who are you? Yi Xian asked with a frown. I am Fairy Luli. You've trespassed into my territory, the woman said slowly. Fairy Luli, hearing this, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. This name must be related to the Glaze Mirage. My apologies, Senior. We entered the Glaze Mirage by chance and saw the immortal spring water here. Yi Xian hurriedly cupped his fists. He felt that this Fairy Luli wasn't an ordinary person. Even if she was just a projection, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to deal with her. This was because even he couldn't see through the energy that condensed this projection. It's fine. I built this Glaze Mirage because I need something. If you have something I need, then I can exchange it with the immortal spring water. If not, then go back to the forest and collect it yourself, Fairy Luli continued. Exchange? Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes couldn't help but light up. Senior, what do you need? As his voice fell, Fairy Luli raised her slender hand. The next moment, Yi Xian saw a few lines of words. This, Yi Xian was shocked. It wasn't that he didn't recognize the things Fairy Luli needed, but he had seen them before. Even the cheapest one was F*King more expensive than the Battle Bloodline expansion slot. If he used Devour points to exchange for it, it would cost more than 100 points. F*CK. Yi Xian's guess was right. This woman was so strong that she had definitely surpassed the manifestation realm. I don't think you have these things. However, young man, you have something that can be exchanged for the immortal spring water, Fairy Luli suddenly said. What? Yi Xian asked subconsciously. The bloodlines in your body are a little complicated, but one of them has a strong life aura, so I need your blood. As Fairy Luli spoke, she waved her right hand again. In the next moment, a stream of water suddenly rose from the lake and rushed to her side, finally converging into a ball of water the size of a basketball. The immortal spring water here can be divided into 10 bottles of immortal spring water, which is equivalent to 100 years of lifespan. You can use the same amount of blood to exchange with me. Fairy Luli spoke again. Hearing this, Xian was shocked. Using his blood to exchange for the immortal spring water, one bottle for another, this was a great deal. The bloodline that Fairy Luli spoke of was probably the bloodline of the divine tree of life, and this amount of blood was simply a drop in the bucket for Xian. Thinking of the preciousness of the immortal spring water, Xian subconsciously asked, "Senior, can I exchange for more?" Pfft. When he said this, Luoluo couldn't help but burst out laughing. Hearing this, Fairy Luli covered her mouth and laughed. "All right, 200 years it is." In the next moment, another ball of water formed from the immortal spring water. One shouldn't be too greedy. Xian was already shameless enough to raise the price. If he did it again, he might provoke Fairy Luli's disgust, and it would be a tragedy if she directly snatched it. "All right." Xian didn't say anything else and directly took out a crystal bottle from the super devouring space. This crystal bottle wasn't ordinary, it was enough to fill a lake. He began to bleed, and in order to express his gratitude, he even put in a lot of blood. It was quite strange, a spirit disaster expert actually relied on blood to live. "Very good, this 200 years of immortal spring water is yours." Fairy Luli waved her hand, and 2 balls passed through the array and landed in front of Xian. Xian took out another crystal bottle and put all the immortal spring water inside. 200 years of immortal spring water was only around 20 bottles, and Xian only needed 1 bottle to open the Eye of Eternity. "Your vitality has exceeded my imagination. Let's have a pleasant cooperation." Fairy Luli sighed, then took the crystal bottle thrown by Xian and said, "If you still want the Fountain of Youth, then go to the forest to collect it. The Fountain of Youth in the colored glass dreamland will go through the cycle of heaven and earth and turn into rain. However, you only have 1 day. After 1 day, the glazed mirage will close. Once it closes, you won't be able to leave." "Thank you, Senior." Xian hurriedly cupped his fists and thanked her. He knew that Fairy Luli had gotten what she wanted, which was his blood, so she had to close the illusion. Then, Fairy Luli floated into the distance. Xian watched as she slowly flew towards the small island in the center of the lake. There's an egg there? At this time, Xian found an oval egg in the middle of the island in the middle of the lake. The egg was about 1 meter tall, but he could not see through the eggshell, so he did not know what was inside. Immediately, Fairy Luli poured his blood on the big egg. "Is she going to use my blood, which contains the breath of life, to nurture this egg?" Xian suddenly remembered the things listed by Fairy Luli, all of which had the effect of prolonging one's life. He felt that he had suffered a loss. Although his blood was endless, his blood was very important to Fairy Luli. If he asked for too much, Fairy Luli should agree. After all, there was a whole lake of Fountain of Youth here. However, experts were temperamental. If he did that, maybe the grass on his grave would be more than 1 meter tall next year. Ding, the host has opened the Eternal Eye. The moment the system beep sounded, Xian felt a chill in his eyes. Now, the heavenly eye was finally fully opened. Haha, now even if my heart and eyes are pierced, as long as my eyes are still there, I won't die. Xian was overjoyed. At that time, in the life and death battle, he could deliberately reveal his weakness and exchange lives with his opponent. Who would have thought that his weakness was his eyes? Moreover, both eyes had to be destroyed at the same time. After opening the Eternal Eye, Xian directly swallowed 3 bottles of Fountain of Youth. In an instant, he saw his lifespan increase by 30 years. Previously, when he was in true energy disaster, he forcefully used the dragon catcher hand twice, which left him with only a few years of lifespan. However, at that time, his realm was too low. If he used the dragon catcher hand again, although he would still overdraw his life force, it would definitely not be so much. Simply put, Xian could now use the dragon catcher hand again, which was a killing move. Good, this is really good. Xian's confidence was off the charts. After all, this was a divine ability. If he could use the dragon catcher hand previously, even if Feng Wuchen was not seriously injured, he would not be afraid. The Fountain of Youth can only be used 3 times. Let me try again. Yi Xian tried to swallow a little more of the Fountain of Youth, but found that it was still effective. What, it's still effective? Didn't you say that it can only increase my lifespan by 30 years? He was shocked because his lifespan increased by 31 years. At that moment, he swallowed a little more and found that his lifespan had increased by 40 years. Only then did he realize that Fairy Luli was talking about the supreme grade Fountain of Youth. Ordinary Fountain of Youth could increase one's lifespan by 10 years, at most 30 years. However, this supreme grade Fountain of Youth had no limit. In other words, the Fountain of Youth in Yi Xian's hands could increase a person's lifespan by 150 years. The supreme grade Fountain of Youth has no limit. What a great deal. Yi Xian's eyes lit up, but he found that Fairy Luli had disappeared. Not only that, but even the array was starting to become blurry. He could not see through it anymore. Whatever, Luo Luo, let's continue to collect the Fountain of Youth. After saying that, Yi Xian led the way and rushed back into the forest. What a joke, this was the supreme grade Fountain of Youth, and the Glaze Mirage would close in a day. He had to collect more. In the following days, Yi Xian shuttled through the forest and collected the Fountain of Youth. In just one day, he had managed to collect a bottle of it. He had used 1 bottle of the 200-year-old Fountain of Youth to activate the Eternal Eye and 4 bottles to use the special Devouring skill. Therefore, he still had 150 years left. This time, Yi Xian gave the Fountain of Youth to Luo Luo, increasing her lifespan by 10 years. At the same time, Yi Xian also met other people, but they were all robbed by him. One day later, Yi Xian also left the Glaze Mirage. Is this glazed illusory realm a secret realm? Yi Xian couldn't understand. A secret realm was actually a part of the world. The entrance was a teleportation array, but Yi Xian wasn't sure if he would still be in the glazed illusory realm when the door closed. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. Yi Xian didn't care about it anymore and left. The others didn't know that the glazed illusory realm would close in a day. Perhaps they were still exploring the glazed illusory realm. This time, Yi Xian could be considered as the biggest beneficiary. Not only did he obtain the immortal spring water, he even controlled Feng Wuchen and found out where the corpse man was hiding. Next, he would have to do the chain random mission. However, when he returned to the valley, he realized that there was a large number of experts gathered outside. People from the 18 demonic castles? Yi Xian's brows twitched. No wonder he felt that it was strange that the 18 demonic castles would allow unaffiliated cultivators to enter. It turned out that there was a backer outside. The first batch entered the glazed illusory realm to explore, while the second batch guarded outside the glazed illusory realm, waiting for the unaffiliated cultivators to come out. Brat, hand over the universe ring, and we'll spare your life. A 4th grade spirit disaster expert from the Cheng family walked up and said in a stern voice. Yi Xian sized up the surroundings. The strongest expert was at 5th grade spirit disaster, and there were 3 of them. I, Yi Xian, have never been robbed before. Since you're courting death, then I'll accept it. Yi Xian's killing intent was revealed. In the next moment, a bloody storm swept through the area. His current strength wasn't below Feng Wuchen. If the 2 of them worked together, these people were nothing. Soon, the experts from the 18 demonic castles were all killed by him. With Yi Xian's current strength, it was useless for a 5th grade spirit disaster expert to control him. Therefore, there wasn't a single one left. Young master, where are we going now? Luo Luo glanced at the corpses on the ground and asked. To the 18 demonic castles and make a fortune. Yi Xian replied. Although he already knew where the corpse man was hiding, his strength was still not enough. Therefore, he needed to increase his strength. And the 18 demonic castles just so happened to be a pretty good place. Previously, he had already set up a location at the Cheng fortress. Hence, he had directly broken through the void and stepped over there. The Cheng fort, the Hu fort, and the Lian fort were the 3 biggest families in the 18 demonic castles. Each family controlled 6 castles. At this moment, Yi Xian had landed outside the Cheng fort. The Chang family has a 6th grade spirit disaster expert, but I've already made a breakthrough. With Feng Wuchen and the dragon capturing hand, it shouldn't be a problem. With that, Yi Xian entered the Chang fort. The Chang fort was actually a city. The Chang clan was the city lord, so Yi Xian could enter the city. However, in order to deceive others, Yi Xian and Feng Wuchen put on iron masks after entering the city. Let's go. Kill our way into the Chang clan. Yi Xian brought Feng Wuchen and charged towards the Chang family. Their speed was so fast that the passers-by couldn't see them. Soon, the two of them arrived at the Chang family. Iron masks? When the Chang family's guards saw Yi Xian and Feng Wuchen, their faces changed as they hurriedly shouted, "There's an enemy attack. It's the corpseman's ghost corpses." This shout was like the sound of a bell that fell into everyone's ears. In an instant, countless experts charged out of the Chang family, but the 6th grade spirit disaster ancestor of the Chang family was nowhere to be seen. The 18 demonic castles were under the sect of the god of ghost, so almost everyone knew how to control ghosts. The Chang family was no exception. In an instant, countless auras pressed down on Yi Xian, making it hard for him to breathe. After all, he was only a 3rd grade spirit disaster ancestor. However, since the Chang family's ancestor didn't appear, even 100 of them wouldn't be a threat to him. It's really ghost corpses. Capture them and send them to the sect of the god of ghost. A 5th grade spirit disaster expert of the Chang family barked. Including him, there were a total of 2 5th grade spirit disasters experts and 10-odd 4th grade spirit disasters experts. In their view, it was more than enough to deal with Yi Xian and Feng Wuchen. Attack! Yi Xian did not waste any more words as he ordered Feng Wuchen to attack. When they saw Yi Xian and Feng Wuchen attacking, the Chang family did not waste any more words as they launched their attacks. A storm of blood immediately swept out. Burning Eye. Forbidden Eye of Illusion. Yi Xian turned into a killing god as he showed no mercy. At the same time, he also used his heavenly eye on the 2 5th grade spirit disasters experts of the Chang family. With his 3rd grade spirit disaster cultivation, controlling a 5th grade spirit disaster wasn't a problem. At that time, if the Chang family's ancestor appeared, the two of them might be able to launch a sneak attack. Spiritual attack? The 2 5th grade spirit disaster experts were stunned, but they were still able to endure the pain. Feng Wuchen was also a 5th grade spirit disaster, but his current mission was to delay the 2 Chang family experts. As for Yi Xian, he was in charge of reaping the lives of the others. After destroying the Chang family, they still had to rush to the Lian family and Hu family fort. Thus, Yi Xian was not stingy and summoned a golden armored war god. Tyrannical Emperor's boundless sword. The moment the golden armored war god appeared, he immediately used his trump card. A massive golden sword descended like lightning. Kacha! 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 A series of crisp sounds rang out as one figure after another fell from the sky. The bones of these Chang clan experts had all been shattered by the impact. A single strike had instantly killed over 10 experts of 4th grade spirit disaster, as well as the spirits that they had summoned. What? Seeing so many of their men fall, the 2 5th grade spirit disaster experts started to panic. Good chance. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Taking advantage of the moment when the other party was distracted, Yi Xian used his eye of control. Ding. Control successful. Ding. Control successful. 2 notifications rang out in Yi Xian's mind. The 2 5th grade spirit disasters experts of the Chang family had become Yi Xian's servants. The trap had been set. Old family head, save us. One of the 5th grade spirit disasters experts that was controlled by Yi Xian roared. Old family head, if you don't come out, the Chang family will be destroyed. The other person also roared. The 2 roars were like a bolt from the blue as they landed in the ears of an old man in a corner of the Chang family. The old man suddenly opened his eyes and charged out. The Chang family's ancestor had finally made his move. When Yi Xian approached the Chang family, he actually felt a powerful aura that was even stronger than Feng Wuchen's. It was obvious that it was the Chang family's ancestor, Chang Wei, who was at the 6th level of spirit disaster. Yi Xian's target this time was him. However, Yi Xian's target this time wasn't to kill the Chang family's ancestor, but to control him. The corpse ghost mark was left behind by Feng Wuchen, but ordinary 5th-grade spirit disaster experts couldn't erase it. Hence, they could only ask for help from 6th-grade spirit disaster experts. However, it wasn't easy to surpass 3 realms to control Changwei, who was at 6th-grade spirit disaster. Who dares to be so presumptuous in my Chang family? The Chang family's ancestor, Changwei, spoke before he even arrived. Yi Xian looked in the direction of the aura and saw an old man rapidly approaching. His expression immediately became serious. The Chang family's ancestor swiftly charged over and instantly protected the 2 5th-grade spirit disaster experts behind him. He looked at the lifeless corpses below and said, "Corpse Ghost Daoist, you're wanted by the God of Ghost sect. How dare you be so arrogant?" At this moment, Yi Xian was wearing a metal mask like Feng Wuchen. Hence, the Chang family's ancestor thought that he was a ghost corpse. Since he couldn't reveal his identity, why was Yi Xian still speaking nonsense? Attack! Yi Xian directly ordered the 2 5th-grade spirit disaster experts behind the Chang family's ancestor. In the next moment, the sound of wind could be heard. Whoosh! 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 2 sword gleams pierced through the air and instantly struck the Chang family's ancestor's back. His injuries were so deep that his bones could be seen. As Yi Xian wasn't trying to kill the Chang family's ancestor, he asked the 2 to hold back. Otherwise, the Chang family's ancestor's head would have been blown apart. What? You guys? The Chang family's ancestor, Chang Wei, widened his eyes in disbelief. The 2 were from the Chang family and were his nephews. They weren't consecrators recruited by the Chang family. He never expected that the 2 of them would launch a sneak attack on him. Evidently, the 2 of them had already submitted to the corpse ghost Daoist. Wuchen, go! Yi Xian gave another order and cast his heavenly eye at the Chang family's ancestor. Burning eye. Eye of illusion. The intense pain from his injuries and the burning of his spirit made the Chang family's ancestor cry out in pain despite having lived for nearly 100 years. I'm going to kill you guys. The Chang family's ancestor endured the pain and took out a myriad ghost banner from his yin and yang ring. You want to summon ghosts? Impossible. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he grabbed at the air. When the Chang family's patriarch took out the myriad ghost banner, a huge golden hand appeared out of nowhere and pinched him. His genuine chi was instantly sealed by the huge golden hand, and he could not move at all. Divine ability? Patriarch Chang reacted. He never expected that someone would know such a divine power. The dragon capturing hand was a technique of the manifestation realm. Yi Xian was only at the 3rd-grade spirit disaster, so he was still drained of all his vitality after using the dragon capturing hand. However, the amount of vitality he had drained this time was nothing compared to the previous time. The last time Yi Xian used the dragon capturing hand, he was at the 6th-grade true energy disaster. But this time, he was at the 3rd-grade spirit disaster. His true chi was more than 10 times stronger than before, so the life force he overdrew this time wasn't even 2 years. Only 2 years? That's acceptable. Yi Xian glanced at his attribute panel and heaved a sigh of relief. 2 years of lifespan was equivalent to 200 drops of Fountain of Youth. He still had 150 years of supreme-grade Fountain of Youth in his devouring space. Willful, he estimated that if he made another 2 or 3 breakthroughs, he would no longer need to overdraw his vitality to use the dragon capturing hand. If he made another 4 or 5 breakthroughs, using the dragon capturing hand would be as easy as eating a meal. While the Chang family's patriarch was unable to summon ghosts, Wei Zhentian had already slashed out with his sword. One with a sword. Rip. A crisp sound was heard. The arm of the Chang family's patriarch that was holding the myriad ghost banner was severed, and blood spurted out. One with the sword. It's actually one with the sword, the Chang family's patriarch was shocked. One had to know that even he had yet to comprehend one with the sword, but now wasn't the time to be calculative. However, he was now caught by the golden dragon capturing hand. His old bones were about to fall apart, and he had no strength to retaliate. Burning eye. Eye of illusion. Yi Xian continued to weaken the Chang family's patriarch's mental strength. What are you trying to do? The Chang family's patriarch felt that something was amiss. Yi Xian could have killed him with a sneak attack, so why had he kept him alive until now? At that moment, Yi Xian slowly opened his mouth. He said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Submit to me and the Chang family will not be destroyed. Otherwise, today will be the day the Chang family fort will be destroyed." Submit. When the Chang family's patriarch heard those two words, his heart wavered. He was the most powerful person in the Chang family, but even he couldn't defeat Yi Xian. If he died, the Chang family would definitely be destroyed. Just as he was thinking, Yi Xian continued, "I'll only give you 2 chances." As soon as he finished speaking, he used the eye of control on the Chang family's patriarch. The Chang family's patriarch's expression changed. He finally understood what Yi Xian meant by submitting. When he heard that, he subconsciously resisted once. Ding! Control failed. The system notified. You've wasted 1 chance. If you dare resist again, you'll have to bear the consequences. Yi Xian said coldly, giving the Chang family's patriarch some time to recover. Then, he used the eye of control again. The Chang family's patriarch knew that he couldn't avoid it, but he had no way out now. If he resisted, he would be instantly crushed by the golden dragon capturing hands. At the same time, the Chang family would be destroyed. If he submitted, the Chang family could continue to survive. "I submit." The Chang family's patriarch squeezed out those few words with difficulty. In the next moment, Yi Xian heard the notification that the control was successful. Very good. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. The golden dragon capturing hands disappeared instantly. At the same time, Yi Xian threw a blood bottle over. The Chang family's patriarch took the blood bottle and immediately consumed it to recover from his injuries. Now, Yi Xian was the master of the Chang family fort. He quickly collected the spoils of war, including the Chang family's patriarch's ring of cosmos. However, the entire Chang family's wealth couldn't help Yi Xian break through from the 3rd grade of true energy disaster to the 4th grade of true energy disaster. It was like seeing a ghost. "Where did your things go?" Yi Xian asked. "Master, it's like this. The 3 major families of the celestial demon 18 castles have to hand over large amounts of treasures to the sect of the God of Ghost every year to allow their disciples to enter the sect." Soon Takashi hurriedly explained. "I see." Yi Xian was slightly helpless. It seemed that he could only break through to the 4th grade of true energy disaster by robbing the Lian and Hu castles. "Seal off the Chang family fort immediately. Don't let anyone out," Yi Xian said to Tsun Takashi. The incident of him using his divine ability had been seen by passers-by, so he had to seal off the news. The reason why he wore an iron mask was that he was afraid of accidents. That way, he could push the blame to the corpse man. "Yes, master." Tsun Takashi nodded and immediately went to seal off the city gates personally. "Yes, be careful, young master." Luo Luo nodded obediently. She was already on the verge of breaking through, and with the help of those treasures, she would be able to break through in less than a day. Although Yi Xian was already very powerful, he only sent his original body to travel while his clone remained in the Chang family fort. If there were any accidents, he could break through the void, and Luo Luo, Feng Wuchen, and the Chang family's ancestor would be able to enter the void and assist him. Immediately, he headed towards the Lian family fort, which was the closest to him. There were only 20 days left before the chain mission, so Yi Xian had to be faster. However, the blood cloud cult was much stronger than the 18 demonic castles, and without powerful strength, it was impossible to kill the corpse ghost man. In order to rush, Yi Xian spent more than a day to reach the Lian family fort. During this time, Luo Luo successfully broke through to 3rd grade spirit disaster and continued to refine the treasures, preparing to break through to 4th grade spirit disaster in one go. As for Feng Wuchen, he was also refining the ghost fetus to raise the ghost fetus in his body. He would probably be able to break through soon. A day later, Yi Xian arrived at the Lian family fort. The 18 demonic castles were controlled by 3 great families, and these 3 families had previously offended Yi Xian. Furthermore, in the land of the dead, every force would hunt ordinary people and refine them into ghost spirits. Therefore, Yi Xian would not be merciful. Just like before, he first infiltrated the Lian family fort, then brought Feng Wuchen and Chang Wei over. "The corpse ghost mark in my body has been removed, so I don't need a 6th grade spirit disaster fighter. Let's just kill our way in." After Yi Xian finished speaking, he put on his iron mask. Feng Wuchen and Chang Wei nodded as they disguised themselves as the corpse ghost man. In an instant, the three of them killed their way in. They first caught the Lian family off guard, then Yi Xian took control of two fifth-grade spirit disaster experts. Finally, the scene of that day repeated itself. The Lian family's sixth-grade spirit disaster expert was ambushed by one of their own. His head instantly exploded and the Lian family fell under the control of Yi Xian. It was a pity that Yi Xian had come at the wrong time. The three families of the 18 celestial demon castles had already sent their annual supply of treasures and elites to the sect of the God of Ghosts. Just a little more and I'll be able to achieve a breakthrough. I just need to rob the Hu clan fort once more. After Yi Xian was done with his business, he hurried on his way to Hu Fort. Fort Hu was a little far away, so Yi Xian had to travel for 2 days before they arrived. It's the last one. I'll be able to break through to 4th grade spirit disaster soon. After I break through, I'll be able to exchange for a high-grade sword comprehension palette. After I comprehend one with the sword, I'll head to the Blood Cloud sect. Yi Xian thought to himself as he entered the Hu Fort. In fact, the purple-haired youth had already sent his portrait to the 18 celestial demon castles. However, Yi Xian had the ability to change his appearance, which was why he was able to enter the Hu Fort. As long as he could rob the Hu Fort, Yi Xian would be able to break through to 4th grade spirit disaster. When he arrived near the Hu clan, he used his eye of perception to sense the surroundings. He discovered that there were 2 auras of 6th grade spirit disaster in the Hu clan. That's not right. One of them is even stronger than Tsun Takashi. He might have even reached 7th grade spirit disaster. Yi Xian's heart trembled. 7th grade spirit disaster was out of his expectations. He guessed that this person should be from the sect of the God of Ghosts. He should be from the sect of the God of Ghosts. I wonder if he's here to investigate the corpse Daoist or me, the wanted criminal who destroyed the 100 Ghost sect and Nether Ghost sect. Yi Xian couldn't figure it out, but he wouldn't back down just like that. Immediately, he found a secluded place and broke through the void. When the void opened, his clone, Feng Wuchen, and Tsun Takashi instantly arrived at the Hu Fort. Tsun Takashi, there's a 7th grade spirit disaster expert in the Hu clan. Pretend to visit him and see who he is. Yi Xian said to Tsun Takashi. Yes. After receiving the order, Tsun Takashi walked towards the Hu clan. The 3 great clans of the demonic 18 houses had a good relationship with each other. They had secretly arranged marriages and developed together. After Tsun Takashi revealed his identity, he successfully entered the Hu clan. Yi Xian and Feng Wuchen waited outside. However, Tsun Takashi didn't come out even after a long time. With the eye of control, Yi Xian could control Tsun Takashi and give him orders. However, Tsun Takashi couldn't communicate with Yi Xian through the void like Luo Luo. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't know what was going on inside. He only guessed that Tsun Takashi was being held back by something and couldn't leave. However, not long after, a notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Tsun Takashi is out of control. This notification had never appeared before. When Yi Xian heard the notification, he couldn't help but tremble. What? Out of control? How is that possible? Yi Xian was shocked. Without external help, it was impossible for Tsun Takashi to escape from control. After all, the eye of control wasn't a charm. This was the first time Yi Xian had encountered such a situation. That 7th grade spirit disaster expert is controlling Tsun Takashi. Yi Xian immediately reacted. Not only that, the first person he thought of was the corpse man. The corpse man was able to plant a ghost fetus in people. That was how Feng Wuchen became a ghost corpse. Just when he was surprised. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Kid, I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me. Do you think that I won't be able to find you after erasing the corpse man mark? Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded in Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian's body trembled. It was indeed the corpse man. At the same time, he also felt 3 powerful auras approaching. A 7th grade spirit disaster ghost corpse and 2 6th grade spirit disaster experts. One of them was Tsun Takashi, and the other was the Hu family's ancestor. The 3 experts were rapidly approaching Yi Xian. Not good. Yi Xian's face changed. He never expected that the corpse man would send a ghost corpse to the Hu family fort. He even controlled the Hu family fort beforehand. This was troublesome. Those below 5th grade spirit disaster weren't a threat to him. However, there were 2 6th grade spirit disaster experts and a 7th grade spirit disaster ghost corpse in front of him. He immediately felt immense pressure. However, he did not immediately break through the void and leave. Bastard, how dare you destroy my Chang family and make me your servant? Today, I will avenge my humiliation. Soon Takashi had regained his freedom. Since he had just been planted with a ghost fetus, it wasn't a problem for him to speak. Back then, he was easily subdued by Yi Xian because he was ambushed by his own people. Now that there were stronger experts, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to escape. Above the head of the iron-faced ghost corpse was a white skull. The corpse ghost Daoist was using this skull to talk to Yi Xian. Haha, your servant betrayed you and told me everything about you. I never expected that you would possess a divine ability. To me, divine abilities are more powerful than yours. The white skull opened its mouth and said. Haha, even if you kill me, you won't be able to obtain this divine ability. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth rose. No matter. As long as I refine you into a ghost corpse, you will obediently spit it out. The white skeleton continued to speak, its tone filled with unprecedented confidence. In this situation, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to escape even if he had wings, unless he used the Eye of the Void to leave. However, Yi Xian wasn't prepared to leave. If he wanted to leave, he would have left before the other party arrived. Right now, he wanted to fight with the other party. Brat, I know that you have a technique to escape, but you haven't left yet. Do you think that you can deal with the 3 of them? The corpse ghost Daoist continued. That's right. Yi Xian nodded his head. Since that's the case, then there's no need to speak anymore. Capture him. Under the corpse ghost Daoist's roar, the ghost corpse and the ancestors of the 2 great families charged out. At the same time, there were also 2 6th grade spirit disaster ghosts. Come. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. In the next moment, Luo Luo appeared beside him. Feng Wuchen had comprehended the union of man and sword, so his strength was above Chang Wei. Luo Luo had also broken through to 3rd grade spirit disaster, so it wouldn't be a problem for her to deal with the Hu family's ancestor. As for the ghost corpse of 7th grade spirit disaster, it would be left to Yi Xian. Eye of Glory. Summon the golden armored war god. Yi Xian no longer held back and revealed his trump cards. During this period of time, Wei Zhentin's cultivation had already risen to 5th grade spirit disaster, which was why he had the guts to challenge the corpse ghost Daoist, a 7th grade spirit disaster ghost corpse. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he faced the 3 experts rushing towards him. In the next moment, the golden armored war god condensed a giant golden sword. Huff huff. The golden greatsword fell like a thunderbolt. Although the golden greatsword did not hurt anyone, the powerful impact made Tsun Takashi's bones creak. Kacha, both Tsun Takashi and the elder ancestor of the Hu clan had a crisp sound coming from their shoulders. Both of them had lost an arm each. However, the Hu clan's elder ancestor had long since turned into a ghost corpse. The ghost fetus in his body was quickly healed. An imperfect fusion ghost fetus. His healing speed is too slow compared to Feng Wuchen. Luo Luo, quickly finish him off. Yi Xian hurriedly said to Luo Luo. Understood. Luo Luo had already created over 100 clones. She swung her whip in an attempt to restrain the Hu clan's patriarch. However, at this moment, ferocious ghost twisting tears. The iron-faced ghost corpse slashed with his long sword. Instantly, over 100 ferocious ghosts rushed out. The ferocious ghost twisting tears was obtained from Yuan Wuxin. This was originally the ghost corpse artist's martial art. It was very normal for the iron-faced ghost corpse to know it. However, the ferocious ghost twisting tears he used was several times stronger than Yi Xian. These ferocious ghosts did not rush towards Yi Xian. Instead, they rushed towards Luo Luo. You dare to touch Luo Luo? Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He quickly reached out and grabbed the air. A giant golden hand suddenly appeared. Then, it swept fiercely. In an instant, those ferocious ghosts that had yet to disperse were all grabbed and scattered. When these ferocious ghosts dissipated, another giant golden hand appeared. This time, it was not targeting the iron-faced ghost corpse. It was targeting the Hu clan's elder ancestor. Gotcha! The Hu clan's elder ancestor was caught by the giant golden hand. He cried out in pain. Good opportunity. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luoluo and her clones quickly swung their whips. 100 layers of shackles, countless whips rushed towards the Hu clan's elder ancestor like lightning. Immediately after, countless red flames attacked him. 7-colored demonic flames. Not only that, but Luoluo also used the tuft of golden hair, which increased its power by a lot. 7-colored flames entered the Hu clan's elder ancestor's body. After a ray of 7-colored light, the Hu clan's elder ancestor's body suddenly exploded. Boom! Countless pieces of flesh and blood flew out. The Hu clan's elder ancestor was blown to pieces. The ghost fetus was also blown to pieces. The original 3-on-3 suddenly became 3-on-2. Yi Xian took the initiative to reduce the opponent's member and took the advantage in one fell swoop. Oh, is this the power of a divine ability? The White Skull was very satisfied. It was obvious that it deliberately let the Hu clan's elder ancestor test the waters to see the power of the dragon-catching hand. Yi Xian was also able to see this point, because the ghost corpse of the 7th-level spirit disaster didn't make any movements after it slashed out with a fierce ghost twist. Luoluo, go help Feng Wuchen and kill Tsun Takashi. Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to care so much as he quickly shouted. Feng Wuchen was at 5th-grade spirit disaster and was about to break through to 6th-grade spirit disaster. He had also comprehended the union of man and sword. In a one-on-one situation, it wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with Tsun Takashi. Now, with Luoluo and the golden armored battle god, Tsun Takashi would definitely be killed. However, what made Yi Xian surprised was what the corpse man was planning. If the corpse man had attacked with his full strength from the start, he wouldn't have been able to kill the Hu clan's elder ancestor so easily. Seeing that the ghost corpse stopped attacking, Tsun Takashi anxiously shouted, "Corpse man, what is the meaning of this?" "Nothing, I just feel that you are a little hindrance." As the corpse man finished speaking, the 7th-grade spirit disaster ghost corpse suddenly attacked and killed the ghost spirit that went out of control after the death of the Hu clan's elder ancestor. Tsun Takashi was shocked when he heard this. Just now, the ghost corpse had planted a ghost fetus in his body, helping him escape from Yi Xian's control and helping him take revenge. But now, the corpse man actually wanted him dead. Fortunately, the ghost fetus in his body hadn't merged yet, just like Feng Wuchen back then. Therefore, he could still retaliate. "Corpse man, I'll fight it out with you." Tsun Takashi roared and suddenly pounced on the ghost corpse. "You overestimate yourself." The corpse man snorted coldly. Then, the ghost corpse slashed out with its sword again. Ferocious ghost twist break. This time, the ferocious ghost twist break's power was several times stronger than before. Tsun Takashi couldn't block it and was instantly surrounded by the ferocious ghost. His flesh was crazily torn apart by the ferocious ghost, and in less than half a second, he was reduced to a pile of bones. Not only that, but Tsun Takashi's ghost spirit also suffered. So strong, this ghost corpse has also comprehended the union of man and sword. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He finally understood why the corpse man was so confident. It was because the ghost corpse had comprehended the union of man and sword. "Brat, you won't be able to escape this time." When Chang Wei's corpse fell to the ground, the ghost Taoist said coldly. "Is that so?" Yi Xian stood on the ground and looked at Luoluo, Feng Wuchen, and the golden armored battle god approaching him. His heart was filled with confidence. Right now, it was 4 against 1. Furthermore, Yi Xian still had a divine ability. It was still uncertain who would have the last laugh. However, Yi Xian felt that something was amiss. The ghost Taoist was determined to capture him today, but why wasn't he doing anything? Hee, then have a taste of this move, evil spirit possession. Whoosh! When the ghost Taoist finished speaking, a violent gust of wind suddenly blew. Yi Xian's body trembled as he turned his head. He saw a black shadow darting out from Feng Wuchen's body and flying towards him. Not good. Yi Xian's face changed. This scene was too sudden and caught him off guard. By the time he reacted, the black shadow was already in front of him and drilled into his body. In the next moment, he felt that his body couldn't move. He couldn't even circulate his true chi. It was as if he had a stroke. Not good, Luo Luo. Yi Xian hurriedly asked Luo Luo for help. At the same time, his eyes flashed as he broke open a void door. Tisk, TSK, TSK. I finally found this opportunity. How can I let you escape? The ghost Taoist sneered. Following that, the iron-faced ghost corpse's aura suddenly increased as it charged towards Luo Luo. 8th grade spirit disaster? Yi Xian was shocked. He never thought that the ghost corpse was hiding its strength. No wonder the ghost Taoist was so confident. 3rd grade spirit disaster and 8th grade spirit disaster. There was a difference of 5 realms between them. Even if Yi Xian grew wings, he wouldn't be able to escape. The ghost corpse revealed its true strength and charged towards Luo Luo. Just as Luo Luo was about to swing her whip, she was sucked into Yi Xian's storage space. Young master, let me out. Luo Luo hurriedly said. No, you'll be killed instantly. Yi Xian replied. If he didn't hide Luo Luo might have thrown him into the void door, but he would have died. By the time Luo Luo finished speaking, the ghost corpse had already arrived beside Yi Xian. Even if Luo Luo was released now, it would be of no use. It's over. Yi Xian's face turned pale. He didn't expect the corpse man to do something to Feng Wuchen. Even his eye of revelation didn't notice. Obviously, the corpse ghost man had purposely let him control Feng Wuchen. Even Feng Wuchen himself didn't know this. Because of this, the corpse ghost man had successfully captured him. Right now, Yi Xian was like a caged beast. Even if he used 10,000 ancestral swords, it would be useless. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Kid, you've finally fallen into my hands. The white skull in the distance gloated. After working so hard for so long, the Yi Xian had finally fallen into his hands. Now, he would be able to obtain a divine ability. Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Although Feng Wuchen had been tampered with by the corpse ghost man, he was still under the control of Yi Xian. A sword ray flew towards Yi Xian, preparing to throw Yi Xian into the void door. Humph! The corpse ghost man coldly snorted. The ghost corpse of 8th grade spirit disaster had directly destroyed the sword ray. Feng Wuchen was at 5th grade spirit disaster, but this ghost corpse was at 8th grade spirit disaster. Furthermore, it had also comprehended the union of man and sword. The two couldn't be compared at all. You've done a great service to be able to capture this kid. But I don't need you anymore. Die. Under the corpse ghost man's command, the ghost corpse of 8th grade spirit disaster attacked once again. Wait, I'll give you a divine ability. Yi Xian hastily shouted. However, the corpse ghost man didn't buy it. TSK Tisk, there's no need. Once I refine you into a ghost corpse, I will naturally obtain this divine ability. The corpse ghost man coldly sneered. With his cultivation, refining a 3rd grade spirit disaster kid like Yi Xian into a ghost corpse was simply a piece of cake. Corpse ghost man, F***ck your grandmother. Yi Xian couldn't help but roar. Since the corpse ghost man had already captured him, he could clearly control Feng Wuchen again. There was no need for him to eliminate Feng Wuchen. Although Feng Wuchen's aptitude wasn't bad and could perfectly fuse with a ghost fetus, making him stronger than ordinary ghost corpses, the corpse ghost man was currently venting his anger on Feng Wuchen. Or rather, he was using Feng Wuchen to celebrate. Just as the ghost corpse was about to attack, Yi Xian roared, Wei Zhentian, kill me. What? This sentence frightened the corpse ghost man. When the ghost corpse turned its head, it discovered that the Wei Zhentian sword in Yi Xian's hand suddenly flew up by itself and pierced into Yi Xian's heart. Rip! With a crisp sound, Yi Xian's heart was directly pierced through by the Wei Zhentian sword. Blood flowed out along the sword. No, the corpse ghost man roared. He didn't expect that Yi Xian would choose to commit suicide. Moreover, it was right under his nose. Yi Xian's corpse fell from the sky. The corpse ghost man stared at the corpse in shock. If Yi Xian was still alive, the corpse ghost man could refine him into a ghost corpse. At that time, Yi Xian would copy down the dragon capturing hand. However, once Yi Xian died, even if he was refined into a battle corpse, he wouldn't have the memories of his life. Battle corpses were dead objects, but ghost corpses were still alive. Once Yi Xian died, the dragon capturing hand would be useless. However, just as the corpse ghost man was heartbroken, Feng Wuchen suddenly burst out with full speed and rushed towards Yi Xian. Immediately after, Luo Luo appeared again. Before the corpse ghost man could react, she quickly bound Feng Wuchen with a long whip and viciously whipped him. At this time, something that shocked the corpse ghost man happened. Yi Xian, whose heart had already been pierced, suddenly opened his eyes wide. A void door appeared out of nowhere. Then, Luo Luo slapped out with her palm and sent Yi Xian into the void door. At the same time, she pulled Feng Wuchen into the void door. Corpse ghost man, F***ck your grandmother. This sentence came from the other side of the void door. This voice was clearly Yi Xian's. What? This is impossible, this is impossible. The corpse ghost man finally reacted. Just now, Yi Xian had pierced his heart right under his nose. How could he still be alive when his heart was pierced? However, if he was dead, then what was with that shout just now? That was clearly Yi Xian's voice. This is impossible. He's not a battle corpse. How can he not die? The corpse ghost man muttered. At this time, the void door had already closed. Although he didn't know what was going on, the corpse Daoist had miscalculated this time. He watched as Yi Xian entered the void door and went somewhere unknown. Interesting, interesting. I'm even more interested in you now. Wait until I refine you into a ghost corpse, then your secrets will be mine. The corpse Daoist wasn't dejected. Instead, he laughed heartily. At the same time, in the snow wind manner. Huff, huff, luckily I was quick-witted. Yi Xian was scared half to death. However, he couldn't move as he was being haunted by the evil spirit. He couldn't even circulate his true qi. This evil spirit was previously hiding in Feng Wuchen's ghost corpse, so Yi Xian didn't notice it. That was close. I thought young master was done for this time. Luo Luo patted her chest. Thinking back to the previous scene, it was still extremely thrilling. The cooperation between them was simply perfect. It could only be described as flawless. At this moment, Wei Zhentian was still stuck in Yi Xian's chest. He couldn't bear to pull it out. This was the first time he had done something like killing his master. Wei Zhentian and Luo Luo were Yi Xian's subordinates. Yi Xian didn't need to speak to them. However, Yi Xian had shouted just now so that the corpse Daoist could hear him. Otherwise, Feng Wuchen would have been killed by the ghost corpse of the 8th grade spirit disaster. No matter what, this time, it could be considered a close call. Apart from using some of his trump cards, Yi Xian didn't suffer any losses. The corpse Daoist's evil spirit made Yi Xian a cripple for 5 minutes. Only after 5 minutes did he regain his ability to move and use his true qi. Corpse Daoist, damn you. Your trick didn't work this time. Let's see how you'll catch me next time. Yi Xian muttered as if he had just survived a calamity. Humph, this corpse Daoist is really annoying. Young master, when you kill him, remember to leave his corpse for me to whip. Luo Luo couldn't help but say. No problem. Yi Xian agreed immediately. Not only did Luo Luo want to whip the corpse, even he wanted to do it. If he could capture the corpse ghost man, he would definitely capture a group of super supreme saint beasts, then torture the corpse ghost man 10 to 8 times. Only then would he be able to resolve the hatred in his heart. The situation just now was critical. Although Yi Xian still had a clone in the eastern continent, and he wouldn't die, Yi Xian would probably cry himself to death if he was left with only one clone. Yi Xian, you're back? At that moment, a figure suddenly rushed in. It was Feng Wuhan. Yi Xian nodded silently and glanced at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuhan followed his gaze and realized that Feng Wuchen had also returned. However, there was no expression on Feng Wuchen's face. He was even colder than before. Big brother, you're back as well, Feng Wuhan said hurriedly. Yi Xian didn't want to hide anything, so he said directly, Wuhan, something happened to Wuchen. He lost all his memories. What? Memory loss? Hearing this, Feng Wuhan's body trembled. Didn't losing his memories mean that he didn't even recognize his younger brother? But at that moment, Yi Xian continued, however, Wu Chen is now at the 5th grade spirit disaster and is about to break through to the 6th grade spirit disaster. Furthermore, he has comprehended the union of man and sword. Boom. This sentence left Feng Wuhan completely dumbfounded. The last time Yi Xian returned, he was already at the 5th grade true energy disaster. That was enough to shock him. This time, Yi Xian brought Feng Wuchen back. First, he said that Feng Wuchen had lost his memories. Now, he said that Feng Wuchen had broken through to the 5th grade spirit disaster and comprehended the union of man and sword. For a moment, Feng Wuhan didn't know if he should be happy or worried. Wuchen had a fortuitous encounter and broke through to the 5th grade spirit disaster. However, he lost his memories. At the same time, he still has the ability to speak. Yi Xian came up with a reason on the spot. Feng Wuhan paused for a moment and said, I'll go call father and grandmother. The overlord of this region, the 10,000 Flower Valley, only had a 1st grade spirit disaster ancestor. But now, Feng Wuchen was actually at the 5th grade spirit disaster, which was more than enough for the Wind Snow Villa to dominate this region. Soon, Shui Hong, Feng Wenyao, and the rest all gathered in Yi Xian's courtyard. Although Feng Wuchen was controlled by Yi Xian didn't ask anything of Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen was captured by the corpse ghost man because of him. Therefore, Yi Xian also had some responsibility. Yi Xian had already sworn to kill the corpse ghost man and restore Feng Wuchen to his original state. As for Yuan Wuxin, Yi Xian had already been charmed by Luo Luo and stayed in the Snow Wind Manor. This brat's future achievements wouldn't be low. Today, Yi Xian had used up all his trump cards. Therefore, he stayed in the Snow Wind Manor to rest. Young master, what should we do next? In the courtyard, Luo Luo sat beside Yi Xian and asked. Since Feng Wuchen was deliberately controlled by the corpse ghost man, then the blood cloud cult that Feng Wuchen left behind could also be deliberately left behind by the corpse ghost man. Therefore, it could be a trap. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he paused and said, therefore, I want to pass this information to the sect of the God of Ghost and let them investigate. That's a good idea. The Blood Cloud cult is a direct subordinate of the sect of the God of Ghost. They are also vigorously investigating the corpse ghost man's whereabouts. The sect of the God of Ghost might have overlooked him. However, how do we make the sect of the God of Ghost believe us? Luo Luo blinked and asked. That's simple. Just let me control a disciple of the sect of the God of Ghost. If I expose the Blood Cloud cult as a disciple of the sect of the God of Ghost, it will definitely attract attention. Then, they will send people to investigate, Yi Xian answered without thinking. Then it's best to control a disciple with a higher realm and status. Only then will it attract attention, Luo Luo reminded. Yi Xian nodded his head. With his current realm, it wasn't a problem for him to control a 6th grade spirit disaster. However, a 6th grade spirit disaster disciple was only an outer disciple in the sect of the God of Ghost. Therefore, his plan was to first break through to 4th grade spirit disaster, then control a 7th grade spirit disaster disciple of the God of Ghost and make him report back to the sect of the God of Ghost. However, it would take a lot of time to carry out such a plan. If the corpse ghost man wasn't in the Blood Cloud cult, then there wouldn't be much time to complete the mission. For safety's sake, Yi Xian stayed in the Snow Wind Manor until dawn. He waited for the cooldown of his trump card to pass before breaking through the void again. This time, he directly returned to the Hu clan's fort. In his previous plan, as long as he pillaged the Hu clan's fort, he would be able to break through to 4th grade spirit disaster. However, he suddenly encountered the corpse ghost man's 8th grade spirit disaster ghost corpse and could only helplessly escape. He guessed that the corpse ghost man had already left, so he wanted to return to get some interest. However, when he returned to the Hu clan's fort, his heart violently trembled. Within the range of his senses, there wasn't a single living person. The entire Hu clan's fort had become a ghost town. How savage! He actually killed everyone in the Hu clan fort and refined them into ghost fetuses? Yi Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. There were hundreds of thousands of people in the Hu clan fort, and it had only been half a day since Yi Xian escaped from the Hu clan fort. Yet, all of them were killed. The corpse ghost Daoist was probably venting his anger on them. The corpse ghost Daoist only had one method to increase the strength of ghost fetuses, which was to kill, subdue the ghost spirits, and refine them into ghost fetuses. This time, he had massacred the entire Hu clan fort. Even if he was strong, there would definitely be some that escaped. At that time, there would be experts coming to investigate. Thus, he had to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would be wrongly accused like he was in the 100 Ghost sect. Just as Xian was about to leave, a roar suddenly resounded from the horizon. "How dare you massacre a city in the territory of the sect of the God of Ghost? Die!" Hearing this, Xian turned his head and saw 3 people in the range of his senses. All of them were 6th grade spirit disaster experts. Coincidentally, I'm lacking a few informants. You guys will be the ones. Xian's eyes flickered. Although the disciples of the sect of the God of Ghost were powerful, they were still lacking compared to the ghost corpse that Xian had encountered previously. 3 6th grade spirit disaster experts were something that Xian could deal with. Eye of Glory. Summon Golden War God. Tyrannical Emperor's Boundless Sword. Myriad Sword Return. In an instant, Xian threw out his trump card. The 3 of them thought that they had dodged the golden sword, but they were unexpectedly shaken to the point of vomiting blood. Soon, the 3 of them were crippled by Xian and trapped in the spiritual sword array. In the end, they couldn't escape from Xian's evil clutches. Ding. Control successful. Ding. Control successful. Ding. Control successful. 3 system notifications rang as Xian successfully controlled the 3 of them. The 3 of them had just returned from training nearby and were preparing to rest in the Hu clan fort before returning to the sect of the God of Ghost. However, they didn't expect to meet Xian. After controlling the 3 of them, Xian didn't hesitate and directly took off their yin and yang rings. In the next moment, he heard another system notification. Ding. Host has broken through and is currently at 4th grade spirit disaster. These 3 people were simply here to deliver benefits. Otherwise, Xian would have to find a place to break through. Now, everything was ready except for the east wind. Luo, you continue cultivating. I'm going to the sect of the God of Ghosts. Xian left his doppelganger behind while his true body headed to the sect of the God of Ghosts. The sect of the God of Ghost was one of the 2 overlords of the land of the dead. There was a manifestation realm expert in the sect, who was the founder of the sect of the God of Ghost. However, this patriarch was a little different. He was not a human, but an enlightened ghost spirit. Similarly, the first hall master of the Corpse King Palace also refined himself into a corpse and retained his memories. That was why he was able to contend against the Ghost God sect. These 2 sects both coveted the Corpse Man's method of refining ghost corpses. Therefore, the Corpse Man was wanted in the land of the dead. Xian reckoned that the corpse Daoist was only at the 9th level of spirit disaster and was still within the 3 minor disasters of the Supreme Realm. He wasn't at the Wanxiang realm. Otherwise, how could he hide so well? As for why the corpse man did not send his spirit disaster ghost corpses to the Snowwind Manor to find someone who could perfectly fuse with the ghost fetus, it was probably because of some restrictions in the land of the dead. After all, it was not easy for demonic forces like the sect of the God of Ghosts and the Corpse King Palace to survive until now. There were many forces stronger than the sect of the God of Ghosts and the Corpse King Palace in the Punlai Sacred Land. If they knew that the land of the dead was suspected of expanding, then there would be no need for the land of the dead to exist in the future. This time, Xian spent a total of 5 days on the journey. In these 5 days, Luo broke through to 4th grade spirit disaster, and Feng Wuchen broke through to 6th grade spirit disaster. Right now, if they were to encounter the ghost corpse of the 8th grade spirit disaster again, they would no longer be helpless as they already possessed the strength to fight. At this time, Xian's chain of random quests had already passed for more than half a month. If he still hadn't killed the corpse ghost Daoist in more than 10 days, then the chain of random quests would fail and Wei Zhentian's plan to advance would be ruined. 5 days later, Xian arrived near the sect of the God of Ghosts. The sect of the God of Ghosts was one of the 2 overlords in the land of the dead. Only those who had reached 7th grade spirit disaster were qualified to enter the inner sect. Among them, there were even ghosts at the manifestation realm. Therefore, their position in the land of the dead was unshakable. After arriving, Xian casually found a place and used the Eye of the Void to pull over the 3 disciples of the sect of the God of Ghosts that were under his control. The 3 of you, go and find an inner sect senior brother at 7th grade spirit disaster and lure him out. Xian ordered the 3 of them. Yes. The 3 of them replied in unison and immediately flew towards the sect of the God of Ghosts. The 3 of them were all at 6th grade spirit disaster and were only outer sect disciples, so they didn't have enough weight. If they could control an inner sect disciple at 7th grade spirit disaster, they could get him to report the Blood Cloud sect, and the God of Ghost sect would definitely send experts to investigate the Blood Cloud sect. Very quickly, the 3 outer sect disciples found inner sect disciples that they were more familiar with. Junior brothers, you said that there's an expert that wants to meet me. Who is it? A long-haired youth asked curiously. This person was the inner sect disciple of the sect of the God of Ghosts that was lured over by the 3 disciples controlled by Xian. He followed the 3 of them for half an hour before he was brought to Xian. What is this? Junior brothers, are you talking about him? The long-haired youth looked at Xian, who was sitting on a rock, and asked in shock. Xian was only at 4th grade spirit disaster, how could he be considered an expert? But in the next moment, Xian suddenly revealed an evil smile. Whoosh! 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 3 sonic booms resounded as the long-haired youth was ambushed by his 3 junior brothers and was heavily injured. At the same time, Xian also used the burning eye on the long-haired youth. Junior brothers, you guys? The long-haired youth was shocked, but at this moment, the Skyquake sword had already split into 100. Spiritual sword array. The 100 Skyquake swords fell and trapped the long-haired youth. Next, it was Xian's spiritual baptism. In less than 3 seconds, Xian heard a notification sound. Ding. Control successful. The long-haired youth was instantly reduced to Xian's servant. Following that, Xian asked the 4 of them to return to the sect of the God of Ghosts and bring back their wealth. But it was a pity that the long-haired youth was at 7th grade spirit disaster, but he was unable to help Xian break through. Young master, control more people. Luoluo reminded. That's exactly what I was thinking. The corner of Xian's mouth rose as he asked the 4 of them to return and lure more people over. After that, he would continue to plunder their wealth. 1, 2, 3, Xian spent half a day and controlled 10 inner sect disciples of the sect of the God of Ghosts that were at 7th grade spirit disaster. After that, he finally heard the sound of a system notification again. Ding. Host has broken through. Current cultivation is at 5th grade spirit disaster. Ding. Host has broken through. Currently at 5th grade spirit disaster. Just as the system notification rang out, a person stepped into Xian's range of perception. Powerful. Xian's brows twitched. The aura of the newcomer was stronger than all of them combined. It was actually a 9th grade spirit disaster expert. What are you guys doing here? An aged voice rang out in everyone's ears. Following that, a figure entered their vision. It was an old man wearing the robes of the elder of the Divine Ghost sect. Master? The first long-haired youth that Xian controlled exclaimed in shock. Disciple, what are you doing here? The elder of the Divine Ghost sect asked. Master, we have obtained a clue about the corpse ghost Taoist. The long-haired youth hurriedly said. The old man was a little surprised and subconsciously asked, what? The corpse ghost Taoist is hiding in the Blood Cloud sect. The long-haired youth immediately replied. That's right. I also received news that the corpse ghost Taoist is hiding in the Blood Cloud sect. That's right. The surrounding inner disciples of the Divine Ghost sect replied. What? Blood Cloud sect? The elder of the Divine Ghost sect was astonished. If it was only one person, he might be suspicious. But there were 10 inner disciples reporting together, so there was really something wrong. All of you, immediately tell me the details. The elder of the Divine Ghost sect said agitatedly. Then, the long-haired young man took over the job and made up some stories. For example, Their informants found a large number of ghost corpses in the Blood Cloud sect's territory and suspected traces of the corpse ghost Daoist. The reason why they gathered here was to investigate. Finding traces of the corpse ghost Daoist is a great contribution. But you guys aren't strong enough, so it's easy for accidents to happen. How about this, I'll lead you guys to investigate. The elder of the Divine Ghost sect said. Yes, master. The long-haired youth immediately nodded. There were many disciples in the Divine Ghost sect, so the elder couldn't recognize all of them. Yi Xian, who was at 5th grade Spirit Disaster, mixed in with this group and headed to the Blood Cloud sect. This time, Yi Xian spent 3 days to reach the Blood Cloud sect. 3 days later, in a deep mountain outside the Blood Cloud sect. Come, let's go in and take a look. If the corpse ghost Daoist is truly hiding in the Blood Cloud sect, then you've done a great service. The Ghost God sect elder said to Yi Xian and the others. Following that, he led Yi Xian and the dozen or so other people inside. Young master, what do you think are the chances of this being a trap? Luo asked in Yi Xian's mind. 80%. Yi Xian replied. The corpse ghost man had done something to Feng Wuchen. Last time, he was almost caught by the corpse ghost man, so he started to doubt the authenticity of Feng Wuchen's words. Perhaps, the news about the Blood Cloud sect was purposely released by the corpse ghost man, therefore, Yi Xian felt that there was an 80% chance that it was a trap set by the corpse ghost man. Of course, there was also a possibility that they would end up empty-handed. After all, the corpse ghost man wouldn't be caught so easily. However, Yi Xian wasn't afraid. Previously, because he was wanted, he often disguised himself as someone else. Furthermore, he didn't have the corpse ghost mark in his body. Therefore, even if the corpse ghost man appeared in front of him, he probably wouldn't be able to recognize him. Corpse ghost man, I hope you are in the Blood Cloud sect. Yi Xian said in his heart as he followed the elder of the Divine Ghost sect into the Blood Cloud sect. Who are you? Just as they approached the Blood Cloud sect, a disciple wearing a blood-red robe shouted. Elder of the Divine Ghost sect, Guixiaolei, patrolling the Blood Cloud sect. Move aside. The elder of the Divine Ghost sect directly stated his identity. Elder of the Divine Ghost sect? The guarding disciple of the Blood Cloud sect swallowed his saliva and quickly moved aside. The weakest elder of the Divine Ghost sect was at the 8th grade Spirit Disaster. In the Blood Cloud sect, there were only a few 8th grade Spirit Disasters. There wasn't a single 9th grade Spirit Disaster expert. Even the sect master of the Divine Ghost sect would have to be respectful when he saw an elder of the Divine Ghost sect. Elder Guixiaolei brought Yi Xian and the rest in. The former released his aura, and the aura of a 9th grade Spirit Disaster expert instantly spread out. In just a short moment, a few figures flew over. A blood-red clothed middle-aged man brought a few people over. His gaze landed on Guixiaolei as he anxiously asked, You are? Elder of the Divine Ghost sect, you are the sect master of the Blood Cloud sect? Guixiaolei directly asked. That's right. I am the sect master of the Blood Cloud sect. May I know why you have come to our sect? The blood-red clothed middle-aged man's heart trembled as he nodded his head. I heard that there are ghost corpses in your Blood Cloud sect, so I came to patrol. Gather everyone in the sect here. Guixiaolei said with a commanding tone. When the sect master of the Blood Cloud sect heard it, his face was filled with shock as he said, Elder Gua, did you make a mistake? Why would there be ghost corpses in my Blood Cloud sect? Cut the crap. Just do as I say. Guixiaolei's face sank. The Divine Ghost sect was the overlord of the land of the dead, and he was an elder of the Divine Ghost sect. Even in the Divine Ghost sect, he had an extremely high position. Furthermore, the Blood Cloud sect did not even have a single 9th grade Spirit Disaster expert, so he did not place them in his eyes. Elder Gua, there are tens of thousands of disciples in my Blood Cloud sect, and many of them are in the midst of breaking through. Isn't it a little inappropriate for you to gather all of them here with just one sentence? The sect master of the Blood Cloud sect asked with a strange expression. Are you feeling guilty? Guixiaolei narrowed his eyes. He had lived for dozens of years, so his ability to observe people wasn't bad. When he used a commanding tone to ask the sect master of the Blood Cloud sect to gather the disciples, he had a plan. Although it might interrupt the cultivation of some disciples, gathering the disciples was just a small matter to prove his innocence. However, the sect master of the Blood Cloud sect actually disobeyed his order for these disciples. This was a little strange. Eldergua, your position is the same as mine. Unless you bring the order of the sect master of the Divine Ghost sect, please return. The sect master of the Blood Cloud sect said with a gloomy expression. This time, Xiaoxiao could confirm that there was something fishy about the Blood Cloud sect. The Blood Cloud sect was a force under the Divine Ghost sect, and the most dangerous place was also the safest place. The corpse ghost man might really be hiding in the Blood Cloud sect. If he retreated, the corpse ghost man would probably escape. At that time, it would not be so easy to capture the corpse ghost man, and he would have wasted a clue. A mere Blood Cloud sect dares to ignore my words? You're courting death. Xiaoxiao did not waste any more words and took out the 10,000 ghost banner. In the next moment, countless ghost spirits appeared. He alone was enough to deal with the Blood Cloud sect. Today, we will personally experience the strength of the sect master of the Divine Ghost sect. The sect master of the Blood Cloud sect also took out the 10,000 ghost banner and summoned 2 ghost spirits of 8th grade spirit disaster. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was mixed in with the group, immediately used his Eye of Revelation. It wasn't easy for him to mix in with the group, so he naturally had to investigate. Among the disciples and the surroundings, there wasn't any abnormality. By no abnormality, it meant that there wasn't any ghost fetus in their bodies. But even a fool could tell that there was something fishy about the actions of the Blood Cloud sect master. I'm afraid that the corpse ghost Daoist strength isn't that simple. Let's let Elder Xiaoxiao investigate first. Yi Xian led the disciples by his side and retreated. In the next instant, the battle began. Just a few 8th grade spirit disasters and you dare to fight me? You're courting death. Elder Xiaoxiao roared as he led the 2 9th grade spirit disasters and charged forward. The Blood Cloud sect master coldly snorted as he led the other elders to face them. Yi Xian, who was a distance away, opened his Eye of Revelation as he copied down the martial technique and guarded against his surroundings. As an elder of the Divine Ghost sect, Xiaoxiao wasn't weak. In addition to the 2 ghost spirits that had already matured to 9th grade spirit disaster, he was able to kill 2 8th grade spirit disaster ghost spirits from the Blood Cloud sect in just the first clash. However, just as they were exchanging blows, Yi Xian finally discovered something. They're here, ghost corpses. Yi Xian swept a glance at the crowd. With his eye of perception, he could sense several powerful auras approaching. They were all ghost corpses with ghost fetus in their bodies. These ghost corpses were all 8th grade spirit disasters and there were a total of 5 of them surrounding them. The corpse ghost Daoist purposely left a message to lure me into his trap. But he also had a backup plan because he was afraid that I would be leaked to the Ghost God sect. Now that his plan has failed, he should be moving his nest. Yi Xian gulped down his saliva. Back then, he was nearly captured by an 8th grade spirit disaster ghost corpse. But he was no longer the same as before. Not only did he break through to 5th grade spirit disaster, he even used the high-grade sword comprehension pellet to comprehend the man and sword union. His fighting strength was at least 10 times stronger than before. With his strength, it was more than enough to deal with an 8th grade spirit disaster ghost corpse. The moment the 5 ghost corpses of 8th grade spirit disaster appeared, Xiaoxiao immediately sensed it. Right now, he was 100% sure that the corpse Daoist was hiding within the Blood Cloud sect. Blood Cloud sect, and you still say that you have nothing to do with the corpse ghost man? Xiaoxiao roared furiously. Right now, there were 9 8th grade spirit disaster experts surrounding him. So what if they are related? Your Divine Ghost sect and Corpse King Palace have been fighting for so many years, but you still can't do anything to them. As long as the Corpse Man rises, both the Ghost God sect and the Corpse King Palace will become history. After seeing the 5 ghost corpses, the Blood Cloud sect leader did not plan to hide anymore. Well said. Just as the sect master of the Blood Cloud sect finished speaking, another figure flew over from the horizon. It was a young man dressed in black who looked to be around 25 years old. Corpse Man? When Xiaoxiao saw this person, He was also shocked because this black-clothed youth before him was actually a ninth-grade spirit disaster. That's right, it's me. The black-clothed youth lightly smiled. Xianxia was shocked. He never imagined that the corpse man would be so young. How was this possible? However, appearance did not mean anything. After all, there were many treasures that could preserve one's appearance. What? The corpse man is actually in our blood cloud sect? It can't be, right? He's actually in our blood cloud sect? Does this mean that we're going to betray the divine ghost sect? This is bad. We will definitely be recognized as the corpse man's accomplice. Let's go. The surrounding disciples looked at each other. Although the corpse man was a legend, the divine ghost sect had a manifestation realm expert. If the divine ghost sect knew about this, the blood cloud sect would definitely be annihilated. At this moment, Xian, who was protected by a few inner disciples of the divine ghost sect, felt his heart tremble violently. It's indeed the corpse man. His voice is exactly the same. Xian immediately recognized him. He immediately used his eye of revelation and discovered that there was a ghost fetus in the corpse man's body. The corpse man was also a ghost corpse. Don't be surprised. I was originally a disciple of the divine ghost sect. Later on, I obtained the inheritance of a certain senior in the Corpse King Hall. Then, I merged the two factions into one and created the ghost corpse. The corpse man slowly said, "It's undeniable that my ghost corpse is much stronger than your ghost spirits and battle corpses." The ghost corpse was the combination of ghost spirits and battle corpses. However, it was alive and even stronger than the two. Not only that, but the ghost corpse could also be improved by using the ghost fetus method. It was easier to improve compared to battle corpses and ghost spirits. It was also because of this that the corpse man was wanted by both parties. It was because of his method of refining ghost corpses. Even so, do you think that I will definitely lose today? Xianxia looked around and his face darkened. 9 8th-grade spirit disaster experts and a 9th-grade spirit disaster corpse man. Even if Elder Xianxia had wings, he wouldn't be able to escape. However, his tone gave others the feeling that he had a trump card. Haha, could it be that Elder Gua still has a trump card? The corpse Taoist suddenly laughed and said, I originally wanted to lure a brat to the blood cloud sect, but I never thought that a 9th-grade spirit disaster elder would come. Just nice, I can refine you into a ghost corpse and use it to fight against the sect of the god of ghost. You can give it a try. Xiaolei's face was dark. He did have a trump card, but he would have to pay a huge price after using it. Your trump card is the divine ghost transformation of the divine ghost sect, right? The corpse man seemed to have seen through it as he said, the divine ghost transformation allows you to forcefully merge with a ghost spirit at the same level to increase your cultivation. But after using it, the death chi in your body will be too powerful and it will deprive you of your vitality. There is a possibility of you dying instantly. May I know which stage Elder Gua has reached in the divine ghost transformation art? He was once a disciple of the divine ghost sect, so he naturally knew about this move. Although he was exposed, it was still within Xiaolei's expectations. He summoned his 2 ghost spirits and coldly said, since you know, then I will show you the power of my divine ghost sect. Divine ghost transformation. When Xiaolei's voice rang out, everyone saw the 2 ghost spirits by his side tremble. Shortly after, they turned into a black mist and entered his body. In an instant, a powerful death chi surged out from his body. This death chi spread out, causing the surrounding people to feel uncomfortable. At the same time, Xiaolei's face turned dark as black lines crawled on his face. This was his blood vessels turning black, making him look extremely ferocious. 2 ghost spirits of the same level? The corpse man was astonished and couldn't help raising his brows. Using the ghost god transformation, one could instantly refine the ghost spirits and use the resulting death chi to strengthen oneself. Refining one ghost spirit and fusing it into one's body would result in the risk of death. If one tried to forcefully fuse 2 ghost spirits, then it would be a 90% chance of survival. From the looks of it, Xiaolei was already prepared to die in battle. However, the corpse Taoist wasn't afraid because the surrounding people were all his men. Corpse Taoist, today, I'll help the ghost god sect to kill you. Xiaolei roared. If you want my inheritance, just say it. There's no need to beat around the bush. The corpse Taoist revealed a crafty smile. Let's not talk nonsense. Die. Xiaolei wielded his longsword and charged towards the corpse Taoist. You're not qualified to fight with me, the corpse Taoist coldly said. In the next instant, the 9 8th grade spirit disaster experts made their move. Because the 5 ghost corpses had ghost embryos, they couldn't control the ghost spirits. However, the Blood Cloud sect master and the other 3 could. Overall, there were more than 10 8th grade spirit disaster experts and Xiaolei was only a single person. Although Xiaolei seemed to be the weaker party, after refining 2 9th grade spirit disaster ghosts, his strength had increased by at least 2 folds. Go. The Blood Cloud sect master and the other 3 8th grade spirit disaster experts charged forward. Apart from that, there were also the corpse Taoist's 5 ghost corpses. So what if you have more people? 100 ghost rush. Xiaolei roared as the death aura he emitted suddenly increased. Shortly after, countless black figures rushed out from his body. This move was something that Yi Xian had seen in the 100 Ghost sect before. However, its power was more than 10 times stronger than the middle-aged ghost spirit. Not good. The faces of the Blood Cloud sect master and the others changed. They had heard of the ghost god transformation, but they had never heard of the 100 Ghost rush after using the ghost god transformation. The 100 Ghost rush could only be used by ghost spirits. Furthermore, it could only be used at the cost of heavily damaging the spirit body. However, Xiaolei was using the life force in his body as the price. This move consumed a large amount of his life force, just like when Yi Xian used the dragon capturing hand. Elder Xiaolei didn't have much lifespan to begin with. Now that he had used this move, he would definitely die this time. However, as long as he could kill the corpse man, everything would be worth it. Countless black figures flew out and with lightning speed, they heavily injured the people on the corpse ghost Taoist side. The heads and embryos of the 3 ghost corpses were blown apart, and all the ghost spirits were wiped out. Even the 3 8th grade spirit disaster elders of the Blood Cloud sect had fallen. After this move, only the Blood Cloud sect master and the 2 ghost corpses were left. So strong. Everyone present was stunned, including Yi Xian. However, this move could only be used by spirits, so even if he had the Eye of Revelation, it was useless for him to copy it down. To be able to kill more than 10 people in an instant, Xiaolei's strength was evident. Not bad, not bad. As expected of an elder of the sect of the God of Ghosts. The corners of the corpse man's mouth curled up slightly as he nodded in satisfaction. He didn't seem to have any intention of joining the fight. However, the Blood Cloud sect master was nearly scared out of his wits. If it wasn't for his good luck, he would have died under that move as well. Corpse man, why aren't you joining the fight? The Blood Cloud sect master anxiously shouted. This time, he had already shed all pretense of cordiality with the sect of the God of Ghosts. Since the matter had already been exposed, he could only follow the corpse man in the future. No, if the corpse man still didn't join the fight, Xiaolei would directly twist his head off. It wasn't certain if he would be able to survive this battle. There's still some use for you guys. Fine, I'll let you guys witness the strength of the corpse man. The moment the corpse man finished speaking, he took out a 10,000 ghost banner and summoned a ghost spirit. This ghost spirit was at 9th grade spirit disaster, but the corpse man was also a ghost corpse, so he couldn't control this ghost spirit. Huff, huff. After the ghost spirit of 9th grade spirit disaster appeared, it pounced towards the corpse man unexpectedly. The corpse ghost Taoist grabbed the ghost spirit's head. In the next moment, everyone was shocked. The ghost spirit turned into a cloud of black fog and entered the corpse man's body. What? This scene shocked everyone present. Isn't this the ghost god transformation? How is this possible? Xiaolei roared. At this moment, the death chi in the corpse ghost man's body skyrocketed, and an eerie aura spread out. His face was also covered with those ferocious black patterns. This was the death chi that had merged with his blood, turning his blood vessels black. How is this not possible? The corpse man cracked a grin. He had a ghost embryo in his body. Although he couldn't control the ghost spirit, he could use the ghost god transformation. Most importantly, after using the ghost god transformation, there wouldn't be any side effects. This was because there was a large amount of death chi in the ghost corpse. Elder Gua, I'll let you see my strength. The corpse man sneered. His figure flashed as he charged towards Guxiaolei. Guxiaolei had refined 2 ghost spirits, while the corpse man had only refined 1. However, the aura of the two seemed to be about the same. I never thought that the corpse man would be so powerful. If I were to face the corpse man, I wouldn't have any chance of winning. Yi Xian looked at the 2 figures emitting sinister auras and couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Right now, he could only deal with an 8th grade spirit disaster ghost corpse. Furthermore, he had to use his trump cards. How was it possible for him to face the corpse man? However, he still wanted to see the outcome of this battle. As long as Guxiaolei was defeated, he would immediately leave. Although the rewards of the chain mission were pretty good, he couldn't defeat the corpse man. Furthermore, there were still 10 days left, so there was no need for him to risk his life. Comparing the rewards of the chain mission to the 2 clones, the 2 clones were naturally more important. Boom. 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 The sounds of Guxiaolei and the corpse man's battle could be heard from afar. Both of them had used the ghost god transformation and this battle seemed to be evenly matched. As for the sect master of the Blood Cloud sect and the other 2 ghost corpses, they could only watch from afar. They couldn't interfere in a battle of this level. As for the surrounding disciples and 7th grade spirit disaster elders, they could only watch obediently. But at this moment, there were already many disciples who had left. The corpse man was infamous. He had massacred many forces and was exposed. If Elder Guxiaolei was defeated, wouldn't the Blood Cloud sect be massacred as well? In order to not get involved in this mess, those disciples had already left. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was watching from afar, suddenly had a flash in his eyes. His motive for entering the land of the dead was to kill the corpse man. Now that the corpse man was right in front of him, it was a good opportunity to make his move. Although his current strength wasn't enough, he suddenly thought of something at this moment. Earlier, he had copied the ghost god transformation. The divine ghost transformation was a secret technique of the divine ghost sect. Even the elders of the divine ghost sect might not know it. The corpse ghost Daoist only learned it after killing an elder of the divine ghost sect. Since Yi Xian also knew the divine ghost transformation, wouldn't his strength increase by leaps and bounds if he refined higher grade ghost spirits? Elder Gua refined 2 ghost spirits of the same grade, while the corpse ghost Daoist refined 1. I'm currently at 5th grade spirit disaster. If I use the divine ghost transformation and refine ghost spirits of the same grade, along with my trump cards, I might be able to fight with the corpse ghost Daoist. Although the plan wasn't bad, Yi Xian still hesitated. Previously, the corpse ghost Daoist had said that the divine ghost transformation carried a great risk and there was a possibility of death. No, the corpse ghost Daoist has also used it, so he must have a way to resolve this crisis. Furthermore, I have the bloodline of the divine tree of life in my body, so I should be able to resolve the remaining death aura in my body. Thinking about this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. There were still a few corpses in front of him. If he were to obtain the universe ring and kill the sect master of the Blood Cloud sect, his strength would increase by a large margin, or even break through. Furthermore, he still had 2 devouring points. At the most, he could just use them all at the crucial moment. This time, he must kill the corpse ghost Daoist. All of you, go and delay the 3 of them. Yi Xian gave the order to the 10 disciples of the ghost god sect who were at the 7th level of spirit disaster. Yes. When the 10 of them received the order, they immediately charged out. They were all inner disciples of the divine ghost sect, elites. It shouldn't be a problem for the 10 of them to delay the sect master of the Blood Cloud sect and the other 2 8th grade spirit disaster ghost corpses. Young master, I want to fight as well. Luo said from within the spatial ring. Your cultivation isn't high enough, so it's best for you to stay here. Yi Xian did not let Luo out. After saying that, he swiftly charged out. Their actions instantly attracted the attention of others, including the elders of the Blood Cloud sect. Disciples of the Divine Ghost sect? I might not be able to defeat Guxiaolei, but do you think I can't deal with you guys? The sect master of the Blood Cloud sect snorted and charged out. At the same time, the two ghost corpses did the same. In an instant, the 10 7th-grade spirit disasters of the ghost gods sect started fighting with the three of them. On the other side, Xian took advantage of the chaos to collect the interspatial rings. Wow, that brat's guts are too big. He's actually trying to steal things at this juncture? What should we do? Should we help the sect leader or run away? I don't want to stay any longer. I don't want to be killed by the corpse man. Immediately, many Blood Cloud sect disciples left. However, there were 3 corpses of the Blood Cloud cult's elders and 2 ghost corpses of 8th grade spirit disaster. There was no need to mention the value of those corpses. They had been attracted by the battle earlier, but now that they saw what Xian was doing, their eyes lit up. Bastard, you actually dare to steal the remnants of my Blood Cloud cult's elder? A Blood Cloud cult elder charged out. Keep the goodies within the family. After that Blood Cloud cult elder, 2 more people jumped out. 3 7th-grade spirit disaster experts charged towards Xian. You dare to be arrogant with mere 7th-grade spirit disaster experts? A golden light flashed in Xian's eyes. Eye of glory. Not only that, a Netherworld 10,000 Ghosts banner appeared in his hand as he summoned 2 ghost spirits of 5th-grade spirit disaster. Ghost God transformation. Xian pressed one of his hands on the heads of the 2 ghost spirits. At the same time, he circulated the ghost god transformation and refined the 2 ghost spirits. 2 wisps of black mist flowed into his palm and his aura instantly increased by several folds. However, the ghost god transformation under the Eye of Glory was different from the one used by Xianxia and the corpse man. The patterns on his face weren't black, but gold. So strong. At this moment, Xian could only feel boundless energy. Ding. The death aura in the host's body has reached 60%. Currently, there is no danger to the host's life. The system notified. No danger to my life? Xian's brows twitched as he summoned another ghost spirit of 5th-grade spirit disaster and used the ghost god transformation to refine it. Ding. The death aura in the host's body has reached 90%. Currently, there is no danger to the host's life. After hearing the notification, Xian did not dare to continue refining. Right now, the death aura in his body had reached the upper limit. Even the divine tree of life bloodline could not suppress it. If he were to refine more ghost spirits, he would exceed the limit. However, the 3 ghost spirits allowed Xian's strength to increase by at least 3 folds. Die. Xian swiftly made his move. With a sweep of the white bone sword in his hand, hundreds of black figures pounced out. The ferocious ghosts cried out. What? Ghost god transformation? The 3 Blood Cloud cult elders were shocked. It was one thing for Xianxia and the corpse man to use the ghost god transformation, but why did Xian, a 5th-grade spirit disaster brat, use it as well? Furthermore, he refined 3 ghost spirits in one go. Just when they were overwhelmed with shock, the ferocious ghosts had already surrounded them. In less than a second, the 3 of them were clawed to death by the ferocious ghosts. Their severed limbs fell to the ground as a rain of flesh and blood fell from the sky. Killing 3 7th-grade spirit disaster Blood Cloud cult elders with a single strike, even Xian was shocked by his strength. Good. Xian roared in his heart as he swiftly collected the spoils of war. His strength had increased once again, but it was still unable to allow him to break through to 6th-grade spirit disaster. At this moment, Xian's gaze fell on the Blood Cloud cult's patriarch. Although the Blood Cloud cult's patriarch was at 8th-grade spirit disaster, he was still a patriarch. Furthermore, he did not go out often, so the value of the items in the universe ring should not be low. Kill. Xian did not hesitate as he charged towards the Blood Cloud cult's patriarch. Where did this brat come from? The Blood Cloud cult's patriarch was shocked. Killing 3 7th-grade spirit disaster elders with a single strike was something that he could do, but Xian was only at 5th-grade spirit disaster. Furthermore, Xian could use the ghost god transformation and refined more ghost spirits than Xianxia. How was this possible? However, the one who was the most shocked was the corpse ghost Daoist. Earlier on, Xian had used the appearance-changing mask to conceal his aura, so he did not notice Xian. But now that Xian had made a move, his identity had been exposed. So you're here as well. Ha ha ha, today, I will take care of all of you in one fell swoop. The corpse ghost Daoist roared as he suddenly slashed his sword at Xian. In an instant, countless ferocious ghosts pounced out. The ferocious ghosts cried out. I've been recognized? Xian frowned his brows. Facing over 100 ferocious ghosts, he knew that he had to use his trump card. This battle was extremely important, so he had to use all his trump cards. Summon the Golden War God. A gigantic golden sword descended, and although it only managed to slash apart a few ferocious ghosts, the immense pressure instantly caused all of them to explode. Bang! 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 Seeing this scene, the corpse man was also slightly stunned. He originally thought that Xian would need to use the dragon capturing hand to resist, but he didn't expect Xian's strength to increase so much. He did intentionally reveal the blood cloud sect to Xian, and he also guessed that Xian might reveal this to the sect of the God of Ghost. At that time, it wouldn't matter if the sect of the God of Ghost sent people to investigate, because he was hiding in a very secluded place. However, this time, the sect of the God of Ghost sent Xianxia, an elder who wanted to steal the credit, so he showed himself. He didn't expect that Xian would dare to come to the Blood Cloud sect. He was really walking into a trap. Capture that brat! The corpse man shouted. Now, Elder Xianxia also noticed Xian. Although he didn't know where Xian came from, they were obviously on the same side. The corpse man wanted to capture Xian, and he was fighting with the corpse man. An enemy's enemy is a friend, and Xianxia still understood this principle. After hearing the corpse man's words, the Blood Cloud sect leader's eyes flashed, and he rushed towards Xian. Good timing. Xian also wanted to kill the Blood Cloud sect leader. What a coincidence. The Blood Cloud sect leader didn't know about Xian's trump card, and was charging towards the latter aggressively. However, at this moment, Luo suddenly appeared, and 100 doppelgangers immediately appeared. At the same time, Xian reached out with both hands. Dragon capturing hand! Dragon capturing hand! 2 golden palms suddenly appeared, catching the Blood Cloud sect leader off guard. Before he could react, he was grabbed by the 2 large hands, and a crisp sound immediately rang out. Gotcha! The sect leader of the Blood Cloud sect raised his head and cried out in pain. Only now did he understand why the corpse man wanted him to capture Xian. It turned out that Xian actually knew a divine ability. However, it was already too late for him to realize this. 7-colored demon fire. Countless 7-colored lotuses entered the body of the Blood Cloud sect master. Luo, don't blow up the universe ring, Xian hurriedly reminded her. Last time in Nether City, Luo blew up a bunch of yin and yang rings, so Xian had no choice but to retreat. If he made another mistake this time, he would be in deep trouble. Don't worry, young master. Luo laughed confidently. In the next moment, the Blood Cloud sect leader's body emitted a 7-colored radiance. Bang! A muffled sound rang out as the Blood Cloud sect leader spurted out a mouthful of blood. This time around, Luo had shown mercy. Otherwise, he would have been blasted into smithereens. However, he could only delay for a second. What he had to face next was hundreds of heaven-shocking swords. Whoosh! 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 The heaven-shocking swords swept over. Because the Blood Cloud sect leader was controlled by the 2 golden dragon capturing hands, his body was about to explode. How could he still have the strength to defend? A crisp sound rang out as the Blood Cloud sect leader's head was tossed into the air. Immediately after, the 2 golden dragon capturing hands threw the corpse towards Xian. Xian instantly turned into a stream of light and took the Blood Cloud sect leader's yin and yang ring. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently at 6th grade spirit disaster. After hearing the notification, Xian couldn't help but reveal a confident smile. Right now, he already had the qualifications to fight with the Corpse Ghost Man. Corpse Ghost Man, let's fight! Xian shouted angrily. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. As long as he killed the Corpse Ghost Man, he would have completed the chain random mission. At that time, Wei Zhentian would be able to advance. Furthermore, there would be a growth contract. However, he had to kill the Corpse Ghost Man first. Brat, do you think that you have the qualifications to fight with me now? The corpse ghost man's eyes flickered as he suddenly summoned a 9th grade spirit disaster ghost spirit from the 10,000 ghost banner. Ghost god transformation. Not good. Yi Xian's face changed drastically. The corpse ghost man had already refined a ghost spirit of the same level. If he were to refine another ghost spirit, the gap between their strengths would be widened again. Wei Zhentian, golden armored battle god, go. Yi Xian was prepared to interrupt the corpse ghost man. At the same time, he made a grabbing motion towards the corpse ghost man. A golden dragon capturing hand appeared once again, however, he was still a step too slow. The corpse ghost man had already flashed far away and absorbed the black fog into his body. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. Guo Xiaolei's face changed as he summoned a 9th grade spirit disaster ghost spirit from the 10,000 ghost banner. Ghost god transformation. Guo Xiaolei actually wanted to refine 3 ghost spirits of the same level. The corpse ghost man's face finally changed. Guo Xiaolei had actually refined 3 ghost spirits of the same level. This was completely out of his expectations. Brat, I only have 3 seconds. Guo Xiaolei absorbed the black fog into his body and his aura skyrocketed like the corpse ghost man's. Old man, since you're tired of living, I'll fulfill your wish. The corpse ghost man's eyes flickered. Although Guo Xiaolei only had 3 seconds, as long as he escaped and dodged these 3 seconds, victory would be his. However, the arrogance in his bones would not allow him to do so. He had already hidden for so long. Since he had already shown himself today, how could he continue to hide? Kill. The corpse ghost man charged forward. When Yi Xian heard Guo Xiaolei's words, his face turned pale. 3 seconds, he only had 3 seconds left. After 3 seconds, Guo Xiaolei would die suddenly. Fight it out. Seeing the two of them refining the ghost spirits and turning them into death aura to increase their strength, Yi Xian couldn't be bothered anymore and summoned another ghost spirit. This time, it was a ghost spirit of 6th grade spirit disaster. Ding. The death aura in the host's body has reached 60%. Currently, there is no danger to the host's life. The system notified. At this moment, Yi Xian recalled that he had already broken through to 6th grade spirit disaster and could refine ghost spirits of the same level. Previously, when Yi Xian broke through, the effect of the divine tree of life increased and the death aura in his body dropped from 90% to 30%. Now that he had refined another ghost spirit of 6th grade spirit disaster, his death aura had increased to 60%, which was only an increase of 30%. This meant that he could refine one more ghost spirit. Haha, corpse ghost man, you still won't die this time? Yi Xian roared as he summoned another ghost spirit of 6th grade spirit disaster and refined it. Ding. The death aura in the host's body has reached 90%. Currently, there is no danger to the host's life. As long as the death aura didn't reach 100%, Yi Xian wouldn't have any problems. Even though the Eye of Glory had suppressed the aura of death, the current Yi Xian exuded a sinister aura. Even the golden lines on his face had dimmed quite a bit. However, to be safe, Yi Xian decided to use his precious devouring points. Ding. Gemini bloodline strengthening successful. Ding. Gemini bloodline strengthening successful. After 2 notifications, the strength of the Gemini bloodline had increased from 30% to 50%. This battle was extremely important. Die, corpse Daoist. Yi Xian, whose strength had increased once again, charged towards the corpse man. This time, the corpse man panicked. Go. Seeing that Yi Xian had refined the 5 ghost spirits, the corpse man immediately turned around and ran. Although he didn't want to do so, his body was controlled by his conditioned reflex. You finally want to run? Stay here. Yi Xian shouted angrily as his hands suddenly stretched out. When the golden dragon-catching hands appeared, the corpse man's face sank. He quickly stopped and dodged the attack. However, he was caught by the second golden dragon-catching hands. Open! The corpse man immediately released the deathly aura in his body and tried to break free from the golden dragon-catching hands. However, another golden dragon-catching hand appeared at this moment. The first dragon-catching hand had drained Yi Xian's true qi and overdrafted his life force. However, Yi Xian was already at 6th grade spirit disaster. His true chi was sufficient to execute the golden dragon catching hands. Even if he overdraft his life force, it wouldn't be much. Furthermore, he still had the immortal spring water in his devouring space. After the 2 golden dragon catching hands firmly grasped the corpse man's body continuously emitted crisp sounds. However, the corpse man had already fused with the perfect ghost fetus, so he started to repair his bones. However, one shouldn't forget that Guixiaolei was also fighting with the corpse man, die. Guixiaolei's eyes flickered as he gathered all the deathly aura in his body on his left fist. Not good. Yi Xian's face sank. The power of this move was probably unprecedented. The corpse man better not be killed by it, the secret technique of the sect of the God of Ghost, the fist of the God of Ghost. Guixiaolei exhausted the last of his strength and punched out. A gloomy black fist shadow swept out from his withered fist. This punch instantly sucked away all of Guixiaolei's remaining life force. By the time this punch was unleashed, he had already died. Yi Xian's face was gloomy. Although he really wanted the corpse man to die, for the sake of the chain of random missions, he had to kill the corpse man himself. If the corpse Daoist died under this punch, the quest system would not accept it. Dragon capturing hand, go. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. He immediately controlled the 2 golden dragon capturing hands and flicked them upwards. The corpse man's face was ashen. He seemed to have seen his own death. Guixiaolei's last punch was enough to kill him. But at this critical moment, he suddenly felt that his body had moved up half a step. Boom, Yi Xian's movements were still a bit too slow. The corpse Daoist was still struck by the ghost god's fist, but fortunately, only the lower half of the corpse Daoist's body was destroyed by the ghost god's fist. Not only that, but Yi Xian's 2 golden dragon capturing hands were also destroyed. In this way, not only did the corpse man not die, but he also escaped. Ha ha ha, I am free. The corpse man seemed to see hope again. Although the lower half of his body was destroyed, how could a person at his level die so easily? As long as his heart and brain were not destroyed, the ghost fetus could use the death aura to heal him. But at the moment when the corpse man turned around to escape, Yi Xian also used all the death aura in his body and punched out. Using what I have learned now, Ghost God Fist. The corpse man was still rejoicing that he was not dead, but in the next moment, he saw the second Ghost God Fist. His smile disappeared as he was hit by this fatal punch. Bang! The corpse man's upper body was hit and instantly turned into dust, leaving only 2 arms. Dead, finally dead, Yi Xian looked at the pair of bare arms in the air and heaved a sigh of relief. He could not help but grin. Ding! The host has completed the chain random mission. Ding! Wei Zhentian has advanced. Ding! The host and Wei Zhentian have formed a co-growth contract. 3 system notifications sounded out in a row, causing Yi Xian to understand that the corpse Daoist was truly dead. At this moment, Yi Xian glanced at the item panel. Wei Zhentian had advanced from an Earth Overlord to an Earth Overlord. Not only that, even the return of 10,000 swords had a qualitative leap, from 100 swords to 1,000 swords. However, the cooldown time was extended from 1 day to 3 days. Damn, the cooldown time was extended? Yi Xian was helpless. The return of 10,000 swords originally only had a cooldown time of 1 day, but with Wei Zhentian's advancement, the return of 10,000 swords had increased from 100 swords to 1,000 swords, which was 10 times more powerful. However, the cooldown time was also increased from 1 day to 3 days, which was 72 hours, which was equivalent to 72 hours. Forget it, the return of 10,000 swords has greatly increased its power. It will be a super trump card in the future. At this point, it was useless for Yi Xian to complain about it. Ding! The co-growth contract has been successfully signed. At this time, the system notification sounded again. This was the other reward for completing the chain random mission of killing the corpse man. After signing the co-growth contract, Yi Xian and Wei Zhentian had an even more miraculous relationship. In the future, when Yi Xian devoured ores, supreme spiritual treasures and other things, Wei Zhentian would also improve, and vice versa. In short, Wei Zhentian's improvement speed would be much faster from now on. Now, the corpse man was killed by Xian. His heart, head, and ghost fetus were all destroyed by the ghost god fist. It was impossible for him to be revived. This scene fell into the eyes of the surrounding blood cloud sect disciples, who were shocked speechless. However, Xian did not forget one thing, which was the corpse man's interspatial ring. Immediately, he dashed over and took off the corpse man's interspatial ring. However, what surprised him was that there was nothing special in the corpse man's interspatial ring except for the 10,000 ghosts banner, ghost fetus, and some refining materials. Where's the method to refine the ghost corpse? Xian opened his eyes wide and carefully checked again, but he did not find anything. The corpse man combined ghost spirits and battle corpses to refine a new type of fighting force, the ghost corpse. It was also because of this that he was wanted by the ghost god sect and the corpse king palace. In order to refine the ghost corpse, one had to plant the ghost fetus in the human body. Almost everyone in the land of the dead knew how to refine the ghost fetus. Xian had obtained the method to refine the ghost fetus after controlling the iron-faced ghost corpse, which was Yuan Wuxin. However, he did not have the method to plant the ghost fetus in the human body, so he could not refine the ghost corpse. Boom! 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 At this moment, the sounds of battle in the distance fell into Xian's ears. The corpse Daoist still had 2 ghost corpses of 8th grade spirit disaster left. After the corpse Daoist died, the 2 ghost corpses immediately turned tail and ran. Eye of control. Xian hastily opened his eyes. Soon, the 2 ghost corpses were controlled. Xian rushed over and swept through the 2 ghost corpses' spatial rings, but he still couldn't find the corpse Daoist's inheritance. Do you know the method to refine ghost corpses? Xian asked. However, the 2 ghost corpses shook their heads repeatedly. Then did you recover your memories before you were refined into ghost corpses? Xian asked again. Then, the 2 ghost corpses nodded. In that case, the corpse Daoist sealed their memories. If that's the case, Feng Wuchen should have recovered as well. Xian let out a sigh of relief. The corpse Daoist's inheritance didn't have much effect on him. He only killed the corpse Daoist to restore Feng Wuchen to normal. No matter what, this matter had finally come to an end. Although we didn't find the corpse Daoist's inheritance, he must have hidden it somewhere. Search! Xian shouted in a low voice. Although he wasn't interested in the corpse Daoist's inheritance, the corpse Daoist had slaughtered countless factions. He must have a lot of wealth. If he found it, he might be able to break through again. Immediately, the 10 disciples of the sect of the God of Ghost and the 2 ghost corpses quickly rushed out and began their search. At the same time, the disciples of the Blood Cloud sect had already retreated from the sect and didn't dare to move forward. Ding! The ghost god transformation's effect has ended. The death aura is weakening. Xian heard another system notification. He had to admit that the ghost god transformation was much more useful than the Beast King Rampage. The Beast King Rampage could only increase one's strength. It was useful during the human body disaster. However, Xian didn't have the time to collect corpses in the later stages. Moreover, increasing one's strength was useless. Xian's recent battles had all been in the air, relying on his trump cards. Increasing the toughness of his physical body would not increase his strength by much. The ghost god transformation allowed one to refine ghost spirits and convert them into death chi to increase one's strength. Not only could it strengthen one's physical body, but it could also be used as Xianxia. Although this move had side effects on others, and a moment of carelessness could result in a backlash from the death aura, Xian had the bloodline of the divine tree of life in his body. As long as the death aura did not reach the upper limit, he would be fine. The divine ghost transformation is the secret technique of the divine ghost sect. Now that I've learned it, if the divine ghost sect finds out. No, with my current strength, I don't need to fear the divine ghost sect at all, unless a manifestation realm expert personally comes. All of a sudden, Xian's confidence exploded. He knew that the Ghost God sect and Corpse King Palace in the land of the dead both possessed manifestation realm combat strength. The one in the sect of the God of Ghosts was a ghost spirit, while the one in the Corpse King Palace was a 1,000-year Corpse King. However, both of them were dead, so their combat strength was much weaker than a true manifestation realm expert. Wanxiang realm experts possessed the power of Wanxiang. This power of Wanxiang was a bit similar to the wind force space that Yixian comprehended when he was in the Nihility God realm. However, the power of Wanxiang was 10,000 times stronger than the wind force space. It could move mountains and seas, and even move islands. Yixian had also heard of the strength of a manifestation realm expert, so he did not think that he could defeat a manifestation realm expert. There was a saying in the land of the dead, those below the manifestation realm are all ants. Now, Yixian's subordinates had all gone out to search, but just in case, he had to search once himself. After all, he had the perceptive eye. However, at this moment. Rumble. Suddenly, a deafening sound reverberated, and the entire blood cloud sect seemed to be trembling. No, it was not seemed, it was really trembling. Roar. An explosive shout entered everyone's ears, shaking their hearts and souls. Underground? Yixian was shocked. He felt that the sound came from underground. Could it be that there was a ferocious saint beast under the blood cloud sect? Immediately, he quickly flew into the distance. He felt that something was about to come out from under the blood cloud sect. Young master, from the sound of it, it seems to be quite big. Luo, who was kept in Yixian's storage space, reminded him. Yes. Yixian nodded. He did not know if the corpse ghost man or the blood cloud sect had put this big thing underground. Rumble. After that beast roar, the entire blood cloud sect's mountain collapsed. Not long later, the entire blood cloud sect split open from the middle, and a huge creature crawled out from the ground. It was a humanoid creature with bull horns. Its entire body was dark brown, and it looked a little like the barbaric bull demon that Yixian had seen before. No, it was a barbaric bull demon. It had the head of a bull, the hooves of a bull, and the body of a human. However, it was several times bigger than the barbaric bull demon that Yixian had seen before. It was at least 1,000 meters tall. Yixian subconsciously scanned it with his eye of revelation. In the next moment, he was shocked. There was actually a huge ghost fetus in this barbaric bull demon's body. Even if Yixian was magnified 10 times, he would not be able to compare to this ghost fetus. Holy shit! Yixian could not help but exclaim. The ghost fetus that he had seen before was only the size of a thumb. This ghost fetus was not the size of a fist, but was even bigger than a human. How many ghost fetus did it take? At this moment, Yixian finally understood why the corpse Daoist had collected so many ghost fetus and still had ghost corpses at the 8th grade spirit disaster. It turned out that he had used all of them on this barbaric bull demon. The strength of this barbaric bull demon corpse was probably even stronger than the corpse Daoist himself. This was because it was the corpse Daoist's secret weapon. However, with the fall of the corpse Daoist, this barbaric bull demon regained its freedom. Therefore, it broke through the blood cloud sect and drilled out from the ground. Boom! When this barbaric bull demon took a step, the entire ground seemed to tremble. It looked around and its terrifyingly huge eyes stared at the blood cloud sect's disciples that had yet to escape. It's the barbaric bull demon. It's the barbaric bull demon that the Corpse King Palace captured half a year ago. Barbaric bull demon? Is it that quasi-heaven connecting beast that killed several 9th-layer divine soul corpses of the Corpse King Palace? Wasn't this quasi-heaven connecting beast captured by the Corpse King Palace half a year ago and then sent back to the Corpse King Palace? Why would it appear here? It must have been intercepted by the corpse Daoist halfway and refined into a ghost corpse. However, why would it appear under our blood cloud sect? A few months ago, our blood cloud sect had many huge earthquakes. Could it be that the corpse Daoist secretly moved it under our blood cloud sect? The blood cloud sect's disciples were all shocked. However, in the next moment, they were so scared that they fled. Bang! When this barbaric bull demon corpse saw the humans, it immediately charged towards them. This demonic barbaric bull wasn't dead to begin with. It was only captured by the Corpse King Palace. Although it was refined into a ghost corpse, it was still controlled by the corpse man. Now that the corpse man was dead, it regained its freedom. At this moment, Yixian saw the demonic barbaric bull moving. In an instant, the demonic barbaric bull rushed to the front of the group of disciples and slapped. Kacha! 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 A series of crisp sounds resounded as the barbaric bull ghost corpse smashed more than 10 blood cloud sect disciples into pieces with a single slap. Everyone, run! The blood cloud sect disciples all retreated. However, there were always some who didn't care about their lives and chose to attack. However, their attacks couldn't even break through the demonic barbaric bull's defense. This demonic barbaric bull was the corpse man's secret weapon to contend against the ghost god sect. However, the corpse man couldn't use it in the end and was killed by Xian with a single punch. Quasi-heaven connecting beast? When Xian heard the cries of the blood cloud sect disciples and saw the demonic barbaric bull's strength, his body couldn't help but tremble. Heaven connecting beasts were above the transcendent saint beasts. Although this demonic barbaric bull was only a quasi-heaven connecting beast, it was still much stronger than a transcendent saint beast of 9th grade spirit disaster. This demonic barbaric bull was meticulously refined by the corpse man and is invincible. There is also a huge ghost fetus in its body. Its strength is probably comparable to a manifestation realm expert. Xian swallowed his saliva. If this demonic barbaric bull was allowed to kill its way to the ghost god sect, the ghost god sect would probably be in chaos. Unless the ghost spirit ancestor made a move, they wouldn't be able to do anything to this demonic barbaric bull. Young master, this big guy seems to be very powerful. Should we go? Luoluo asked beside him. The demonic barbaric bull is still a saint beast. If I devour it, I might be able to break through. Xian thought in his heart. However, this demonic barbaric bull was stronger than the corpse man. Moreover, he had already used all his trump cards. It wouldn't be easy to kill this demonic barbaric bull. However, he had just learned a new powerful martial art, the divine ghost transformation. Perhaps he would be able to put up a fight. Luoluo, I'm going to meet this barbaric bull demon. After Xian finished speaking, he summoned 3 ghost spirits from the netherworld 10,000 ghosts banner. These 3 ghost spirits were all at 6th grade spirit disaster. Ding. The current death chi in the host's body is 30%. There is no danger to the host's life at the moment. Ding. The death chi in the host's body is at 60%. There is no danger to the host's life at the moment. Ding. The current death chi in the host's body is at 90%. There is no danger to the host's life at the moment. 3 notifications rang out consecutively. Xian had refined 3 spirits of the same level, and his strength had skyrocketed. At the same time, black patterns had appeared on his face. The ghost god transformation was very useful to him. Others might have died, but his life force was vigorous. As long as the death chi didn't suppress the bloodline of the divine tree of life, he would be fine. At that moment, Xian attacked again. Young master, be careful. Luoluo hastily reminded him. She was no longer able to participate in a battle of this level, so she could only hide in the demonic artifact space. The barbaric bull demon also had a large amount of death chi in its body. After Xian used the ghost god transformation, its huge head turned and saw Xian dashing towards it. Big guy, have a taste of this move. Xian wielded the white bone sword in his left hand and slashed at the barbaric bull demon. In an instant, a violent wind blew, 100 ghosts pounced towards the barbaric bull demon. Although Xian didn't use the Eye of Glory, the death chi in his body was vigorous. With the enhancement of the white bone sword, this move was enough to kill an 8th grade spirit disaster expert. However, the barbaric bull devil merely swatted the 100 ghosts away with a single slap of its hand. You do have some ability. Have a taste of this move. Xian's eyes narrowed as he kept the white bone sword in his left hand and gathered all the death chi in his body in his left hand. Secret technique of the ghost god sect, ghost god fist. Boom. An eerie black fist blasted out. If this fist landed on a 9th grade spirit disaster expert, it would be enough to kill them. When the barbaric bull demon saw this move, it also raised its hand to block. But what made it flabbergasted was that its palm was pierced through by the ghost god fist. Boom. The ghost god fist pierced through the barbaric bull demon's palm and landed on its chest. Roar. The barbaric bull demon roared in pain as its chest caved in. The ghost god fist could be considered a quasi-divine ability. Although it was weaker than the dragon catcher hands, the advantage was that Xian could use it without limit. Yi Xian's strength was explosive to be able to force the barbaric bull demon back with a single punch. However, the ghost fetus in the barbaric bull demon's body immediately took effect the moment it was injured. The barbaric bull demon's palm was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Let's see if my attack is stronger or if your recovery is faster. Yi Xian once again gathered the death chi and threw out a punch. Ghost God Fist, another punch pierced through the air. The barbaric bull demon raised its other hand to block, but with a boom, its palm was pierced through once again. This time, the ghost God Fist landed on the barbaric bull demon's head. Boom! The barbaric bull demon's body trembled as it fell backwards. But at this moment, it quickly stomped on the ground and stabilized itself. The two ghost God Fists consumed 85% of the death chi in Yi Xian's body, leaving him with 4% remaining. Didn't I kill you? Again. Yi Xian did not hesitate as he summoned another 3 6th grade spirit disaster spirits. Ding. The current death chi in the host's body is 35%. There is no danger to the host's life. Ding. The current death chi in the host's body is 65%. There is no danger to the host's life. Ding. The current death chi in the host's body is 95%. There is no danger to the host's life. In an instant, the death chi entered Yi Xian's body as he refined the 3 spirits. Following that, he threw out another ghost God Fist. Boom. This punch was blocked by the barbaric bull demon, and in the blink of an eye, it recovered. But it was a pity that Yi Xian had comprehended the unity of man and sword through the high-grade sword comprehension pill, but it was only a unity of man and sword. Otherwise, the barbaric bull demon would have died under his hands. But Yi Xian was confident that he could kill the barbaric bull demon, because he could still use the Eye of Glory. The Eye of Glory's golden chi could increase the damage of the ghost corpses. If it was combined with the death chi in his body, he could definitely smash the barbaric bull demon's head. My eye power has yet to recover. If I use the Eye of Glory now, I will enter a blind state, and I won't be able to use the Eye of the Void. If anything happens, I won't be able to escape. Yi Xian thought in his heart. Ever since the battle in the 10,000 Flower Valley, he had been keeping an eye on himself. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would reserve some eye power to use the Eye of the Void. Ghost God Fist. Another ghost God Fist was thrown out, but this time, it landed on the demonic barbaric bull's hoof. However, the hoof was much thicker than the demonic barbaric bull's palm, so it couldn't be penetrated. After the 2 ghost God Fists, Yi Xian summoned another 3 6th grade spirit disaster ghosts and refined them. There was only a single word in his plan: delay. As long as he waited for his eye power to recover, the demonic barbaric bull would definitely die. Try this for a change, Dragon Capturing Hand. This time, Yi Xian did not use the ghost God Fist, but stretched out his claw. In the next instant, the demonic barbaric bull's hoof was grabbed by the Dragon Capturing Hand. Even if the demonic barbaric bull's skin was thick, the Dragon Capturing Hand still managed to pierce through its flesh. My cultivation isn't high enough. Otherwise, I would have thrown you. Yi Xian was somewhat helpless. As long as the demonic barbaric bull fell, he would be able to leap up and give the demonic barbaric bull 2 ghost God Fists. This way, he wouldn't have to wait for the Eye of Glory. At this moment, there were still many Blood Cloud sect's disciples that did not leave. They were dumbfounded as they watched the battle between the human and beast. Who is that person? Not only did he use the ghost god transformation, he even killed the corpse ghost Daoist with a single punch. Now, he's even fighting with the demonic barbaric bull. Unbelievable. He's actually at 6th grade spirit disaster, the same level as me. Compared to him, I'm just an ant. What kind of joke is this? He must be at 9th grade spirit disaster. He must have been secretly nurtured by the ghost god sect. Could it be that he's the holy son of the ghost god sect? Impossible. The holy son of the ghost god sect is a ghost spirit, and he's a human. Just as the Blood Cloud sect's disciples were discussing, a black figure suddenly flew over from afar. What a powerful aura. The Blood Cloud sect's disciples trembled as they turned their heads over. They realized that the black figure was an ancient palanquin. However, the 4 people that were carrying the palanquin weren't humans. They were 4 ghosts. Furthermore, they were 4 ninth-grade spirit disaster ghosts. Beside the palanquin was a white-haired old man. He stared at the barbaric bull in front of him and exclaimed, "Who is that brat? He actually knows my god of ghost sex, god of ghost transformation, and god of ghost fist?" The ghost god fist was similar to the 100 ghosts rampage. Only ghosts could use it because there was no death chi in the human body. However, after using the ghost god transformation, he would be able to use the ghost god fist. However, the 2 secret techniques of the sect of the god of ghosts had been stolen by someone he didn't know. He had to get to the bottom of this. Immediately, the white-haired old man quickly flew out and charged towards Yixian. Yes, they were heading straight for Yixian. Yixian, who was fighting in the distance, raised his eyebrows when he sensed a powerful aura sweeping towards him. He hurriedly turned his head and saw that it was an elder of the god of ghosts sect. "Brat, you are not a disciple of the sect of the god of ghosts. Why do you know the god of ghosts transformation and the god of ghosts fist?" The white-haired old man flew over and asked in a questioning tone. "Elder Guosiaolei taught me." Yixian never imagined that he would encounter an elder of the god of ghosts sect. Furthermore, it was a 9th-grade spirit disaster. This was too unfortunate. "Guosiaolei?" The white-haired old man raised his eyebrows. He and Guosiaolei were both elders of the god of ghosts sect, so they naturally knew each other. Nonsense. Elder Guosiaolei is a righteous person. Why would he teach his sect's secret techniques to others? The white-haired old man clearly didn't believe him. When Yixian saw the white-haired old man, he stopped attacking and started to dodge. At this moment, the disciples of the god of ghosts sect under his control dashed over. "Greetings, Elder Qin." The disciples cupped their fists. "What are you guys doing here?" the white-haired old man asked in astonishment. "Yixian discovered traces of the corpse ghost man, so master brought us here to investigate. However, we didn't expect the corpse ghost man to be here. After a huge battle, master and the corpse ghost man perished together." The long-haired young man hurriedly explained. He was Guosiaolei's disciple. Corpse ghost man? Hearing this name, Elder Qin shuddered and said, "Elder Guosiaolei and the corpse ghost man perished together? Then what about his inheritance? The universe ring is on Yixian. This barbarian bull ghost corpse was refined by the corpse ghost man. It's incomparably powerful." The long-haired young man continued. "Yixian." At this moment, Elder Qin finally noticed this name. He turned his head and looked at Yixian, saying, "Is he really Guosiaolei's personal disciple?" "Elder Qin, we can all testify that Yixian is Guosiaolei's personal disciple." The other disciples of the god of ghosts sect also stepped out to testify for Yixian. At this moment, Elder Qin was somewhat convinced. After all, there were disciples of other elders in front of him. "Alright, then I'll believe that this kid is Elder Guosiaolei's personal disciple." Elder Qin frowned and said, "This barbarian bull ghost corpse seems to be the quasi-heaven connecting beast that the Corpse King Palace lost half a year ago. So it was intercepted by the corpse ghost man. Now that the corpse ghost man is dead, this barbarian bull ghost corpse can't fall into the hands of the Corpse King Palace. In terms of threat, the Corpse King Palace was much more powerful than the corpse ghost man. After all, the Corpse King Palace had the battle strength of the manifestation realm. This barbarian bull ghost corpse was a quasi-heaven connecting beast. If it fell into the hands of the Corpse King Palace and was carefully refined, it might be comparable to the manifestation realm. This would be a huge problem for the god of ghosts sect. Therefore, the barbarian bull ghost corpse must be completely crushed. Kid, you attract its attention. I'll go crush it." Elder Qin shouted angrily and suddenly rose into the sky. "Crush?" Yixian was shocked when he heard this. He was going to devour this barbarian bull ghost corpse. If it was crushed, how could he devour it? Should I kill this Elder Qin? Such a thought suddenly flashed through Yixian's mind. However, he suddenly noticed a strange palanquin in the distance. The 4 people carrying the palanquin were all 9th-grade spirit disaster ghosts. Then, the person sitting in the palanquin was definitely not an ordinary person. Although his aura is only at 9th-grade spirit disaster, he's definitely an expert. Could it be the holy son of the god of ghosts sect? Yixian's brows twitched. The God of Ghosts sect had a holy son who was going to take over the position of sect master. However, this holy son of the God of Ghosts sect was the same as the ancestor. He was also a ghost spirit, but an enlightened one. In other words, he had the consciousness of a human. This elder Qin was easy to deal with, but the holy son wasn't ordinary. If Xian still had a trump card, it would be fine. However, he didn't even have the Eye of Glory, so it was better to forget about it. Forget it. Now that I've become a disciple that Elder Xiaolei has privately accepted, my aptitude is above any genius of the God of Ghosts sect. Therefore, I'll be fine. Yi Xian made a decision in his heart. With this, Yi Xian no longer needed to use the Ghost God transformation because Elder Qin had already used it. Ghost God transformation. Elder Qin directly devoured a 9th grade spirit disaster ghost spirit, causing the death aura in his body to surge. Although Elder Xiaolei is a 9th grade spirit disaster ghost spirit, the sect of the God of Ghost has existed for thousands of years. A 9th grade spirit disaster ghost spirit is nothing. Since Elder Qin is casually using the Ghost God transformation, he should have trained it to the first level. Yi Xian attracted the barbaric bull demon's attention as he looked at Elder Qin. His Ghost God transformation didn't have many levels, as long as his death aura didn't reach 100%. For others, as long as they reached the first level, they would be able to refine a ghost spirit at the same level without being affected. If they reached the second level, they would be able to refine 2 ghosts easily. It was said that someone in the sect of the God of Ghost had reached the 3rd level of the Ghost God transformation, allowing them to refine 3 ghosts of the same level without being affected. Elder Xiaolei hadn't even reached the 1st level, so he only had 3 seconds to refine 3 ghosts of the same level. After 3 seconds, he would die without a doubt. At this moment, Elder Qin had already arrived above the barbaric bull demon's head. The barbaric bull demon was pincered from 2 sides and seemed to be slightly powerless. Humph, go to hell. Elder Qin circulated the death aura in his body and after dodging the barbaric bull demon's slap, he threw out a punch. The Ghost God fist directly split open the barbaric bull demon's head and pierced through its brain. However, the barbaric bull demon was a ghost corpse. Although its brain and heart were its vital points, it would only be unable to move after being destroyed. As long as the ghost fetus was treated, it would be reborn. But right at this moment, PFFF. After throwing out a punch, Elder Qin suddenly dove down and drilled into the barbaric bull demon's head. So that's how it is. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian immediately understood Elder Qin's intention. The latter wanted to find the ghost fetus and destroy it. Although his eye energy wasn't enough to use the Eye of Glory, the Eye of Revelation had the lowest energy consumption. Relying on the Eye of Insight, Yi Xian directly saw Elder Qin, who had drilled into the barbarian ox demon's body, head down and begin to search for the enormous ghost fetus. Elder Qin, the ghost fetus is below your right chest. Yi Xian hastily shouted. When Elder Qin, who was inside the barbaric ox demon's body, heard this, he immediately tore open the barbaric ox demon's flesh and found the huge ghost fetus at the location Yi Xian had mentioned. Ghost God Fist. Elder Qin once again gathered the death chi and punched out. Bang! The Ghost God Fist tore through the barbaric ox's body. At the same time, the ghost fetus inside the barbaric ox's corpse was also destroyed. The barbaric ox could no longer recover. Good chance. Outside, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Using the death energy in his body, he punched the barbaric bull demon's head again. Bang! The barbaric bull demon's head burst open, directly exploding, flesh and blood flying everywhere. In fact, this demonic bull ghost corpse hadn't been finished yet. In other words, the ghost man had overestimated his ability. After all, the ghost corpse Dao he had created was still too young compared to the sect of the God of Ghost and the Corpse King Palace, which had existed for thousands of years. In the sect of the God of Ghosts, there were at least 5 humans who could challenge this devilish corpse alone, not counting the ghost spirits who had lived for hundreds of years. If the ghost spirits' ancestors were included, there were at least 20 of them. Plop! The dead barbaric ox demon was like a mountain that smashed into the ground, causing the earth to shatter. However, Yi Xian had seen something even bigger back in Nether City. This 1,000-meter tall barbaric ox demon was nothing compared to it. The ghost fetus was destroyed, and the barbaric ox demon's head burst open. It was already dead. Immediately, Elder Qin came out of the barbaric ox demon's body and directly put the dead barbaric ox demon into his yin and yang ring. This barbaric ox demon's corpse will be brought back to the ghost god sect for the sect master to deal with. No matter what, it cannot fall into the hands of the Corpse King Palace. Elder Qin thought to himself. The Corpse King Palace could not only refine human corpses, but also beast corpses. If they could obtain this quasi-heaven-reaching beast's corpse, there would be another super battle force. Fortunately, he encountered it. Kid, where is the corpse man's inheritance? After the barbaric ox demon died, Elder Qin immediately asked. Yi Xian did not say anything and directly threw the corpse man's yin and yang ring, as well as all his own yin and yang rings, to Elder Qin. Elder Qin sensed for a moment and found that Yi Xian did not have any more yin and yang rings, so he began to search through them. Unfortunately, there wasn't what he wanted inside. Where is the corpse man's inheritance? Elder Qin frowned and looked at Yi Xian, questioning him. I don't know. The moment the corpse man died, this barbaric ox demon corpse appeared. Yi Xian shook his head. He really did not obtain the corpse man's inheritance because he was not interested. Then it should be somewhere else. Search. Elder Qin did not say anything and directly turned to the Blood Cloud sect. Yi Xian also entered the Blood Cloud sect with the others to search for the corpse man's inheritance. However, Yi Xian felt that it would not be so easy. The corpse man combined ghost spirits and battle corpses to refine ghost corpses of a higher level. This was his blood, sweat, and tears. How could he give it up so easily? Therefore, Yi Xian guessed that the corpse man did not leave behind the refining method. Therefore, with his death, the method to refine ghost corpses was lost. This time, they spent more than half a day looking for him. During this time, Yi Xian constantly paid attention to the palanquin. This holy son of the god of ghost sect was quite arrogant. He did not even show up once. After half a day, Elder Qin and Yi Xian did not find anything. Forget it. The corpse man is extremely selfish. I'm afraid that he did not leave behind the refining method. However, the god of ghost sect captured ghost corpses before. I think we can research it ourselves. Let's not look for it. Elder Qin decided to give up. There were many experts in the god of ghost sect. There was even the ghost spirit ancestor who had lived for hundreds of years. They could refine ghost corpses with some time. Therefore, in the eyes of the god of ghost sect and the Corpse King Palace, the corpse man was actually a clown. He was not valued at all. The god of ghost sect's attention had always been on the Corpse King Palace. Of course, if the corpse man was given a few years to refine more powerful ghost corpses, he could really pose a threat to the god of ghost sect and the Corpse King Palace. Elder Qin, what should we do now? The long-haired youth rushed forward and asked. The Holy Sun is refining the beast soul of a quasi-heavenly reaching beast. He will be breaking through to the manifestation realm soon. I have to immediately escort the Holy Sun back to the god of ghost sect. Elder Qin said slowly. Manifestation realm? Everyone trembled. They had guessed that the Holy Sun was sitting in the palanquin. However, they did not expect the Holy Sun to be stuck at such an important juncture. I'm afraid that the Corpse King Palace is chasing after us. I'm afraid that we will be intercepted along the way. When Elder Qin finished speaking, his gaze landed on Yi Xian. Brat, you're a disciple that Elder Guosiaolei took in privately. You should be crippled of your cultivation, but seeing that you have outstanding talent, you can officially join my ghost god sect. Are you willing? Aren't you just asking me to escort the Holy Sun back? You're making it sound so dignified. Yi Xian was filled with disdain in his heart, but he still replied, sure. Since that's the case, you can follow the Holy Sun and escort him back to the ghost god sect. Elder Qin's eyes lit up. He had seen Yi Xian's strength, and he wasn't any weaker than him. If the two of them worked together, it would be much safer. Right, where's Elder Guosiaolei's corpse? Before they left, Elder Qin suddenly asked. After the corpse ghost Daoist died, the remaining two ghost corpses took away most of the corpses. The long-haired youth replied. That's a pity. If the corpse was still around, Elder Guisale might have been able to revive as a ghost spirit. Elder Qin sighed. The ghost god sect could turn a person into a ghost spirit after death and enlighten them. After enlightening them, the ghost spirit would be able to recover their memories and live for a long time. Of course, enlightening them wasn't 100% success rate. Furthermore, Guisale had died using the ghost god transformation. Even if it was successful, the chances of enlightening them would be close to zero. Thus, Elder Qin did not ask further. You guys can return on your own. Set off the sedan. Elder Qin did not say anything and directly flew to the side of the sedan. This group of ghost god sect disciples were only at 7th grade spirit disaster, while the 4 ghost spirits carrying the sedan were at 9th grade spirit disaster. The difference in speed between the two was too great, so Elder Qin did not allow them to follow. As for Xian, he could follow. But just when the sedan was lifted up, a notification rang out. Ding! Host has triggered a chain random mission to escort the Holy Son of the Ghost God sect. You are not allowed to use the Eye of the Void during the escort. If you use it, you will fail the mission. If you fail the mission, your Heavenly Eye bloodline will drop once. The sudden notification from the system made Xian dumbfounded. Damn it. Not only that, the Heavenly Eye bloodline, if I fail the mission, the Heavenly Eye bloodline will drop once? Xian cursed in his heart. This F***king system, you can't cheat me like this. He had just completed a chain of random missions, and now there was another one. Not only were they all linked together, but there was also a punishment if he failed the first round of the mission. However, this was also a benefit given to him by the system. After completing the chain random quest of killing the corpse artist, Wei Zhentian had leveled up once and even signed a growth contract with him. The reward was very good. Elder Qin said that the Holy Son is refining the beast soul and is in the middle of cultivation. If he encounters the Corpse King Palace's experts, only Elder Qin and I can deal with him. Xian also understood in his heart, so he immediately followed. Hopefully, this chain of random missions would give him another generous reward. Soon, Xian was on his way. Due to the restrictions of the mission, he was not allowed to use the Eye of the Void, so he had to be careful. The Blood Cloud sect was not far from the Ghost God sect. When Xian came, he took 3 days. Now, with the speed of the 4 9th spirit disaster ghosts, they only needed 1 day. Kid, what stage of the Ghost God transformation are you at? Elder Qin couldn't help but ask on the way to the Ghost God sect. The 3rd stage. Xian casually replied. In fact, after he copied the Ghost God transformation, he didn't even reach the 1st stage. However, he had the Divine Tree of Life bloodline in his body, so he could suppress the death aura of 3 ghosts of the same level. After refining 3 ghosts of the same level, he was at the 3rd stage of the Ghost God transformation. What? The 3rd stage? Elder Qin was shocked. He was only at the 1st stage, so refining a ghost of the same level shouldn't be a problem. However, Xian had actually reached the 3rd stage. No wonder he was so strong. Elder Qin felt that he had hit the jackpot this time. In the future, Xian would definitely be a powerful force in the Ghost God sect. Kid, the Corpse King Palace could be lying in ambush at any time. Don't let your guard down. Their top-grade battle corpses are not any weaker than the barbarian bull ghost corpse from before. Elder Qin reminded. Top-grade battle corpses? When Xian heard this, his eyebrows twitched slightly. The Corpse King Palace could refine human and beast corpses, but most of them were human corpses, so he couldn't devour them. He only hoped that the other party would send some beast corpses. It would be best if they were at the level of quasi-heaven connecting beasts. Of course, he hoped that the other party would come half a day later. Half a day later, his trump card would be off cooldown. Xian acted as a bodyguard and ran wildly on the ground. For the first half of the day, nothing happened. Ding. Summon the Golden War God is off cooldown. Ding. Overlord's Limitless Sword is off cooldown. After half a day, Xian finally heard 2 system notifications. The cooldown of the 2 trump cards was finally off cooldown. Summon the Golden War God. Because Xian's realm was too low, his strength wasn't strong. He was probably similar to the ninth spirit disaster ghost spirit that carried the palanquin. However, the golden armored war god could use the Overlord's limitless sword, which was a very useful move. As for Yi Xian's greatest trump card, Return of 10,000 Swords, it was still on cooldown. After Wei Zhentian advanced, Return of 10,000 Swords increased from 100 to 1,000, but its cooldown was extended to 3 days. Only 1 day had passed, so Yi Xian couldn't use it yet. There are many top-notch battle corpses in the Corpse King Palace, as well as the past palace masters and grand elders. They have all refined themselves into battle corpses and retained their memories. Although their realms haven't reached the manifestation realm, they should have reached the pinnacle of the 3 sovereign disasters. I can't be careless. Yi Xian ran wildly on the ground. Even if someone tried to intercept him, they would probably ignore him. After all, he was only at the 6th spirit disaster realm. At this moment, they would be able to return to the divine ghost sect in half a day. However, right at this moment. Wang! 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 Yi Xian, who was running wildly on the ground, suddenly felt that something was amiss. The ground beneath his feet seemed to be slightly trembling. The trembling was extremely small, so small that even an expert of the 9th spirit disaster realm would find it hard to detect. However, Yi Xian had the perceptive eyes, so he could clearly feel the trembling. Elder Qin, there's something below. Yi Xian immediately shouted towards the sky. Elder Qin, there's something below. What? Hearing that, Elder Qin immediately reacted, it's the Corpse King Palace's earth-walking corpses. Earth-walking corpses are a type of battle corpse refined by the Corpse King Palace. They specialize in drilling through the ground, similar to the profound earth movement technique. However, their speed is more than 100 times faster than the earth movement technique. When Elder Qin heard Yi Xian's words, he didn't believe it, but to be safe, he still sent a palm strike towards the ground. A huge palm strike landed, instantly shattering the ground. At the same time, an aura leaked out from the ground, which Elder Qin sensed. Battle corpse. Elder Qin's expression changed. He walks the path of the ghost god, so he has a strong sense for undead. He sensed that there were at least 5 earth-walking corpses below. Although this palm strike killed all the earth-walking corpses, there were definitely more in the surroundings. We've been exposed. Quickly get rid of all the earth-walking corpses. Elder Qin roared at Yi Xian. At the same time, he took out a myriad ghost banner and released over 100 ghost spirits. If they didn't get rid of the earth-walking corpses, they would be ambushed by a large number of Corpse King Palace experts. Yi Xian also understood this, so he flew into the sky and continuously attacked the ground. Bang! 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 The ground shattered as if it was the end of the world. Yi Xian's goal wasn't to kill the earth-walking corpses, but to blast open the ground. With the eye of perception, he could capture the exact location of the earth-walking corpses and kill them. Fierce ghost tears break. Fierce ghost tears break. Fierce ghosts constantly pounced towards the ground and tore apart the earth-walking corpses below. These earth-walking corpses weren't strong, with the strongest being at 8th grade spirit disaster. Furthermore, Yi Xian had an endless supply of ghost spirits, so the earth-walking corpses' speed was rapidly decreasing. In just a few breaths, over 100 earth-walking corpses were dealt with. There are actually so many? Yi Xian was also shocked. If there were only a few dozen, he probably wouldn't have discovered them. I didn't expect to be followed by so many earth-walking corpses. Perhaps we were already targeted when we were in the Blood Cloud sect. These earth-walking corpses are constantly leaving marks along the way. I'm afraid there will soon be Corpse King Palace experts chasing after us. Elder Qin's, of course, the corpses were only responsible for following them. Their battle strength weren't strong, so they wouldn't be exposed. Brat, don't worry about them. Even if we kill them all, we won't be able to kill them all. Let's continue on our way. There is a city in front of us. We can use it to hide our auras. Elder Qin shouted and immediately brought the palanquin in a certain direction. There were a large number of humans in the city, and most importantly, there was a formation that prevented the walking corpses from entering. When the time came, they could use other methods to escape. Unfortunately, at this moment, Yi Xian was shocked. At this moment, he felt that the corpse man was a complete fool. He dared to challenge the two major forces in the land of the dead with his little strength. He was really courting death. No wonder Elder Xiaolei dared to go alone to take the credit. There were a total of 4 auras that entered the range of the eye of perception. All of them were stronger than the corpse man. Among them, there were 2 auras with extremely dense death chi. Obviously, they were top-level battle corpses. We can't leave. Elder Qin gave up on escaping and turned to look. After a while, 4 figures entered his sight. I didn't expect to be caught by you guys. Elder Qin looked at the newcomers and said slowly. TSK, you dare to rob my corpse king palace's things by yourself? I advise you to obediently come out. A middle-aged man walked out. Beside him was an old man. As for the remaining 2, they were battle corpses refined by themselves. Their strength was not weaker than theirs. 2 corpse king palace elders and 2 top-level battle corpses. This is troublesome. Humph, you were chased by me like a dog last time. This time, you just have 2 more helpers. Elder Qin looked disdainful. Last time, he only encountered this middle-aged man and a top-level battle corpse. Although there were 2 more people now, he had Yixian as a helper, so he was not afraid at all. Elder Qin, hand over the quasi-heavenly beast's corpse and I can leave you with a complete corpse. The middle-aged man looked at Elder Qin and said. The quasi-heavenly beast's corpse was not the demon bull's corpse, but the other corpse that Elder Qin and the saint had fought over in the corpse king palace's territory. As for the quasi-heavenly beast's saint beast soul, it had already fallen into the saint's hands. Complete corpse? I'm afraid you want to refine my corpse into a battle corpse, right? Elder Qin showed a disdainful look and said, don't talk nonsense. If you want to go, then go. Since you want to die so quickly, I'll fulfill your wish. The middle-aged man let out a low roar as he charged towards Elder Qin with his top-grade battle corpse. As for the other old man, he brought his battle corpse and rushed toward the palanquin. Although there were 4 9th-grade spirit disaster ghost spirits beside the palanquin, ghost spirits were originally weaker than humans. Furthermore, this time, the Corpse King Palace's top-notch fighting strength had come, so these 4 9th-grade spirit disaster ghost spirits were just decorations. Yixian, block them. Elder Qin's face sank as he roared and summoned a spirit disaster to refine it. Divine Ghost Transformation. At the same time, Yixian also summoned 3 6th-grade spirit disaster spirits. Ding. The death chi in the host's body has reached 30%. Currently, there is no danger to the host's life. Ding. The death chi in the host's body has reached 60%. Currently, there is no danger to the host's life. Ding. The death chi in the host's body has reached 90%. Currently, there is no danger to the host's life. After the 3 spirit disasters were refined, the death chi entered Yixian's body, causing Yixian's aura to soar. Don't forget about me. This time, I'll use you guys to break through. Yixian looked at the old man and the top-level battle corpse. The black patterns on his face suddenly changed and turned into a dark gold color. Eye of Glory. When this aura spread out, it startled the 2 experts from the Corpse King Palace. Those who block me shall die. The gray-robed old man roared and threw a punch at Yixian. His true chi instantly formed into a white bone arm and smashed towards Yixian. Pseudo-divine ability? Yixian raised his eyebrows. The martial art that the old man used was probably on the same level as the Divine Ghost Fist. Although it wasn't at the level of a divine ability, it was close. Humph. Even if you know it, I know it too. Divine Ghost Fist. Yixian gathered the death chi in his right hand and threw it out. A dark golden fist shadow blasted out and collided with the opponent's bony arm. Boom. The gray-robed elder was shocked. After all, Yixian was only at 6th-grade spirit disaster. It was unbelievable that he was able to block his punch. Although I don't know where you came from, you dare to block my path? Die. The gray-robed elder threw out another punch. Another bony arm smashed towards Yixian. Ghost God Fist. Yixian used the remaining death aura to counterattack. Boom. Another wave of air swept across the area. However, the elder was still controlling a top-grade battle corpse. Summon the Golden War God. Yi Xian didn't dare to hold back anymore. He quickly revealed his trump card. After the Golden Armor War God appeared, he slashed at the battle corpse. Overlord's limitless sword, boom, kacha, the top-grade battle corpse's bones were shattered in many places. However, it didn't affect its movement. At this moment, Yi Xian's expression changed. He quickly dashed towards the top-grade battle corpse in an attempt to stop it. Dragon-catching hand. A huge golden hand suddenly appeared and grabbed the top-grade battle corpse. The golden true energy started to burn the corpse's flesh, making sizzling sounds. Superpower? Everyone's expression changed. Even Elder Qin didn't expect Yi Xian to know a superpower. Let's get rid of you first. Yi Xian refined another 3 ghost spirits and threw a ghost god's fist at the top-level battle corpse that was captured. Huff. Huff, the wind howled. The dark golden fist broke through the air and landed on the top-grade battle corpse. Although the top-grade battle corpse's body was extremely tough, it couldn't withstand Yi Xian's full-strength punch. After all, Yi Xian's golden true energy was mixed in the punch. The top-grade battle corpse's upper body exploded. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Brat, how dare you destroy my battle corpse? Die. The gray-robed elder was enraged. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill Yi Xian in one strike. However, Yi Xian's ghost god fist could be used without limit. Bang! Another shockwave swept out. In less than 2 seconds after the battle started, the Corpse King Palace lost one of their top-grade ghost corpses. The original 4 versus 2 had turned into 3 versus 2. Old man, let's see if you can still use it. Yi Xian refined the 3 ghost spirits. The death aura once again gathered and blasted it at the gray-robed elder. Not good. The gray-robed elder's expression darkened. He quickly took out a new battle corpse to block in front of him. Although this new battle corpse was weaker than a top-level battle corpse, its defense was stronger than a top-level battle corpse. At this moment, he was using the battle corpses. Boom, the ghost god's fist landed on the body of the meat shield warrior, instantly shattering it. Then, the gray-robed elder was also shaken by the aftershock of the ghost god's fist. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he was sent flying. Yi Xian's. To Yi. To Yi Xian's. Dragon-catching hand. Yi Xian's true qi was drained in an instant. At the same time, he overdrew his life force. The golden dragon-catching hand appeared again and pinched the gray-robed elder. If Yi Xian had enough true qi, he would not need to overdraw his life force to use the dragon-catching hand. However, he had just used it once. Hence, he overdrew his life force. However, as long as he could kill the gray-robed elder, he did not mind overdrawing his life force. Caught by the golden dragon-catching hand, the gray-robed elder could not break free. He could only watch as Yi Xian used the ghost god transformation again. Old man, you think I can't kill you this time? Yi Xian roared angrily. Another dark golden ghost god's fist was launched. This time, the gray-robed elder was restrained by the dragon-catching hand. He could not summon the battle corpse to block the attack. Boom, the ghost god's fist landed on the gray-robed elder and penetrated his upper body. Even the battle corpse with amazing defense was instantly killed. There was no way the gray-robed elder was still alive. After he died, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and took the interspatial ring. It was a pity that there wasn't much inside. Damn it. I couldn't break through. Yi Xian sighed. He looked at the other middle-aged man with undisguised killing intent. In just a few seconds, Yi Xian killed 2 of the Corpse King Palace's top fighters. This strength was enough to intimidate Elder Qin and the middle-aged man. How can he be so strong? The same thought flashed through their minds. Elder Qin had only beaten the middle-aged man and his battle corpse to a pulp, but Yi Xian was able to kill him in only a few seconds. Not good. Run. When the middle-aged man saw Yi Xian rushing towards him, he immediately turned around and fled. It's too late to leave now. Elder Qin quickly chased after him and attacked continuously to prevent him from leaving. At the same time, Yi Xian also rushed over. Capture the leader first. As long as the middle-aged man was killed, the remaining top-level battle corpse would not be a threat. Dragon-catching hand. Ghost God's fist. The middle-aged man was weaker than Elder Qin to begin with. The latter was able to defeat the middle-aged man even though he was fighting two people at once. Now that Xian was involved, the middle-aged man was instantly beaten up like a dog. However, at this moment. Stop. A shout came from afar. However, Xian had already made his move. Ghost God's fist. No, the middle-aged man could not dodge the punch and his head exploded. At the same time, Xian sensed an extremely strong aura of death. Thump, Xian's heart twitched violently. In the next moment, he saw a figure rushing towards him. Corpse King? Elder Qin also swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The Corpse King Palace's Corpse King had the combat strength of the Manifestation Realm. Although it couldn't use the power of Manifestation Realm, it wasn't something that a person of the three sovereign disasters could fight against. Oh no! Xian did not dare to delay. He hurriedly rushed over and took the middle-aged man's universe ring. However, the thing inside was still not enough for him to break through. This was bad, however, before he could open his mouth, the Corpse King had already arrived in front of him. The strong aura of death suppressed their hearts and made them feel suffocated. The Corpse King had the appearance of a bald man. He was bare-chested and his muscular body was covered with livor mortis spots of various sizes. Who would have thought that the Corpse King Palace would actually send a Corpse King this time? This was big trouble. How dare you kill my Corpse King Palace's people? The burly man said coldly. He had already died 100 years ago. However, the Corpse King Palace refined his corpse into a battle corpse and enlightened him, allowing him to recover his memories. This was also the first time that Xian saw a corpse that could speak. You are the Vajra Corpse King? Elder Qin swallowed another mouthful of saliva and asked in horror. After hearing the muscular man admit it, Elder Qin's heart trembled again. The Vajra Corpse King was the one with the strongest defense among all the Corpse Kings in the Corpse King Palace. Apart from the Ghost Spirit Ancestor, no one in the sect of the God of Ghost could break through its defense. Aside from its strong defense, the Vajra Corpse King was ranked at the bottom of the Corpse King Palace. But unfortunately, even if it was ranked at the bottom, it wasn't something that Elder Qin and Xian could deal with. So what if it's the Vajra Corpse King? This is the territory of my sect of the God of Ghost. If you dare to make a move here, you will be challenging the authority of my sect of the God of Ghost. Although Elder Qin was afraid of the Vajra Corpse King, he felt a little more confident when he thought of his background being the sect of the God of Ghost. So what if it's the sect of the God of Ghost? It's not like your ghost spirit ancestor hasn't made a move in our territory before. The Vajra Corpse King coldly snorted, I won't say much to you. Since you dared to kill the people of my Corpse King Palace, you should be prepared to die. Even if the ghost spirit ancestor appears today, I will kill you all. When the Vajra Corpse King finished speaking, its figure flashed and instantly crossed 1,000 meters to appear in front of Elder Qin. Boom, the Vajra Corpse King lightly punched and directly penetrated Elder Qin's chest. The latter subconsciously swallowed his saliva and looked at the thick arm in front of his chest. He finally understood the gap between him and a Manifestation Realm expert. Although the Vajra Corpse King didn't have the strength of Manifestation Realm, it wasn't something that a 9th-grade spirit disaster couldn't fight against. I will bring your corpse back and refine it into a battle corpse. As soon as the Vajra Corpse King finished speaking, Elder Qin's heart was crushed with a pop. Elder Qin wasn't like Xian. He didn't have the Eye of Eternity. The moment his heart exploded, his eyes turned white and he died instantly. A single strike killed Elder Qin. This was the strength of a Manifestation Realm expert. Kid, you are quite strong. I will also bring you back and refine you into a battle corpse. The Vajra Corpse King suddenly turned its head and its gaze fell on Xian. Xian's heart trembled. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. This time, he did not dare to stay any longer. Even if he failed the mission, he had to escape. He reckoned that he could survive this attack. After all, his eyes were his weak points. When the time came, all he had to do was pass through the void door. However, just as he was about to use the eyes of the void, a powerful aura suddenly made his heart tremble again. Bang! The palanquin suddenly exploded, and a figure rushed out from it, directly attacking the Vidra Corpse King. What? The Vidra Corpse King and Xian were shocked. The ghost spirit Saint Sun had awakened. Xian hurriedly took a look and realized that it was a female ghost spirit. This ghost spirit Saint Child had a heaven-shaking appearance, a graceful figure, slender thighs, and even her hands were different from others. She didn't have sharp nails, and even her eyes weren't completely red. She looked almost like a human. However, her body was still translucent. After the ghost spirit Saint Child appeared, she immediately charged towards the Vidra Corpse King. The latter was slightly stunned, because he felt that this ghost spirit Saint Child was extraordinary. Just entered the manifestation realm? Watch how I beat your soul. The Vidra Corpse King sensed the aura emitted by the other party, and with a roar, it charged forward. Manifestation realm? Xian's brows twitched. The ghost spirit Saint Child actually broke through at such a crucial moment. This was too timely. However, why did he feel that he had seen this ghost spirit Saint Child before? It must be an illusion. Xian shook his head. In his netherworld 10,000 ghost banner, there were tens of thousands of ghost spirits, and this was only referring to those above 6th grade spirit disaster. As for those below 6th grade spirit disaster, the unit was calculated in hundreds of thousands. In the blink of an eye, the ghost spirit Saint Child and the Vidra Corpse King exchanged blows, and Xian also quickly retreated. A battle of this level wasn't something that he could interfere in. However, his attention was drawn to another place, which was Elder Qin's corpse. As the ghost spirit Saint Child and the Vidra Corpse King fought, Xian stealthily swept over and kept Elder Qin's corpse. Naturally, there was also Elder Qin's universe ring. Ding! Host has broken through. Current 7th grade spirit disaster. A system notification rang out. However, even if Xian had broken through, he still couldn't interfere in this battle. Even if I use the ghost god transformation and fuse with 3 7th grade spirit disaster ghosts, the Vidra Corpse King can still kill me with a single punch. It's best that I don't interfere in order to prevent my head from exploding. Xian swallowed his saliva. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but that he couldn't. The Vidra Corpse King was known for its defense, but its speed was 2 times faster than a 7th grade spirit disaster brat like him. If he wasn't careful, he would be in trouble. Thus, it was better for him to be a spectator. Although the ghost spirit Saint Child didn't have sharp nails, her hands could condense the aura of death into blades. Every time she attacked, she would leave a red mark on the Vidra Corpse King's body. The Vidra Corpse King's defense was indeed the strongest in the Corpse King Palace. The ghost spirit Saint Child's attack was actually unable to break through its defense. Little girl, don't think that you're powerful just because you're fast. Taste this move. The Vidra Corpse King roared as it opened its mouth. Following that, a fishy stench spread out. Xian focused his eyes and saw a green bug rushing out of the Vidra Corpse King's throat. Bang! The green bug suddenly exploded and turned into a cloud of green mist that rapidly spread out. The ghost spirit Saint Child accidentally came into contact with some of it and her entire spiritual body twitched. Fortunately, the ghost spirit Saint Child didn't come into contact with much of the green mist. After frowning her brows, she pulled away from the Vidra Corpse King. This is the green corpse worm refined by my Corpse King Palace. It's specially used to deal with the ghost spirit ancestor. Little girl, you're pretty quick to dodge. Otherwise, I would have scattered your soul. The Vidra Corpse King sneered. Humph. The ghost spirit Saint Child snorted and didn't care at all. In the next moment, her eyes bloomed with a demonic bloody light. The bloody light condensed into a line and shone on the Vidra Corpse King's shoulder. Bang! The Vidra Corpse King's shoulder suddenly exploded. The Vidra Corpse King was forced to take 2 steps back, but fortunately, his defensive power was amazing and he wasn't injured. What kind of move is this? The Vidra Corpse King was shocked. The Corpse King Palace and the Ghost God sect had fought for so many years, but this was the first time he saw this move. The ghost spirit Saint Child ignored him and continued to attack. Bang! 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 The Vidra Corpse King was forced to retreat. Although he wasn't injured, the Vidra Corpse King still cried out in pain. At this moment, the ghost spirit saint child quickly punched out. A black fist broke through the air and blasted the Vidra corpse king. Ghost god fist. Ha ha ha, little girl, I have lived for more than 150 years. You think you can kill me? The Vidra corpse king laughed in pain. The number one defense of the corpse king palace wasn't just for show. The ghost spirit saint ignored his ridicule and continued to attack. Yi Xian, who was watching the battle from afar, also felt that it was inconceivable. What is that red ray? Since when did the ghost spirit saint have such a move? He felt that this was a little similar to his disintegration eye, but it wasn't quite the same as the red ray that exploded wherever it shone. At this moment, Yi Xian recalled his dissection eye. My dissection eye might be useful against this Vidra corpse king. His eyes flickered as he used the ghost spirit transformation, and his aura instantly soared. When the Vidra corpse king saw Yi Xian approaching, Yi Xian couldn't help but shout, "You brat, you dare to interfere? You're courting death." A white bone arm smashed towards Yi Xian, but Yi Xian had used the ghost god transformation. In addition to the effects of the Beast King's Berserk, Agility Advancement, and Gemini Bloodline, his speed was only 20 to 30% slower than the Vidra corpse king. Whoosh, the white bone arm swept past Yi Xian as Yi Xian quickly approached the Vidra corpse king. Under the ghost spirit saint's suppression, he directly used the dissection eye. The Vidra corpse king was known for its defense, so it wouldn't dodge in a battle and would always face it head-on. Even the ghost spirit saint's attack couldn't do anything to it, so what could Yi Xian, a 7th grade spirit disaster brat, do? Buzz, buzz, 2 dissection rays landed on the Vidra corpse king's thigh. The Vidra corpse king snorted in ridicule and didn't care about it. But in the next moment, its face changed. How is this possible? My Vidra corpse membrane was broken. The Vidra corpse king widened its eyes. Although it was only a little, it still noticed it. This membrane was the reason why its defense was so strong. Now that it was broken, the ghost spirit saint's attack would be able to injure it. The ghost spirit saint also noticed something. With a glare, the Vidra corpse king's thigh exploded once again. This time, there was blood. Bastard, I'll kill you. The Vidra corpse king was furious and focused all its attention on Yi Xian. Although the ghost spirit Holy Sun had broken through to the manifestation realm, he still could not do anything to him. However, if he cooperated with Yi Xian, his situation would become dangerous. Therefore, he would kill Yi Xian first. However, the ghost spirit saint's son would not let him go so easily. Bang! 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 The ghost spirit saint child continued to attack the Vidra corpse king. Because the latter's speed was not as fast as the ghost spirit saint child's, it was unable to break through the encirclement. Little girl, get out of my way. The Vidra corpse king was currently a little flustered and exasperated. If he was unable to break through, then he would not be able to kill Yi Xian. If Yi Xian were to use the Eye of Disintegration again, he would be in for a tragedy. However, he tried to break through 10 times, and the ghost spirit Holy Sun still beat him back. In these 10 times, Yi Xian's disintegration ray landed on the Vidra corpse king's body twice. The Vidra corpse king's Vidra corpse king's Vidra corpse king's Vidra corpse king's Vidra corpse king broke open again, and blood flowed out. The Vidra corpse king's blood was not red but thick black. Moreover, the stench was extremely strong, like rotten food. It was disgusting. The black blood dripped onto the ground, and the grass on the ground withered in an instant. Looking at the changes on the ground, the Vidra corpse king suddenly had the thought of retreating. He reckoned that if he continued to fight, he might die here. It was better to leave first. Little girl, stinking brat, just you wait. You better not fall into my hands, or I will use the cruelest method to torture you. The Vidra corpse king spat out vicious words as he fled. Yi Xian was also drunk. A dignified corpse king was actually beaten away by them, and it was even cursing as it ran. Was this still a dead person? Beat a drowning dog, chase. Yi Xian did not say anything and hurriedly chased after it. However, when he passed by the ghost spirit Holy Sun, he was stopped by the latter. Stop chasing. The ghost spirit Holy Sun said softly. Why? Yi Xian was very surprised. If they joined forces, they already had the strength to kill the Vidra corpse king. Why didn't they chase? However, in the next moment, he understood that the ghost spirit Holy Sun was also at the end of his strength. If they continued to fight, it was not certain who would die. At this time, the ghost spirit Holy Sun's face was a little green. Obviously, it was the poison of the green corpse worm. This poison could actually affect the spirit body. Let's go. The ghost spirit Holy Sun put one hand on Xian's shoulder and directly dragged him away. His speed was twice as fast as Xian. Xian was forcibly taken away, and even the walking corpses on the ground did not follow. Not long after they left, the Devouring Corpse King appeared again. Damn, I actually fell into a trap. I thought the green corpse worm had no effect. It turns out that the girl was holding on. The Devouring Corpse King cursed and shouted, "Search for her for me. If you can't find her, then die for me." The walking corpses below did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly scattered. However, this time it was not so easy to find. Last time, because the Blood Cloud Sect's barbarian bull devil corpse broke out of the mountain, the movement was very big, and Xian was running on the ground, so he was discovered by the walking corpses. This time, the ghost spirit Holy Sun directly took Xian to the sky, and the walking corpses could no longer feel it. At this time, Xian was being carried by the ghost spirit Holy Sun as if he was sitting on an interstellar rocket. "Are you okay?" Xian looked at the ghost spirit Holy Sun and could not help but ask. The female ghost spirit in front of him was the Holy Sun of the God of Ghost sect. She must have been enlightened, which meant that her IQ was not lower than that of humans. She must be able to understand his words. However, the ghost spirit Holy Sun's first words shocked him to the core. "You don't recognize me?" The ghost spirit Holy Sun said in a clear and pleasant voice. "What?" Hearing this, Xian subconsciously froze for a moment. What was this? Could it be that he had met the ghost spirit Holy Sun before? "The first time we met was in the ghost tomb in the ghost tomb territory." The ghost spirit Holy Sun spoke again. "What?" Xian's tiger body froze. Wasn't the ghost tomb territory on the Blood Rock continent? He remembered that not long after he entered the Blood Rock continent, he was caught by Old Monster Hung and brought to the ghost tomb territory. And during the trip to the ghost tomb, he released a ghost king. No, it should be said that it was a little lowly. Could it be? Impossible. How long has it been, and you've grown so big? Xian did not dare to believe it. A few years ago, she was just a little lowly, but a few years later, she had grown into a big sister. This was illogical. "I've been dead for many years, but later, I was found by the ghost spirit Holy Ancestor who was wandering around the Blood Rock continent and brought to the God of Ghost sect." After the ghost spirit Holy Sun finished speaking, she suddenly turned to Xian and said, "Right, I'm called Yu." After hearing this, Xian also reacted. When he first met the ghost king Little Lowly, she had already been dead for God knows how many years. She was old enough to be his ancestor, so it was not a big deal that she had turned into an older sister. However, Xian still couldn't accept that a Little Lowly had turned into a long-legged older sister in the blink of an eye. But now was not the time to care about this. "Yu, is your poison all right?" Xian asked. "The poison of this green corpse worm is very harmful to my spiritual body. Fortunately, I didn't touch too much of it, otherwise we would have died there." Yu shook her head. "That's good." Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Although Yu had only met him a few times, they had fought side by side before. Now that they could meet again, it could be considered fate. Xian also didn't expect that the Ghost King Little Lowly of the sect of the God of Ghost was actually the Ghost King Little Lowly he had saved that day. He still remembered that during the battle for the Wood Spirit Fruit, he had saved Yu from the 100 Ghost Elder once. Now that he was saved by Yu, they were even. This time, they were intercepted by the Corpse King Palace. Although Elder Qin was dead, the Devouring Corpse King didn't collect Elder Qin's body because Yu had broken out of seclusion. After that, Elder Qin's body was collected by Xian. When they reached the sect of the God of Ghost, Elder Qin might be resurrected as a ghost spirit. All in all, they had profited this time. They only sacrificed an elder, but they destroyed 2 of the Corpse King Palace's top battle corpses and even forced the Devouring Corpse King to retreat. It was a good result. With Yu leading the way, there was no danger for the rest of the journey. 3 hours later, Yu brought Xian back to the sect of the God of Ghost. At the same time, the poison in Yu's body was neutralized by her. "Welcome back, Saint," a group of disciples said respectfully after seeing her. Yu was the Ghost King Little Loli and the next sect master of the God of Ghost. At the same time, when Yu swept into the sect of the God of Ghost, Xian also heard a system notification sound. Ding, the first round of random mission completed. With the mission completed, Xian had avoided the risk of the Heavenly Eye God race's bloodline regressing. However, there would be a second round of the mission, but he didn't know what it was. Yu was already an expert in the manifestation realm. Although she did not possess the power of manifestation, her aura was superior to most of the people in the sect of the God of Ghost. She had just returned when several figures appeared in the sky. "My dear disciple, you broke through?" A white-haired old man flew over. Xian's mind trembled fiercely. The newcomers' auras were no weaker than Yu's. They were clearly all manifestation realm experts. However, they were not humans. They were all ghosts. It was not that easy for a human to break through to the manifestation realm. No one from the sect of the God of Ghosts had succeeded in the past 1,000 years. Among them, the white-haired old man who spoke was the ancestor of the God of Ghost sect. He was also Yu's master. "Master, this disciple has already broken through, but when Elder Qin was escorting me back, he was killed by the Vajra Corpse King of the Corpse King Palace." Yu took out Elder Qin's corpse from the specially made interspatial ring. "Vajra Corpse King?" When the experts heard that, they were shocked. "Immediately use the spirit gathering array to revive Elder Qin," the ancestor of the God of Ghost sect instructed. Then, a ghost spirit carried Elder Qin's body away. After a person died, there wasn't a 100% chance of being revived as a ghost. At the same time, there wasn't a 100% chance of being enlightened and regaining their memories after being revived. Otherwise, if the God of Ghost sect could be revived as a ghost every time someone died, the land of the dead would have long been unified. As for those 9th-grade spirit disaster ghosts, they were all raised from low-grade ghost embryos. The God of Ghost sect treated their elders well. They immediately activated the spirit gathering array and prepared to revive Elder Qin. Xian was pretty lucky to be able to witness the revival ceremony. But right at this moment, the ancestor of the God of Ghost sect suddenly looked at Xian and asked, "Yu, why did you bring him back?" "He's my old friend, Xian. It's all thanks to him that we were able to force the Vajra Corpse King back," Yu quickly introduced. "What? A 7th-grade spirit disaster helped you force the Vajra Corpse King back?" The ancestor of the God of Ghost sect felt that it was a little exaggerated. In the God of Ghost sect, there were thousands of 7th-grade spirit disaster disciples. Although these disciples could challenge those above them, they couldn't defeat a single Vajra Corpse King. Xian was also at 7th-grade spirit disaster, so how could he force the Vajra Corpse King back? "Master, he and I have known each other for many years, so I secretly taught him the God of Ghost transformation and God of Ghost fist. Right now, he has already reached the 3rd stage of the God of Ghost transformation." Yu explained. "God of Ghost transformation, 3rd stage?" When the experts heard that, they were shocked. The God of Ghost transformation was something that only humans could cultivate. Even when these experts were still alive, not all of them had reached the 3rd stage of the God of Ghost transformation. In the 1,000 years of the God of Ghost sect, there were probably less than 20 people who had reached the 3rd stage of the God of Ghost transformation. The Vajra Corpse King's defense is shocking. After I broke through, I couldn't break through its defense even with the blood eyes of extermination. However, Xian could, so I worked together with him to force the Vajra Corpse King back. Yu explained in detail. After hearing that, the experts in the surroundings felt that it was inconceivable. Even Yu, who was at the manifestation realm, couldn't break through the Vajra Corpse King's defense, so it was simply a miracle that Xian, who was at 7th-grade spirit disaster, could do it. Since he's a good friend of my disciple, then I'll forget about teaching him the God of Ghost transformation. The ancestor of the God of Ghost sect was extremely generous, but no one would pursue this matter when they saw it. After all, Xian was a seed with great potential. If he was nurtured in the future, he might be able to break through to the manifestation realm. One must know that the God of Ghost sect had never produced a human manifestation realm expert. Master, I still have something to report. Yu suddenly recalled something. That was the green corpse worm. She immediately recounted the incident to him. Green corpse worm? It can cause a lot of damage to a spiritual bodies. You only got a little bit of it and still haven't gotten rid of it? The ancestor of the God of Ghost sect narrowed his red eyes and said, I understand. I'll have people pay more attention later. If we encounter these green corpse worms in the future, it's best to catch one so that we can study it. At this moment, the resurrection ceremony had begun. A few ancestors of the God of Ghost sect placed Elder Qin's corpse on the ground and formed a spirit gathering array. Ding. Copying of spirit gathering array completed. The system notified. Now, Yi Xian would habitually use the Eye of Revelation to scan. After all, the eye energy consumed by the Eye of Revelation was about the same as the recovery speed. Even if Yi Xian kept the Eye of Revelation open all day, it would be fine. In less than 10 seconds, an apparition appeared in Elder Qin's body. This was Elder Qin's apparition, but he had no memories of his previous life. He was just a killing machine. Blood. I want blood. Elder Qin's apparition roared like a wild beast, but he didn't dare to move, or rather, he couldn't move at all with the apparition ancestors around. The spirit gathering formation helped Elder Qin condense his apparition. His aura grew stronger bit by bit, and half a minute later, his apparition reached its limit. Elder Qin had successfully condensed his apparition, but this was only the first step. The second step was enlightenment. Enlightenment spell. A few human elders from the sect of the God of Ghosts jumped out and made a few hand seals, then sent them into Elder Qin's apparition. The success rate of enlightenment wasn't 100%, so Elder Qin might fail and become a wandering ghost with only killing intent. In the end, he would be refined into a fighting apparition. At this juncture of the resurrection ceremony, the surrounding people and apparitions didn't dare to make a noise. They waited quietly. Qin. Qin Jingnan. I am Qin Jingnan. Elder Qin opened his mouth and said his name. The few elders of the God of Ghosts sect continued to perform the enlightening mantra and sent it all into Elder Qin's spiritual body. Elder Qin began to regain his memories of his previous life bit by bit. Looking at this scene, Yi Xian suddenly thought of something. When Yu was still a cute little girl, she was already enlightened. She was different from those apparitions that only knew how to kill. She had her own consciousness, and she also had the blood eyes of destruction that other apparitions didn't have. It seemed that Yu might have a special constitution. It was Yi Xian's first time seeing apparitions with special constitutions. Sect of the God of Ghosts? I've been resurrected? At this moment, Elder Qin, who was in the spirit gathering formation, was suddenly able to speak fluently. Enlightenment was a success. The surrounding people were all elders of the sect of the God of Ghosts, so the chances of enlightenment were greatly increased. Elder Qin's resurrection was a success. Elder Qin, you've done well in escorting Yu this time. You've made a great contribution. The sect of the God of Ghosts ancestor nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, ancestor. Elder Qin hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Saint, for bringing my corpse back. This time, it's all thanks to Elder Qin. Otherwise, I would have been in danger. As Yu spoke, she directly threw Elder Qin's Qian Kuan ring back to him. Although Elder Qin was still unable to use a human's Qian Kuan ring, Yu still reminded him, I have already destroyed the 2 quasi-Tong Tian beast corpses in the Qian Kuan ring. Yes. Elder Qin nodded, not thinking too much into it. In fact, the 2 quasi-heaven connecting beast corpses were devoured by Yi Xian. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to break through to 7th grade spirit disaster. The quasi-heavenly beast's corpse gave quite a lot of experience, but Yi Xian regretted that neither of the corpses had a beast soul. One of the beast souls had been refined by Yu, while the other had been forcibly taken out by the corpse ghost man. It should have been refined as well. If both beast souls were given to Yi Xian, it wouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the 8th level spirit difficulty. This matter could be considered to have come to an end. Elder Qin had been revived, but the second round of Yi Xian's random mission had yet to appear. It seemed that the time wasn't up yet, which meant that it couldn't be triggered. The escort mission had ended, but the second round of the random mission had yet to be triggered. Thus, Yi Xian could only stay in the sect of the God of Ghost for the time being. At this moment, the sect of the God of Ghost that Yi Xian was standing on was a major power in the land of the dead. Thus, he had to properly plan how to level up. Right, the sect of the God of Ghost might have something that can be used to forge sets. Let's forge a set first. Yi Xian suddenly thought of this problem. The materials required to forge a bloodline set were extremely rare, but there was another set that could be forged first, which was the Eye of Radiance set. The Eye of Radiance set was below the Heavenly Eye set, so it required more materials. Thus, the sect of the God of Ghost might have it. Right now, I'm so poor that I can't even make a sound. I can only rely on items. Yi Xian sank his consciousness into the exchange system. He was standing on the sect of the God of Ghost, so he had to exchange for items from the Tao of Ghost. 100 Ghost Battle Armor. Increase the defense of the spiritual body. Ghost Devouring Pearl. You can gain benefits from using Ghost Fetus to strengthen yourself. Dark Ghost Dagger. A weapon used by ghosts. Its attack power is stronger than nails. Yi Xian glanced at it roughly and did not look at it carefully. He directly exchanged for some items and played with them. However, the most important thing was a martial art used by ghosts. No, it should be a pseudo-theurgy. I can't exchange for theurgy, but pseudo-theurgy is fine. With a thought, Yi Xian exchanged for a pseudo-theurgy called Ghost Haste. It was specially made for ghosts to learn. Next, he would use these items to make a deal with the sect of the God of Ghost. Young master, Sister Ghost is here. Luo reminded him. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. He had the eye of perception, so he had already sensed that familiar aura. At this moment, the translucent Yu landed in Yi Xian's courtyard. You came at the right time. I have something here that the sect of the God of Ghost might be able to use. Yi Xian directly said when he saw Yu land. With his relationship with Yu, this deal was definitely not a problem. At that moment, he began to introduce these things to them. If these items are in large quantities, they can greatly improve the sect of the God of Ghost. I can agree on behalf of my master. What do you need? Yu's gaze fell on Yi Xian again. To be honest, Yi Xian was still a little unaccustomed to Yu's sudden growth from a lowly to a mature woman. However, Yu's figure was still remarkable. Her slender white legs were actually translucent, which made her stand out from the rest. After glancing at Yu's scarlet eyes, Yi Xian took out a piece of paper from his interspatial ring. I can make 1,000 sets of these. These are the items I need. As for the rest, exchange them for treasures or forging materials. Yi Xian handed over the paper. It contained the items needed to forge the Eye of Glory. Yu glanced at it and replied, although these items are rare, the sect of the God of Ghost still has them. You have them? Hearing this, Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. This was good news for him. Without wasting any time, Nye Yan purchased 100 sets of equipment from the exchange system, as well as the Swift Ghost Steps. Alright, I'll get them for you. Yu put away all the items and flew away. Young master, how did you get acquainted with Big Sister Gui Ling? Luo couldn't help asking. In the Blood Cliff continent, I met her much earlier than you. But back then, she was only 5 years old. In a blink of an eye, she's even older than you, Yi Xian explained. Gui Ling maintained her appearance before she died. This Big Sister Gui Ling must have grown up after cultivating. Luo suddenly smiled. Young master, could it be that you've taken a fancy to this Big Sister Gui Ling? Cough, how is that possible? I haven't found your young madam yet. Yi Xian awkwardly smiled. He was only looking at her with admiration. It had been a year since Song Suijing and Song Saijue were captured. He had also broken through from the early sovereign realm to the spirit disaster, but his strength was still insufficient in front of the Yin-Yang ancestor. Back then, Yangzhen said that it would take 10 years to reach the world-crossing teleportation array from the Blood Cliff sect. But that was based on Yangzhen's first-grade true energy disaster. Right now, he was at the 7th-grade spirit disaster. No one was faster than him in the 3 sovereign realms disaster. If he were to head to the world-crossing teleportation array now, he would only need half a month to reach there. But so what if he reached there, without strength? He wouldn't be able to find the yin-yang ancestor even if he went to the glazed light sacred ground. Very quickly, Yu returned. At the same time, she brought back the materials that Xian needed, as well as the treasures of heaven and earth. I have everything that you want. As for the rest, we'll split them equally. Yu handed over an interspatial ring to Xian. Great! Xian's eyes lit up. It seemed that the materials for the radiant set were all gathered. As for the rest of the ores, he would devour them himself. This way, Wei Zhentian could also improve. As for the rest of the treasures, he would leave them for Luoluo. After all, she was only at the 4th grade spirit disaster. Luoluo's moves had both power and control, which would be of great help to Xian. After receiving the interspatial ring, Xian did not waste any time and directly devoured the ores. Although the ores couldn't help him break through to the 8th grade spirit disaster, they could greatly increase Wei Zhentian's strength. Wei Zhentian broke through. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. After a series of notifications, Wei Zhentian had actually reached 9th grade spirit disaster. Bullsh*T, I'm pissed seeing you break through so easily, Xian said in his mind. Naturally, his words were meant for Wei Zhentian. Now that he and Wei Zhentian had formed a mutual growth contract, as long as he devoured ores, Wei Zhentian would also devour an equivalent amount of ores. In addition to the beast god's bloodline's enhancement, Wei Zhentian instantly broke through to become a grade 9, grade 3 supreme spiritual treasure. Ding! Wei Zhentian has reached the level limit. The system prompted again. Level cap? Does this mean that if I don't break through to the manifestation realm, Wei Zhentian won't be able to improve any further? Xian frowned, but he didn't take it to heart. Wei Zhentian, who was at 9th grade spirit disaster, was so tough that even Yu might not be able to destroy it. Then, Xian gave the rest of the treasures to Luoluo so that she could break through in a short time. Next, the Corpse King Palace might make a big move. You can stay in the God of Ghost sect for now. Yu suddenly said. Alright, then I'll have to trouble you. Xian nodded his head. He was also waiting for the second round of the random mission to be triggered. This wasn't an ordinary thing. It seemed to be able to predict certain things. Therefore, he stayed here and waited quietly. Luoluo, who was at 4th grade spirit disaster, had obtained a top grade treasure. Her cultivation speed was faster than a rocket. As for Xian, he started to forge the Eye of Glory set. But while he was forging, Xian suddenly heard a system notification. What? When forging the Eye of Glory set, the skill to summon the Golden War God will disappear. Xian was shocked. However, the Eye of Glory set was definitely better than nothing. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and started forging. Ding! Eye of Glory set completed. After hearing the notification, Xian took a glance and realized that he couldn't summon the Golden War God anymore. Come, let me see the effect of the Glory set. Xian's eyes flashed. In the next moment, he used the Eye of Glory. After using the Eye of Glory, the system also notified Xian whether to wear the Glory set. Of course, he chose to wear it. Xian, who had golden hair and golden eyes, suddenly wore a golden armor. However, it was much more handsome than the dragon-patterned golden armor. This golden armor was called the Glorious Golden Armor. It could increase the strength of one's chi again. The skill to summon the Golden War God is missing. However, the strength of the golden chi has increased. It also increased the defense. Even the transformation time has increased. This glory set is not bad. Overall, Xian was quite satisfied. Although the Golden War God was gone, the Golden War God was summoned according to his realm. It was too weak to challenge those of a higher realm. Moreover, he could use the Emperor's boundless sword himself. Therefore, it didn't matter if the skill was gone. At this moment, what Xian wanted the most was to find an opponent to fight with. Very quickly, a day had passed. In this day, Luoluo's rapid refinement allowed her to break through from 4th grade spirit disaster to 6th grade spirit disaster. She was only one realm lower than Xian. For someone like Luoluo who possessed a superior bloodline, as long as there were treasures, she would be able to quickly increase her strength. Although her speed couldn't be compared to Yi Xian and Wei Zhentian, it had already surpassed everyone in the God of Ghost sect. Yi Xian was getting more and more interested in Luolua's bloodline. He wondered what level of expert Luolua's ancestor, the heavenly loaf fox, was. Another day passed and Luoluo broke through from 6th grade spirit disaster to 7th grade spirit disaster. At the same time, Yi Xian's myriad swords return to origin finally refreshed its cooldown. It's already been 2 days. Why hasn't the second round of the chain mission appeared? Could it be that the system has crashed? Yi Xian, who was in the courtyard, was extremely vexed. He had been waiting for the second round of the chain mission. However, who knew that it wouldn't be triggered? It was a waste of his time. Forget it. Since it hasn't been triggered, I'll go out and train myself so that I can break through to the manifestation realm as soon as possible. Yi Xian thought in his heart as he decided to leave the God of Ghost sect. Right now, he was at 7th grade spirit disaster, Luoluo was also at 7th grade spirit disaster, and Wei Zhentian was at 9th grade spirit disaster. Even if they were to encounter the Vajra Corpse King again, they should be able to put up a fight. However, just when he was about to inform Yu Yu, the latter took the initiative to look for him. "Where are you going?" Yu Yu asked when she saw that Yi Xian was about to leave. "I'm going out to train." Yi Xian replied. After hearing this news, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. In the next moment, he heard a system notification sound. Ding! The second round of the chain random mission has been triggered. Kill the Vajra Corpse King within 3 days. If the mission fails, the Heavenly Eye clan's bloodline will regress once. The second round of the mission was finally triggered. Kill the Manifestation Realm Vajra Corpse King within 3 days? If the mission fails, the Heavenly Eye clan's bloodline will regress once again? Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. It seemed that this mission had to be completed. Okay. Immediately, he agreed to it. With Yu Yu and Luoluo around, the Vajra Corpse King would definitely die if it encountered them again. Then let's go find the Vajra Corpse King. It's said that it's currently wandering around the Blood Cloud sect. Yu Yu suggested. Back then, she and the Vajra Corpse King were evenly matched. However, she was tricked by the Vajra Corpse King's green corpse worm, so this grudge must be avenged. Okay. Yi Xian nodded again. This was indeed a predictive ability. The chain random mission was actually the same as the reason why Yu Yu came to find him. What the hell, however, coincidentally, the Vajra Corpse King was still wandering around the Blood Cloud sect. This saved them a lot of time. Since the Vajra Corpse King is near the Blood Cloud sect, then there's no need to hurry. Let's go. As Yi Xian spoke, he directly used the Eye of the Void and broke open a void door. Then, he brought Luoluo and Yu Yu in. Isn't this the place where we fought that day? When Yu Yu passed through the void door, she discovered that it was actually the place where they fought the Vajra Corpse King. One had to know that even with her speed, she would need 2 to 3 hours to rush back. However, today, she only took 1 step. Sister Yu Yu, this is why young master is so amazing. Luoluo said proudly. Yu Yu didn't know what to say. However, this was obviously Yi Xian's secret, so she didn't ask any more. This place is only half a day's journey away from the Blood Cloud sect. We'll reach the Blood Cloud sect in another 3 hours. As she spoke, she suddenly took out a skull-shaped token from her Qian Kuan ring and glanced at it. The Vajra Corpse King destroyed the Black Mountain territory an hour ago and spread the zombie poison plague there. Yu Yu said with a solemn expression. Other than refining corpses, the Corpse King Palace also refined poisons. This way, they could increase their battle prowess. The Vajra Corpse King was also annoyed by Yi Xian, so it took this area to vent its anger. Not a single blade of grass grew in the places where the plague spread. Moreover, the dead would become walking corpses, killing everyone they saw like ghosts. There's no time to lose. Let's move out immediately. Yi Xian was also impatient to kill the Vajra Corpse King and take revenge for that day. Of course, the most important thing was to complete the second round of the random mission. An hour later, Yi Xian and the other 2 arrived at the Black Mountain territory. However, at this moment, the Black Mountain territory was littered with corpses. Some were lying on the ground, while others were moving like walking corpses. "We're late." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and turned to look at Yu Yu, saying, "Where did the Vidra corpse king go? No one has sent any news yet." "Let's look for it," Yu Yu suggested. "Okay, then let's split up and search." Yi Xian nodded and immediately split into two. He let his doppelganger follow Yu Yu and Luo Luo, while his original body left to search. The second round of the random mission did not state that the use of the Eyes of the Void was prohibited. Therefore, as long as one side found the Vidra corpse king, the other side could immediately break through the void and go over. Yi Xian splitting into two caused Yu Yu to be deeply astonished. She felt more and more that Yi Xian wasn't ordinary. Thinking back, when Yi Xian was in the ghost tomb territory, he was only at the 4th stage of the spirit realm. Compared to now, the difference between him at that time was many times greater. Immediately, they split into two and began to search for the Vidra corpse king. An hour before they left the sect of the god of ghosts, the Vidra corpse king had just destroyed this place, and they spent another hour on the road. Therefore, they were 2 hours behind the Vidra corpse king. However, don't forget that the corpse king palace had a type of battle corpse called the walking corpse. Soon, the Vidra corpse king found Yi Xian's original body. "Brat, you dare to come back? See if I don't kill you today." Somewhere in the land of the dead, the topless Vidra corpse king couldn't help but let out a low roar. Immediately, he rushed in a certain direction. At this time, Yi Xian was still searching in the distance and did not notice that danger was approaching. Fortunately, he still had the eyes of perception. Yi Xian, who was searching, suddenly sensed a powerful aura. This aura was outside his perception range, but because it was too powerful, he caught it in advance. This aura was very gloomy, and Yi Xian was very familiar with it. "Found you, Vidra corpse king." Yi Xian's eyes lit up, and he immediately located the location. In the next moment, Yu Yu, Luo Luo, and his clone stepped through the void door. The clone and the original body instantly merged, and their strength soared by 50%. After the Gemini bloodline evolved several times, a double fusion would increase their strength by 50%, and a triple fusion would increase their strength by 60%. Therefore, Yi Xian usually fought with a double fusion. "Is he here?" Yu Yu passed through the void door and came to Yi Xian's side. She felt the aura rushing in front of her, and she also became alert. Last time, they fought to a draw with the Vidra corpse king, but in fact, they lost. This time, she and Yi Xian were both in peak condition, and must kill the Vidra corpse king that spread the plague. Soon, the Vidra corpse king appeared in front of the three. "Little girl, why are you here?" the Vidra corpse king asked in surprise after arriving. Just now, the Earth Zombies report said that there was only Yi Xian, but now there was another one. That day, Yi Xian joined forces with Yu Yu and caused damage to the Vidra corpse king. If Yu Yu hadn't been poisoned by the green corpse worm, she would have continued to pursue the Vidra corpse king. "Vidra corpse king, how have you been?" Yi Xian looked at the Vidra corpse king with a smirk. Last time, he couldn't kill the Vidra corpse king, but this time, he was in peak condition. Coupled with the cooldown of 10,000 swords, if the Vidra corpse king didn't die today, he would take off his head and kick it like a ball. Anyway, even if he took off his head and kicked it like a ball, he wouldn't die. After all, he had the Eye of Eternity bloodline. "Little girl, stinking brat, you left early that day. Today, I will take revenge for that day," the Vidra corpse king roared in a deep voice. Today, he was the same as Yi Xian. He had the determination to win. Why is this Vidra corpse king so confident today? Yi Xian felt that something was amiss. If Yu Yu hadn't been poisoned that day, they would have killed the Vidra corpse king. But today, they were in peak condition. Not only did the Vidra corpse king not escape, it even cursed at them. So, they had to be careful. "Luo Luo, find an opportunity to control it. We'll kill it in one strike." Yi Xian said to Luo Luo in her mind. "Yes, okay," Luo Luo replied. When they passed through the void gate, Yi Xian had already hidden Luo Luo in the abyss space so that he could launch a sneak attack. Although Luo Luo was only at 7th grade spirit disaster, which was the same as Yi Xian had broken the Vidra corpse king. So, the Vidra Corpse King wouldn't underestimate anyone now, even if they were at first-grade spirit disaster. Both sides faced each other for a few seconds before they attacked at the same time. Whoosh! Yu Yu took the lead and rushed over. She was using the swift specter steps that Yi Xian had given to the God of Ghost sect. Her speed was at least 30% faster than before. The Vidra Corpse King's speed was already slower than hers. Now, it was simply too slow. At the same time, Yi Xian also used the Eye of Dissection on the Vidra Corpse King. The Eye of Dissection's dissection effect could break the Vidra Corpse King's Vidra Corpse King's Vidra Corpse King. However, the Vidra Corpse King had prepared a feast for Yi Xian and Yu Yu right from the start. Come out! The Vidra Corpse King roared. In the next moment, the ground cracked and countless earth zombies drilled out from the ground. What? Yu Yu and Yi Xian were shocked when they saw this. The soil in the land of the dead was different from other places. Yi Xian's Eye of Revelation could only penetrate tens of thousands of meters, but these earth zombies were hidden deep. Accept the baptism of the green corpse poison, little girl. The Vidra Corpse King laughed. At this moment, the earth zombies opened their mouths and spat out the green corpse worms in their bodies. These hundreds of green corpse worms were all targeted at Yu Yu. Not good. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. Although they had long known that there were walking corpses following them underground, they hadn't expected that there would be a green corpse worm planted in their bodies. If Yu Yu was hit by so much poisonous fog, her spirit body would probably disintegrate in an instant. Yu Yu's face darkened when she saw the green corpse worms coming from all directions. She glared and used her special blood eyes of extermination to destroy the green corpse worms from a distance. At the same time, a silver-white armor appeared around her body. 100 Ghost Armor. This 100 Ghost Battle Armor was given to the Ghost God sect by Yi Xian. As the name implied, this 100 Ghost Battle Armor was used to increase the defense of ghost spirits. The higher the level of ghost spirits, the stronger the defense of the 100 Ghost Battle Armor. Bang! 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 One by one, the green corpse worms exploded like balloons, and poisonous mist filled the air. After Yu Yu took out the ghost armor, she immediately rose into the air and cleverly avoided the poisonous mist. She was a ghost spirit in the manifestation realm, after all. The 100 Ghost Armor's strength was beyond her imagination. This 100 Ghost Armor helped her block a large amount of poisonous fog. However, when she rushed out of the poisonous mist, the ghost armor was already full of holes from corrosion. Of course, Yu Yu was also accidentally infected with some green corpse poison. It was much worse than before, but fortunately, it wasn't fatal. How is this possible? Little girl, you actually survived? The Vidra Corpse King couldn't help but exclaim. He had already planted all the green corpse worms into the bodies of these earth-walking corpses. In his plan, these green corpse worms could at least poison the ghost spirit's patriarch to death. He did not expect that even Yu Yu, who had just broken through to the manifestation realm, could block it. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Yu Yu wasn't infected with much green corpse poison. Fortunately, she had the ghost armor this time. Otherwise, Yu Yu's spirit body would have disintegrated instantly. This green eerie corpse bug was seriously too terrifying. Damn it, I should have asked for more from the Green Corpse King. The Vidra Corpse King cursed. These green corpse worms were refined by the Vidra Corpse King of the Corpse King Palace. They were only harmful to ghost spirits, and the damage was very high. Yu Yu, are you alright? Yi Xian immediately rushed over and asked. I'm fine. I can neutralize it. Yu Yu shook her head. She could neutralize the green corpse worm's poison with time, but with the Vidra Corpse King as her enemy, there was no time to neutralize it. However, the current Yi Xian's combat strength was much stronger than before. Myriad swords returned to origin, go. Yi Xian finally used his greatest trump card. In the blink of an eye, the Skyquake sword split into thousands of sword images and flew towards the Vidra Corpse King. What the hell is this? The Vidra Corpse King's first reaction was that he had fallen into an illusion. But Yi Xian was only at the 7th grade spirit disaster, so how could he fall for it? Before Wei Zhentian advanced, there were only 100 swords. But now that Wei Zhentian had advanced, there were 1,000 swords. Thousands of ninth-grade spirit disaster skyquake swords flew towards the Vajra Corpse King. The Vajra Corpse King was instantly surrounded. Shortly after, the skyquake swords shuttled back and forth, emitting clanging sounds. The Vajra Corpse King was known for his defense, and he was the strongest Corpse King in the Corpse King Palace. Although the myriad swords' return to origin was strong, it couldn't break through his Vajra corpse membrane. Therefore, he still needed to coordinate with Xianxia's Eye of Disintegration. Clone. When the skyquake swords attacked, Xianxia split into two and ran on the ground. Brat, you're courting death. The Vajra Corpse King didn't care about the humiliation and threw a punch at Xianxia. But in the next moment, his attack was blocked by a massive skyquake sword. Spiritual Sword Array. Boom. 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 The skyquake swords descended and surrounded the Vajra Corpse King, leaving behind dozens of holes. Eye of Disintegration. Xianxia's original body and clone were constantly moving around, using the holes left behind by the spiritual sword array to attack the Vajra Corpse King. His Eye of Disintegration could break through the Vajra Corpse King's Vajra corpse membrane. As long as this membrane was broken, the Vajra Corpse King wouldn't be a match for him. Bastard! What the hell is this? Open for me. Within the spiritual sword array, the Vajra Corpse King was constantly attacking the skyquake swords, trying to break out of the spiritual sword array. However, Wei Zhentian's defense had increased after his advancement, and with his 9th-grade spirit disaster, his defense was probably stronger than the Vajra Corpse King. It was simply impossible for the Vajra Corpse King to break out of the spiritual sword array. Buzz. Buzz. At this moment, 20 decomposition rays landed on the Vajra Corpse King's body, directly breaking through the Vajra Corpse King's upper body. It's about time. 10,000 swords return to origin, rise. Xianxia's eyes flickered. In the next moment, the heaven-shaking giant sword shrunk completely. Seeing this, the Vajra Corpse King immediately punched at Xianxia. But before the heaven-shaking giant sword shrunk, Xianxia had already launched his attack. Ghost God Fist. Boom, the Vajra Corpse King was forced to counterattack. Although his Vajra Corpse King was gone, he was still a Manifestation Realm Corpse King. How could he die just like that? A wave of air swept out, but Xianxia's next attack wasn't so simple. Eye of Glory. Xianxia put on the glory set and pinched the air with his left hand. Golden Dragon Catcher Hand. The Vajra Corpse King couldn't dodge in time and was caught. Immediately, the golden true chi burned his skin, making sizzling sounds. The 5 fingers pierced into the Vajra Corpse King's body. Divine power, it's actually a divine power. The Vajra Corpse King was shocked. While he was surprised, another golden hand appeared. 2 golden hands held the Vajra Corpse King in the center of the palms. The Vajra Corpse King was burned by the golden true chi and was in excruciating pain. Bastard, if I break free, I'll skin you alive. The Vajra Corpse King cursed angrily as he fumed. You think you can break free? Dream on. Wei Zhentian, kill him. Xianxia snorted coldly. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, countless wind whistled as thousands of Megatron descended, instantly enveloping the Vajra Corpse King. Following that, crisp sounds rang out. This was the sound of the Vajra Corpse King's flesh being torn apart by the heaven-shaking swords. After the heaven-shaking swords swept past, the Vajra Corpse King's upper body had already disappeared, leaving a pool of flesh on the ground. It was a tragic sight. The Vajra Corpse King was dead. Humph, a mere Manifestation Realm Corpse King dares to be so arrogant in front of me. Xianxia was very disdainful. However, speaking of the 10,000 swords returned to origin, the power had indeed increased by a lot. Who could withstand the baptism of over 1,000 heaven-shaking swords? Ding. Host has completed the random mission of killing the Vajra Corpse King. The system prompted. The second round of the random mission was finally completed. Ding. The third round of the chain random mission has been triggered. Destroy the Corpse King Palace. Mission completed. Reward, Heavenly Eye Clan Bloodline Evolution once. The system notification sounded again. Is he really going to destroy the Corpse King Palace? Xianxia raised an eyebrow. He had already expected the third round's random quest. The Corpse King Palace was one of the two overlords in the land of the dead. Needless to say, they had a strong foundation. Although it sounded very frightening, Xian had just killed the Vidra Corpse King. That was the combat strength of a manifestation realm expert. If I didn't have the 10,000 swords returned to origin, I'm afraid it wouldn't be so easy to deal with the Vidra Corpse King. However, as long as I break through, then I have a greater chance of dealing with the Corpse King. Xian thought to himself. He was about to pick up the Vidra Corpse King's yin and yang ring when a black object suddenly emerged from the Vidra Corpse King's body. Crack! This black shadow directly broke through the glorious armor and entered Xian's body. What? Xian was shocked. At this moment, he felt the true qi in his body solidify instantly. His wounds were rapidly rotting. Oh no! His expression changed drastically. He hurriedly put away the glorious armor and raised his hand to sweep his neck. Rip! His head flew up and landed on the ground with a grunt. His action also frightened Yu. Yu did not understand why Xian wanted to commit suicide. However, just as she was about to dive down, she realized that Xian's body was rapidly rotting. Meanwhile, Xian's head was rapidly growing. In the blink of an eye, Xian actually grew a new body. However, this body was completely naked, so Xian hurriedly put on his clothes. Phew, that scared me to death. There's actually a deadly poisonous bug. Xian hurriedly heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, that poisonous bug only flew out after the death of the Vidra Corpse King. Previously, due to his cultivation level, his eye of insight was unable to see through it, but he was successfully ambushed by this poisonous bug. This poisonous bug was extremely poisonous. Even the bloodline of the divine tree of life could not do anything to it. Therefore, Xian hurriedly cut off his head to survive. Fortunately, he had already activated the Eye of Eternity. Otherwise, his original body and clone would have perished this time. Young master, are you alright? Luo hurriedly asked. I'm fine. It didn't spread to my head. Xian shook his head. This time, it was a close call again. Yu also hurriedly rushed down. Right now, she was even more unable to see through Xian. To be able to regrow his head after cutting it off was simply a miracle. However, this was Xian's secret, so it was better for her not to ask. Your strength has already surpassed mine. I never thought that you would be so strong. Yu couldn't help but say. No, I only used my trump card. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to kill the Vidra Corpse King. Xian was still aware of his own strength. This time, if he did not have myriad returning swords, it would not have been possible. Although Luo had 100 layers of shackles, the difference in their realms was too great. Furthermore, the Vidra Corpse King knew how to use poison. It wouldn't be that easy to kill it. At this moment, Xian quickly went over and picked up the Universe Ring. The Vidra Corpse King, as the Corpse King with the strongest defense in the Corpse King Palace, was still very rich. Ding! Host has broken through. Current realm is 8th grade spirit disaster. The system notification sounded. Right now, even if Xian did not use myriad returning swords, he still had the qualifications to fight the Vidra Corpse King alone. He estimated that if he broke through again, no one in the land of the dead would be his opponent. There are actually many corpse worms inside. These corpse worms are refined using a special method with poison. They are not living beings. Xian counted the spoils of war, but most of them were useless to him. When the time comes, he could just give them to the old antiques of the God of Ghost sect to study. With the Vidra Corpse King killed, the second round of the random mission was completed. Thus, Xian began to prepare for the third round of the random mission. Yu, do you have any news of the other Corpse Kings? Xian turned his head and asked. Yes, the Digging Corpse King is 3 days away from here. The Whitebone Corpse King is 4 days away. Yu glanced at the Whitebone token and replied. 3 days, 4 days, they are all so far away. Why don't we just kill our way to the Corpse King Palace? Xian frowned. Kill our way to the Corpse King Palace? Yu's face was filled with shock when she heard that. Although Xian had the strength to kill the Vidra Corpse King, the Vidra Corpse King was one of the weakest in the Corpse King Palace. It only had the strongest defense. For people of their level, the strongest defense was useless and could only be used as a meat shield. The two of them charged into the Corpse King Palace, which was extremely dangerous. Charging into the Corpse King Palace? That's great. I didn't even have the time to make a move in the previous battle and that damn thing was killed by the young master. This time I will have a good fight. Luoluo clamored by the side. With the help of treasures, she was about to break through to the 8th grade spirit disaster. At that time, her fighting strength would increase greatly and she might not be any weaker than Yuyu. Since that's the case, let's go together. Yuyu nodded her head. If the three of them worked together, as long as 3 Corpse Kings didn't appear at the same time, they wouldn't be able to do anything to them. The Corpse King Palace had already sent 5 Corpse Kings to the sect of the God of Ghost to cause trouble. Now that they were heading to the Corpse King Palace, the possibility of them encountering 5 Corpse Kings wasn't high. Furthermore, Yi Xian had various shocking methods that were suitable for ambushes. If they encountered a Corpse King that was alone, they might be able to kill it, which was extremely beneficial to the sect of the God of Ghost. Immediately, Yuyu used the white bone token to send the news back to the sect of the God of Ghost. Shortly after, she followed Yi Xian and Luoluo to the Corpse King Palace. In the land of the dead, the sect of the God of Ghosts' territory was incomparably eerie. As for the Corpse King Palace, it was extremely barren with poisonous swamps, plague lands, and mass graves. 3 days later, Yi Xian stepped into the Corpse King Palace's territory. In this place, it was best to travel by air, which was why their speed was a little slow. Now that the 10,000 returning swords cooldown is over and Luoluo has broken through to the 8th grade spirit disaster, as long as they don't come to the Corpse King Palace, I will kill them all. Yi Xian was extremely confident in his heart. Although these Corpse Kings were at the Manifestation Realm, they were already dead and couldn't use the Manifestation Realm's power. Therefore, their fighting strength was much weaker than a human Manifestation Realm. This was the reason why Yi Xian dared to kill his way into the Corpse King Palace. If the Corpse King Palace had a human Manifestation Realm expert, he would probably be able to fight the 3 of them. This time, they had entered the Corpse King Palace's territory and were now rushing towards it. "Young master, do you have a plan?" asked Luoluo's Luoluo. He was currently at 8th grade spirit disaster, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to control the Corpse King Palace Elder, who was at 9th grade spirit disaster. When the time comes, he would get the Corpse King Palace Elder to report that he found traces of Yuyu. Although 10,000 swords returned to origin had a cooldown of 3 days, being able to kill a Corpse King in 3 days was already very terrifying. In a month's time, the Corpse King Palace would be destroyed. Following that, Yi Xian spent another 3 days to arrive at the Corpse King Palace. Because Yuyu's aura was hard to conceal, it was easy to be discovered. Therefore, Yuyu and Luoluo were hiding somewhere else. The scale of the Corpse King Palace was extremely large, equivalent to a large city. There were countless living and dead people inside, and at the entrance of the Corpse King Palace, there were numerous sculptures. These were the sculptures of the Corpse King Palace's previous palace masters. At this moment, outside the Corpse King Palace. The Corpse King Palace is indeed powerful. With a single glance, I can see dozens of Corpse King Palace elders at 9th grade spirit disaster. If we can deal with all of them, Yi Xian licked his lips as he fantasized in his mind. As long as he annihilated the Corpse King Palace, he would definitely be able to break through to 9th grade spirit disaster. He might even be able to break through to the Manifestation Realm. Of course, breaking through to the Manifestation Realm from the 3 lesser sovereign disasters might require some sort of mission item. For the sake of the big picture, I should first control a 9th grade spirit disaster elder. Yi Xian thought in his heart as he approached the Corpse King Palace. Beside him were 2 8th grade spirit disaster battle corpses. This way, no one would suspect his identity. As he approached with the 2 battle corpses, he coincidentally saw a 9th grade spirit disaster elder coming out from the Corpse King Palace. What was even more coincidental was that this elder of 9th level spirit disaster was actually not a living person. He was an elder who had died many years ago. However, when he died, his corpse was brought back and refined into a battle corpse. Furthermore, he was successfully enlightened and recovered his memories. It's a coincidence. You'll be the one. Yi Xian did not say anything and immediately followed. Previously, his eye of control only controlled living people. This time, he was trying to control a dead person. He didn't know if he would succeed. If it didn't work, then he would directly kill it and treat it as an experiment. The Corpse King Palace was right in front of him, so Yi Xian did not dare to make a move. He followed the elder from afar and only made his move after half an hour. It's about time. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he chased after the elder. The elder in front of him seemed to have noticed something. When he turned around, he immediately felt a sharp pain in his head. Burning eye. Brat, how dare you sneak attack an elder of the Corpse King Palace? I'm going to refine you into a battle corpse. The elder of the Corpse King Palace roared in his heart. It was fine if he didn't turn around because Yi Xian had to look into the elder's eyes to use his heaven's eye. Eye of control. When Yi Xian saw that the burning eye was effective, he immediately used the eye of control. Ding. Control failed. The system notification sounded. Yi Xian and the elder of the Corpse King Palace were only 1 grade apart, but he actually failed to control it. The Corpse King Palace was indeed worthy of its name. He immediately used the eye of control once again. Ding. Control succeeded. When the system notification sounded, the killing intent in the elder of the Corpse King Palace disappeared completely and he became Yi Xian's servant. After he succeeded, Yi Xian rushed over and took the interspatial ring without saying a word. How many Corpse Kings are there in the Corpse King Palace? Yi Xian asked. As far as I know, there are 8. The elder of the Corpse King Palace replied. 8 Corpse Kings? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Including the 5 Corpse Kings that entered the sect of the God of Ghosts territory, there were at least 13 Corpse Kings in the Corpse King Palace. Moreover, this was only a rough estimate because there might be more that the elder of the Corpse King Palace didn't know. How are the 8 Corpse Kings compared to the Vajra Corpse King? Yi Xian asked again. Among the 8 Corpse Kings, my father, the Chain Corpse King, is the weakest, but he is still stronger than the Vajra Corpse King. If they fight, the Chain Corpse King can seriously injure the Vajra Corpse King, the elder of the Corpse King Palace replied. What, your father is the Chain Corpse King? Yi Xian was also speechless. The bait he randomly found turned out to be the son of a Corpse King. His luck was really good. However, the weakest Iron Chain Corpse King guarding the Corpse King Palace was actually stronger than the Vajra Corpse King. The Vajra Corpse King had the strongest defense among all the Corpse Kings. However, the strongest defense was actually useless, so he needed the help of other Corpse Kings, such as the Corpse Worms refined by the Green Corpse King. Who is the strongest Corpse King Palace right now? Yi Xian asked again. It's the Crimson Blood Corpse King. Elder Dead Man replied. Crimson Blood Corpse King Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian hurriedly collected information, such as the characteristics of these Corpse Kings. The Vajra Corpse King had the strongest defense. The Iron Chain Corpse King had a specially refined iron chain that could instantly turn a person into a charred corpse. The Green Corpse King specialized in refining corpse poison and was even stronger than the Iron Chain Corpse King. The Violent Bear Corpse King even merged with the bloodline of the quasi-heaven-reaching beast Bloodthirsty Violent Bear after its death, so it was the strongest among all the Corpse Kings. After Yi Xian finished listening to Elder Dead Man's information, Yi Xian couldn't help but swallow his saliva. These Corpse Kings were each more ferocious than the previous, so it wouldn't be easy to deal with them. Among them, the Corpse King Palace's current palace master, the Crimson Blood Corpse King, was close to the 2nd level of the manifestation realm, or perhaps had already reached it. I didn't expect the Corpse King Palace to be so strong. Perhaps there are still hidden Corpse Kings. If we want to destroy the Corpse King Palace within a month, we must hurry. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. This chain random mission was to destroy the Corpse King Palace. Although he didn't need to kill all the Corpse Kings, it was definitely not something he could do now to take down the Corpse King Palace. As long as I break through one more time, then it should be enough to ally with the God of Ghost sect. Yi Xian thought in his heart, then turned to Elder Dead Man and said, You, go back and call your father out. Go to this place and say that you found the God of Ghost sect. Yes, Master. Elder Dead Man nodded and then returned to the Corpse King Palace. As for Xian, he was prepared to wait here and follow them all the way. This time his target was the Iron Chain Corpse King, which was currently the weakest of all the Corpse Kings in the Corpse King Palace. An hour later, Xian sensed the return of the dead elder. At the same time, he brought along a Corpse King with him. The right hand of this Corpse King was a gray iron chain that was several meters long. According to his son, this iron chain was refined by the Corpse King for hundreds of years. It was almost comparable to a heavenly artifact. Xian looked from afar and felt this powerful aura. His heart couldn't help but tremble. The big fish has finally taken the bait. TSK, tisk, I'll kill you one day later. His eyes flickered as he watched the dead elder and the Iron Chain Corpse King approach. Father, he is the one who discovered the holy son of the god of ghost sect, Elder Dead Man said to the chained Corpse King as he approached. Kid, are you sure he's the holy son of the god of ghost sect? If you dare to lie to me, I will beat you to death. The Iron Chain Corpse King said to Xian. Even a 9th grade spirit disaster was like an ant in his eyes. He could kill them with a swing of his chain, not to mention Xian, who was an 8th grade spirit disaster. Lord Corpse King, it's true. The holy son of the god of ghost sect is one day away from here. Xian pretended to be very afraid. Very good, if I really find the holy son of ghost sect, I will reward you greatly. The Iron Chain Corpse King's eyes lit up as he thought in his heart, tsk, I don't know where the god of ghost sect found such a good seedling. If she grows up in the future, she will be a great threat to my god of ghost sect. If I kill her, I can ask for a thunder roll stone from the Crimson Blood Corpse King. At that time, the power of the 100 crystal chain will increase by another level. Thank you, Lord Corpse King. Xian hurriedly thanked. The Iron Chain Corpse King didn't talk nonsense and directly went to the location that Xian told him. Killing the holy son of ghost sect was a great merit. He naturally wouldn't tell the other Corpse Kings, so as to avoid getting a share of the benefits. After looking at his back, Xian's mouth slightly curled up. He then directly broke through the void and met up with Yu and the others. At this time, Yu and Luo were hiding in a desolate hill. When they saw Xian's original body return, they immediately went forward. Young master, what fish is it? Luo hurriedly asked. Iron Chain Corpse King, get ready. It will arrive in 2 or 3 hours. Xian directly replied and merged with his avatar. A day's journey was only 2 or 3 hours for the Iron Chain Corpse King. Moreover, they stayed here and didn't leave, so the Iron Chain Corpse King didn't need to find them. As long as the Iron Chain Corpse King arrived, they would immediately take action. Although I have 10,000 swords returned to origin, there is still a possibility of failing to destroy the Corpse King Palace within a month. So, try not to use 10,000 swords returned to origin. Xian thought in his heart. The strength of the Iron Chain Corpse King wasn't much. It could only seriously injure the Vajra Corpse King. After the battle with the Vajra Corpse King, he had already broken through to 8th grade spirit disaster. With Yu and Luo, killing the Iron Chain Corpse King shouldn't be a problem. In this case, he didn't need to use 10,000 swords returned to origin. Sure enough, the Iron Chain Corpse King didn't let Xian down. More than 2 hours later, Xian sensed a powerful aura. It's here. Xian hurriedly reminded. After hearing this, Yu also cheered up. As for Luo, she was directly sent into Xian's astral space. Soon, the Iron Chain Corpse King appeared. Ha ha ha, that brat really didn't lie to me. You little girl is really here. A loud laughter fell into Xian and Yu's ears. Iron Chain Corpse King? Yu pretended to be surprised as she looked at the Iron Chain Corpse King. That's right. I heard that you stole a quasi-heaven connecting beast's corpse from my Corpse King Palace and then broke through to the manifestation realm. I didn't expect that you didn't return to the Divine Ghost Sect and instead stepped into my Corpse King Palace's territory. You are courting death. The Iron Chain Corpse King looked as if he was going to eat her up. He didn't know that he had fallen into a trap. Previously, the Vajra Corpse King was scared away by Xian and Luo in the Divine Ghost Sect's territory. This was a shameful matter, so it was impossible for the Vajra Corpse King to return to the Corpse King Palace. Therefore, it was impossible for the Iron Chain Corpse King to know that the Vajra Corpse King had fallen. He also didn't know that the Vajra Corpse King was killed by Yi Xian alone. Iron Chain Corpse King, you think you can kill me with just you? Yu pretended to be calm. If it was a one-on-one battle, she, who had just broken through, naturally wouldn't be the Iron Chain Corpse King's opponent. But at this moment, the Iron Chain Corpse King obviously ignored Yi Xian, who was in the 8th grade spirit disaster. In this battle, the careless Iron Chain Corpse King would definitely die. Whether I can kill you or not, you will know once you try. Whether I can kill you or not, we will know once we try. The Iron Chain Corpse King did not talk nonsense and directly rushed towards Yu. The Baiji iron chain in his hand was dragged on the ground, causing countless sparks. Although she had already set up a trap, Yu did not dare to be careless because she heard that this Baiji iron chain is specially used to deal with spiritual bodies. When the Baiji iron chain hits a human body and a ghost, the latter will suffer more damage than the former. Therefore, Yu directly took out her 100 ghost battle armor. Yu used swift ghost steps and turned into a ghost as she rushed towards the Iron Chain Corpse King. Little girl, see if I don't kill you. The Iron Chain Corpse King approached Yu and waved the Baiji iron chain in his right hand, causing countless electric sparks to fly. The air was filled with a burnt smell. However, Yu's speed was extremely fast and easily dodged the chain. Annihilation Blood Eyes. Boom. The Iron Chain Corpse King was hit by Yu's Annihilation Blood Eyes and immediately took a few steps back. However, the Corpse Kings in the Corpse King Palace are all focused on body refinement. Although their defensive power is not as good as the Vajra Corpse King, it is not weak. Just after the Iron Chain Corpse King was injured, his blood suddenly splashed out, mixed with some electric snakes. Zizi the electric snakes rushed into Yu's 100 ghost battle armor and immediately penetrated it. Yu's spiritual body trembled fiercely after being electrocuted. Ha ha ha, once my body is injured, it will erupt with spirit-extinguishing lightning. The Iron Chain Corpse King laughed. Because the Iron Chain Corpse King rarely fought, not many people knew this secret, and it was even more impossible for Yu to know. At this moment, Yu quickly opened up a distance. Seeing this, Yi Xian could no longer hide and immediately rushed out. Brilliant eyes. The brilliant golden armor covered Yi Xian's body, and a golden light shone, which attracted the Iron Chain Corpse King's attention. Humph, just a mere 8th grade spirit disaster. The Iron Chain Corpse King did not put Yi Xian in his eyes. He smashed the iron chain in his hand on the ground, and electric sparks flew out from the ground. Zizi Yu couldn't dodge in time and was hit by another electric snake. She couldn't help but let out a groan. This lightning was the same as the previous green corpse poison, which could cause great damage to the spirit body. But in the next moment, the Chain Zombie King realized that he had underestimated Yi Xian. Yi Xian suddenly condensed a huge golden sword and slashed at the Chained Corpse King. Tyrannical Emperor's Limitless Sword. The Tyrannical Emperor's Limitless Sword under the glorious set was much more powerful than before. This sword directly hit the Chain Corpse King into the ground. Bang! The Iron Chain Corpse King only felt a roar in his head, and the bones in his shoulders were piercing through his flesh. Suddenly, countless lightning flashed. Although it was said to be a trump card, it was not so easy to kill the Iron Chain Corpse King. However, this was only the beginning. Golden Dragon Capturing Hands. Golden Dragon Capturing Hands. While the Iron Chain Corpse King was in a daze, Yi Xian hurriedly used his divine ability. 2 golden hands that were much stronger than before directly grabbed the Iron Chain Corpse King. Divine ability? The Iron Chain Corpse King was shocked, his body bloomed with lightning, and countless electric snakes rushed out. However, how could the Golden Dragon Capturing Hands be so easy to break free? This Iron Chain Corpse King is full of the power of thunder and lightning, and my Golden Dragon Capturing Hands was full of holes. Yi Xian was very surprised. The strength of this Iron Chain Corpse King was indeed much stronger than the Vajra Corpse King. If Yu was beside this Iron Chain Corpse King just now, her spirit body would have been directly destroyed by the electric current. Fortunately, Yu was already far away from this Iron Chain Corpse King. Luo, kill him. Yi Xian dodged this crazy electric snake attack and then released Luoluo. 100 layers demon fox clone. 100 layers of shackles. Luoluo directly used 2 consecutive strikes to trap the Iron Chain Corpse King. Her move was not weaker than Yi Xian's 2 golden dragon capturing hands, but it didn't have the attack power. However, the attack skill came later. 7 colors demon fire. Now Luoluo can divide more than 30 true Qi clones, that is to say, more than 30 sets of 7 colors demon fire, smashing towards the Iron Chain Corpse King. Puff. 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 One by one, the demon fire entered the Iron Chain Corpse King's body. In the next moment, a 7-color light appeared, directly covering the thunder light. Bang! With a rumbling sound, the Iron Chain Corpse King was blown to pieces. This scene also caused Yi Xian to be dumbstruck. This power, isn't it a bit too strong? Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. He thought he would have to add a few more demon god fists, but he didn't expect Luoluo to directly blow the Iron Chain Corpse King to death. After the death of the Iron Chain Corpse King, a powerful energy surged out of its body and erupted again. Boom! Another round of electric snakes flew, but Yi Xian had already hidden Luoluo in the secret space, and he and Yuyu also hid far away. The Iron Chain Corpse King was blown to death by Luoluo's 7 colors demon fire, and it didn't even leave behind a last word. If it was hit by Luoluo's attack, even a true manifestation realm expert would be seriously injured. When they fought the Vajra Corpse King, Luoluo didn't participate because her realm was too low. Looking at the thunder light in front of them gradually weakening, Yi Xian also quickly rushed over. Fortunately, the explosion didn't destroy the universe ring, or else Yi Xian would definitely smack Luoluo's butt. There are a lot of things, but I'm still far from breaking through. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly, then immediately walked over and picked up the 100 times iron chain, turned around and said, Luoluo, this iron chain might be useful to you. Well, this Iron Chain Corpse King fused it into its right hand. It's a bit disgusting, I'll keep it first. Luoluo reluctantly accepted it. Her 100 times shackles was a rank 3 supreme spiritual artifact. If she changed it to this chain, its effect might be doubled. Now, Yi Xian's group of 3 killed a Corpse King, and Yi Xian didn't use myriad returning swords, so they might be able to continue. Yuyu, how are you? Yi Xian turned around and asked. It's nothing serious, I just need to repair my spiritual body. Yuyu shook her head. Just now she was hit by the electric snakes a few times, and her spiritual body was damaged. As for how to repair it, she naturally had to use the ghost fetus. Then let's rest for a day. Yi Xian replied. Anyway, the time limit of the mission to destroy the Corpse King Palace was 1 month, but he only spent a few days. If they were to kill a Corpse King every day, then even if the Corpse King Palace had 20 Corpse Kings, it wouldn't be enough to kill. Yi Xian still had enough super devouring crystals, so Yi Xian exchanged some items for Yuyu, increasing her strength and safety. A day later, the cooldown of the tyrannical emperor's infinite sword and the 100 times shackles was over, and Yuyu's spiritual body had long been repaired. You two continue to wait here, I will lure another Corpse King out. Yi Xian said to Yuyu and Luoluo. N. The 2 women nodded one after another. Immediately, Yi Xian's main body broke through the void and directly came to the place where he controlled the dead elder. The dead elder has been guarding here, and when he saw Yi Xian coming, he hurriedly greeted him. There should be 6 more Corpse Kings in the Corpse King Palace, you go lure one out. Yi Xian said to the dead elder. The dead elder was the son of the Chain Corpse King, but now that the Chain Corpse King was killed by Yi Xian, and he was controlled by Yi Xian, there was no way for him to take revenge. Yes, master. The dead elder nodded in response and left directly. There were originally 7 Corpse Kings in the Corpse King Palace, but now that the Chain Corpse King is dead, there are only 6 left. Of these 6 Corpse Kings, except for the Crimson Blood Corpse King, Yi Xian has no confidence in dealing with them. The other 5 are not a problem. Soon, in less than an hour, the dead elder came back again. However, this time around, he had brought back 2 people. Huh? 2 Corpse Kings? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Of these 2 Corpse Kings, one is wearing a green robe, and the other is burly, at least 2 meters tall. Before, he told the dead elder not to call the Crimson Blood Corpse King. As for the other corpse kings, calling 2 of them is not a problem. As for these 2 corpse kings, Xian recognized them at a glance. Green Corpse King, Violent Bear Corpse King. Green Corpse King is an expert in refining poisonous insects in the Corpse King Palace. The green corpse worm and the deadly poisonous insects hidden in the diamond body were all made by him. His strength is above the Chain Corpse King. After the Violent Bear Corpse King died and was refined into a Battle Corpse King, it fused with the blood of the Bloodthirsty Bear Corpse King to strengthen its physique. It can penetrate the Diamond Corpse King's defense with one punch and directly injure it. Although the Diamond Corpse King has the strongest defense, its strength is the weakest existence, ranking 3rd. As for the Green Corpse King and the Violent Bear Corpse King, they were ranked 6th and 8th respectively. The dead man Elder brought the 2 Corpse Kings and rushed towards Xian. Elder Shen, is this the brat who brought the information? The 2-meter-tall Violent Bear Corpse King glared at Xian and said. Yes. Elder Dead Man nodded. Kid, other than the Ghost Spirit Holy Son, who are the other 2? The Violent Bear Corpse King asked again. It seems to be Guili and Guifeng. Xian answered without thinking. Previously, he had told Elder Dead Man that if he brought 2 people with him, he would bring 2 Ghost Spirits Sect's ancestor Ghost Spirits with him. As for the Ghostly and Ghost Wind he mentioned, they were the Ghost Spirits patriarchs of the sect of the God of Ghost. So it's that old fellow Ghostly. In the battle more than 10 years ago, we were evenly matched. This time I will definitely beat him up until his soul scatters. The Violent Bear Corpse King squinted his eyes. Xian subconsciously glanced and found that there were corpse worms in the Violent Bear Corpse King's body. Not only that, even the gloves on the Violent Bear Corpse King's hands were smeared with poison. In that case, leave Guifeng to me. As for the Ghost Spirit Holy Son, leave it to the Chain Corpse King. The Green Corpse King suddenly revealed a sinister smile. If the Ghost Spirit Holy Son, Guili, and Guifeng could be successfully killed, it would be a huge blow to the sect of the God of Ghost. At this time, the Green Corpse King and the Violent Bear Corpse King did not have the slightest doubt because the Chain Corpse King had already gone, and it was the Chain Corpse King who informed them. After all, there were 3 of them. Immediately, the Green Corpse King and the Violent Bear Corpse King rushed towards the place mentioned by Elder Dead Man. You did a good job. Xian nodded in satisfaction. Immediately, he directly broke through the void and left this place. Young master, who is it this time? When Xian landed, Luoluo immediately greeted him. Green Corpse King and Violent Bear Corpse King. Xian directly replied. Green Corpse King? When Yu heard this name, her body trembled because almost all of her injuries were related to the Green Corpse King. Don't worry, this time I will directly use my trump card to kill them. Xian slightly raised the corner of his mouth. This time, there were 2 Corpse Kings. In order to be safe, it was better to use his trump card. After all, as long as these 2 Corpse Kings were killed, there would only be 4 Corpse Kings left in the Corpse King Palace. Including the 5 that entered the territory of the sect of the God of Ghost, there would only be 9 Corpse Kings left. The return of 10,000 swords only had a cooldown time of 3 days. In less than half a month, the Corpse King Palace would be destroyed. Soon, 2 hours later, 2 auras stepped into Xian's sensing range. They're here, let's go. Xian, who was sitting quietly on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 golden lights burst out from his eyes. The next moment, his whole body was wrapped in the brilliant golden armor. Since he was going to show his trump card, there was no need to talk nonsense. At the same time, this time, Yu may not need to make a move. In an instant, Xian directly rushed out. The reason why he did not make a move 2 hours ago was because he was too close to the Corpse King Palace. He was afraid that he would attract other Corpse Kings. Now, he was far enough from the Corpse King Palace, and the battle had only lasted a few seconds, so he was not afraid. Return of 10,000 swords, go. Xian directly threw the Skyquake sword in his hand. The Skyquake sword immediately flew forward, like a flock of geese, towards the 2 figures in front. What? The Green Corpse King and Violent Bear Corpse King were shocked. They had just sensed Yu's aura, and the other party had already made a move. Wasn't this reaction a little too fast? However, They soon found out that the one who ambushed them was not the ghost spirit ancestor, nor was it the ghost spirit saint, but an 8th grade spirit disaster brat. You dare to use such a small trick to deal with us? The violent bear corpse king was filled with disdain. Facing the thousands of skyquake swords, he directly sent a palm strike towards them. A bear-like attack was sent out, directly hitting the hundreds of skyquake swords. However, the skyquake swords were still top-grade sovereign spiritual treasures. After being pushed back a little, they continued to rush towards the 2 corpse kings. Return of 10,000 swords was Xianxia's greatest trump card. With thousands of skyquake swords flying out, even a manifestation realm expert with the power of manifestation realm would not dare to underestimate them. As for the violent bear corpse king and green corpse king, and even the ghost spirit Saint Yu, they could not be considered as manifestation realm experts. They could only be considered as pseudo-manifestation realm experts. Thousands of skyquake swords immediately surrounded the 2 corpse kings. In just a single exchange, the violent bear corpse king and green corpse king felt a huge pressure. Old bear, retreat. Bang! The huge package exploded, and countless green powder floated out. Many of the heaven-shocking swords were stained by the green powder, and immediately made a sizzling sound as they were corroded and broke. It actually damaged the heaven-shocking swords? Xian was shocked. This green corpse king was indeed capable. It actually destroyed hundreds of heaven-shocking swords in one move. However, there were still more than 800. At the same time, Xian also took this opportunity to approach the 2 corpse kings, and then stretched out his hands. Golden dragon capturing hands. Golden dragon capturing hands. 2 dragon capturing hands directly grabbed the green corpse king's body. What, divine ability? The green corpse king and violent bear corpse king were shocked. They were not ordinary people. Even the valley master of the 10,000 flower valley could see that it was a divine ability. You want to trap me? No way. The green corpse king's eyes flashed, and in the next moment, a green light gushed out from his body. Bang! A loud sound spread out. Xian looked and found that the golden dragon capturing hands was actually about to collapse. At this time, the violent bear corpse king on the side hurriedly slapped out with his palm, directly shattering the 2 golden dragon capturing hands. Seeing this scene, Xian couldn't help but sigh in his heart, you really have some ability. It seems that it will be difficult to deal with you without using the spirit sword array. In the next moment, thousands of heaven-shocking swords transformed into giant swords and then crashed down. Clang! 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 The giant swords fell one after another, trapping the violent bear corpse king and the green corpse king in the middle. At the same time, Luo suddenly appeared. 7-colored demonic fire. More than 30 Luos attacked the spirit sword array crazily, and hundreds of demonic flames fell into the spirit sword array. Although many were scattered by the green corpse king and the violent bear corpse king, Xian was using the Eye of Decomposition to attack them. They were unable to get rid of all the demonic flames. When more than 30 purple demonic flames fell into the spirit sword array, these demonic flames suddenly connected. In an instant, the spirit sword array emitted a terrifying and powerful aura. 7-colored demonic fire, explode. With a thought, Luo directly ignited those demonic flames. Rumble. Another earth-shattering sound rang out. Luo's 7-colored demon fire combined with the 100-layer demon fox's clone was extremely powerful. Even if the green serene corpse king and the violent bear corpse king didn't die, they would definitely be heavily injured. 10,000 swords returned to origin, rise. After the explosion, Xian immediately activated the heaven-shocking sword. As expected, the 2 corpse kings inside did not die, but after that, they would not be able to block the 10,000 swords return to origin that had yet to end. No, I won't die here. How can I die here? Who are you? Green Tranquil Corpse King and Violent Bear Corpse King shouted. However, Xian had no intention of replying and immediately attacked. Golden Dragon Capturing Hands. Golden Dragon Capturing Hands. At this time, the Green Corpse King and the Violent Bear Corpse King were both in a heavily injured state and could not withstand these attacks at all. In an instant, they were caught by the Dragon Capturing Hand. What they had to face next was the baptism of the 10,000 returning swords. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Hundreds of heaven-shocking swords swept over like a hurricane. Even if the Green Corpse King and the Violent Bear Corpse King were manifestation realm experts, they could not withstand this attack. Under the eye of revelation, Xian saw that the upper bodies of the two were directly sliced into meat paste, leaving only 2 legs. At this moment, Xian swept over and collected the 2 universe rings that were scattered on the ground. There are so many corpse bugs. They should be targeting spiritual bodies. Xian did not say anything and swallowed all of these things. The Corpse King Palace and the sect of the God of Ghost had been fighting for so many years, and the sect of the God of Ghost also did not have a human manifestation realm expert. Therefore, the poisons that they developed were mostly targeted at the ghost spirit ancestors. These poisons were not living creatures, so Xian could swallow them. Just a little more, I reckon that I still need to kill 2 more Corpse Kings. Xian's eyes flickered. These Corpse Kings were extremely wealthy, and any one of them could create dozens of 9th-grade spirit disaster experts. However, the experience required for him to level up was too much. Today, he had used the myriad returning swords, which meant that he would need 3 days to cool down. 3 days later, he would probably be able to break through to 9th-grade spirit disaster. At that time, even if he did not use the myriad returning swords, he would be able to deal with the Corpse King Palace. Young master, at this speed, the Corpse King Palace will be destroyed soon. Luo said with excitement. And, 3 days later, we will be able to kill our way into the Corpse King Palace. Xian nodded his head. Yu, who was standing by the side, also felt that it was unbelievable. This time, she did not even need to take action. Just Xian and Luo alone were able to eliminate 2 Corpse Kings from the Corpse King Palace. Including this time, 4 Corpse Kings had already died in the hands of Xian. They were the Vajra Corpse King, the Chain Corpse King, the Green Corpse King, and the Violent Bear Corpse King. Among them, the Green Corpse King was ranked 6th among the 13 Corpse Kings of the Corpse King Palace. There are still 3 days left. I can use this time to plunder the forces of the Corpse King Palace. The corner of Xian's mouth slightly curled up. In these 3 days, he would be able to increase his strength again. However, at this moment, Yu, who was sending a message to the sect of the God of Ghost, suddenly received an urgent message from the sect of the God of Ghost. Immediately, her expression changed. What's wrong, Sister Yu? Luo noticed Yu's expression and asked directly. A third of the territory of the sect of the God of Ghost has been infected with the blood poison plague. Once the ghost spirits come into contact with the blood mist, their souls will scatter. Yu replied truthfully. Blood poison plague? Xian raised his eyebrows and said, this blood poison plague is stronger than the Green Corpse King's green corpse worm? The one who spread this blood poison plague is the Crimson Blood Corpse King's blood-refined doppelganger. Therefore, this blood poison plague should be refined by the Crimson Blood Corpse King. Moreover, our sect of the God of Ghost seems to have no way to suppress the plague. Therefore, Master asked me to return immediately and kill the Crimson Blood Corpse King. Yu replied. Crimson Blood Corpse King, Xian muttered. Just now, he had already killed the Green Corpse King, but the Crimson Blood Corpse King in the Corpse King Palace also knew how to refine poisons. This blood poison plague should have been refined by the Crimson Blood Corpse King recently. Otherwise, the territory of the sect of the God of Ghost would have already become a land of plague. In that case, we will return and kill the doppelganger of the Crimson Blood Corpse King first to prevent the plague from spreading. Xian said. This blood poison plague would continue to spread by itself. At the same time, the doppelganger of the Crimson Blood Corpse King would spread it in the dark. Once the ghost spirits came into contact with the blood mist, their souls would scatter. Therefore, this mission could only be carried out by humans. But don't forget that the Corpse King Palace sent out 5 Corpse Kings. Even if the Vajra Corpse King fell, there were still 4 Corpse Kings. If no measures were taken, the territory of the sect of the God of Ghost would quickly shrink. At that time, the sect of the God of Ghost would be surrounded by the blood poison plague. Once that happened, the sect of the God of Ghost would be finished. Xian immediately broke through the void and returned to the sect of the God of Ghost. Yu, you're back. Just as they returned, the sect of the god of ghosts ancestor flew over. "Master, what should we do now?" Yu asked anxiously. "We can deal with the corpse king sent out by the corpse king palace, but they're hiding in the blood poison plague. We can't enter and can only watch as the blood poison plague spreads. We also sent many elders to stop the plague, but they were all killed by the corpse kings." So, the sect of the god of ghosts ancestor turned his head and his gaze fell on Yi Xian. "Little brother Yi has the strength to kill the green corpse king and violent bear corpse king, so I sincerely hope that little brother Yi can help. In this blood poison plague, only Yi Xian could save the sect of the god of ghost. If he didn't help, the sect of the god of ghost wouldn't be able to do anything. Unless there was a manifestation realm human, they could only watch as the blood poison plague spread. I relied on a trump card to kill the green corpse king and violent bear corpse king, but I can't use that trump card now." After Yi Xian finished speaking, his brows suddenly raised as he said, "Therefore, I need a large amount of heavenly and earthly treasures. As long as I can break through, then the corpse king of the corpse king hall will be like an ant in my eyes. I can even destroy the entire corpse king hall." As soon as he said that, the disciples of the sect of the god of ghost and the ghost spirit ancestor were shocked. Destroy the corpse king palace, those words came from the mouth of an 8th grade spirit disaster. If it was anyone else, they would definitely roll their eyes and laugh at Yi Xian for overestimating himself. But Yu had just sent back the news of the green corpse king and violent bear corpse king's deaths. The corpse king palace's 6th ranked green serene corpse king and 8th ranked violent bear corpse king fell one after another, and the person who killed them was none other than Yi Xian. As a result, no one present dared to doubt Yi Xian's words. "Little brother Yi Xian, as long as you can help the sect of the god of ghosts survive this ordeal, I'm willing to sacrifice my soul." The ancestral master of the god of ghosts took off his interspatial ring and threw it to Yi Xian. This was a specially made universe ring that could be used by ghosts and humans. After Yi Xian accepted it, his eyes couldn't help but emit 2 rays of light as he said with a dignified expression, "Good, in half a month, the corpse king palace will no longer exist." This promise made the ghost spirit ancestor let out a sigh of relief. This time, the ghost god sex patriarch had put in a lot of money because he had lived for more than 1,000 years. His wealth was more than the sum of the 4 corpse kings that Yi Xian had killed. These items were enough for Yi Xian and Luoluo to break through. "Little brother Yi Xian, roughly how long will it take for you to break through?" The ghost god sex patriarch continued asking. The crisis was imminent. Every day, the blood poison plague would erode the territory of the sect of the god of ghosts. The range of activity of the ghosts was also shrinking. "There's no need for that. I can leave immediately." "Senior, please tell me the specific information," Yi Xian directly said. "Good, quickly go and collect the information," the ghost god sex patriarch immediately shouted. The ghost god sex patriarch and the other disciples quickly left, leaving behind Yi Xian and the other 2. TSK. "I thought that I would need 3 days to break through, but it seems that there's no need for that." Yi Xian snickered in his heart. In the next moment, his aura surged. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is Spirit Disaster 9th grade. A system notification rang out. Yi Xian had finally broken through to Spirit Disaster 9th grade. However, this was only the initial Spirit Disaster 9th grade. Only by reaching the pinnacle of Spirit Disaster 9th grade would one know if there was a bottleneck to break through to the manifestation realm. Since Wei Zhentian had already broken through to the limit, if Yi Xian didn't break through, he wouldn't be able to break through either. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't need to consume ores. "Luoluo, these are for you." Yi Xian directly threw the remaining items to Luoluo. With these items, Luoluo should be able to break through to Spirit Disaster 9th grade within 3 days. She might even be able to break through to the manifestation realm. Soon, the experts of the sect of the god of ghosts gathered once again. The ghost god sex patriarch sorted out the latest information and passed it to Yi Xian. The underground corpse king massacred a city half an hour ago. The white-bone corpse king destroyed the myriad underworld valley 2 hours ago. Yi Xian swept a glance over the information. The Corpse King Palace originally sent 5 Corpse Kings to the territory of the sect of the God of Ghosts. Previously, Yi Xian killed the Vajra Corpse King, so there were 4 left. These 4 Corpse Kings were spread out in 4 directions, constantly spreading the blood poison plague. Alright, I'll make a move now. Yi Xian received the information and took out the white bone token used by the sect of the God of Ghosts for communication. This way, he would be able to receive real-time information. At this moment, the others discovered that Yi Xian's aura was different. He had actually broken through to Spirit Disaster 9th grade. Just how did he cultivate? The others couldn't understand. It hadn't even been 2 minutes since they left and Yi Xian had actually broken through from Spirit Disaster 8th grade to Spirit Disaster 9th grade. It was simply too inconceivable. Seniors, I'll take my leave first. Yi Xian didn't say anything else as he tore open the void and left. As for Luo Luo, she remained in the sect of the God of Ghosts to cultivate. When the experts of the sect of the God of Ghosts saw Yi Xian leaving, they revealed a strange expression. This was the first time that the sect of the God of Ghosts had to rely on an outsider for help when they were in trouble. However, they were confident in Yi Xian's strength. They hoped that Yi Xian would be able to help them get through this crisis. It would be even better if he could destroy the Corpse King Palace. At that time, the land of the dead would be under the control of the sect of the God of Ghosts. At this moment, Yi Xian had already left the sect of the God of Ghosts. He was now at Spirit Disaster 9th grade, so it wouldn't be much of a problem even if he separated from his clone. Therefore, he chose to split up. Whitebone Corpse King, ranked 7th in the Corpse King Palace. Burrowing Corpse King, ranked 4th in the Corpse King Palace. Frost Corpse King, ranked 12th in the Corpse King Palace. Blazing Corpse King, ranked 11th in the Corpse King Palace. Yi Xian muttered in his heart. Among the remaining 4 Corpse Kings, the Burrowing Corpse King was slightly more difficult to deal with. Furthermore, he was the strongest, ranked 4th. As for the remaining 2 Corpse Kings, they weren't that strong, so it wasn't a big deal. However, Yi Xian followed the principle of nearest and dealt with the Frost Corpse King and Blazing Corpse King first. While they were on the road, Yi Xian's white bone token was constantly receiving news from the sect of the God of Ghost. At this moment, Yi Xian stopped as he looked at the red mist ahead. So this is the blood poison plague? This blood poison is extremely harmful to the ghost spirits. Even the ghost spirit ancestor could fall from it. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he rushed in. Ding! The host is immune to the poison. The system notified. Although the blood poison plague was extremely harmful to the ghost spirits, it wasn't much of a threat to humans, not to mention Yi Xian, who had the bloodline of the divine tree of life. Yi Xian entered the red mist and quickly found a city. The people in this city were all killed by the Frost Corpse King and it was already a dead city. Even if there were people who turned into ghost spirits with resentment, they were still killed by the blood poison plague. According to the news from the sect of the God of Ghost, the Frost Corpse King just visited the city half an hour ago, so it should be nearby. Yi Xian hurriedly summoned his clone over, then relied on his perception eye to search the blood poison plague area. In less than 10 minutes, he found the Frost Corpse King at the edge of the blood poison plague. Found you. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he summoned his clone and merged with it. The Frost Corpse King, who was preparing to spread the blood poison plague, sensed Yi Xian's aura and immediately frowned. Another elder of the sect of the God of Ghost that came to die? You dare to find trouble with me with a mere 9th grade spirit disaster? A light flashed in the eyes of a tall man with light blue skin. He thought that Yi Xian was just an elder of the sect of the God of Ghost. But soon, he regretted his carelessness. Eyes of glory. Golden dragon catcher hands. Yi Xian approached the Frost Corpse King and directly used his trump card. With his 9th grade spirit disaster, his strength had reached an explosive level when he used the Eye of Radiance. Furthermore, the dragon catcher hands was a divine ability. Before the Frost Corpse King could react, it was tightly gripped by 2 golden dragon capturing hands. ZZ. When the Frost Corpse King's flesh and blood, which was filled with the aura of death, came into contact with the golden true chi, it was burned until its skin and flesh were torn apart. A mere 9th grade spirit disaster, so what if he uses his divine ability? The Frost Corpse King roared angrily. Then, the power of extreme ice wrapped around its body and condensed into a set of ice armor. However, this ice armor did not even last a second before it was crushed by the two golden dragon capturing hands. Gotcha, the ice armor was crushed. At the same time, a fierce light flashed through Yi Xian's eyes. Have a taste of this. Yi Xian's right fist suddenly struck out. This was the sect of the God of Ghosts' secret technique, the God of Ghosts' fist. As Yi Xian had already broken through to 9th grade spirit disaster, he could devour 3 9th grade spirit disaster ghost spirits, which increased his strength by a lot. Along the way, he used the high-grade sword comprehension pill to comprehend the man and sword as one fist. Therefore, the power of this fist was extremely powerful. What? Impossible. Looking at the powerful God of Ghosts' fist, the Frost Corpse King's face changed. The power of this fist was probably even stronger than the golden dragon capturing hands. Boom. The God of Ghosts' fist hit the Frost Corpse King and instantly shattered its bones. The God of Ghosts' fist could only be considered as a pseudo-divine ability and not a divine ability. However, the power of the God of Ghosts' fist was stronger than the golden dragon capturing hands. That was because Yi Xian was still at 9th grade spirit disaster and was unable to fully display the power of the divine ability. Only when he reached the manifestation realm would he be able to fully display the power of the divine ability. Right now, the Corpse King is just an ant in my eyes. With my strength, I should be able to fight against a human in the manifestation realm, right? Yi Xian looked at the corpse in front of him and muttered in his heart. A manifestation realm expert could use the power of manifestation realm. Even 10 Frost Corpse Kings wouldn't be his opponent. At that moment, Yi Xian rushed over and kept the universe ring of the Frost Corpse King. Only now did he suddenly remember that he still had the Eye of Control. Forget it. The next time I encounter a Corpse King, I'll control it first. Yi Xian, on the other hand, was calm. After all, a Corpse King level fighter was dispensable. After dealing with the Frost Corpse King, he once again soared through the air and returned to the position where his clone was. His clone was about to find the Flaming Corpse King. Now that his main body had come to search, he should be able to find it soon. Just as he had expected, in less than half an hour, he sensed a scorching aura. The Flaming Corpse King. I finally found you. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he rushed towards the Flaming Corpse King. The Flaming Corpse King was still wandering around the blood poison plague area. The blood poison plague was fatal to ghost spirits, but it was nothing to humans. As long as the ghost spirits were kept in the 10,000 ghost banner, it would be fine. Therefore, some people were still in the blood poison plague area. Finally, the Flaming Corpse King found Yi Xian. When he turned his head, he felt a sharp pain in his head. Burning eye. Yi Xian was now in the 9th grade spirit disaster, while the Flaming Corpse King was only in the manifestation realm. They were only one realm apart, so Yi Xian's mental attack was still very effective. What the hell is this? I have used flames to temper my body for hundreds of years, and this move actually burned my will? The Flaming Corpse King was shocked. However, he was an old corpse that had lived for hundreds of years. His willpower was very strong, and he could still withstand a mental attack. He could withstand 1 or 2 burning eye attacks. But what if it was 5 or 10 times? No, with Yi Xian's current strength, a mere 4 burning eye attacks would cause the Flaming Corpse King to be in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Become my slave. When Yi Xian saw that it was about time, he immediately used the Eye of Control. Ding. Control failed. This Corpse King Palace's Corpse King was indeed capable. His willpower was weakened so much, but he could still withstand 1 Eye of Control. However, after this system notification, another notification sounded one after another. Ding. Control succeeded. Before the Flaming Corpse King could make a move on Yi Xian, he was controlled. Greetings, Master. The Flaming Corpse King knelt down on one knee. Yi Xian did not say anything and directly took off his yin and yang ring before asking, "Is there an antidote for this blood poison plague?" "I'm not sure." The Flaming Corpse King shook his head and said, "This blood poison plague was refined by the Crimson Blood Corpse King and the Tranquil Green Corpse King for decades. If there is an antidote, it should be on the Crimson Blood Corpse King." Crimson Blood Corpse King? How many more hidden Corpse Kings are there in the Corpse King Palace? Yi Xian asked again. There are 2 more, and they aren't any weaker than the Scarlet Blood Corpse King. The Scarlet Blood Corpse King replied. There are indeed some hidden ones. Yi Xian frowned. In other words, there are a total of 15 Corpse Kings in the Corpse King Palace. Yi Xian asked a few more questions, then he said to the Scarlet Blood Corpse King, go and eliminate these Scarlet Blood doppelgangers. Although the Scarlet Blood Corpse King was weak, he was the brother of the current Corpse King Palace Master, the Scarlet Blood Corpse King. It would be easier for him to eliminate the Scarlet Blood doppelgangers. The spread of the blood poison plague was very fast, but most of it was caused by the Scarlet Blood doppelgangers. If the blood poison plague was allowed to spread on its own, it would only spread at 1/5 of its current speed. Yes, Master. The Scarlet Blood Corpse King nodded and left. Now, Yi Xian had dealt with 2 Corpse Kings. After the Scarlet Blood Corpse King left, he immediately sent a message to the God of Ghost sect. Then, he went to the next location. The White Bone Corpse King and the Underground Corpse King were 1 or 2 days away. Yi Xian estimated that as long as the White Bone Corpse King was dealt with, the myriad returning swords cooldown would be almost over. 1 day later, Yi Xian found the White Bone Corpse King. The White Bone Corpse King had tempered its bones and was equipped with a set of white bone armor. Its defense was second only to the Vajra Corpse King, but it was much stronger than the Vajra Corpse King. The bone attacks used by the Corpse King Palace Elders were similar to the Ghost God Fist and were created by the White Bone Corpse King. This time, Yi Xian prepared to use the Eye of Control to control the Corpse King. Although the White Bone Corpse King was strong, its speed was much slower than Yi Xian. The latter used the Golden Dragon capturing hand to capture the Corpse King and slowly tortured it. Ding! Control successful. After 4 burning eyes, the White Bone Corpse King was subdued by Yi Xian. Yi Xian emptied the Corpse King's interspatial ring and left. In that case, only the Excavating Corpse King was left. Those walking corpses were refined by this Excavator Undead King. At the same time, this Excavator Undead King is proficient in the art of walking underground. It's hard to see its head or tail. The last time it appeared was half a day ago. Yi Xian arrived at the place where the Underground Corpse King had appeared for half a day. He felt that this Underground Corpse King was a bit troublesome. This Burrowing Corpse King came and went without a trace. Even Yi Xian couldn't do anything to him as he moved underground. But now, only the Underground Corpse King was still wandering around. Therefore, the sect of the God of Ghost could send experts to guard the border of the blood poison plague. They could also enter the area of the blood poison plague to develop an antidote to stop the plague from spreading. Yi Xian searched the area where the Underground Corpse King appeared, but he couldn't find any powerful aura. Ding! 10,000 swords return to Origin's cooldown is over. Just as he was searching, the system notification rang out. Yi Xian now had the capital to kill the Corpse King Palace. With the 10,000 swords returned to Origin, even if all the Corpse Kings in the Corpse King Palace attacked together, he wouldn't be afraid. At this moment, 3/5 of the sect of the God of Ghosts territory was covered by the blood poison plague. Young Master, I broke through. Luo Luo sent a message not long after the 10,000 swords returned to Origin's cooldown was over. Very good. I will go back and pick you up. Then we will kill the Corpse King Palace. Yi Xian nodded. Then he broke through the void and returned to the sect of the God of Ghost. Little brother Yi, that Underground Corpse King, seeing Yi Xian's return, the sect of the God of Ghosts sect hurriedly asked. I didn't find him. There is no trace of him at all. So I want to kill the Corpse King Palace directly. Yi Xian shook his head. Kill the Corpse King Palace? The sect of the God of Ghosts sect of the God of Ghosts' eyes suddenly lit up. They were worried that the blood poison plague would spread to the sect of the God of Ghost, but they completely neglected one point. The Corpse King Palace had already lost several Corpse Kings. The Vajra Corpse King, Chain Corpse King, Green Corpse King, Violent Bear Corpse King, and Frost Corpse King. Not only that, but the Scarlet Flame Corpse King and White Bone Corpse King were also under Yi Xian's control. A total of 7 Corpse Kings were either dead or under Yi Xian's control. If the Underground Corpse King was added to the mix, the Corpse King Palace's combat strength would be nothing compared to the sect of the God of Ghost. Haha, we actually forgot this point. Including the Scarlet Blood Corpse King, there are only 5 Corpse Kings in the Corpse King Palace. The sect of the God of Ghosts founder suddenly laughed. The Corpse King Palace had 5 Corpse Kings, but the sect of the God of Ghost had 14 ghost spirit ancestors. Although they couldn't break through the blood poison plagues area, Xian had the Eye of the Void. As long as Xian broke through the void, they could all kill their way to the Corpse King Palace. 14 Manifestation Realm ghost spirit ancestors were enough to crush the 5 Corpse Kings, including the Scarlet Blood Corpse King. Even if the Corpse King Palace still had hidden Corpse Kings, they wouldn't be able to defeat the sect of the God of Ghost. In fact, even Xian forgot that he could use the Eye of the Void to go straight to the enemy's nest. Alright, then we will kill our way into the Corpse King Palace together. But I have a request. You just need to delay them. I must be the one to kill them. Xian said directly. His chain random mission was to destroy the Corpse King Palace, but this mission was a little vague. What would be considered as destroying the Corpse King Palace, kill the Corpse King Palace Master, or destroy the entire Corpse King Palace? Therefore, Xian's goal was to kill the Corpse King Palace Master, which was the Scarlet Blood Corpse King. Then, he would destroy the entire Corpse King Palace. That should be enough to complete the chain random mission. Kill? The sect of the God of Ghosts founder, Gue He, didn't know what Xian wanted to do, but it was a small matter. If that's the case, then let's kill our way in today. The sect of the God of Ghosts founder was burning with anxiety. He immediately summoned the ghost spirit ancestors. This time, he wanted to kill his way in personally. At the same time, there were 9 ghost spirit ancestors, including Yu Yu. 10 ghost spirit ancestors, plus Xian and Luo Luo. The Corpse King Palace must be destroyed this time. After the sect of the God of Ghosts founder and the others finished their preparations, Xian broke through the void and arrived at the place where he subdued the Corpse Elder. Let's go. Without hesitation, Xian led the group of experts to the Corpse King Palace. 10 minutes later. The ghost spirit patriarchs looked at the incomparably eerie hall in front of them, and all of them revealed ominous glints. Corpse King Palace, today will be the day of your destruction. The ancestor of the God of Ghost sect, Gue He, turned into a gust of wind and swept toward the Corpse King Palace. At the same time, the Corpse Kings in the Corpse King Palace also sensed the 10 auras of the manifestation realm. Not good. A red-haired man in the depths of the Corpse King Palace suddenly opened his eyes. He had the same bloody eyes as the ghost spirit ancestor. He was the current palace master of the Corpse King Palace, the Crimson Blood Corpse King. When the 10 powerful auras of the ancestor of the God of Ghost sect gathered together, they could be sensed even from far away. The Crimson Blood Corpse King couldn't figure out where the 10 auras came from. Are they from the God of Ghost sect? The Crimson Blood Corpse King frowned, but in the next moment, he denied himself, no, that's impossible. The blood poison plague has surrounded the entire Corpse King Palace and occupied a large part of the God of Ghost sect's territory. They can't come here. Since it wasn't the ghost spirit ancestor of the God of Ghost sect, who could it be? The Crimson Blood Corpse King gave up on guessing and left in a flash. At the same time, the other Corpse Kings in the Corpse King Palace gathered together. Now, there were 7 Corpse Kings in the sky above the Corpse King Palace, including the Crimson Blood Corpse King. The Chain Corpse King, the Green Corpse King, and the Violent Bear Corpse King that were originally in charge of the Corpse King Hall had all been killed by Xian, so there were only 5 left. It seemed that there were 2 more hidden Corpse Kings in the Corpse King Palace. Crimson Blood, what's going on? A one-eyed old man immediately asked. I'm not sure. Could it be the experts of the 8 families in the north? The Crimson Blood Corpse King immediately shook his head. 8 families? Impossible. How could 10 Manifestation Realm experts come at once? If they wanted to destroy the Corpse King Palace, they wouldn't need so many people. The one-eyed old man's heart trembled. The Corpse King Palace and the sect of the God of Ghost were indeed the overlords of the land of the dead. However, there was a teleportation formation north of the land of the dead. Beside the teleportation formation were 8 great clans. Any one of them could easily sweep through the entire land of the dead. The people in the land of the dead were afraid of this, so they didn't dare to expand the territory of the land of the dead for fear of angering the 8 families. It had already been over 1,000 years, and nothing had happened to them. The 8 great clans should not care about them. However, just as these corpse kings were discussing, the 10 manifestation realm experts had already arrived at the entrance of the Corpse King Palace. When the Crimson Blood Corpse King and the others saw the newcomer, they couldn't help but tremble. How is that possible? The Crimson Blood Corpse King and the others cried out in alarm, because they saw that it was Gui Ling, the old ancestor of the Ghost God sect. Crimson Blood Corpse King, you didn't expect this, right? The ancestor of the God of Ghost sect, Gui He, took a step forward and said, "You didn't expect us to come, did you?" Hearing this, the 7 Corpse Kings of the Corpse King Palace and all the Corpse King Palace experts under them silently agreed. Who would have thought that the old ancestor of the Ghost God sect would actually cross the blood poison plague area and directly come to the Corpse King Palace? Impossible. How did you come here? The Crimson Blood Corpse King had a look of disbelief. Do you think the blood poison plague can trap us? Gui He sneered and said, "Let's cut the crap. Today is the day of your Corpse King Palace's destruction." "Humph, with just you?" the one-eyed old man said disdainfully. From the current situation, the Corpse King Palace was at a disadvantage. After all, they only had 7 Corpse Kings. On the other hand, the sect of the God of Ghost had 10 old ancestors of Gui Ling, plus Xian and Luo who was still in the physical space. After taking control of the Crimson Blood Corpse King, Xian actually found out that there were 2 more hidden Corpse Kings in the Corpse King Palace, and one of them was this one-eyed Corpse King. However, it seemed that these Corpse Kings still had a trump card. Could it be that you have other trump cards? Gui He narrowed his eyes. "Humph, even if you come out in full force, don't even think about destroying my Corpse King Palace." The Crimson Blood Corpse King sneered. In the next moment, he took out several blood corpses from his interspatial ring. Don't forget that the Corpse King Palace could control corpses, even if they were corpses themselves. Not good, attack. Gui He's expression changed when he saw these blood corpses. The Crimson Blood Corpse King wanted to infect the Corpse King Palace with the blood poison plague. After all, the blood poison plague was only harmful to ghost spirits. In an instant, the 9 old ancestors of Gui Ling and Yu attacked at the same time. Not only that, but Yixian also did the same. If the blood poison plague spreads, I will have to deal with these Corpse Kings alone. Yixian said in his heart. Even if he used the innumerable swords, facing 7 Corpse Kings at once was still very stressful, so he needed to borrow the power of the sect of the God of Ghost. At that moment, he looked around and directly used the Eye of Illusion on the 7 Corpse Kings. These 7 Corpse Kings were all in the first level of the manifestation realm, so they were instantly affected, but 3 of them immediately broke out of the illusion. Crimson Blood Corpse King, One-Eyed Corpse King, Bramble Corpse King, Yixian immediately recognized them. These 3 were the strongest in the Corpse King Palace, and they were ranked first. As for the other 4, they were directly surrounded by Gui He and the other old ancestors of Gui Ling. At the same time, Yixian also directly used the burning eyes on the Crimson Blood Corpse King. Who was using a mental attack on me? The Crimson Blood Corpse King didn't understand the situation. With his cultivation level, he actually didn't notice who was attacking him. However, in this situation, he didn't have time to care so much, so he immediately threw out more than 10 blood corpses. After these blood corpses fell to the ground, they exploded and turned into pools of blood. Then, the blood quickly spread, and in the blink of an eye, half of the Corpse King Palace was surrounded. Sizzle! The blood poison plague began to emit red mist. Seeing this, the old ancestors of Gui Ling changed their expressions. They all knew how powerful the blood poison plague was. Even if they were surrounded by the red mist, their souls would be scattered. Let's end this quickly. Everyone thought in their hearts. At the same time, Yixian also continuously used the burning eyes and the eyes of illusion, and he was already wearing the brilliant golden armor. Overlord's boundless sword, shake for me. Yixian shouted in his heart, and the giant golden sword in his hand slashed down with a loud bang. The attack range of his attack enveloped the Crimson Blood Corpse King, One-Eyed Corpse King, and Bramble Corpse King. Rumble! The golden sword fell with a loud bang, shaking the red mist on the ground, and the powerful impact was also applied to the Corpse Kings. Crack. A good chance. Taking advantage of the fact that the opponent was stunned after the successful sneak attack, Xian used the burning eye on the Crimson Blood Corpse King once again, followed by the Eye of Control. Ding. Control failed. The system notification rang out. The Crimson Blood Corpse King was the #1 Corpse King in the Corpse King Palace. Its realm was extremely close to the second level of the Manifestation Realm. However, as long as it was still in the first level of the Manifestation Realm, it could only end up as Xian's servant. Eye of Control. Ding. Control succeeded. Another system notification rang out. This time, the Crimson Blood Corpse King was successfully controlled by Xian. Although the blood corpses that were thrown out by the Crimson Blood Corpse King had already spread the blood poison plague, it would not continue to spread. Kill. Xian immediately gave the order to the Crimson Blood Corpse King. At the same time, he also released Luo from the physical space. It's finally my turn. Hundredfold Demon Fox Clone. After Luo appeared, she split into 100 clones. Among the 100 clones, 40 of them were true Qi clones and her original body. There were so many Luoyuos and all of them were holding on to a chain that was emitting lightning. This was the 100-fold Iron Chain Corpse King's chain. At this moment, Luo suddenly threw the chain in her hand. 100-fold shackles. Hundreds of chains flew towards the nearest one-eyed Corpse King, including the 100-fold iron chain that Luo's original body was holding. What? 100-fold iron chain? The one-eyed Corpse King jumped in fright and hurriedly dodged. The hundreds of 100-fold iron chains had frightened him, but he immediately reacted. There were definitely many illusions within. Indeed, even Luo's 40 true Qi clones were holding on to 100-fold iron chains, but they were only formed from true Qi. The real 100-fold iron chain was only the one in Luo's hand, but it was thrown out now. You want to leave? Just as the one-eyed Corpse King was dodging the attack, 2 large golden hands suddenly appeared. He dodged one, but was caught by the other. Divine ability. The one-eyed Corpse King's face changed once again. Even the Corpse King Palace didn't have a divine ability, but this brat at 9th grade spirit disaster actually knew one. After being caught by the golden dragon capturing hand, Luo controlled the true energy chains to bind him. At the same time, she also controlled the true energy chains to bind him. In terms of restricting abilities, Xian's golden dragon capturing hands was actually inferior to Luo's 100-layered shackles. After all, Xian was not in the manifestation realm and could not unleash the true power of his divine ability. Seeing the one-eyed Corpse King being chained up and being electrocuted by the Baijin iron chain, Xian's eyes flashed and he immediately threw a punch at it. Ghost God Fist. One-eyed Corpse King, die. This punch was enough to kill anyone in the land of the dead. Even the one-eyed Corpse King hidden in the Corpse King Palace wouldn't be able to withstand it. Bang! After a rumbling sound, the one-eyed Corpse King was directly blasted to pieces and died. Now, of the 7 Corpse Kings, only 5 were left. The strongest one was the Bramble Corpse King. Go! After the Bramble Corpse King saw how powerful Xian was, he knew that the Corpse King Palace was finished. Therefore, he immediately dived into the blood poison plague. However, this blood poison plague had no effect on Xian. The Crimson Blood Corpse King is already under my control. Luo, you and him kill the remaining 4. Xian shouted and rushed towards the Bramble Corpse King. The other 4 Corpse Kings were not bad, but they were surrounded by 10 Ghost Spirit Ancestor. Now, with the addition of the Crimson Blood Corpse King and Luo, they couldn't escape even if they grew hairy legs. The Bramble Corpse King was originally a little far from the battlefield, so Xian immediately landed on the ground and madly chased after him. A second later, Xian caught up to him. I know you've already died once, so I'll ask you to die again. Xian stretched out his left hand and used the golden dragon catcher hand. However, just as this hand was about to grab the Bramble Corpse King, a hand covered in liver mortis suddenly appeared under the Corpse King's feet and directly dragged him into the ground. Huh? Xian was shocked, he didn't know what happened. But in the next moment, he immediately reacted. The hand that dragged the Bramble Corpse King into the ground just now exuded an aura no weaker than the Bramble Corpse King. Digger Corpse King? Yi Xian frowned, this possibility flashed in his mind. No wonder he couldn't find the Digger Corpse King before, it turned out that he returned to the Corpse King Palace. Now that he saw the Corpse King Palace in trouble, he decided to help. So what if the Digger Corpse King is here? I am not afraid of 7 of you, why would I be afraid of you guys joining hands? Yi Xian stared with wide eyes, he jumped high and punched down. Ghost God Fist. Boom. The ground cracked, the entire Corpse King Palace seemed to tremble. However, the Digger Corpse King and the Bramble Corpse King were nowhere to be seen. This Digger Corpse King's digging speed is quite fast, Wei Zhentian, chase. Yi Xian immediately threw out the heaven-shaking sword. In the next moment, it turned into a drilling machine and directly sank into the ground. In terms of drilling speed, Wei Zhentian was not inferior to the Digger Corpse King at all. However, Yi Xian didn't follow him down, he relied on his connection with Wei Zhentian to follow him on the ground. It's going down? Yi Xian's footsteps paused, he felt Wei Zhentian going deeper and deeper into the ground. At this time, he glanced back and found that Luo Luo and the Crimson Blood Corpse King had already dealt with the remaining 4 Corpse Kings. After all, they had the help of Yu Yu and Gue He. Luo Luo was Yi Xian's slave, and the Crimson Blood Corpse King was controlled by Yi Xian, so they could represent Yi Xian. Now, only the Digger Corpse King and the Bramble Corpse King were left in the entire Corpse King Palace. The system notification didn't sound, this means that we have to kill the Digger Corpse King and the Bramble Corpse King, or destroy the entire Corpse King Palace. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, he turned around and looked around. The Corpse King Palace, one of the 2 overlords of the land of the dead, had many disciples, but when the one-eyed Corpse King died, they all scattered, there was no one left in the Corpse King Palace. Young master, they're all done. Luo Luo's voice sounded in his mind. Very good, come and set up a defense, we must find the Digger Corpse King and the Bramble Corpse King. Yi Xian nodded in response. Wei Zhentian was still following them, these 2 Corpse Kings were the key to whether they could complete the chain random mission. However, he soon found out that the Digger Corpse King and the Bramble Corpse King weren't the final targets of the chain random mission. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud noise sounded, it alarmed Yi Xian and the others, the entire Corpse King Palace began to tremble. What's going on? Yu Yu and the others didn't understand the situation, they began to look around. When Yi Xian saw this scene, he couldn't help but frown because he had seen a similar scene in the Blood Cloud sect. What's under the Corpse King Palace? Yi Xian hurriedly shouted at the Crimson Blood Corpse King. Immortal Corpse King. The Crimson Blood Corpse King answered directly. What? Immortal Corpse King? Why is there another Corpse King in your Corpse King Palace? Yi Xian shuddered after hearing this. 4 of the 5 Corpse Kings outside had already been killed by him. Originally, there were 8 Corpse Kings guarding the Corpse King Palace. Now, there were 2 more hidden Corpse Kings, making a total of 10. In total, there were 15 Corpse Kings. This was what Yi Xian learned from the Crimson Blood Corpse King. But now, why was there another Immortal Corpse King? Only me, the Cyclops Corpse King, and the Burrowing Corpse King know about the Immortal Corpse King. Now, the Extremis Corpse King and the Bramble Corpse King must have awakened the Immortal Corpse King. The Crimson Blood Corpse King explained. What did you say? Immortal Corpse King? At this time, Gue He suddenly rushed over and asked in shock. Yes, the first Corpse King Palace Master. The Crimson Blood Corpse King nodded. Now, Yi Xian understood who the Immortal Corpse King was. But after the Ghost God Sect's Patriarch Gue He heard this, he felt it was inconceivable. Impossible, the Immortal Corpse King was dismembered by the 8 Families Manifestation Realm experts hundreds of years ago. How could he not die? Gue He said in shock. We died once. Even if we were dismembered, as long as we reassemble, we still have a chance of resurrection. However, the Immortal Corpse King's soul has been wiped out, leaving only his body. After we reassembled his body, we couldn't control him, so we sealed him. After the Crimson Blood Corpse King finished speaking, a figure suddenly rushed out from the ground. It was a bald man with dark skin and bare arms. There was a large liver mortis spot on his neck. Not only that, his limbs had traces of being sewn. His aura was even stronger than the Crimson Blood Corpse King. Clearly, he was the immortal corpse king. So disgusting, there are maggots in his mouth, Yi Xian subconsciously hid behind Yi Xian. The immortal corpse king's soul had already been obliterated, leaving behind only a shell. But his aura was incomparably powerful. Wei Zhentian is broken? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly realized that Wei Zhentian, who was tailing the excavating corpse king, had actually died. At the same time, there were black bloodstains on the hands of this undying corpse king. It seemed to be the blood of burrowing corpse king or bramble corpse king. In addition, the chain of random quests had also changed. The requirement to destroy Corpse King Palace is to kill an immortal corpse king. With the appearance of the immortal corpse king, the chain of random quests had been refreshed. Now, Yi Xian finally knew how to complete the quests. So it was just to kill you? I thought you were going to tear down the entire Corpse King Palace. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and gazed at the terrifying immortal corpse monarch. In just a few seconds, this immortal corpse monarch had actually broken Wei Zhentian. The excavating corpse king and bramble corpse king had probably suffered as well. This immortal corpse monarch's level had probably reached the second level of the manifestation realm. We originally wanted to revive the immortal corpse monarch, but we didn't succeed. That's why he's the same as the ghost spirits, only knowing how to kill. The reason why he's so powerful is because we sealed him in the corpse dissolving pool for hundreds of years. The Crimson Blood Corpse King on the side reminded. The corpse dissolving pool was a secret of the Corpse King Palace. Only the Crimson Blood Corpse King, the Cyclops Corpse King, and the Excavating Corpse King knew about it. These corpse kings relied on the corpse dissolving pool to maintain the strength of their bodies and prevent them from deteriorating. However, the corpse dissolving pool's water would harm the soul, so even the Crimson Blood Corpse King only used a little every month. If he was allowed to soak in the corpse dissolving pool, his soul would probably dissipate in 2 days. Coincidentally, the immortal corpse monarch had died twice, so his soul was long gone. Soaking in the pool for hundreds of years was as good as dying. Everyone looked at the immortal corpse monarch in fear, but they didn't see the immortal corpse monarch making any moves. What's going on? Why isn't he making a move? A ghost spirit ancestor asked in astonishment. The immortal corpse monarch was a little strange. Ever since he appeared, he had been looking at them in a daze. Could it be that he was afraid? Impossible, because everyone present could feel his powerful aura. He was at least at the second level of the manifestation realm, or even the third level of the manifestation realm. Just as the crowd was feeling surprised, they saw some broken limbs flying out from the ground. The Corpse King Palace had been established for thousands of years, so there were many corpses below. However, why would these severed limbs appear? Next, they were shocked. They saw the rotting severed limbs suddenly begin to reassemble, and then formed corpses. What kind of technique is this? Could it be that after soaking in the corpse dissolving pool for hundreds of years, it underwent a mutation? Even the Crimson Blood Corpse King couldn't understand. However, his expression changed drastically as he said, "Master, my Corpse King Palace was established in the corpse pit. In addition, there were countless corpses buried in the Corpse King Cemetery behind the Corpse King Palace for thousands of years." Hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Corpse pit, Corpse King Cemetery? He immediately reacted. If this immortal corpse monarch that soaked in the corpse dissolving pool for hundreds of years underwent a mutation and had the ability to reassemble severed limbs, then what they would have to face next would be an army of thousands of corpses. Don't let him succeed. Go. Yi Xian shouted in a low voice. Originally, he wanted to see what the immortal corpse monarch wanted to do. Since he already knew, then what was he waiting for? Myriad Swords return. In an instant, Yi Xian directly used his trump card. Wei Zhentian, who had just died, appeared again and then transformed into thousands of bodies. Luo Luo, Yu Yu, the Crimson Blood Corpse King, and the 9 ghost spirit ancestors all moved out together. This immortal corpse monarch was at least at the second level of the manifestation realm, or even the third level, so it couldn't be underestimated. Tsk tisk, the immortal corpse monarch suddenly revealed a smile to everyone, and then quickly retreated. What? Escaped? Everyone was shocked. Didn't they say that the immortal corpse monarch's soul had been wiped out, and it had become a walking corpse? Could it be that after soaking in the corpse-dissolving pool for hundreds of years, other than gaining the ability to reassemble severed limbs, it also grew a new consciousness? You're my mission monster. How can you just run away like that? Looking at the immortal corpse monarch that was retreating rapidly, Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He immediately controlled thousands of skyquake swords to attack the immortal corpse monarch. He estimated that the immortal corpse monarch hadn't reached the third level of the manifestation realm, and was only at the second level of the manifestation realm. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to escape. Everyone else guessed this as well. Rumble. At this moment, the ground suddenly trembled violently. Yi Xian hastily scanned with the Eye of Revelation and discovered that a large number of figures were rushing over from behind the Corpse King Palace. Even Yi Xian's heart palpitated at the sight of this army of corpses. Their combined might even surpass that of the immortal Corpse King. Once a member of the Corpse King Palace died, they would be refined into battle corpses. However, the refinement of battle corpses wasn't a 100% success rate. Once they failed, they would be buried in the Corpse King graveyard. After 1,000 years, who knew how many corpses had accumulated? A large wave of corpses was controlled by the immortal Corpse King. Below their feet was the mass grave that was built before the Corpse King Palace was built. Severed limbs were constantly flying out and reassembling. These reassembled corpses all carried the blood poison plague. Therefore, the sect of the God of Ghost was in a dilemma. Crimson Blood Corpse King, can you neutralize this blood poison plague? Yi Xian hurriedly turned his head and asked. No, I haven't refined the antidote yet. Crimson Blood Corpse King shook his head and replied. At this time, the blood poison plague had already submerged the entire Corpse King Palace. The ghost spirit ancestor could only fly high in the sky and use his attacks to disperse the blood poison plague. However, after the severed limbs flew out from the ground and reassembled, their bodies were more or less mixed with the blood mist. Their attacks were fatal to the ghost spirit ancestor. After these corpses crawled out, they rushed towards the ghost spirit ancestor. The ghost spirit ancestor could only repel them one by one. There are at least 30,000 of them. If they all surround me, I'll be fine, but you and the others will be in trouble. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and immediately broke through the void. At the same time, he said to Yu and the others behind him, now that the Corpse King Palace is destroyed, you all go back first. I will deal with the immortal Corpse King. Apart from the immortal Corpse King Palace, there were 15 other Corpse Kings. Among them, the Crimson Blood Corpse King, Crimson Flame Corpse King, and White Bone Corpse King were subdued by Yi Xian. The rest were dead, so the Corpse King Palace could be considered destroyed. Thinking of this, the ghost spirit ancestor nodded and said, then be careful, little brother Yi. That immortal Corpse King doesn't seem to be simple. The Corpse King Palace was already covered by the blood poison plague, and it was still spreading. They could only watch from the sky, so it was better to go back. After Yu nodded, she followed Gue He and the others through the void gate. Swish, the void door closed. At this moment, only Yi Xian, Luo, and the Crimson Blood Corpse King remained. As for the Corpse King Palace's disciples and elders, they had long since fled. Luo hurriedly passed the universe rings of the other Corpse Kings to Yi Xian. The latter quickly devoured the items inside and said, chase. The Undying Corpse King's speed was very fast, so Wei Zhentian was following him. However, there were a large number of reborn corpses in front of him. If he wanted to chase after them, he had to break through a gap. Master, leave these to me. The Crimson Blood Corpse King looked at the large army in front of him and shouted in a low voice, then suddenly attacked. Scarlet Blood Tornado. In an instant, the Crimson Blood Corpse King used his special skill. This was an extremely strong red tornado, and the three of them were right in the eye of the tornado. Therefore, the reconstituted corpses that rushed towards them would be crushed into pieces by the bloody tornado. However, these shattered corpses would be reformed by the immortal Corpse Kings. What the hell happened to this Undying Corpse King? How did it become so powerful? Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh. With the help of the bloody tornado, the corpses couldn't stop Yi Xian's group at all. They quickly followed Wei Zhentian. The Undying Corpse King's speed was extremely fast. If Yi Xian ran at full speed, he would be able to catch up. However, there were a large number of corpses blocking the way, so he had to slow down. At this moment, Yi Xian finally understood the importance of this matter. If the Undying Corpse King wasn't eliminated, there would be countless corpses wherever he ran. The land of the dead had been around for more than 1,000 years. Countless people had died there. If all of them were revived, then it would be a zombie world war. Most importantly, these corpses would affect the surroundings after they went out of control. If a large number of corpses left the land of the dead, it would definitely attract the attention of the 8 great families in the north. At that time, the land of the dead would be destroyed. While they were chasing the Undying Corpse King, Luo Luo suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, "Young master, I know what happened to the Undying Corpse King." "What?" Yi Xian turned his head and asked. "There's a description in my inherited memories. The Undying Corpse King should have given birth to the will of death. There are strong and weak wills of death. The weak ones are like the Undying Corpse King, while the strong ones can revive the dead." Luo Luo hurriedly explained. "Revive the dead?" Hearing this, Yi Xian and the Crimson Blood Corpse King were shocked. The latter was a Corpse King himself, but even he had never heard of the will of death. Yes, a strong will of death can revive the dead. It's an existence similar to the Undying Corpse King. They have the memories of their previous life and can also increase their strength. Luo Luo nodded. "It seems that the will of death has exceeded my knowledge. No matter what, this Undying Corpse King must be eliminated. Otherwise, the land of the dead will be in chaos." Yi Xian didn't ask too much. They would deal with the Undying Corpse King first. However, the Undying Corpse King's speed wasn't something they could catch up with. They could only follow it. Soon, the myriad returning swords' duration was over. The sky-shaking swords immediately dissipated and Wei Zhentian returned to Yi Xian's side. "Wei Zhentian, follow it underground. Luo Luo, Crimson Blood Corpse King, flank it," Yi Xian immediately ordered. As for himself, he naturally chased the Undying Corpse King in a straight line. As long as the Undying Corpse King deviated from its route, Luo Luo and Crimson Blood Corpse King could catch up with it and then try to intercept it. The Undying Corpse King's will of death was randomly released. Along the way, countless severed limbs swept out from the ground and then reformed into corpses to attack Yi Xian and the others. If it ran around the land of the dead, everyone in the land of the dead would probably die. Yi Xian regretted. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have waited to see what the Undying Corpse King wanted to do. He would have directly trapped it with the spiritual sword array and then beaten it up. This would have saved him a lot of trouble and also allowed him to complete the chain random mission. It was a pity that curiosity led to a disaster. "Young master, I have a way to quickly catch up to it." At this time, Luo Luo suddenly said in Yi Xian's mind. "What is it?" Yi Xian hurriedly asked. "Transform and then continuously use Fox Demon Flash. However, I estimate that it can only delay him for 1 or 2 seconds." Luo Luo replied. Yi Xian understood. Luo Luo's transformation was to use the tuft of golden tail hair. However, every transformation would consume the golden tail hair. This tuft of golden tail hair was related to Luo Luo's bloodline, so he hadn't allowed Luo Luo to use it recently. If she wanted to use it, she had to obtain his permission first. "Alright, be careful, lass." Yi Xian nodded in reply. After receiving the approval, Luolua's hair instantly turned golden. In the next moment, she turned into a golden bolt of lightning and charged towards the Immortal Corpse King. The fleeing Immortal Corpse King turned around and revealed a strange expression. Previously, he saw so many ghost spirit ancestors and knew that he couldn't win, so he fled. But now, there was only Yi Xian and the other two. What was there to be afraid of? One had to know that the one chasing after him was the Scarlet Blood Corpse King, while Yi Xian and Luo Luo were only at 9th grade spirit disaster. "Die." The Immortal Corpse King spoke and charged towards Luo Luo. "You finally turned around. See if I don't kill you." Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He felt that it was normal for the Immortal Corpse King to speak. The will in the Immortal Corpse King's head wasn't the first Corpse King Palace Masters, but a new will of death. In an instant, Luo Luo came into contact with the Immortal Corpse King. Demon Fox Flash. Luoluo turned into a golden bolt of lightning and swept past the immortal Corpse King. Then, an arm flew up. After transforming, Luolua's speed was off the charts. The immortal Corpse King could only barely defend, otherwise, it would have been his head that flew up. Luoluo originally wanted to intercept the immortal Corpse King, but she didn't expect the immortal Corpse King to turn around and kill them. Hence, there was no need to maintain her transformation. Luoluo hurriedly deactivated her transformation and fought with the immortal Corpse King. At the same time, Xian and the Scarlet Blood Corpse King also rushed over. Scarlet Blood, clean up the surrounding corpses. Xian ordered the Scarlet Blood Corpse King. The immortal Corpse King's will of death seemed to be a passive ability. Wherever it went, there would be corpses regenerating. Although it wasn't a threat to Xian hated being disturbed during battle. Immortal Corpse King, die a third time. Xian roared. At this moment, the effects of Eye of Glory had already disappeared. However, as his level increased, so did his eye power. Thus, he used Eye of Glory once more. Golden hair, golden eyes, and golden armor appeared. Xian faced the immortal Corpse King and reached out with both hands. Golden dragon capturing hands, however, this immortal Corpse King's strength was formidable. It actually directly punched the golden dragon capturing hand, blasting through it. As for the other golden dragon capturing hand, it missed. If you aren't in the manifestation realm, you won't be able to unleash the true power of the divine ability. Why don't you try this move again? Xian suddenly summoned 3 9th-grade spirit disaster ghosts and refined them. Phantom transformation, the ghost god transformation was only a pseudo-divine ability. At Xian's level, he could fully unleash its effects. After his aura skyrocketed, he attacked the immortal Corpse King again. Ghost God Fist. The undying Corpse King was still fearless, unexpectedly charging forward again. Bang! Shockwaves rolled out. Xian's strongest attack was actually dispersed by the immortal Corpse King. How is this possible? Xian was shocked. No one in the land of the dead could withstand his punch. Even the founder of the Ghost God sect, Guihe, and the Crimson Blood Corpse King couldn't. However, it was actually defeated by the immortal Corpse King. Sure enough, this guy had some skills. The immortal Corpse King's punch just now wasn't an ordinary attack. It had a hint of the disintegration eye. Xian squinted his eyes. However, he quickly calmed down because this immortal Corpse King had given birth to the will of death. When mentioning death, it was inevitable to associate it with decaying, withering, and disintegration. It was reasonable for the immortal Corpse King's attack to have such effects. You know it, so do I. Xian blasted out another Ghost God Fist. At the same time, his golden eyes immediately added 2 disintegration rays. Facing the second Ghost God Fist, the immortal Corpse King still had the same attitude. Fight! Bang! The Ghost God Fist was once again dispersed by the immortal Corpse King. However, this time, he neglected the disintegration rays. ZZ! The disintegration rays landed on the immortal Corpse King's fist. The flesh was instantly disintegrated. However, the effect of the disintegration rays was a little out of Xian's expectations. The immortal Corpse King's fist was only disintegrated into a small hole. However, Xian wasn't fighting the immortal Corpse King alone. It was 2 against 1. Demon Fox Flash. Luoluo transformed again and directly swept past the immortal Corpse King. Swish! Another arm was thrown up. Now, both of the immortal Corpse King's arms were flying. You're still not dead? Xian's eyes flashed with a trace of ridicule. However, in the next moment, he saw the severed arm suddenly reattach. Not only that, but the severed arm that Luoluo cut off the first time was the same. Damn! Xian cursed. He didn't expect the immortal Corpse King's will of death to be able to reassemble itself. This was out of Xian's expectations. I'm going to explode you. Let's see how you're going to reassemble. Taking advantage of this time, Xian stretched out his hands again. 2 golden dragon catching hands directly grabbed the immortal Corpse King. The golden true energy began to burn the immortal Corpse King's body. The immortal Corpse King was controlled and couldn't move. 1,000-year-old monster, go to hell. Luo Luo frowned. She transformed into a golden flash again and swept past the immortal Corpse King. Swish! This time, it wasn't the arm that flew up. Instead, it was the immortal Corpse King's head. Even the Crimson Blood Corpse King would die if its head was cut off. However, Yi Xian clearly felt that the immortal Corpse King wasn't dead. Not dead? Watch how I explode your head. Yi Xian punched out again. He was prepared to kill the immortal Corpse King in one hit and complete the chain mission. Whoosh whoosh. The fist wind whistled. The ghost god fist hit the immortal Corpse King's head and instantly exploded it. It's finally dead. After seeing this scene, Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. After going through so much, he finally completed this damn chain mission. Ding, the host has completed the chain mission. The reward is the Heavenly Eye Bloodline Evolution. The system prompted. The evolution of the Heavenly Eye Bloodline was equivalent to obtaining a Devouring point. This made Yi Xian very satisfied. Now, he could control 25 people with the Eye of Control. However, even if the immortal Corpse King was dead, the reassembled corpses around it still hadn't fallen. Hence, Yi Xian still needed to clean up these walking corpses. However, at this moment, he suddenly discovered that there was a strange white fog at the place where the immortal Corpse King's head exploded. Is this the death intent? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. This thought flashed through his mind. Just as he was about to collect the will of death and check it out, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky. The pupil of this huge eye was a sinister white. Yi Xian only glanced at it and his heart turned cold. What the F***ck is this? Yi Xian was so scared that his heart was beating rapidly. His breathing was rapid, as if he was about to suffocate. Following the appearance of this huge eye, the surroundings quietened down. The walking corpses stopped moving. Even Yi Xian and the other two were unable to move. What the hell is this? Yi Xian was shocked. At this moment, not only was his body unable to move, an unprecedented sense of danger rose in his heart. He once again felt the aura of death. His entire body was creeped out, his hair stood on end, and he couldn't stop trembling. What exactly is this huge eye? How can it suppress the three of them and the hundreds of walking corpses around them? Just as Yi Xian and the other two were in shock, the will of death suddenly rose in spirals and was absorbed by the huge eye in the sky. The will of death has been absorbed? Yi Xian widened his eyes and watched as the will of death was absorbed by the huge eye. However, what he didn't notice was that the walking corpses around them were rapidly becoming stronger. At this moment, swoosh! The huge eye suddenly turned and its attention seemed to fall on Yi Xian. What an annoying life aura, an old and drawn-out voice fell into Yi Xian and Luo Luo's ears. In the next moment, Yi Xian saw his body wither away like sand. Am I going to die? Yi Xian muttered in his heart. Young master, Luo Luo saw Yi Xian's body being blown away and hurriedly shouted. However, under the deterrence of this huge eye, she couldn't even open her mouth to speak. She could only transmit her voice through the air. Yi Xian's heart was crumbling. He didn't expect his original body and doppelganger to die in such a situation. In this situation, even if he had the Eye of Eternity, it would be difficult for him to escape death. Most importantly, he didn't know who killed him. What exactly was this huge eye? Yi Xian had already closed his eyes in despair. Fortunately, even though he couldn't move his body, he was still able to put Luo Luo back into his storage space. Far away in the eastern continent of the Bloodstone continent, there was still a second clone. At worst, he could just make a comeback. However, Yi Xian did not feel good about the feeling of his body withering away. Because he actually didn't feel any pain, and there wasn't even any blood. It was as if he was in a dream. However, this wasn't a dream, but reality. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian's body was eroded to the point where only his head was left. If it was a normal person, they would have already died. Ding! The Crimson Blood Corpse King is out of control. The system notification sounded. This giant eye allowed the Crimson Blood Corpse King to grow stronger, to the point where it could break free from Yi Xian's control. This situation was simply adding insult to injury. However, at this critical juncture, a voice suddenly rang out. Swish! Suddenly, a powerful aura swept over. The giant eye in the sky turned, and the decomposition of Yi Xian's body immediately stopped. What? Yi Xian was shocked. He hurriedly scanned with the eye of revelation, but he could only see a dazzling golden light. Just as he was wondering what the hell this golden light was, the giant eye in the sky suddenly trembled and directly retreated into the crack. Then, the crack rapidly closed. The sky returned to normal. Yi Xian didn't know what was going on, but with the disappearance of the giant eye, the suppressed bloodline of the divine tree of life in his body began to work again and began to reconstruct his body. What's going on? Yi Xian was confused. At this moment, only he and the Crimson Blood Corpse King were still alive, as well as that golden light. Brat, how dare you control me? Go to hell. While Yi Xian was still reconstructing his body, the Crimson Blood Corpse King suddenly roared and charged toward Yi Xian. The Crimson Blood Corpse King broke free of control, and its aura even surpassed that of the Immortal Corpse King from before. F***ck, one wave after another? Yi Xian was scared witless. The giant eye had just left, and the Crimson Blood Corpse King was already taking revenge. This was really F***ket up. However, at this moment. Whoosh whoosh. A gust of wind whistled and a golden light flashed, directly entering the Crimson Blood Corpse King's body. In the next moment, the Crimson Blood Corpse King directly evaporated and died. F***ck. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. He turned his head and found that the golden light was gradually dimming. The golden light faded, and finally, a mini beast entered Yi Xian's eyes. This little beast had platinum scales, horns, and claws, but it was still smaller than Luo Luo. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and found that this little beast was actually a sky dragon. However, wasn't this sky dragon a little too obsessed with you? Not only was it mini, but why was it a little fat? Why is it a human? The little sky dragon suddenly opened its mouth. Its voice was very tender, as clear as a 3-year-old baby's. Hearing this, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. At this time, he had just recovered his upper body. He hurriedly cupped his fist and said, "Thank you, Senior, for saving my life." "Senior, your head, call me the super invincible handsome dragon." The little sky dragon corrected. Thank you, super invincible handsome dragon, Senior," Yi Xian said again. However, as soon as he finished speaking, 2 words flashed through his mind: what a joke. No matter what this little sky dragon was like, Yi Xian knew that it saved him today, so naturally, he couldn't say this out loud. The little sky dragon suddenly rushed over and stopped in front of Yi Xian. At this time, Yi Xian felt that this little sky dragon had a very familiar aura. Did you feel it? Have you seen that girl Luli before? The mini sky dragon suddenly asked. Luli, this name was naturally familiar to Yi Xian. Senior, are you talking about Fairy Luli? Yi Xian said subconsciously. Unexpectedly, before his voice fell, the mini sky dragon shouted angrily, "Fairy my head, this stinky shameless thing, how dare she call herself a fairy? Back then, she beat me back to my original form, thinking that she could tame me. As soon as I broke out of the egg, she disappeared without a trace. Beat you back to your original form, tame you?" When Yi Xian heard this, he instantly reacted. Could this mini sky dragon be the big egg in the Luli dreamland? He remembered that Fairy Luli used the Fountain of Youth in exchange for his blood, and then watered it on the big egg. No wonder he felt that this mini sky dragon had a familiar aura, so it was because of this. That little girl Luli beat me back to my original form, causing me to have to cultivate again. In the future, if I catch her, I must find 100 men and watch her being cat 100 times by each man. The mini sky dragon suddenly bared its fangs and brandished its claws, and couldn't help but curse loudly. 100 men, each one 100 times, Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. It seems that this mini sky dragon has a huge hatred for Fairy Luli. It actually wants to rape her 10,000 times, it's really too scary. Yi Xian's intuition told him that in this case, he has 2 choices. First, he could remain silent and let the mini sky dragon curse by itself. However, this mini sky dragon and Fairy Luli had a huge grudge against each other. If he just sat there and did nothing, perhaps he would be spat to death by the mini sky dragon. Second, of course, is to curse that Fairy Luli together with the mini sky dragon. This way, he may get a reward. yes, yes, 100 times, 100 times. Yi Xian hurriedly agreed. Although he felt a little sorry for Fairy Luli, Yi Xian still did so. Anyway, Fairy Luli can't hear it. You little brat, you're to my liking. Come, curse that bitch together. I'll give you a bottle for each curse. After the mini sky dragon finished speaking, it took out a jade bottle from somewhere and handed it to Yi Xian. Yi Xian took the jade bottle and opened it. Damn, the best quality immortal spring wine? Super invincible handsome senior dragon, don't worry, I'll definitely curse her until the sky turns dark and the sea dries up. Yi Xian's cheap nature was exposed in an instant. Without thinking, he began to curse. A bottle of the best quality immortal spring wine, that is, 10 years of lifespan. There was actually such a good thing in the world. Yi Xian wondered if he was dreaming. Curse for me, I have a lot of the best quality immortal spring wine here. If you're satisfied, I'll give it all to you. The mini sky dragon said angrily. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes couldn't help but light up. A lot of best quality immortal spring wine, could it be the immortal spring lake in the glaze illusion? Damn, if you give it all to me, I'll have at least a few 100,000 years of lifespan, right? Yi Xian's heart has been set off a stormy wave. A few 100,000 years of lifespan, it sounds scary. Although the benefits of swallowing the immortal spring water were very low, if he swallowed all of it, his strength would probably skyrocket by 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times. However, before he could finish cursing, the mini sky dragon interrupted, forget it, there's no point in cursing. It won't relieve my hatred. I'll give you this jar of eternal youth spring water. Give me some blood to satisfy my craving. F***ck. Yi Xian suddenly had the urge to skin Mini Sky Dragon and pull out its tendons. However, when he saw Mini Sky Dragon suddenly take out the immortal spring water, he immediately smiled. Previously, when his realm was not high enough, he had overdrawn his life force to use the dragon capturing hand. Therefore, he had consumed a lot of the top-grade immortal spring water. Now, he only had 100 years left. However, this jar of immortal spring water was at least 200 years old. It was equivalent to making another transaction. It's nothing. Senior Master Long, you can have as many as you want. Without another word, Yi Xian took out all the health potions he had stored in his devour space. There were over 10,000 of them, and he had collected them out of boredom. Not bad, not bad. It's enough for me to drink for a while. Mini Sky Dragon nodded in satisfaction. In the next moment, the health potions disappeared quietly. Even Yi Xian did not notice how they disappeared. Senior Master Long, do you still want more? If not, I'll continue to pretend. Yi Xian hurriedly asked. He felt that as long as he could please Mini Sky Dragon, he might be rewarded with more immortal spring water. If not, he could even slit his own throat immediately. No need, this is enough. You're quite cooperative, kid. You didn't let me get rid of Azura's Eye in vain. Mini Sky Dragon said lightly. Azura's Eye, when these 4 words fell into Yi Xian's ears, his body trembled. He knew that this must be the name of the giant eye just now. When he recalled the scene just now, his whole body trembled. If Mini Sky Dragon had not appeared, his original body and first clone would definitely have died. Senior Master Long, what's that Azura's Eye? Yi Xian immediately followed the vine and asked. This Azura's Eye almost killed him. Naturally, he had to find out what it was. If there was a chance in the future, he would definitely take revenge. Just now, there was a will of death here, so this Azura's Eye appeared. The owner of this Azura's Eye is a big monster to you, so you're in big trouble. After Mini Sky Dragon finished speaking, Yi Xian's heart trembled. From the former's tone, the owner of this Azura's Eye was probably extraordinarily powerful. At this time, Mini Sky Dragon said again, but you don't have to worry. You're just a small fry, so he won't take it to heart. Hearing this, Yi Xian could not help but feel a little unhappy, but that was the truth. In front of a true powerhouse, he was just an ant. He did not even have the qualifications to know who the other party was. Master Long was beaten back to his original form by Liuli. I'm not strong enough to track down the owner of this Azura's Eye. Just now, I only scared him off with my bloodline. After Mini Sky Dragon finished speaking, he looked around and said, however, that Azurazai is condensed from a large amount of will of death. With its appearance, I'm afraid this place will be in chaos. Why would it be in chaos? Yi Xian asked subconsciously. Didn't I just say that the Azurazai is condensed from a large amount of will of death? Mini Sky Dragon rolled his eyes and snorted, Kid, take it easy. This handsome dragon is going to find a place to cultivate in seclusion, and then *CK that Liuli's immortal. Before Yi Xian could react, Mini Sky Dragon turned into a white gold light and directly left Yi Xian's sight. At this time, Yi Xian finally understood what Mini Sky Dragon meant by chaos. The immortal corpse king's will of death could cause such a big commotion. If that Azurazai was condensed from a large amount of will of death, then wouldn't all the dead in the land of the dead jump out? Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, there was the sound of something breaking through the air. Yi Xian turned his head and saw that the surrounding walking corpses were pouncing on him. There were only a few hundred of these walking corpses, and their strength varied. However, with the appearance of the Azurazai, their strength increased rapidly, and the powerful ones even reached the manifestation realm. Earlier, because of Mini Sky Dragon, these walking corpses did not dare to approach. However, with Mini Sky Dragon's departure, Yi Xian became the walking corpse's target. You dare to cause trouble for me with just the likes of you? Yi Xian was very disdainful. He directly repelled these walking corpses, then quickly broke through the void and left. However, Yi Xian knew that they were in trouble this time. The eyes of death had only appeared for a few seconds, and the land of the dead was about to fall into chaos. When Yi Xian broke through the void and returned to the sect of the God of Ghost, he found that a large number of dead people had crawled out of the sect of the God of Ghost. Those who had died in the sect of the God of Ghost had all broken out of the soil and reformed into walking corpses, even if they had rotted until only bones were left. What's going on? The ghost spirit ancestors, who were waiting for Yi Xian's reply in the sect of the God of Ghost, did not know what had happened. They could only watch the dead people crawl out of the ground and attack them. Yi Xian just happened to return. Looking at this scene, he could not help but think to himself, the appearance of the eyes of death has affected the death aura of the entire land of the dead. Even the sect of the God of Ghost, which is so far away, has changed. The eyes of death appeared in the territory of the Corpse King Palace. The sect of the God of Ghost was countless miles away, but it had also changed. It was just as Mini Sky Dragon had said. The land of the dead was about to fall into chaos. What's going on? Yu quickly rushed over and asked. There will be a great calamity in the land of the dead. I'm afraid we can't stay in the sect of the God of Ghost. Gather quickly and leave with me. Yi Xian explained, but he did not explain how the calamity had happened. The land of the dead had been formed for thousands of years. The number of people who had died in the land of the dead was definitely a terrifying number. Although the sect of the God of Ghost was powerful, it could not keep killing. Therefore, they could only move. When Gue He, the founder of the sect of the God of Ghost, heard this, he did not ask for the specific reason and immediately ordered the disciples and elders of the sect of the God of Ghost to gather. Yi Xian had the eyes of the void, so it was not a problem for him to send them away. Soon, the people who were still in the sect of the God of Ghost quickly gathered together. There were several people in total. Then, Yi Xian directly broke through the void and sent them away. The land of the dead would not be peaceful, so Yi Xian sent them away directly. As for their destination, it was the Wind Snow Villa. Yi Xian led the way through the void door, then continuously burned his eye energy to send the disciples and elders of the Ghost God sect in. For experts of this level, even if there were 5,000 people queuing up to pass through a door, it would only take a few seconds. Soon, the entire sect of the God of Ghost passed through the void gate and arrived at the Wind Snow Villa. When the people of Wind Snow Manor saw such a large group of experts and ghost spirits, they were scared out of their wits. Any one of these people could easily sweep through Wind Snow Manor. However, at this moment, the people from Blizzard Villa discovered that the leader of the group was Yi Xian, and they immediately felt relieved. Yi Xian, what's going on? Feng Wuhan immediately flew over and asked. Something happened in the land of the dead. I brought the clan of the God of Ghosts here to seek refuge, Yi Xian answered directly. As soon as he said that, Feng Wuhan and the other disciples of the Wind Snow Villa who had surrounded him were so scared that they almost wet themselves. Sect of the God of Ghosts? Feng Wuhan was tongue-tied. Wasn't the sect of the God of Ghost one of the two overlords of the land of the dead? Any one of its disciples could sweep through the entire Wind Snow Villa. Not to mention its disciples, even ghost spirits could do it. However, there were thousands of people here at this time. If these people hadn't restrained their auras, some of the people from Wind Snow Manor would have died because their hearts couldn't bear it. At this time, Shui Hong and Feng Wuchen also rushed over. After the death of the corpse man, Feng Wuchen had recovered his memory, so Yi Xian directly released him. Yi Xian, why are there so many experts from the sect of the God of Ghosts here? Shui Hong asked worriedly. Something happened in the land of the dead. Senior, has the dead been resurrected in Wind Snow Manor before? Yi Xian hurriedly asked. Resurrected? Shui Hong was stunned. She shook her head and replied, no. Hearing this, Yi Xian also breathed a sigh of relief and said, in that case, I'll let the sect of the God of Ghosts stay in the myriad snow mountain first. Immediately, he led thousands of people from the sect of the God of Ghosts into the myriad snow mountain. There were spirit disaster super supreme holy beasts in the myriad snow mountain, but they were only low-level ones. The sect of the God of Ghosts could sweep through the myriad snow mountain alone. Yi Xian estimated that there were millions or even tens of millions of walking corpses in the land of the dead now. Unfortunately, killing these corpses gave him no experience points, so he was too lazy to destroy them. The people from the sect of the God of Ghosts camped at the entrance of the myriad snow mountain. Almost none of these people had left the land of the dead. Only a small number of them wandered outside, looking for talented people, but they didn't dare to summon powerful ghost spirits. However, they were worried about something else. Little brother Yi, although I don't know what happened in the land of the dead, if the 8 families in the north know that we left the land of the dead in such a large scale. Gue, he said with a frown. Yi Xian understood what he meant and replied, the change in the land of the dead was caused by someone who is countless times stronger than the 8 families. Now that the land of the dead is in chaos, there will definitely be undead creatures leaving. The 8 families will definitely send experts to kill them, so we won't be able to return to the land of the dead in a short time. Countless times stronger than the 8 families? Gue he and the others couldn't help but tremble when they heard this. Senior, how strong are the 8 families? Yi Xian asked again. Although he didn't know the strength of the 8 families, according to the mini sky dragon, the Eye of Death was condensed from a huge amount of death intent. Its level was definitely much higher than the 8 families. Even if he didn't know the strength of the 8 families, he could guarantee it. I'm not very sure either, but the sect of the God of Ghosts is like an ant to the 8 families. Gue he shook his head. I heard that the 8 families are built next to a cross-realm teleportation formation? Yi Xian asked. Gue he nodded, that's right. The 8 families do control a cross-realm teleportation formation to the glazed light sacred ground. However, this teleportation formation is controlled by the 8 families. If little brother Yi wants to use it, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. After hearing this, Yi Xian fell silent. Now, he was very close to the glazed light sacred ground. However, if he wanted to use the cross-realm teleportation formation, he would need the approval of the 8 families. My current strength is still too weak. I have to break through to the manifestation realm as soon as possible. Yi Xian thought to himself. Just now, he almost died. He didn't want to experience that feeling of helplessness again. Therefore, after he settled the sect of the God of Ghosts, he broke through the void again and returned to the Corpse King Palace. As expected, the Corpse King Palace was already filled with people. However, these people were all corpses that had crawled up from the ground. It's really been occupied. Young master, if all the dead in the land of the dead are resurrected, the 8 great families will definitely know about it. What if they trace it back to the Wind Snow Manor? Luo Luo asked. If they really find it, then let's go back to the Blood Cliff continent. They can't do anything about it. Yi Xian replied. The Blood Cliff continent was a continent under the Blood Cliff sect, and there were dozens of forces like the Blood Cliff sect in this area. They were also connected to these low-level continents, and the total number was probably more than 10,000. As long as the Ghost God sect hid in the Blood Cliff continent, the 8 great families wouldn't investigate these continents one by one. Just as the two were talking, some corpses discovered them. There may be many hidden treasures in the Corpse King Palace. Luo Luo, clear all the corpses in the Corpse King Palace, Xian said in a low voice. Now that the Corpse King of the Corpse King Palace was almost dead, almost all the treasures had fallen into his hands. However, he was still a little bit away from reaching the peak of the 3 supreme sovereign disasters. Only when he reached the peak would he know if he needed a breakthrough item. Okay. Luo Luo nodded and immediately split into hundreds of figures and began to whip the corpses that had overestimated themselves. At the same time, Xian also swallowed a large number of ghost spirits and used the ghost god transformation, causing his aura to skyrocket. But this time, he didn't use the ghost god fist, but another move. 100 Ghost Rush. Countless black figures pounced and instantly tore the corpses into pieces. The 100 Ghost Rush consumed less death chi than the ghost god fist. Xian used it several times in a row and directly cleared more than half of the Corpse King Palace. In a short while, the entire Corpse King Palace was filled with corpses. These corpses were also miserable. They had died once, but they were resurrected and died again in the end. Then, Xian and Luo Luo began to search the Corpse King Palace. Unfortunately, the Crimson Blood Corpse King had been spat to death by the mini Sky Dragon. Otherwise, Xian could ask him. After all, the Crimson Blood Corpse King was the current Corpse King Palace master. There were still many treasures in the Corpse King Palace, but most of them were taken away by the disciples and elders of the Corpse King Palace. At this time, Xian remembered that Digging Corpse King and Bramble Corpse King had been killed by Immortal Corpse Kings. Their corpses were still underground. Below the Corpse King Palace, there was a corpse pool. Even though the Burrowing Corpse King and Bramble Corpse King were killed by the Immortal Corpse King, they were revived by the will of death. When Xian arrived at the Corpse King Palace, he saw the Bramble Undead King and the Burrowing Undead King. Since I've died twice, I'll die once more. Xian didn't say anything else as he directly killed the 2 Corpse Kings and seized their universe rings. Just a little bit more. I think I'll be done after going out for a few more rounds. Thinking of this, Xian left immediately. Of course, in order to increase efficiency, he decided to use a 2-pronged approach. He sent his true body and avatar separately, preparing to go to several forces near the Corpse King Palace to take a look. At the same time, he ordered the Scarlet Flame Corpse King and White Bone Corpse King under his control to start plundering. He estimated that he would be able to reach the peak of the 3 supreme sovereign disasters in a day. The peak of the 3 supreme sovereign disasters required one to pass through a great disaster to break through to the manifestation realm. This great disaster had stopped many people. In the land of the dead, no one had succeeded. Therefore, Xian felt that he would also be stuck here. He had to collect the necessary materials to break through to the manifestation realm. After leaving the Corpse King Palace, his true body rushed towards the nearest force. One had to admit that the Eye of Death was too terrifying. It actually drew the death chi in the land of the dead, reviving all the dead in the land of the dead. Along the way, Xian could see these walking corpses everywhere. However, for him who had unlimited true chi, it was only a matter of a few sword strikes. Soon, he found a force under the Corpse King Palace. This force couldn't escape the calamity. Moreover, they didn't have the ability to resist the revival of the dead, so they were annihilated. In the entire sect, there wasn't a single survivor. Good luck. Xian looked at the force below and the corner of his mouth slightly curled up. He wasn't rejoicing in their misfortune. In this world where the strong were respected, those without strength would be eliminated. Immediately, he rushed down and cleaned up all the corpses in the force. At the same time, he collected the universe rings. Ding, the host has reached the shackles of the 3 supreme sovereign disasters. If the host wants to break through, the following items must be collected. After Xian was done, he heard a series of system notifications. As expected, there was still a hurdle to break through from the 3 supreme sovereign disasters to the manifestation realm. In the 3 supreme sovereign disasters, one had to pass the minor disasters. After passing them, one's strength would increase by a lot. This major disaster was the shackles of the 9th grade spirit disaster to break through to the manifestation realm. Even the Corpse King Palace and the God of Ghost sect didn't have a human who could break through this shackles. Yi Xian hurriedly swept a glance and found that there were a total of 7 items required. Only by collecting these 7 items could one break through, not just one of the 7. Amen, as expected, they are all items to strengthen the heart and soul. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Previously, he had heard that in order to break through to the manifestation realm from the 9th grade spirit disaster, one had to build a soul altar. The spirit realm and spirit disaster all increased the soul. But from the manifestation realm onwards, it was the soul that increased the soul. This major disaster was to build a soul altar. Whether it was the 9th grade spirit disaster experts of the God of Ghost sect or the Corpse King Palace, they were all stuck at this point and couldn't build a soul altar. Of the 7 essential items, I have seen 3 of them before, but I devoured them. As for the remaining 4, I have never heard of them. Yi Xian finally understood why no one in the land of the dead had broken through to the manifestation realm. It was because they lacked natural treasures that could strengthen the heart and soul. As long as he gathered these natural treasures, he would be able to break through to the manifestation realm. At that time, with the power of the manifestation realm, his strength would increase by at least 10 times. Now, he had another goal, and that was to collect these 7 natural treasures. However, at this moment. Amen? Yi Xian's eyebrows suddenly rose. He felt that one of the people he controlled had died. The White-Bone Corpse King. What's going on? The White-Bone Corpse King actually died. Although the land of the dead has changed, with his strength, he shouldn't have died. Yi Xian was confused. The White-Bone Corpse King was a manifestation realm expert. Now that the God of Ghost sect and the Corpse King Palace were destroyed, no one should be his opponent. However, he actually died. The 8 great families. This name flashed in Yi Xian's mind. He guessed that the death of the White-Bone Corpse King should be related to the 8 great families. Flaming Corpse King, come and meet me. Immediately, Yi Xian gave the order to the Flaming Corpse King through the air. He had ordered the Flaming Corpse King to loot the dead, but now that the White-Bone Corpse King had died, the Flaming Corpse King might encounter people from the 8 great families. The 8 great families are powerful. Now that such a change has occurred in the land of the dead, it will cause chaos in the surroundings. The 8 great families have probably received this news and sent experts. Yi Xian thought and then went to the designated place to meet with the Flaming Corpse King. Half a day later. Master. The Flaming Corpse King immediately rushed to Yi Xian's designated location and saw Yi Xian. Then, he directly handed over the items. Yi Xian was now stuck at the shackle point. There was no benefit in continuing to devour. But he was looking for the Flaming Corpse King to find the 7 treasures. After Yi Xian checked the universe ring handed over by the Flaming Corpse King, he couldn't help but show a gratified smile. Well done, you found one. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. Then, he handed the universe ring to Luo Luo and asked, Luo, how long do you need to break through? Me? I'm cultivating a special cultivation method. I can build a soul altar very soon. Maybe 2 or 3 days, but not more than 7 days. Luo Luo answered. Good. Yi Xian nodded again. In 7 days, Luo Luo could build her first soul altar and break through to the manifestation realm. The Flaming Corpse King, the White-Bone Corpse King is dead. Have you seen him, or the experts of the 8 great families? Yi Xian turned and asked again. No. The Flaming Corpse King shook his head. Okay, I understand. Yi Xian didn't ask again. This time, the experts sent by the 8 great families should be in the manifestation realm. The Flaming Corpse King wasn't strong. Even if he encountered a first-level manifestation realm expert, he probably couldn't escape death. Then, Yi Xian let the Flaming Corpse King leave. He continued to collect the treasures. He found 3 before, but didn't know they were needed for a breakthrough, so he directly devoured them. It seemed that he could find 3 more. However, not long after the Flaming Corpse King left. Bang! Suddenly, a deafening sound caught Yi Xian's attention. This earth-shattering noise might have been the sound of the Flaming Corpse King slaughtering the walking corpses on the road, but it made Yi Xian's expression change greatly. Because the Crimson Flame Corpse King was actually dead. This sound was not the sound of the Crimson Flame Corpse King killing the corpse, but the sound of the Crimson Flame Corpse King being killed. "Young master, what's wrong?" Luoluo asked with a blank expression. "The 8 great clans are nearby. Let's go and take a look." Yi Xian replied and immediately took Luoluo in the direction that the Scarlet Flame Corpse King had just left. Although the Flaming Corpse King was once an enemy, he was now under Yi Xian's control. Now that he was dead, Yi Xian naturally wanted to avenge him. Soon, Yi Xian sensed a powerful aura that was much stronger than the Flaming Corpse King. There's no aura of death. He really is a human manifestation realm expert. Yi Xian immediately reacted. Although the Flaming Corpse King was at the manifestation realm, he had not constructed a soul altar and did not have the power of manifestation, so his strength was much weaker than a true manifestation realm expert. Yi Xian estimated that this manifestation realm expert's strength surpassed the Immortal Corpse King, which was a corpse king close to the 3rd level of the manifestation realm. But, so what, when he approached, he found a man in blue clothes. This blue-clothed man also found him and Luoluo and was looking at them. "Humans?" This blue-clothed man also showed a disdainful expression when he felt that Yi Xian and Luoluo were only at the 9th level of spirit disaster. They really are from the 8 great clans. When Yi Xian saw the clan insignia on the blue-clothed man's clothes, he immediately confirmed it. The 8 great clans, Zhao, Qian, Sun, Li, Zhou, Wu, Jing, and Wang. This blue-clothed man was from the Wang clan of the 8 great clans. The blue-clothed man looked at Yi Xian and Luoluo approaching and asked in a mocking tone, "Kid, which sect are you from?" Hearing this question, Yi Xian did not immediately answer. Instead, he glanced at the corpse beside the blue-clothed man's feet. The Flaming Corpse King's head had already been blasted apart by the blue-clothed man. Although they were both at the 1st level of the manifestation realm, the Flaming Corpse King was much weaker than the blue-clothed man and was instantly killed. "The 8 great clans want to destroy the land of the dead?" Yi Xian turned around and asked. "The land of the dead has existed for 1,000 years and nothing has happened, so our 8 great clans are too lazy to care. But today, a large number of uncontrolled corpses are pouring out of the land of the dead. Then, there is no need for the land of the dead to exist," the blue-clothed man said indifferently. "As expected, you want to destroy the entire land of the dead." Yi Xian's heart trembled and asked again, "Then, how many of you came?" "Kid, why are you asking so many questions?" The blue-clothed man narrowed his eyes and said, "Oh right, the order I received was to destroy all living beings in the land of the dead. Although you are still a human, I am still following orders. Die." As soon as he finished speaking, the blue-clothed man waved his right hand and a formless energy blasted towards Yi Xian. "The force of all creations?" Yi Xian's eyes widened. Although he could not see, he could feel it. This was the first time he saw the force of all creations, but it would not be the last time. What a guy. He dares to say that he wants to destroy all living beings in the land of the dead. Just as well, I want to take revenge on you. Yi Xian shouted in his heart and directly attacked. "Eye of Glory! Golden Dragon, catch your hand." A giant golden hand appeared and directly crushed the force of all creations. At the same time, Yi Xian also used a mental attack on the blue-clothed man. "Oh? Superpower?" The blue-clothed man directly ignored the burning eye and the eye of illusion and was slightly surprised. A manifestation realm expert had built a soul altar and had extremely strong mental power. Unless Yi Xian broke through to the manifestation realm, he would not be able to hurt this blue-clothed man. Although the mental attack was useless, Yi Xian still had other methods. Tyrannical Emperor's limitless sword. A giant sword was formed in an instant, and then it fell directly. Insignificant skill. The blue-clothed man only snorted softly and wrapped himself in the force of all creations. Facing the giant golden sword, he raised his hand and punched. Boom! The fist reinforced by the force of all creations collided with the giant golden sword. A strong impact swept out. Yi Xian did not use his trump card. Is this the force of all creations? It is powerful. Yi Xian secretly swallowed. It had only been 2 days since 10,000 swords returned to origin, so he could not use it now. However, in the situation of 2 against 1, if he still could not beat his opponent, he might as well kill himself. Don't forget, Yi Xian was not fighting one-on-one, but in a group fight. Ghost God Transformation. Ghost God Fist. Yi Xian directly refined 3 9th-level spirit disaster-level ghost spirits, then struck out with 2 Ghost God Fists from the left and right. Not only that, Luoluo also directly used 100-layer Demon Fox avatar. 100 layers of shackles. Hundreds of Luoluos threw out the chains in their hands. As long as they trapped the man in green, he would be dead for sure. However, the strength of the All Creations force had exceeded Yi Xian and Luoluo's expectations. The man in green clenched his fists and threw out 2 punches. His true chi and All Creations force merged and scattered the 2 Ghost God Fists. Not only that, but the true chi chains thrown out by Luoluo were all scattered by the man's All Creations force. Tisk, TSK, TSK. You guys are quite capable. If it weren't for the orders from above to kill, I would have recruited you. The corners of the man's mouth curled up slightly. Yi Xian and Luoluo were quite talented and had reached the peak of the 3 supreme sovereign disasters. However, it would not be easy for them to deal with the All Creations realm elite. Now, Yi Xian and Luoluo's expressions finally changed. They knew how powerful All Creations realm elites were, but they did not expect them to be this powerful. The All Creations force was all-encompassing. Even if Yi Xian could use all returning swords now, all the heaven-shaking swords would probably be broken by the All Creations force. Alright, I still have things to do. You guys can go now. The man in green muttered. In the next moment, Yi Xian and Luoluo felt an extremely strong suction force that forced them to fly toward the man in green. The All Creations force was equivalent to Yi Xian's double space when he was a Void God Great Emperor. However, it was many times more powerful than that. The man in green wanted to suck Yi Xian and Luoluo over and kill them with 2 punches. Irresistible? Yi Xian's expression was gloomy. He was already prepared to break through the void and enter. However, the man in green had obviously underestimated them. They might be able to make use of this last attack. Luoluo. Yi Xian hurriedly shouted in his mind. Understood. Luoluo immediately understood. Since she was attracted, why not make use of it? The man in green still had a smile on his face, but in the next moment, his smile suddenly stopped. He saw Luoluo's hair suddenly turn golden, and her feet were rapidly moving on the ground. The azure-robed man's eyes widened. However, at this moment, Luoluo had already turned into a golden flash of light and swept past his body. Hiss! With a crisp sound, the man in green's head was tossed into the air. At the same time, the strength of All Creations exerted on Yi Xian's body disappeared in an instant. Well done! Yi Xian paused for a moment. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration when he saw the man's head fly up. Carelessness, it was carelessness again. The death of the azure-robed man was due to carelessness. If he had used his full strength, he might not have been able to kill Yi Xian and Luoluo, but he wouldn't have died. Luoluo's demon fox flash was faster than Yi Xian, and with the help of the 10,000 mammoths force, her speed was multiplied, which was why she was able to succeed. Most likely, this green-robed man did not expect that he would die in this damned place. The land of the dead was not a good place to sleep. Since the Azures I had disappeared, the azure-robed man would not revive. Looking at the azure-robed man's corpse, Luoluo snorted in dissatisfaction. I hate it when people look down on me. Now he's dead. This time, Yi Xian had Luoluo to thank. However, in order to kill this azure-robed man, Luoluo had transformed again. One had to know that every time Luoluo transformed, she would use at least 1 strand of golden tail hair. Now, her golden tail hair was decreasing. A manifestation realm expert is actually this strong. He's only at the 1st level of the manifestation realm. If he was at the 2nd level, he would probably be able to kill us instantly. Yi Xian shuddered inside. However, he was not worried because as long as he broke through to the manifestation realm and constructed a soul altar, killing this azure-robed man would be as easy as killing a chicken. Luoluo used her golden tail hair to kill him. I hope she doesn't disappoint me. Yi Xian thought for a moment and then quickly walked over, putting away the azure-robed man's universe ring and corpse. This azure-robed man was extremely proud. The mission of cleaning up all the living beings in the land of the dead was extremely easy for him, so there was no need for him to leave his things with the 8 great families. In this way, Yi Xian benefited. After Yi Xian inspected the universe ring, he could not help but laugh loudly. This azure-robed man's universe ring contained a large amount of treasures. Most importantly, it contained the 7 natural treasures Yi Xian needed. Haha, I've struck gold. Yi Xian roared in his mind. Immediately after, he heard a system notification sound. Ding, host has survived a great calamity and constructed a soul altar. Host is currently at the 1st level of the manifestation realm. Yi Xian felt that his body had greatly improved. His physique was at least twice as strong as before. At the same time, a black thing appeared in his dantian. This was the soul altar. The soul altar was filled with black water. This was the soul water. The more soul water there was, the stronger the soul. Not only that, Yi Xian had a new kind of energy in his body, the power of manifestation. At this time, Yi Xian's mind moved, and a burst of manifestation power surged out, enveloping a 100-meter area around him. Boom! The earth trembled. Then, the ground under Yi Xian's feet split open and quickly rose into the air. Ah! Luolua was shocked and turned to look. She found that Yi Xian had used the power of manifestation to lift up a piece of land. It looked like a floating island, and the 2 of them were standing on this floating island. Is this the power of manifestation? If I use it at full power, I'm afraid I can uproot the entire sect of the God of Ghost and throw it into the sky. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. When he was in the spirit realm, he could fly freely. However, it was impossible for him to lift up an island. He had heard that a manifestation realm expert could move an island before. At the time, he found it inconceivable. Now, he also had the same ability. However, his power of manifestation was not enough, and could only move a small island. Yi Xian's current strength was at least 10 times stronger than half a minute ago. If this blue-cloaked man came back to life, Yi Xian's burning eye would probably cause him heart-wrenching pain, and even take control of the other. Yi Xian had constructed a soul altar, and his mind power had greatly increased. It was normal for him to have such an effect. Luoluo, these soul altar construction treasures are for you. Yi Xian threw over the soul-strengthening items in his universe ring. Thank you, young master. With these, I can break through in 2 days. Luoluo hurriedly giggled. Constructing 1 soul altar was the 1st level of the manifestation realm. Constructing 2 soul altars was the 2nd level of the manifestation realm. Therefore, in this realm, soul-strengthening items were very important. However, at this time. That's right, after breaking through to the manifestation realm, there will be an additional thing called spiritual sense. Yi Xian suddenly recalled this matter. Spiritual sense was similar to the eye of perception, but the range was much smaller, only 1/3 of the eye of perception. What made Yi Xian gratified was that his spiritual sense could be stacked with the eye of perception. Simply speaking, his eye of perception had increased by 1/3. Not only that, his spiritual sense could also look into his body and check the injuries of others. The effect was pretty good. However, to Yi Xian, his inner vision was a useless skill. Then, Yi Xian started to investigate the other things in the universe level of the azure-clothed man. The green-clothed man also knew a divine ability, but due to his carelessness, he was killed by Luoluo. This divine ability was called the Heavenly Heart Sword Art. Not bad. The Heavenly Heart Sword Art can be considered as half a soul attack. Increasing one's soul energy will also increase one's attack power. With the addition of the manifestation force, its power won't be weak. Yi Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. As a 9th-grade spirit disaster, he couldn't display the true power of the divine ability because he didn't have the manifestation force. Now that he had the manifestation force, if he used the dragon catcher hands, he could probably crush his enemies. Ding! The host has learned the Heavenly Heart Sword Art. The system notified. Divine abilities didn't have proficiency points, so Yi Xian didn't need to spend any more time to practice it. This was pretty good. Luoluo, find a place to break through first. I'll continue to walk around. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he left his clone here while his original body left. With the manifestation force, he could directly raise this piece of land into the sky. As for Luoluo, she could directly stand on it. The rest was to find a place. As for Yixian's original body, he directly used the manifestation force to support it, so he was like a gust of wind when he ran. Speaking of which, the 8 great families had given the order to kill all living beings in the land of the dead. That meant that there should still be many experts from the 8 great families in the land of the dead. But it was a pity that Yixian was only at 9th grade spirit disaster when he fought with the azure-clothed man. If he was at the manifestation realm, he would be able to control the azure-clothed man and interrogate him. However, this didn't matter. With his spiritual sense, as long as he encountered a manifestation realm expert, he would discover them before they did. Along the way, Yixian did not need to attack at all. He just used his all-creation strength to smash the walking corpses around him into pieces. The power of all creations was inexhaustible. He could use it whenever he wanted. At the same time, the strength of this power was directly related to the number of soul altars and the strength of one's soul. Among them, there were quite a few items that could improve one's soul, so Yixian directly used the super devouring crystal to exchange for them. His soul strength had increased by half. In the manifestation realm, even if they only have one soul altar, as long as they are strong enough, they can fight against 2 soul altars. Yixian thought as he ran. Just as he was pondering, the spiritual sense outside the eye of perception suddenly sensed a powerful aura. Wansheng realm. Haha, I finally found it. Yixian laughed loudly on the inside. This manifestation realm expert definitely came from one of the 8 great families. As expected, when Yixian flew over, he found that it was an expert from the Zhou family of the 8 great families. This Zhou family expert also found Yixian as he approached. How can it be, he's in the manifestation realm? The Zhou family expert was shocked. Didn't they say that there were only manifestation realm beings in the land of the dead? How could there be a human in the manifestation realm? However, when he saw Yixian charging over, he did not waste words and directly attacked. Just first level of the manifestation realm. Yixian snorted, his eyes flashing. This Zhou family expert felt like his heart was on fire, and he was in so much pain that he wanted to die. At the same time, a giant palm appeared and held the Zhou clan cultivator in its hand. In terms of soul power, Yixian was even stronger than this Zhou family expert. Such a young expert, which faction does he belong to? This Zhou family expert could not understand. But in the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his head. Ding, control successful. The system notification sounded in Yixian's mind. At the same level, and with his soul power greater than the other, Yixian's eye of control could easily control him. Are you sure it was the same teleportation array that was used 2 years ago? Yixian asked in a doubtful tone. I'm not sure. Maybe it was used before. I don't know. Zhou Kai shook his head. There could be 2 possibilities for this transrealm teleportation array. First, old ancestor Yin Yang left with Song Suijing and Saiju Song through this teleportation array, but Zhou Kai didn't know. Second, old ancestor Yin Yang didn't leave through this teleportation array. After all, although this teleportation array could teleport to the glazed light sacred ground, the location was different from other teleportation arrays. There was still a distance in between. Maybe old ancestor Yin Yang didn't use this teleportation array because the 8 great families' teleportation array was far away from the Yin Yang temple, so he went to another teleportation array. Damn it. I hope Zhou Kai doesn't know. Otherwise, I'll have to start the investigation again. Yixian cursed in his heart. Now that he had asked all the questions, he directly went over and took Zhou Kai's Yin and Yang ring. Unfortunately, there weren't many things in Zhou Kai's Yin and Yang ring. Do the 8 great families have something like the white bone token? Yixian asked again. The white bone token was a very convenient thing for the people of the God of Ghost sect or ghost spirits to communicate with each other. No. The land of the dead is full of death energy, so the message of the white bone token was spread quickly. Our 8 great families don't have such a thing. We had an order a long time ago. As long as there was a change in the land of the dead, we were to join forces to destroy it. The order was not issued by the Zhou family. Zhou Kai shook his head. Yi Xian wanted to slap Zhou Kai to death, but the latter was right. The land of the dead had been formed for more than 1,000 years. The death energy was very strong. If one's cultivation wasn't high enough, it was very easy to have inner demons or even chi deviation. When the Eye of Death appeared last time, it attracted the death energy of the entire land of the dead. If it appeared in other places, it would at most revive the dead in that area. Forget it, continue with your work. Keep this white bone medallion well. If you meet anyone from the other 8 great clans, immediately use the white bone medallion to send me a message. Yi Xian handed the universe ring and the bone order to Zhou Kai. If the latter discovered any of his companions, he could inform Yi Xian directly. To put it nicely, this Zhou Kai was a wingman. To put it bluntly, he was a spy. However, he was already under Yi Xian's control. He had no choice but to obey Yi Xian's orders. After that, Yi Xian left. With the power of all creations, his speed was off the charts. While searching for the powerhouses of the 8 great clans, he kept killing those walking corpses. Ding! 10,000 swords return to origin is off cooldown. Finally, the return of 10,000 swords could be used again. During the 9 Great Spirit disaster, even if Yi Xian used the myriad returning swords, he might not have been able to defeat that green-robed man. However, now that Yi Xian had broken through to the manifestation realm, if he used the return of 10,000 swords, with the support of the power of all creations, its power would be explosive. After all, when Yi Xian broke through to the manifestation realm, Wei Zhentian had also broken through. Now, Wei Zhentian was called a divine artifact. Unfortunately, the return of 10,000 swords could only be used once every 3 days. Otherwise, it would be awesome. Soon, half a day passed. Young master, I broke through. Luoluo sent a message. I saw it. Yi Xian nodded. His doppelganger was beside Luoluo. Once Luoluo broke through, he would naturally know. Now, they could use both methods to find the person. However, just in case, after Luoluo broke through, his doppelganger directly broke through the void and returned to the Wind Snow Villa. 20 All Creations Realm powerhouses were too many. In fact, only 10 of them would be able to roam the entire land of the dead and kill all the living creatures. As for the others, they would go to the land of the dead and take a look around. The Wind Snow Villa was a few days' journey from the land of the dead, but this was for the powerhouses of true energy disaster. If Zhou Kai were to hurry, he would be able to get there in 2 hours. However, behind the Wind Snow Villa, there were a large number of ghost spirits stationed in the 10,000 Snow Mountain. If the people of the 8 great families arrived, they would probably be in danger. Even if all the ancestors of the ghost spirits joined forces, they would probably not be able to defeat a single All Creations Realm expert of the 8 great families. Therefore, Yi Xian sent Luoluo and his doppelganger back to guard the villa. However, as soon as his doppelganger and Luoluo returned, they discovered 2 powerful auras. The people of the 8 great families. Yi Xian's face darkened. He did not expect that this time, he would sense the people of the 8 great families as soon as he returned, and there were even 2 of them. At this time, these 2 auras were rapidly approaching the Wind Snow Villa. Young master, leave these 2 to me? Luoluo suddenly laughed. When she was at 9th grade spirit disaster, she could already kill the man in green. Now that she had broken through to the All Creations realm and possessed the All Creations realm power, it would definitely not be a problem for her to fight against the 2 of them alone. Okay, but don't kill them. Yi Xian's doppelganger nodded. As soon as his voice fell, a violent roar came from the sky. Sect of the God of Ghost, so you were hiding here. Quickly come over and accept your death. Before the person arrived, the voice arrived first. This old voice frightened the people of the sect of the God of Ghost and the people of the Wind Snow Villa. However, at this time, Luoluo had already rushed forward. Little girl, this is none of your business. Go play somewhere else. When an old man saw Luoluo, the young girl from the Fox clan, he shouted again. His mission was to kill all living beings, including humans, that he saw in the land of the undead. However, as long as he left the land of the undead, he could only kill undead creatures, such as ghost spirits and corpses. I won't move. Luoluo pouted. Just now, she was afraid that her aura would frighten the people of the Wind Snow Villa, so she restrained her aura. As a result, the old man and the middle-aged man beside him didn't realize that she was in the manifestation realm. However, as her aura spread out, the old man and the middle-aged man's expressions changed drastically. Manifestation realm? The old man from the Wu clan was shocked. He didn't understand when such a young manifestation realm master appeared here. Moreover, Luoluo was so young, and she was from the Fox clan. Without waiting for the other party to ask, Luoluo directly attacked. Manifestation realm force. Luoluo's slender hand grabbed the air, and then two forces shrouded the old man and the middle-aged man. What? The two of them widened their eyes. In the next moment, they were facing each other and couldn't control themselves. Bang! The old man and the middle-aged man bumped into each other face to face. They were already stunned. This was the first time they had encountered such a thing in their decades of life. Huh? Even Yixian didn't expect this scene. Luoluo's manifestation realm force was so powerful, the manifestation realm force was affected by the power of the soul. Luoluo's manifestation realm force directly surpassed the two masters of the 8 great clans, so she could toy with them. In this case, the strength of Luoluo's soul was probably much stronger than Yixian's. Bam! 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 Luoluo giggled as she used the All Creation's force. The experts of the sect of the God of Ghosts and the people of the Wind Snow Villa were stunned. Who were those two? They were the experts of the 8 great families. How could they be played by Luoluo? It was terrifying. A few months ago, Luoluo was just a human body disaster. When she was sent to the 10,000 Flower Valley, she was only a first-grade vital energy disaster. But now, she had grown to a level that they did not dare to mention. Young master, come on. At this time, Luoluo suddenly turned her head and giggled at Yixian. Hearing this, Yixian directly used the Eye of Control on the two people who were stunned by Luoluo's All Creation's force. Ding! Control successful. Ding! Control successful. 2 system notifications sounded, and the two people were directly reduced to Yixian's servants. Although Luoluo could also charm these two people, there was a flaw in her charm. If the person she charmed died, Luoluo would not know. As for Yixian's Eye of Control, he would know if the person he controlled died. Yixian immediately rushed over and took off the two people's interspatial rings. Unfortunately, there were not many things inside, but there was still something that could improve the strength of the soul. It seems that we can't stay in the Wind Snow Villa any longer. The sect of the God of Ghosts must leave. Yixian narrowed his eyes and immediately turned back. He said to Gue He and the others, "Seniors, there is a change in the land of the dead. The 8 great families have ordered to eliminate all the undead creatures. If you stay here, I'm afraid you will be in big trouble." The sect of the God of Ghosts did not have any human manifestation realm experts. If they were encountered by the 8 great families again, they would probably be wiped out. Yixian's strength was enough to resist the experts of the 8 great families, but he could not stay here all the time. Therefore, the sect of the God of Ghosts had to move. Alas, we really have to leave, the patriarch of the sect of the God of Ghosts sighed. He himself was a ghost spirit and was no longer human. However, he grew up in the land of the dead and established the sect of the God of Ghost with great difficulty. He did not expect to leave this place where he had lived for thousands of years. He was really reluctant. "Little brother Yi, we've already decided to go to Yuyu's Blood Cliff continent to live," a ghost spirit ancestor said. Blood Rock continent, huh? Yixian narrowed his eyes. The Blood Cliff continent could be considered as his hometown. At the same time, it was also Yuyu's hometown. If the sect of the God of Ghost were to go there, they would definitely be able to dominate the continent. Although the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth in the Blood Rock continent was extremely lacking, as long as one brought along high-quality natural treasures and planted them, the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth would be several times stronger than in the 10,000 Flower Valley. Alright, since that's the case, let's go to the Blood Rock continent. Yixian immediately nodded in agreement. In the Blood Rock continent, there was still his second clone and old immortal Tianju, who had given him information about the Yin-Yang old ancestor. The 8 great clans would not be so bored as to investigate a low-level continent like the Blood Rock continent. Since they had already decided, Yi Xian would help them this time and personally go to the entrance of the Blood Rock continent. In less than an hour, he arrived at the entrance of the secret realm from the Punlai Divine Land. The entrance of the secret realm was actually a transrealm teleportation array. Coincidentally, the Blood Rock sect disciple who had sent Yi Xian to the Punlai Divine Land was also there. This Blood Rock sect disciple was in the realm of human body disaster, which was extremely low. However, he was very prestigious in the Blood Rock continent and had directly taken in hundreds of wives and concubines, enjoying himself endlessly. At this time, this Blood Rock sect disciple seemed to be leading a person from the Blood Rock continent and was waiting for the Blood Rock sect to send him. When he saw Yi Xian was shocked. Greetings, Senior Yi. This Blood Rock sect disciple hurriedly greeted. How could he forget about Yi Xian? After all, he was the one who had sent Yi Xian and Luo to the Punlai Divine Land that day. After Yi Xian had caused a ruckus in the Blood Rock sect and joined the Snow Wind Manor, Yi Xian had become his idol. Yes, I want to bring some people back to the Blood Rock continent. Yi Xian silently nodded and directly took out a heavenly treasure from his devour space and threw it over. This heavenly treasure's benefits were too low for him, but to this Blood Rock sect disciple, it was a divine item. As long as he finished refining it, breaking through to spirit disaster wouldn't be a problem. No problem, no problem. Thank you, Senior Yi. This Blood Rock sect disciple was overjoyed. Although he didn't know the name of this heavenly treasure, it came from Yi Xian, so it was definitely worth a lot. Following that, Yi Xian didn't waste any time and directly broke through the void. In just 10 seconds, thousands of powerful experts had arrived. When this Blood Rock sect disciple swept a glance, he was so frightened that he nearly peed his pants. There were actually so many ghost spirits, however, he still recognized one of them. It was the elder of the God of Ghost sect that he met when he was strolling in the Blood Rock continent. However, this elder of the God of Ghost sect was now the ghost spirit ancestor. Senior Gue He, my clone in the Blood Rock continent will come to receive you. Yi Xian turned around and cupped his fists towards Gue He. Clone? When Gue He and the others heard this, they were shocked. They knew that Yi Xian had a clone, but they didn't expect that Yi Xian would have another clone in the Blood Rock continent. This was simply too powerful. They didn't ask any further and cupped their fists towards Yi Xian and began to enter the Blood Rock continent. Big Sister Yu, I'll look for you when I'm free in the future. Luo waved at Yu. Yu smiled faintly and followed the group into the palace. Soon, the entire God of Ghost sect entered the Blood Rock continent. At the same time, Yi Xian's clone was already waiting there. After they all left, Yi Xian asked the Blood Rock sect disciple, "Are there any other experts in the Blood Rock continent?" "There are some. There might be a manifestation realm expert among them," said the Blood Rock sect disciple. Manifestation realm, huh? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. This manifestation realm expert might be from the 8 great clans or from other places. They might have entered the Blood Rock continent to find people with special constitutions. Some people who were bored out of their wits might have moved islands to join the Blood Rock continent and expand it. Although there might be manifestation realm experts in the Blood Rock continent, the God of Ghost sect's base was the Eastern Continent's Ghost Tomb region. The Eastern Continent was protected by Elder Immortal Tianju's formation. Without Yi Xian's guidance, it was impossible to enter. This matter was considered to have come to an end. Now that the God of Ghost sect was settled, it was time for him to do his own thing. There were people from the other 8 families in the land of the dead, so Yi Xian wanted to control all of them. Now, his Heavenly Eye clan bloodline had advanced once after completing the chain random mission of annihilating the Corpse King Palace. He could now control 25 people. At this time, Yi Xian hoped that these martial practitioners from the 8 families would all have a huge amount of wealth. This way, all of it would fall into his pocket. After seeing Luo's strength, Yi Xian was relieved to let her travel through the land of the dead alone. At the same time, there were also his 3 wingmen. Soon, someone used the white bone token to send a message. Then, Yi Xian quickly rushed over. Martial practitioners from the 8 families only came this time. Each family sent 5 people, which was a total of 20 people. If they all came with their wealth to carry out the mission, then Yi Xian could probably break through to the second level of the manifestation realm after robbing them. However, this was a little difficult. This time, he stayed in the land of the dead for a total of 7 days. In these 7 days, he controlled 12 people. Including the 3 from before, that made a total of 15 people. 15 first-level manifestation realm martial practitioners. This was something that had never been seen in the land of the dead for thousands of years. However, this was not worth mentioning to the 8 families. The people I control now are from the 4 families of Zhou, Wu, Xing, and Wang. However, they all said that the teleportation formation was activated 2 years ago and was not used 1 year ago. Then, the Yin-Yang ancestor should not have left through here. In the ruins of the God of Ghost sect, Yi Xian looked at the 15 people in front of him and thought. Although the Yin-Yang ancestor did not use the 8 families' teleportation formation, the 8 families had sent people to the glazed light sacred ground before. Then, they might have a map of the glazed light sacred ground. This way, he might be able to find out about the Yin-Yang temple. Luo, is there a problem with controlling 15 first-level manifestation realm martial practitioners? Yi Xian turned to look at Luo. Young master, I have inherited memories. The soul altar I built is different from that of ordinary people. With the strength of my soul, it is not a problem to control 30 people. Luo's bright eyes and white teeth flashed as her eyes instantly turned pink. Ding, Zhou Kai is out of control. Ding, Zhou Xiang is out of control. Ding. He Yuan is out of control. System notifications rang out one after another. Yi Xian ordered these 15 people not to resist, so Luo easily charmed all of them. Alright, apart from the Zhou family, the rest of you can disperse. Remember what I said before. Yi Xian issued another order. Although these people were no longer under his control, they were still under his control indirectly. After all, these people were out on missions, so they naturally wouldn't bring everything with them. Therefore, Yi Xian told them to hand over all the items to the representatives of each party when they returned and then hide them in a place designated by Yi Xian. Yes. These people nodded and immediately left. Yi Xian looked at the 3 strong men from the Zhou family, then, I'll pretend to be the son of Zhou Xiang's deceased good friend. I want to enter the Zhou family. Is that okay? Among the 3 people in front of her, only one was a member of the Zhou family, namely, Zhou Kai. As for the Zhou Xiang mentioned by Yi Xian, although his surname is Zhou, he is not a member of the Zhou family of the 8 major families. Yi Xian pretending to be the genius son of Zhou Xiang's good friend is not a problem. Master, no problem. Zhou Kai immediately nodded. With the 3 of them as guarantors, Yi Xian joining the Zhou family is a done deal. Yi Xian only has one purpose in joining the Zhou family, and that is to use the Eye of Control to profit. It has been a year since Song Suijing and Judge Song were captured, so he couldn't delay any longer. In order to increase his strength, he began to use unscrupulous means. However, the unscrupulous means here didn't refer to a massacre. Even the 12 people who left just now, he didn't silence them. What he wanted was the heaven and earth treasures. After a moment of preparation, he immediately left the land of the dead and headed to the Zhou family. Among the 8 major families, there were also ranks. The 4 Zhao, Qian, Sun, and Li were the upper clans, while the 4 Zhou, Wu, Xing, and Wang were the lower clans. Among the 4 lower clans, only the Zhou family had a 4th-level manifestation realm expert. These people were originally not far from the land of the dead, so they quickly received the order. But this time, Zhou Kai and the other 2 wanted to bring Yi Xian to the Zhou family. The Zhou family was not built in a city, but directly in the wilderness. However, this Zhou family had been passed down for thousands of years, and the land they occupied was not smaller than a city. Yi Xian spent 2 days to arrive at the Zhou family that was built in a valley. This is one of the 8 major families, the Zhou family? It's really powerful. Yi Xian sensed for a moment, but there was still a 4th-level manifestation realm expert inside. Even if he restrained his aura, he was so powerful that Yi Xian's heart palpitated. He estimated that if he robbed this Zhou family, he might be able to break through to the 3rd level of the manifestation realm. At this moment, an old man came out of the Zhou family and bumped into them. Why are the 3 of you here? The old man asked in surprise. Manager. The three of them greeted in unison. Weren't you in Flying Tiger City? Why are you back? The old man was very displeased because there were 5 Zhou family experts in Flying Tiger City. Now that 3 of them had returned, what if something happened? Faced with this problem, Zhou Kai hurriedly took a step forward and said, Manager, it's like this. Some time ago, there was a change in the land of the dead, so we discussed and decided to clean up the land of the dead. Oh, the land of the dead? Finally, there's trouble. The Zhou family's manager did not care at all and said, if it's destroyed, then so be it. In any case, the soul-locking grass can already be planted. Previously, the 8 major families left the land of the dead because the land of the dead was surrounded by death energy and could produce many natural treasures that could not be found anywhere else. But later on, these natural treasures could be artificially planted, but nothing happened in the land of the dead, so it had been left there until now. After the Zhou family's manager finished speaking, his gaze fell on Yixian and asked, Who is he? Manager Zhou, he's the son of my friend who passed away. Now that he has broken through to the manifestation realm, he wants to join our Zhou family. Zhou Xiang hurriedly stepped forward and introduced. Oh, is that so? The Zhou family's manager narrowed his eyes and looked at Yixian. His intuition told him that Yixian's age is not more than 25 years old. Even in the entire Zhou family, not 1 in 10 people broke through to the manifestation realm at 25 years old. Not bad, not bad. Alright, then you'll work under me from now on. The Zhou family's manager nodded in satisfaction. Sure enough, with 3 people's recommendation, Yixian directly joined the Zhou family without any suspicion. Alright, leave him to me. The 3 of you return to Flying Tiger City quickly. Don't let the other 3 families take advantage of this. Chief Steward Zhou said. The ancestors of the 8 families were sworn brothers, but as time passed, this relationship slowly widened. It was also because of this that the 8 families were not united and were scheming against each other. Although Flying Tiger City was only a small city and was the closest to the land of the dead, the Zhou family only had 7 manifestation realm experts stationed in Flying Tiger City. This time, the land of the dead changed, so the 4 families of Zhou, Wu, Xing, and Wang discussed and sent 5 experts to destroy the land of the dead. As for why Flying Tiger City sent 20 manifestation realm experts, it was also because of the appearance of the Eye of Death. The Eye of Death attracted the aura of the entire land of the dead. Flying Tiger City was very close to the land of the dead, so they sent so many people. After leaving Yixian behind, Zhou Kai and the other 2 left directly. However, after some time, they would hand over all their belongings to Zhou Kai and let him hide them in a specific place. Young man, with your strength, you can get a steward position in my Zhou family. If you work hard in the future, you will be rewarded. Chief Steward Zhou brought Yixian into the Zhou family and explained some things to Yixian at the same time. Chief Steward, I have some questions, but I don't know if I can ask. Yixian, who was following behind the Chief Steward, suddenly spoke. Go ahead. It's like this. When my father died, he left a strange parchment. He said it was a treasure map somewhere in the glazed light sacred ground. So I want to ask if our Zhou family has a map of the glazed light sacred ground? Yixian told the lie that he had made up beforehand. Glazed light sacred ground, treasure map? Chief Steward Zhou heard this and couldn't help but stop in his tracks. He said, let me see it. Originally, this kind of thing couldn't be taken out for others to see, but this parchment was casually drawn by Yixian. It was quite a treasure map, so he immediately took it out. Chief Steward Zhou glanced at it but could not see anything wrong with it. After all, even he could not understand Yixian's drawing, let alone him. The treasure map of the glazed light holy land is useless because our transrealm teleportation array has been sealed. Every time we activate it, we need a large number of soul crystals. Furthermore, our Zhou family doesn't have a map of the glazed light holy land. The chief steward of the Zhou family shook his head. Is that so? Yixian asked in his heart. He felt that there was something wrong with this head steward of the Zhou family. Perhaps, the Zhou clan had a map of the glazed light sacred ground, but the Zhou clan's chief steward had concealed it. Perhaps, Zhou clan's chief steward had a place where he could get a map of the glazed light sacred ground. Young man, you won't be able to reach the glazed light sacred ground. Why don't you give this treasure map to me? Although I can't go to the glazed light sacred ground, I like to collect these things. Chief Steward Zhou smiled at Yi Xian and continued, don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. I see, Yi Xian pretended to hesitate. After thinking for a while, he nodded painfully. Alright. Alright, then I'll kindly accept it. Chief Steward Zhou was very happy and directly put away the treasure map. He was completely unaware that this treasure map was a fake treasure map that Yi Xian casually made up. I won't treat you unfairly either. Here are 100 rank 1 soul crystals. They can increase the strength of your soul. Chief Steward Zhou took out a cloth bag and handed it to Yi Xian. Soul crystals were the currency of the manifestation realm. They could be used for transactions and could also be used to increase the strength of the soul. 100 rank 1 soul crystals were roughly the net worth of a first-level manifestation realm expert. These things seemed to be a lot, but to Yi Xian, it was just a drop of water in the ocean. If he wanted to break through to the second level of the manifestation realm, he would need at least 1,000. However, this was better than nothing. Next, Chief Steward Zhou brought him to a certain place in the Zhou family. They had just arrived when a graceful woman walked out from inside. She was about 25 years old. She had a head of refreshing short hair and a pretty face. Grandfather, didn't you go out? Why are you back? The short-haired woman asked curiously. Little Ya, this is Yi Xian who just joined my Zhou family. He is now a steward of my Zhou family. Show him around and familiarize him with the environment. Chief Steward Zhou said to the short-haired woman. Yes, grandfather. The short-haired woman softly replied. Then, Chief Steward Zhou left. Yi Xian did not expect that this short-haired woman was actually the Zhou family's chief steward's granddaughter. Chief Steward Zhou was at the third level of the manifestation realm, but his granddaughter was actually at the second level of the manifestation realm. Her talent could probably rank in the top 3 in the entire Zhou family. Hello, I am Zhouya, the Zhou family's vice chief steward. The short-haired woman walked in front of Yi Xian with a smile. Yi Xian. Yi Xian also nodded and replied in a friendly manner. He could try to control this Zhouya. After all, she was a vice chief, and her grandfather was the entire Zhou family's chief steward. However, this was the Zhou family's territory. If he acted rashly and failed to control Zhouya in one go, he would definitely alert the enemy. If he wanted to control her, he had to do it from afar. Next, Zhouya brought Yi Xian around to familiarize him with the environment. She told Yi Xian some things and then assigned Yi Xian a place to stay. As for the job, it had not been decided yet. You can stay here for now. You will have a specific assignment in 3 days at most. Zhouya said to Yi Xian. Thank you, Vice Chief. Yi Xian hurriedly thanked her. Zhouya smiled lightly. I am 1 year older than you. You can call me Big Sister Ya. If you need anything in the future, you can come to me. Big Sister Ya. Yi Xian called out again. However, just as Zhouya was about to turn and leave, a person suddenly stepped into Yi Xian's residence. It was a man wearing a golden crown. He had sword-like eyebrows and a dignified appearance. One look and one could tell that he was not a simple person. When Zhouya saw this person, a look of disgust flashed across her eyes. However, she still greeted him respectfully. Second young master. The second young master quickly walked over and glanced at Yi Xian. Then, he asked, Xiaoya, why are you here? Yi Xian just joined the Zhou family. Grandfather asked me to bring him around to familiarize him with the environment. Zhouya answered honestly. Oh, welcome to the Zhou family. The second young master smiled at Yi Xian. Then, he said in a commanding tone, Xiaoya and I have something to talk about now. You can go out and wait for a while. Go out and wait for a while, Yi Xian was stunned. Mother **Ker. This was his residence. How could he ask him to go out and wait for a while? Were they trying to have sex on the spot? Second young master, I still have matters to attend to. Let's talk later. Zhouya said very impatiently. Now, Yi Xian could see what was going on. The Zhou family's second young master was probably pursuing Zhouya, but Zhouya did not like him, so she was a little impatient. Although Zhouya was the granddaughter of the Zhou family's head steward, the head steward was not a member of the Zhou family and was only given the surname Zhou. The Zhou family's second young master was the son of the Zhou family's patriarch. He was already at the second level of the manifestation realm at the age of 27, and was one of the three great geniuses of the Zhou family. However, the Zhou family was a large family. Even a piece of trash could be made into a super genius by using treasures of heaven and earth. The second level of the manifestation realm was nothing. The Zhou family's second young master was at the second level of the manifestation realm and was not weak. Yi Xian did not have the confidence to directly control him. In order not to disturb the later plans, Yi Xian decided not to clash with the Zhou family's second young master for the time being and directly walked outside. However, the Zhou family's second young master was on his list of control. When the time came, as long as he made an appointment to control him, then it would be equivalent to him owning half of the Zhou family. Seeing Yi Xian leave, Zhou Ye's eyes revealed a trace of disappointment. She said, "Second young master, if you have something to say, then say it quickly. I still have many things to do." "Alright, then I'll make it short." The second young master said with a smile, "Just yesterday, I already proposed to uncle, and uncle has already agreed. We will get married next month." "What, get married?" Zhouya cried out in surprise. She said, "No, I haven't agreed. Little Ya, you've worked hard for my Zhou family for so many years. It's time for you to enjoy life. As long as you marry me, you will be my Zhou family's second young mistress. Your future achievements might even surpass my great-grandfather." The second young master said somewhat agitatedly. "No, I don't agree." Zhouya still shook her head. "Why? You're already 26, but you're still not married. Aren't you waiting for me?" The Zhou family's second young master asked in confusion, then said, "I know, you must be not mentally prepared. Alright, I can postpone the wedding for a while until you're mentally prepared." "No, that's not what I mean," Zhouya hurriedly said. She wanted to say that the second young master of the Zhou family was flattering himself. However, if she said that directly, she was afraid that she would directly anger the second young master of the Zhou family. For a moment, she did not know what to say. Yi Xian, who was outside, was also speechless. Although he had walked quite a distance away, he had the perceptive eye and spiritual sense, so how could he not hear these words? However, what caught his attention was that at this very moment, a large group of experts seemed to have entered the Zhou clan's valley. Right at this moment. "Zhou Xiong, come out and meet me." A loud roar reverberated throughout the entire valley of the Zhou clan, falling into everyone's ears. The two people in the courtyard stopped and trembled at the same time. Zhou Xiong, wasn't that the name of the Zhou clan's old master? The Zhou family's patriarch, Zhou Xiong, was at the fourth level of the manifestation realm. He was the strongest person in the Zhou family. There was actually someone who dared to call out old master Zhou's name directly, and in front of the Zhou family's door. This was simply courting death. The second young master of the Zhou clan did not waste any more words. He flew up into the sky and shouted, "Which bastard is calling my great-grandfather's name?" Not only that, but many people from the Zhou clan also flew up into the sky. However, in the next moment, their bodies all trembled at the same time. There were a total of 10 people, but the auras of these 10 people were not the slightest bit weaker than the entire Zhou clan. There were 4 experts at the third level of the manifestation realm. Most importantly, these people were actually wearing the uniform of the Zhao clan, one of the 8 great clans. The Zhao clan? The second young master was stunned for a moment. He focused his eyes and found that the leader of the Zhao clan's team sitting on a black sky dragon in front of them was a little familiar. He quickly searched his memory and could not help but exclaim, "Hafeng Sky Dragon, Zhao clan's Zhao Kuan? That's right, it's me." In the Zhao clan's team, the young man sitting on a black sky dragon responded. The black sky dragon he was riding was a second level of the manifestation realm sky connecting beast. It was this unique sky connecting beast that allowed the second young master to recognize him. "Why are you looking for my great-grandfather?" the second young master asked with a frown. After learning of the other party's identity, his attitude clearly changed a lot. What a joke, the Zhao clan was the head of the 8 great clans and was the strongest. If he knew that the newcomers were a team from the 8 great clans, why would he still shout those words, not to mention that this Zhao Kun was the Zhao clan's great young master, the next patriarch of the Zhao clan. You don't have the right to ask this question. Zhou Xiong, come out. Zhao Kun could not be bothered with the Zhou clan's second young master and shouted again. Hearing this, the second young master's expression changed greatly, but he dared not speak out despite his anger. Although he was the Zhou clan's young master, he did not have the right to speak. There were at least 10 people who had more right to speak than him. So for a moment, he actually cowered. And this was in his own home. The arrival of the Zhao clan had already alarmed the entire Zhou clan. All the manifestation realm experts flew into the sky. At the same time, a figure flew over from behind the Zhou clan. The Zhou clan's great-grandfather, Zhou Xiong. So it's young Master Zhao. May I ask why young Master Zhao has come to my Zhou clan? Zhou Xiong asked with a smile. I came today to cooperate with the Zhou clan. Zhao Kun answered honestly. Cooperation? These 2 words made Zhou Xiong somewhat puzzled. The Zhao clan's strength was at least 10 times that of the Zhou clan. What did the Zhou clan have that the Zhao clan would fancy? That's right, cooperation. Zhao Kun nodded and revealed a trace of a sinister smile. He said, my father said to let your Zhou clan merge with my Zhao clan and let us develop together. What? The moment these words came out, the entire Zhou clan was shocked. Zhao Kun actually wanted the Zhou clan to merge with the Zhao clan. What kind of joke was this? Young Master Zhao, you're not joking, right? Zhou Xiong's expression was not very good. Although he asked this, he had more or less guessed it from Zhao Kun's expression. This should be true. Look at me, do I look like I'm joking? Zhao Kun's eyes narrowed. Before he finished speaking, someone shouted loudly, this isn't cooperation, you're simply trying to annex my Zhou clan. The person who spoke was the Zhou clan's second young master's grandfather, a 3rd-level manifestation realm martial artist. Since you've said so, then I won't beat around the bush. That's right, my father's intention is to annex your Zhou clan. As Zhao Kun spoke, he also looked around and continued, not only that, the Wu, Xing, and Wang clans will also be annexed by the other 3 upper clans. The 8 great clans only need the 4 great clans in the future. The Zhao clan's intention for coming was already very obvious, and that was to annex the Zhou clan. The reason why the 8 great clans were divided into the 4 upper clans and the 4 lower clans was because the 4 lower clans had not developed well in the past 1,000 years. The Zhou family was silent. How could they have thought that their family would have such a day? Your Zhou clan is declining day by day. Sooner or later, you won't be able to raise your head again. My Zhao clan will let you join my Zhao clan on account of our old friendship. We will develop together in the future. This is a win-win cooperation. Zhao Kun continued. A win-win situation. When the Zhou family heard this, they couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Merging into the Zhao family was a win-win situation, cooperate my ass. However, the Zhao family was much stronger than the Zhou family. The Zhou family did not have the ability to resist at all. Zhou Xiong glanced at Zhao Kun. The latter had come in a threatening manner and had actually brought so many experts with him. He was most likely going to eat up the Zhou clan. If they refused, then there would most likely be a great battle. However, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that if the Zhao family still had a 5th-level manifestation realm expert, then if they descended upon the Zhou family, then the Zhou family would definitely be annihilated. Young Master Zhao, is there no room for negotiation? Zhou Xiong could not help but ask. The other 3 families have already compromised. Only your Zhou family is left. Zhao Kun coldly replied. Only the Zhou family was left. In other words, out of the 8 great clans, there were only 5 great clans left. If the Zhou clan also merged with the Zhao clan, then there would only be 4 great clans left. Patriarch Zhou was silent for a moment. He thought of the power of the Zhao family and nodded in compromise. From now on, they will stay with the Zhou family and assist you. After Zhao Kun finished speaking, he turned his head to the side and the few 2nd-level manifestation realm martial artists behind him walked out. From now on, the 8 great clans were only left with 4 great clans. Yi Xian did not expect that he would become a member of the Zhao family the moment he joined the Zhou family. What a scam. Meanwhile, Zhao Kun suddenly swept the surroundings with his gaze and said, "Right, I have something else to tell you. I, Zhao Kun, intend to take a concubine." Hearing this, Zhou Xiong raised his eyebrows and said, "Please do as you wish, young Master Zhao. Whoever is chosen by young Master Zhao is blessed." Although that was what he said, Zhou Xiong was cursing in his heart. He knew that Zhao Kun was not doing this to take in a concubine, but to stabilize the relationship between the two families. Alright, since old Master Zhou has said so, then I won't hold back. Of course, I, Zhao Kun, am not a perverted person. This matter requires mutual affection. The corners of Zhao Kun's mouth curled up slightly as he rode the Heifeng heavenly dragon and circled above the Zhou family. The population of the Zhou clan had also reached tens of thousands, and there were countless young beauties who had yet to marry. Some of these girls wanted to be chosen by Zhao Kun, so they all went out. When Zhao Kun flew over their heads, they would make a scene. However, some girls didn't want to, so they hid in the house. Even those girls who were already married wanted to use this opportunity to enter the Zhao family. Zhao Kun paced back and forth in the air above the Zhou family. Finally, he stopped in the air above a courtyard. Coincidentally, this residence was the one that belonged to Yi Xian. Who is she? Zhao Kun looked at Zhouya in Yi Xian's courtyard and asked. When Zhou Xiong heard this, he followed Zhao Kun's gaze and said, "She is the granddaughter of the Zhou family's chief steward. At the same time, she is also the deputy chief steward of the Zhou family, Zhouya." After hearing this, Zhao Kun nodded in satisfaction and said, "Not bad, not bad. Second-level manifestation realm." Seeing that Zhao Kun was looking at her, Zhouya frowned slightly. As the deputy chief steward of the Zhou family, how could she not know what she was going to face next? Zhao Kun rode the Heifeng heavenly dragon closer to the courtyard and landed in front of Zhouya. He asked seriously, "Miss Zhouya, are you willing to marry me?" Zhouya didn't know if she should agree at this time. She quickly glanced at the second young master next to her. "Well, young Master Zhao, I have already proposed to Zhouya's father yesterday, and he has already agreed." The second young master of the Zhou family, Zhou Sheng, quickly stepped forward. What a joke. He had been chasing Zhouya for so long, and the wedding was about to happen. Now that Zhao Kun suddenly appeared, he couldn't back down this time. So what? Zhao Kun had a look of disapproval. It was just a proposal. Even if they were already engaged and married, as long as Zhouya agreed, he could take her away directly. The second young master's face was immediately filled with anger. However, when the words reached his throat, he swallowed them back. At this time, Zhao Kun suddenly took out a bag of soul crystals from his universe ring and threw it to the second young master. He said, "I will return your betrothal gift in double. There are 5,000 soul crystals in here." 5,000 soul crystals. Hearing this, the second young master's eyes brightened. If he refined all these soul crystals, his soul strength would increase greatly. If he used them for cultivation, it would be enough for him to break through to the third level of the manifestation realm. After all, the betrothal gift he gave to Zhouya's father was only 1,000 soul crystals. Although these 5,000 soul crystals were just a drop in the ocean to the entire Zhou family, was there still a chance for him to reject? Why not just take this step down? Alright, then the marriage between Zhouya and I is over. The Zhou family's second young master nodded solemnly. He was the young master of the Zhou family after all. He had to think for the Zhou family. This Zhao Kun was aggressive and didn't look like he would back down. If he fought with Zhao Kun here, then the Zhou family would be in a lot of trouble in the future. It wasn't worth it for a woman. After hearing the Zhou family's second young master's words, Zhouya looked at him in shock. The former had pursued her for so many years, and now he was giving her away just like that. Fortunately, she only cancelled the engagement and did not agree to Zhao Kun's proposal. However, her grandfather wasn't in the Zhou family. Her father couldn't even compare to her in terms of influence, let alone speaking up for her. Who could speak up for her now, however, at this moment? Zhou Sheng suddenly cried out in pain. He held his chest and took 2 steps back. Zhao Kun, who originally wanted to ask Zhouya if she agreed, was also shocked when he saw Zhou Sheng's reaction. What happened to Zhou Sheng? Not only that, but even Zhou Xiong and the others couldn't figure out the situation. Immediately, Zhou Xiong and the other experts flew over to check on Zhou Sheng's condition. Other than the power of manifestation, the manifestation realm also had the trait of spiritual consciousness. With this trait, one could use inner vision to check one's own body, as well as other people's bodies. However, with Zhou Xiong's 4th level manifestation realm cultivation, he didn't find anything wrong with Zhou Sheng's body. "Grandson, what happened to you?" Zhou Sheng's grandfather asked anxiously. "Grandfather, my heart seems to be burning. It hurts so much." "His heart is burning up?" Old Master Zhou Xiong quickly scanned with his spiritual consciousness, but he still did not find anything amiss. At this moment, he thought of Zhou Sheng's feelings for Zhou Ye and immediately understood. He's suffering from qi deviation due to anger. Zhou Xiong concluded. Suffering from qi deviation? Grandfather Zhou Sheng and the others instantly understood after hearing this. Under Zhao Kuan's pressure, Zhou Sheng cancelled the engagement with Zhou Ye on the spot. Therefore, his qi deviation was caused by anger. Immediately, they sat down cross-legged and treated Zhou Sheng. However, how would they know that all of this was caused by Yi Xian? TSK, suffering from qi deviation due to anger, Yi Xian sneered in his heart. Zhou Sheng's pain was entirely due to the burning eye. Although the burning eye had such a name, it directly attacked Zhou Sheng's soul, although the reason could not be found. Even Zhou Sheng himself would not know that he was hit by a mental attack. No, it should be called a soul attack now. After all, this was the Zhou family. There was the 4th level of the manifestation realm Old Master Zhou Sheng's grandfather, father, uncles, and other 3rd level of the manifestation realm experts. Even Zhao Kuan, who was standing in front of Zhou Sheng, could not have used a mental attack without being discovered under the eyes of so many experts. Therefore, they unanimously believed that Zhou Sheng was the cause. Even Zhao Kuan was very helpless when such a thing happened to Zhou Sheng. He did not do anything and even gave Zhou Sheng 5,000 soul crystals. However, Zhou Sheng was so angry that he suffered from qi deviation and was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. It was simply a joke. He stood there and watched as the Zhou family experts helped Zhou Sheng get through this difficult situation. However, Zhou Sheng's pain did not lessen at all under the combined efforts of so many experts. Instead, it became worse. For a full 10 seconds, Zhou Sheng was in pain for a full 10 seconds. During these 10 seconds, his mind was about to collapse. "Second young master, you really like me that much?" Zhou Ye, who was standing at the side, also widened her eyes. Zhou Sheng's character was not good, and he was arrogant and lustful. This was something that the entire Zhou clan knew, but now that Zhou Sheng had become like this, she mistakenly thought that Zhou Sheng had deep feelings for her. At this time, Yi Xian, who was watching from afar, looked at the group of people in front of him. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he secretly revealed a smile. It's about time, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. Using the burning eye to torture Zhou Sheng for 10 seconds was already very cruel. Fortunately, Zhou Sheng was at the 2nd level of the manifestation realm and had constructed 2 soul altars. His soul was not weak. If Zhou Sheng was only at the 1st level of the manifestation realm, then those 10 seconds were enough for Zhou Sheng's soul to be destroyed from the pain. After such a long period of torture, Zhou Sheng's soul was extremely weak, so Yi Xian immediately used the Eye of Control on him. The Eye of Control was different from the burning eye. Just now, Zhou Sheng hadn't figured out why he was in so much pain, but once he failed to control it, he immediately understood that he had been hit by a mental attack. Therefore, this time, Yi Xian would either succeed or die trying. Ding, control successful. When the sound of the system notification rang out, Zhou Sheng's voice also disappeared. Right now, Zhou Sheng had become Yi Xian's servant. Other than Yi Xian, no one present would know of this secret. Even Zhou Sheng's grandfather and great-grandfather wouldn't be able to discover it. After hearing this system notification, Yi Xian sighed in relief. It seemed that the first step of his plan had succeeded. It had to be said that this Zhou Sheng was a bit difficult to deal with. After all, he was one of the 3 great geniuses of the Zhou family. Although he was only at the 2nd level of the manifestation realm, his soul was extremely strong. Fortunately, Yi Xian's burning eye would not reveal anything, otherwise, it would be troublesome. Xing how are you? Zhou Xing's grandfather hurriedly asked. Grandfather, great-grandfather, I'm fine. I've troubled you. Zhou Xing wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said. It's good that you're fine. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Zhou Xing was one of the 3 great geniuses of the Zhou family. If he had gone mad and damaged his foundation, then all the previous treasures would have been wasted. It's good that you're fine. Zhao Kuan narrowed his eyes and immediately turned to look at Zhouya. Miss Zhouya, what do you think? Just now, Zhou Xing had cancelled the engagement, but this did not mean that Zhouya had agreed. Zhouya pondered for a moment. After glancing at the surrounding Zhou family members, she nodded silently in the end. Although she was not a member of the Zhou family, she had no choice but to accept the engagement in this situation. In that case, Miss Zhouya, please pack your luggage and return to the Zhao family with me. A hint of joy flashed in Zhao Kuan's eyes. Although Zhouya's beauty was on the same level as his wives and concubines, her potential was much greater than theirs. A 26-year-old at the 2nd level of the manifestation realm was considered good even in the Zhao family. Young Master Zhao, can you wait for a while? Zhouya asked. It's fine. I'll wait outside for a while. Zhao Kuan replied and leaped onto his black gale dragon. Great-grandfather Zhou, I'll take my leave first. Young Master Zhao, take care, Zhou Xiong replied. Although his face was expressionless, his heart was bleeding. After all, the Zhou family was swallowed up by the Zhao family this time. Zhouya, one of the 3 young geniuses of the Zhou family, was going to enter the Zhao family. This was a heavy blow to them. However, if they did not compromise, the Zhao family would definitely use force. At that time, the Zhou family's status would definitely be far worse than it was now. Soon, Zhao Kuan left with the other 3 3rd-level manifestation realm experts, leaving behind only 6 2nd-level manifestation realm experts. Looking at their departing figures, Zhou Xiong and the others sighed in their hearts. This was a world where the strong were respected. However, the current Zhou Xing was looking at him without any emotion. Xing go back and rest first, Zhou Xing's grandfather said to him. Yes. Zhou Xing nodded and left immediately. As for Zhouya, she was removed from her position under the great-grandfather Zhou Xing's orders and replaced by another person. As for Yi Xian, when Zhou Xing left, he pretended to be called by Zhou Xing and left with Zhou Xing. Yi Xian could not do anything about Zhouya. This was fate. However, he could use this opportunity to enter the Zhao family, the leader of the 8 great families. Soon, Zhou Xing brought Yi Xian to his residence. Then, he took off the interspatial ring on his finger. Master. Zhou Xing called out softly and passed the interspatial ring to Yi Xian. How dare you call me by my name in a place like this? If your grandfather or great-grandfather hears it, I'll die a horrible death. Yi Xian reminded him. Although there was no one around, Yi Xian would be in deep trouble if someone heard Zhou Xing calling him master. How could Zhou Xing, the 2nd young master of the Zhou clan, call Yi Xian master? Fortunately, there was no one in Zhou Xing's residence. Yi Xian took Zhou Xing's interspatial ring. Other than the 5,000 soul crystals, there were many other good items in the ring. He immediately devoured the soul crystals using a special method. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is 2nd level of manifestation realm. The system notified. The benefits of devouring the soul crystals were the same as the treasures of heaven and earth. However, if he devoured them using a special method, Yi Xian's soul strength would increase as well. Although I am only at the 2nd level of the manifestation realm, the strength of my soul has already surpassed the majority of those at the 2nd level of the manifestation realm. With my current strength, it might be slightly difficult to deal with 4 3rd-level manifestation realm martial artists, but I have the myriad returning swords. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. Zhouya would be leaving with Zhao Kuan soon, so he wanted to stop Zhao Kuan and the other 3 along the way. Do you have anything else? Yi Xian asked. No, I've used everything. Zhou Xing shook his head. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian sensed Zhouya leaping into the air as if she was leaving with Zhao Kuan. Fine, let's do it. Yi Xian did not waste any time and left. After all, he had just joined the Zhou clan, so no one would notice him. At that moment, Zhouya had already bid farewell to her father and came to the entrance of the valley. Zhao Kuan and the other three were waiting outside on the Heifeng Tianlong. Seeing Zhouya coming out, Zhao Kuan smiled and said, "Lady Zhouya, come on up." Zhouya nodded silently and leaped onto the Heifeng Tianlong's back under the watchful eyes of the Zhou clan. Yi Xian, who was hiding in the crowd, watched the Heifeng Tianlong's departing figure and left the Zhou clan quietly. "Young master, remember to let me out this time," Luo shouted from inside the storage space. "No problem." Yi Xian immediately agreed. Although Luo was only at the first level of the manifestation realm, her strength had reached an explosive level after breaking through to the manifestation realm. It was only now that Yi Xian's soul strength surpassed Luo's. After leaving the Zhou residence, Yi Xian quickly followed behind. With his current strength, it wasn't a problem for him to fight against so many people. Zhao Kuan and the others rode the second-level manifestation realm Black Wind Heavenly Dragon towards the Zhao family. Zhouya sat beside Zhao Kuan and answered his questions. As for Yi Xian, he naturally used his powerful perceptive eye and spiritual sense to follow Zhao Kuan. With his current speed, keeping up with Heifeng Tianlong's speed was a piece of cake. However, he was still very close to the Zhou clan, so he had to wait for a while before he could make a move. After half a day, Zhao Kuan rode the Heifeng Heavenly Dragon into a 10,000-layer mountain range. This was a suitable place to make a move. Luo, get ready," Yi Xian reminded him. "Yes, young master." Luo, who was in the physical space, nodded. In the next moment, Yi Xian directly performed the Eye of Glory. The glorious set instantly enveloped him. His aura was also released without any concealment. Eye of Nirvana. A silver light flashed and instantly broke through the void and attacked the second-level manifestation realm Black Wind Heavenly Dragon. Zhao Kuan and the others on the Heifeng Heavenly Dragon were stunned. They suddenly turned their heads and saw the Nirvana Rend. "A sneak attack?" One of the Zhao family's experts shouted and directly threw out a punch. Bam! The Nirvana Rend was dispersed. Those in the manifestation realm already had spiritual sense, so a sneak attack wasn't that easy to succeed. Yi Xian didn't think of a sneak attack. The Nirvana Rend just now was just an appetizer. "Insolent scoundrel, why did you sneak attack us?" Zhao Kuan turned his head and shouted at Yi Xian, who was wearing the glorious golden armor. "Zhao family's people, you're the one who sneak attacked us." Yi Xian didn't say anything and directly performed the Eye of Illusion and Burning Eye on Zhao Kuan's group. Not only that, but Zhouya and the Heifeng Heavenly Dragon they were riding also did the same. Mental attack? Zhao Kuan and the others were stunned. They suddenly felt a burning pain in their hearts, but they didn't think of Zhou Xing half a day ago. "How dare you sneak attack us when you're only in the second level of the manifestation realm? You're courting death." The Zhao family's expert shouted and dove towards Yi Xian. "You're not my match alone. Attack together!" Yi Xian shouted arrogantly. In the next moment, thousands of sky-quake swords swept over. Wei Zhentian was at the same level as Yi Xian. They were both in the second level of the manifestation realm, so his hardness wasn't something an ordinary person could destroy. With thousands of sky-quake swords sweeping over, even Zhao Kuan didn't dare to be careless. Therefore, the other two third-level manifestation realm experts also moved. The third level of the manifestation realm isn't easy to control, so I'm sorry. Spiritual sword formation, lock. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he looked at the three Zhao family's experts who were using the manifestation realm to accelerate towards him. Clang! 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 Before the three of them could react, countless sky-quake swords fell from the sky and locked them together. At the same time, Luo suddenly appeared and created hundreds of clones. Then, she madly threw the seven-colored demonic fire at the spiritual sword formation. "Stop!" Seeing this, Zhao Kuan shouted angrily. He didn't expect a second-level manifestation realm brat to actually trap three third-level manifestation realm experts of his Zhao family. Now, he couldn't just sit back and watch. However, just as he was about to attack, whoosh! A fair and smooth palm directly slapped his back. The attack combined with the manifestation realm was extremely powerful. Zhao Kun was caught off guard. His aura instantly became chaotic. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he cursed angrily, "Damn bastard, so you're with him." Was there a need to ask who ambushed him? Other than the 3 experts from the Zhao family, the only other person present was Zhouya, a member of the Zhou family. If it wasn't Zhouya, who could it be? If it was half a day ago, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to control Zhouya so easily. However, after breaking through, Yi Xian directly constructed a second soul altar, and the strength of his soul greatly increased. Zhao Kun might not be able to directly control Zhouya, but Yi Xian could still do it with Zhouya, who was at the second level of the manifestation realm. However, what Zhao Kun didn't expect was that it wasn't only Zhouya who betrayed him, but also the beast he had raised for many years. Black Wind Heavenly Dragon. Roar! The Black Wind Heavenly Dragon roared and reached out with a claw, directly grabbing Zhao Kun. What? Zhao Kun was already shocked. This Black Wind Heavenly Dragon had accompanied him for many years, and he had spent a lot of treasures to raise it. But today, it betrayed him. How was this possible? However, now was not the time for him to be shocked. Beast, even you dare to betray me, you're courting death. Bastard, even you dare to betray me? You're courting death. A cold glint flashed in Zhao Kun's eyes. The 10,000 mammoth force in his body suddenly exploded. After a boom, Heifeng Tianlong's claw was blown off. Roar! Heifeng Tianlong cried out in pain as his huge body was sent flying by Zhao Kun's punch. However, this also bought some time for Yi Xian. Young Master Zhao, you're finished. A cold voice entered Zhao Kun's ears. He turned his head and saw Yi Xian's claws reaching out. Suddenly, 2 large golden hands appeared beside him and caught him. He had just broken free from Heifeng Tianlong's claws, and now he was caught by Yi Xian's 2 golden dragon-catching hands. However, this time, he would not be able to break free so easily. Break free! Zhao Kun roared as his all-creation strength surged out again. However, this time, he could not break free from the 2 golden dragon-catching hands. During the spirit disaster, Yi Xian could not unleash the full power of the golden dragon-catching hands because he did not have all-creation strength. Now that Yi Xian was at the second level of the manifestation realm, his soul strength was not any weaker than a third level of the manifestation realm. If the 2 golden dragon-catching hands were to grab Heifeng Tianlong's neck, he would be strangled to death. Zhao Kun's bones cracked as the 2 golden dragon-catching hands gripped him. He could not help but cry out in pain. Coupled with Yi Xian's spiritual attack, he could not break free from the shackles at all. To be safe, Luo did not hold back on using her skills as she swung the long whip in her hand. 100 layers of shackles, under the double shackles, even if Zhao Kun was at the 4th level of the manifestation realm, he would not be able to break free so easily. Young Master. Not far away, the 3 Zhao family experts who were trapped in the spiritual sword array were worried when they heard Zhao Kun's cry. However, they were severely injured by Luo's 7-colored demonic fire. They could not break free from the giant swords, so they could only watch. Who are you? Zhao Kun roared into the sky. Who I am is not important. What is important is that you will become my servant. Yi Xian said coldly. 3rd level of the manifestation realm, so what? Under this perfect binding, Zhao Kun would need at least 20 seconds to break free, and this was under the condition that Yi Xian did not make a move. Yi Xian, on the other hand, could make Zhao Kun suffer a fate worse than death within these 20 seconds. Burning Eye. Yi Xian continued to use the Burning Eye to weaken Zhao Kun's soul. It's you. So it was you. At this point, Zhao Kun finally understood that Zhouya and Heifeng Tianlong's betrayal was because they were controlled by Yi Xian. However, he still did not know where Yi Xian had come from. He had actually challenged 4 people at a higher level than him. Even he, the number 1 genius of the Zhao family, was beaten until he had no strength to fight back. In the beginning, Zhao Kun could still rely on his powerful soul to hold on, but by the 5th second, his mind was a little hazy. 10 seconds later, he was in so much pain that his eyes turned white. Zhao Kun's pain was much more than Zhou Xing's. After all, Yi Xian was at the 2nd level of the manifestation realm. It's about time. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and used the eye of control on Zhao Kun. Ding. Control failed. The system notified. Ha ha ha. You can't control it. Zhao Kun raised the corner of his mouth and revealed a smile, but in the next moment, his smile stopped abruptly. Ding. Control succeeded. The system notified again. The young master of the Zhao family, Zhao Kun, was successfully controlled by Yi Xian. Greetings, master. Zhao Kun, who was controlled, instantly lost the bindings on his body as he spoke respectfully to Yi Xian in front of him. This sentence shocked the three Zhao family experts in the spiritual sword array. Young master, you, a Zhao family expert who was trapped in the spiritual sword array, said in shock. The young master of the Zhao family, Zhao Kun, actually called Yi Xian master. Zhao Kun, who was at the third level of the manifestation realm, was actually being controlled. At this moment, Yi Xian slowly turned around and looked at the three people. He said, "The three of you, do you choose to submit or die?" Hearing this, the three people's bodies trembled violently. Submit or die, these three people were all experts recruited by the Zhao family and were not members of the Zhao family. In addition, even Zhao Kun was being controlled. If they refused, then they would definitely be killed. The three of them looked at each other and finally said in unison, "We choose to submit." Good. This answer made Yi Xian beam with joy. It was so easy to talk to smart people. Immediately, he used the eye of control on the three people. Although he failed a few times, these people were determined to submit to him, so he quickly controlled all of them. If Yi Xian wanted to kill them, he would not have asked Luo to show mercy, and these three people would not have survived until now. This time, Yi Xian directly subdued 4 experts at the third level of the manifestation realm, which was a huge gain. Then, he directly took off their universe rings. Unfortunately, the things inside could not help him break through. Ding! Wei Zhentian broke through. Although there were not many things, there were still ores. After Yi Xian devoured them, a notification rang out from the system. After forming a co-growth contract with Wei Zhentian, as long as Yi Xian devoured ores, weapons, and the like, Wei Zhentian would also devour that many things. In addition to the accelerated growth of the beast god bloodline, Wei Zhentian directly broke through to the third level of the manifestation realm. The few of you, heal your wounds first. Yi Xian took out some blood bottles from the devour space and threw them to the few people, including Heifeng Tianlong. Then, Yi Xian turned to look at Zhouye and said, "You don't have to go to the Zhao family anymore. Go back to the Zhou family and say that Zhao Kun suddenly changed his mind." "Yes, master." Zhouye responded with a grateful expression on her face. Since these people were at the second and third level of the manifestation realm, and Luo was only at the first level of the manifestation realm, Yi Xian did not pass these people to Luo. Even if Luolua's soul was strong, it would consume a lot of her soul energy to control them. However, it was different for Yi Xian. Yi Xian's eye of control had 25 slots. Moreover, it did not consume soul energy to control them, which was much simpler. After giving out the instructions, Zhouye immediately left. Yi Xian, Zhao Kun, and the other 3 people rode the Heifeng Tianlong to the Zhao family. "When we reach the Zhao family, tell them that I'm a genius of the Zhou family, so they brought me back for training," Yi Xian said to Zhao Kun. "Yes, master." Zhao Kun immediately nodded. By the way, Zhao Kun, when was the last time the 8 great families used the Transrealm teleportation array? Yi Xian suddenly asked. The Transrealm teleportation array was activated a year ago. Zhao Kun answered without hesitation. Yi Xian was just asking casually, but Zhao Kun's answer shocked him. The Transrealm teleportation array was activated a year ago. However, the people he controlled from the 8 great families all said that the most recent time was 2 years ago. "Are you sure? Who used the teleportation array?" Yi Xian asked with a frown. "My father said so. I wasn't in the family at that time. It was said that the one who used the 8 great families' teleportation array was a strange senior. At the same time, he brought 2 people, a man and a woman," Zhao Kun explained. "A strange senior, a man and a woman." Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes widened. He was now sure that the ones who used the Transrealm teleportation array were the patriarch Yin Yang and Saiju Esong. "I finally found them." Yi Xian's heart began to beat faster. Master, I happened to see those 3 people at that time. At this time, a third-level manifestation realm Zhao family martial artist interjected. You saw them? See if it's those 3. Yi Xian quickly took out the portraits of the patriarch Yin Yang and Saiju Song from the devouring space. Yes, it's them. The Zhao family martial artist nodded solemnly. He was already controlled by Yi Xian's eye of control, so his words could not be false. Alright, tell me the situation at that time. Yi Xian shouted in a low voice. He originally thought that he had found the wrong place and that the patriarch Yin Yang did not leave from the 8 great families' transrealm teleportation array. Now, it seemed that he had found the right place. At that time I was discussing with the patriarch. That senior had just arrived and scared us. Then, that senior directly took out millions of soul crystals. He was extremely generous and did not have any aura. He was like an ordinary person. He was obviously a super expert, so the patriarch immediately agreed. The Zhao family martial artist described the situation at that time. What was the situation with that man and woman? Yi Xian asked again. At that time, they were following behind that senior. They didn't say anything, but their auras were much stronger than the patriarch's. Powerful? A lot? Yi Xian was helpless. The Zhao family's martial artist was talking about the situation a year ago. A year ago, Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song had already surpassed the Zhao family's patriarch. In other words, old ancestor Yin Yang had allowed the Song siblings to break through to the manifestation realm from the supremacy realm in a short period of time. What realm is your clan head at? Yi Xian asked curiously. My father was at the 5th level of the manifestation realm last year, but he has already broken through to the 6th level of the manifestation realm this year. Zhao Kuan answered without even thinking. 5th level of the manifestation realm, Yi Xian couldn't help but swallow his saliva. If that was the case, then Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song's strength had already surpassed the 5th level of the manifestation realm at that time. Seeing that Yi Xian was interested in this, Zhao Kuan continued, my father said that the senior's strength was unfathomable. He was at least a Nether Passage Realm expert. Nether Passage Realm? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He suddenly thought of a question and asked, can a Nether Passage Realm expert live for 300 years? Back then, old ancestor Yin Yang had searched for a perfect Yin and Yang dual physique for a full 230 years. Therefore, Yi Xian estimated that the old man was at least 300 years old, or even 400 years old. Zhao Kuan thought for a moment before replying, even if it's a manifestation realm expert, if they don't have any hidden injuries on their body, they can only live for 200 years at most. A Nether Passage realm expert can only live for 50 years at most. As for living for 300 to 400 years, I reckon that only Nirvana realm experts can do it. In this world, it was difficult for martial artists to make breakthroughs through normal cultivation. Only by constantly fighting and killing could they increase their strength quickly. Constantly fighting and lingering on the edge of life and death would leave behind hidden injuries in their bodies, resulting in short lifespans. Although the sect of the God of Ghosts and Corpse King Palace had 1,000-year-old ghosts, they had all died during spirit disaster. It was impossible to refine a manifestation realm expert into a corpse king or ghost spirit. Tell me about the realms after the manifestation realm. Yi Xian saw that Zhao Kuan knew a lot and hurriedly asked again. Right now, he only knew about the manifestation realm. He didn't know what was after the manifestation realm. Manifestation realm, Nether Passage realm, Fulfillment realm, Fragmentation realm, Nirvana realm, Longevity realm, Samsara realm, Indestructible realm, and Heaven Connecting realm. These 9 realms are collectively known as the 9 realms of Heaven Connecting realm. The manifestation realm is only the first of the 9 realms of Heaven Connecting realm. I'm not too sure about the Nether Passage realm, Fulfillment realm, and Fragmentation realm, but I've heard that in the Nirvana realm, every time a Nirvana realm expert succeeds, their lifespan will greatly increase. As for the Longevity realm, it's even more terrifying. It's said that one can live for several thousand years. After Yi Xian heard Zhao Kuan's words, he was completely shocked. There were actually so many realms after the manifestation realm. No wonder there was always a saying in the world, the martial path had no end. It turned out that this was really just the beginning. The Nirvana realm greatly increases one's lifespan, and the longevity realm increases one's lifespan by several thousand years. What about the rebirth realm, imperishable realm, and heaven-connecting realm? Yi Xian asked again. It said that the rebirth realm allows one to break through life and death and reincarnate. If someone is dissatisfied with their current situation, or is nearing the end of their lifespan, or is heavily injured, they can reincarnate and cultivate again. It said that the imperishable realm experts can be reborn from a drop of blood, becoming immortal and indestructible. As for the heaven-connecting realm, they already have the means to reach the heavens. I'm not very clear about that either, Zhao Kun explained to Yi Xian one by one. Yi Xian and Luo were so shocked that they had no words to say. The rebirth realm actually allowed one to reincarnate. In the future, if there were experts nearing the end of their lifespan, they could reincarnate and cultivate again. That way, they could live forever. As for the imperishable realm, it was even more terrifying. They could actually be reborn from a drop of blood. They were practically unkillable cockroaches. The heaven-connecting realm has the means to reach the heavens. This sounds very powerful. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva and asked again, that is to say, everyone in this world could have been an unparalleled expert in their previous life? Yes. Master, you could have been a super expert in the heaven-connecting realm in your previous life. Zhao Kun hurriedly flattered him. Hearing this, Yi Xian also recalled himself. He had transmigrated, but before he transmigrated, the unlucky Yi Xian had already died. Then, was he the unlucky Yi Xian in his previous life, or was he the Yi Xian from Earth? It's a bit messy. Let's not think about it. My previous life is my previous life, and this life is my current life. If he's really the reincarnation of an expert, then hurry up and unlock my inherited memories. It's best to give me the location of a huge treasure or a peerless divine technique. Yi Xian shook his head. It was useless to think so much now. Anyway, he was only in the manifestation realm now. Nirvana, longevity, reincarnation, and immortality were all too far away from him. What he was thinking now was to find Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song, then kill that Yin-Yang old ancestor. It was that simple. Now, Yi Xian finally found another clue. Next, he would go through the interrealm portal of the 8 great families and head to the glazed light sacred ground. However, to use the interrealm portal, he would need the approval of 4 of the 8 great families. This was not a simple matter. However, he had Zhao Kun, the young master of the Zhao family, as his servant. It was not impossible to use the interrealm portal. A day later, the Haifeng dragon entered the Zhao family's territory. The checkpoints set up by the Zhao family were all opened after seeing Zhao Kun and the others on the Haifeng dragon. What's going on? Why does the Zhao family have so many checkpoints? Aren't they being too careful? Yi Xian asked in surprise. Master, it's like this. Recently, the 4 great families and the Blood Cloth sect have some conflicts, so the Blood Cloth sect wants to get rid of us. These checkpoints are to prevent the Blood Cloth sect's assassins from sneaking in and killing the people of the Zhao family. Zhao Kun replied. The Blood Cloth sect is not weak to be able to go against the 8 great families, right? Yi Xian murmured. If the 4 great families were to unite, we would not be afraid of the Blood Cloth sect. However, the 4 great families were established separately, so we have to be careful, Zhao Kun said. After hearing this, Yi Xian nodded silently. No wonder Zhao Kun was in a hurry to return to the Zhao family. He was afraid of the Blood Cloth sect's assassins. At this moment, they had passed through the last checkpoint of the Zhao family and landed in front of the Zhao family. The Zhao family, the head of the 8 great families, just the land they occupied was several times larger than the Zhou family, and their population had reached 50,000 people. There were more than 100 manifestation realm experts in the Zhao family alone. Among them, there was even an aura stronger than the Zhou family's old patriarch, Zhou Xiong, and there was more than one of them. The Zhao family was indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Zhao Kun, you're back? As soon as they landed, a middle-aged man came up to them. Second uncle, the Zhou clan has agreed to cooperate, Zhao Kun said directly when he saw the person. Zhao Kun's second uncle, Zhao Xian, wasn't very strong. Like Zhao Kun, he was only at the 3rd level of the manifestation realm, but his management skills were impressive. His status was second only to the Zhao family patriarch. Alright, then we will be called the Four Great Families from now on. However, I am afraid that the blood-clad sect will directly attack the Four Great Families. Zhao Xian said worriedly. Second uncle, we are the blood-cloth sect's main target. The Zhou family is only a fourth-level manifestation realm martial artist like Patriarch Zhou. The blood-cloth sect is nothing in their eyes, reminded Zhao Kuan. It's better to be careful. After Zhao Xian finished speaking, his gaze fell on Yi Xian and Luo Luo. He said, they are good friends I made while traveling outside. They have now joined my Zhao family, Zhao Kuan hurriedly replied. Previously, Yi Xian wanted to use the excuse of being a Zhou family disciple to join the Zhao family. However, after controlling Zhao Kuan, he thought that using this excuse was better. Being a good friend of the Zhao family's young master would make it easier for him to act in the future. Your good friend? Zhao Xian was slightly surprised after hearing this. Because Zhao Kuan had a proud and aloof personality, those who could make friends with him definitely had some ability. Zhao Xian carefully sized them up. He estimated that Yi Xian was younger than Zhao Kuan. Being able to break through to the second level of the manifestation realm, he could be considered a top figure. After all, Zhao Kuan had the Zhao family as his backing. As for Luo Luo, she was even more terrifying. This little girl is from the Fox clan. This is rare. How old are you this year? Zhao Xian's gaze fell on Luo Luo. 15 this year. Luo Luo smiled sweetly. 15? This answer gave Zhao Xian a fright. One should know that when Zhao Kuan was 15, he had not broken through to the manifestation realm. However, Luo Luo was already at the first level of the manifestation realm. Her aptitude was much better than Zhao Kuan's. The Fox clan is born with the ability to charm. If they mate with a human, unless their bloodline or realm is suppressed, they will also be born from the Fox clan. In my Zhao family, there has never been a member of the Fox clan. If this little girl can marry into my Zhao family's stability will greatly increase in the future. Zhao Xian looked at Luo Luo with a smile as he thought to himself. His plan was to let Zhao Kuan marry Luo Luo and become a member of the Zhao family. At that time, he could use Luo Luo's charm ability to charm people from other factions and obtain secrets. It could also increase the Zhao family's stability. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. No, it was killing 3 birds with 1 stone because Luo Luo's aptitude was stronger than Zhao Kuan's. Good. Zhao Kuan, you have done well this time. Immediately arrange the best residence for our esteemed guest, Zhao Xian hurriedly said. Yes, second uncle. Zhao Kuan nodded slightly and immediately rode the Heifeng heavenly dragon into the Zhao family. Zhao Xian looked at their backs and revealed a sly expression. However, what he did not know was that he had invited an ingrate into his house. Soon, Zhao Kuan rode the Heifeng heavenly dragon and landed in his courtyard. Master, there are a few residences beside my residence. You can stay there from now on, Zhao Kuan said to Yi Xian. The residences don't matter. The 4 of you should move quickly. Yi Xian jumped off the Heifeng heavenly dragon and landed on the ground. He could not wait and said. The move he was talking about was to confiscate all of Zhao Kuan's belongings. After all, the 4 of them were out on a mission and would not bring everything with them. Yes. The 4 of them responded, and the other 3 Zhao family's consecrators quickly left. Zhao Kuan also directly entered the room, and then opened a hidden mechanism array, and took out an interspatial ring. Yi Xian took the interspatial ring from Zhao Kuan and quickly checked it. 10,000 soul crystals and various worldly treasures. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said, these 5,000 soul crystals and worldly treasures, go and exchange them all for ores. Although the special soul crystals could increase Yi Xian's cultivation level and soul strength, if they were exchanged for ores, Wei Zhentian would be able to absorb 5,000 soul crystals due to the co-growth contract. It was equivalent to double the amount. Yes. Although Zhao Kuan did not know why Yi Xian wanted ores, he immediately did as he was told. While he was gone, Yi Xian took advantage of the time when he was gone to take the heavenly and earthly treasures for cultivation and then specially devoured the remaining 5,000 soul crystals. Now that I have constructed 2 soul altars, if I refine the soul crystals, it actually increases the soul strength of both soul altars. I thought I would have to split them equally. Xian suddenly noticed this. This was a pretty good piece of news. In next to no time, the other 3 experts at the 3rd level of the Wansheng stage returned. This time, Xian directly swallowed all of their things. It was already not bad for a 3rd level manifestation realm martial practitioner to have more than 5,000 soul crystals. After all, they had to cultivate themselves. The total value of these 3 people barely surpassed 10,000 soul crystals. After breaking through to the manifestation realm, my experience has increased greatly. What a tragedy. Xian waited in Zhao Kuan's courtyard with slight helplessness. A while later, Zhao Kuan returned. Young master, I have already gone to the weapon pavilion to exchange all of the soul crystals for forging materials. Zhao Kuan handed over a universe ring. Xian took the universe ring and consumed all of the forging materials inside. Ding, Wei Zhentian broke through. The system notified. Right now, Wei Zhentian had surpassed Xian and reached the 3rd level of the manifestation realm. However, Xian was still stuck at the 2nd level of the manifestation realm and could not break through. Wei Zhentian's breakthrough could first increase the strength of the sky-shaking sword, then increase his strength. Right now, he could probably fight a 3rd level manifestation realm expert alone. If he used 10,000 swords, its power would increase greatly. It was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. I haven't been able to break through yet, but now that I have heard the news, I need to increase my strength as soon as possible. Xian's mind moved. Right now, he was in the Zhao family, the head of the 4 great families. The Zhao family had a rich foundation. If he did not take advantage of it, he would be letting down Zhao Kuan. Using the eye of control to control people and take their wealth was a good method, but he could use other methods to make money. There are materials in the devouring space. Xian's gaze swept and finally landed on a pill. Soul condensing pill, could increase the strength of the soul. This pill is not bad. Xian nodded slightly. This soul consolidating pill could be directly exchanged for using the super devouring crystal. There was no need to refine it. However, the disadvantage was that the pills used for cultivation were useless to him. Zhao Kuan, take these 100 low-rank soul consolidating pills. They can increase the strength of one's soul by quite a bit. They are definitely much better than soul crystals. You can decide the price. Xian threw a universe ring to Zhao Kuan and said, "You said that the Zhao family had a spirit spring. Take Luo there and cultivate." "Yes, master." Zhao Kuan replied. There was a spirit spring in the Zhao family, and the heaven and earth yuan qi was very abundant. It was the place where the Zhao family members cultivated. Luo, on the other hand, could absorb heaven and earth yuan qi on her own. With the help of heaven and earth treasures and the effects of the spirit spring, she would probably be able to break through again very soon. After that, Zhao Kuan and the others left while Xian continued to wait. After a while, Luo's surprised voice sounded. "Young master, the heaven and earth yuan qi in this spirit spring is really abundant. Give me 2 hours, and I can break through to the 2nd level of the manifestation realm. In 3 days, I can break through to the 3rd level of the manifestation realm." Hearing this, Xian revealed a satisfied smile. The heaven-loathing fox bloodline was really too terrifying. It could actually absorb the surrounding heaven and earth yuan qi. If Luo were to refine the heaven and earth yuan qi, the speed would be explosive. After a period of time, Zhao Kuan returned once again. "Young master, the 100 soul consolidating pills were worth a total of 30,000 soul crystals. Among them, we also exchanged 10,000 soul crystals for forging materials." After Zhao Kuan finished speaking, he handed the items to Xian. These soul consolidating pills were exchanged directly. It was much more expensive than if Xian personally refined them. Therefore, the profit was not much. However, these items were enough for Xian to break through. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is currently at the 3rd level of the manifestation realm. After he swallowed everything, he heard a series of system notifications. He finally broke through. At this time, Zhao Kuan said, "Oh right, master, just now, Our Zhao family received news that the experts of our 4 major families in Golden Flame City were all assassinated by the Blood Cloth sect. All of them were killed by the Blood Cloth sect. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. This was really unfortunate news for the Zhao family. Our Zhao family and the Blood Cloth sect have conflicts. The Blood Cloth sect is an assassin organization and has the portraits of most of the experts of our 4 major families. Therefore, this time, we want to send some experts who just joined our Zhao family to investigate. Zhao Kuan continued. Experts who just joined the Zhao family? Then I fit the bill. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He knew why Zhao Kuan brought this up. He wanted to ask him if he was willing to go. However, before he went, he had to ask about the specific situation. How many experts do the 4 major families of Golden Flame City have? Yi Xian asked. Our 4 major families each have 2 4th-level Manifestation Realm experts and 5 3rd-level Manifestation Realm experts in Golden Flame City. Zhao Kuan answered without thinking. 2 4th-level Manifestation Realm experts and 5 3rd-level Manifestation Realm experts. Then in total, there are 8 4th-level Manifestation Realm experts and 23rd-level Manifestation Realm experts. With this kind of strength, they were actually wiped out by the Blood Cloth sect. It seems that the Blood Cloth sect also sent many experts. Yi Xian muttered and asked again, then, will the Zhao family send a 5th-level Manifestation Realm expert this time? No, this is obviously a trap set by the Blood Cloth sect. That is why we need to send people to investigate first. Our Zhao family only has 3 5th-level Manifestation Realm experts. We cannot lose any of them. Zhao Kuan shook his head. A trap, huh? Yi Xian pondered for a moment in his heart. The Blood Cloth sect's assassins suddenly attacked Golden Flame City and killed all the experts of the 4 major families. Perhaps a 5th-level Manifestation Realm expert came. If the 4 major families rashly sent experts, it would be a tragedy if they fell into a trap. That was why they sent people to investigate first. Yi Xian possessed the eye of control and just so happened to have just joined the Zhao family. The Blood Cloth sect did not have information on him. If he went to investigate, it would be extremely easy. Golden Flame City is a springboard for me. As long as this matter is resolved, I can at least break through to the 4th level of the Manifestation Realm. Thinking of this, Yi Xian agreed, all right, I will go this time. Master, my father has already sent experts. This is the map. Zhao Kuan took out a map and handed it to Yi Xian without hesitation. Remember to take good care of Luoluo when I am not here. Yi Xian reminded. Although Luoluo should not be in any danger in the Zhao family, who knew if the Blood Cloth sect would directly attack. Fortunately, Yi Xian still had the eye of the void. He directly located the Zhao family. If Luoluo was in danger, he could directly send a sound transmission to him. At that time, he would directly fly back. Golden Fire City was a day's journey from the Zhao family. This was based on the speed of a level 3 Manifestation Realm martial artist. However, it was only a matter of half a day for Yi Xian. Less than 2 hours after he left the Zhao family, Luoluo sent him news of her breakthrough. The current Luoluo had no problem dealing with a level 3 Manifestation Realm martial artist. Even a level 4 Manifestation Realm martial artist would not be able to kill her. After the Corpse King Palace was destroyed, the mission system never appeared again. It's a bit of a scam. Give me another mission this time. Yi Xian thought to himself as he hurried on his way. He had accepted 2 chain random missions and completed them each time. Moreover, the mission rewards were quite good. Bloodline was the foundation of his ability to challenge those of a higher level. If his bloodline was strong enough, it would not be a problem for him to challenge those of a level 4 or 5. However, what Yi Xian wanted the most recently was the Combat Bloodline expansion tab. This was because he already had 5 bloodlines in his body. He only needed 1 more to activate the Bloodline fusion system. He wondered how powerful the Bloodline fusion system was. Yi Xian did not know the effects of the Bloodline fusion system. However, Yi Xian had already chosen the 2nd Combat Bloodline. This Combat Bloodline appeared after the system was updated. It was much more powerful than the Sword God Bloodline. Unfortunately, he could not activate the Combat Bloodline expansion tab yet. Half a day passed by quickly. After half a day, Xian arrived at Golden Fire City. It was currently late at night, but the city gates of Golden Fire City were not closed. Golden Fire City was brightly lit and there was an endless stream of people. Human manifestation realm martial artists that had not appeared in the land of the dead for thousands of years could be seen everywhere in Golden Fire City. Although the four major families were established separately in Golden Fire City, they were not far from each other. The Blood Cloth sect was actually able to assassinate all the martial artists. Perhaps they are at level 5 manifestation realm, Xian thought to himself as he walked towards the Zhao family's stronghold in Golden Fire City. Golden Fire City was already occupied by the Blood Cloth sect. Occasionally, there would be Blood Cloth sect disciples wandering around. They were looking for people from the four major families. Xian had only been in the Zhao family for half a day. It was impossible for these people to recognize him. Soon, he arrived at Golden Flame City's Zhao family. However, there were no longer any Manifestation Realm Zhao family members in the Zhao family. All of them were experts from the Blood-clad sect. Only a 4th-level Manifestation Realm martial artist. Xian raised an eyebrow. With his strength at the 3rd level of the Manifestation Realm, killing a 4th-level Manifestation Realm martial artist wasn't difficult. However, since Golden Fire City's Zhao clan had a 4th-level Manifestation Realm martial artist, the other 3 clans might also have one as well. Thus, he still had to investigate the other 3 clans first. He hurriedly visited the other 3 clans and discovered that they all only had one 4th-level Manifestation Realm expert. This was a little illogical. The 4 great clans had a total of 8 4th-level Manifestation Realm martial artists stationed in Golden Flame City. Although it was possible for 4 4th-level Manifestation Realm martial artists to assassinate them, it was unlikely. Could it be that this is not a trap, and after the Blood Cloth sect's experts finished killing, they directly left? Xian pondered. Just in case, he decided to walk around a bit more. As expected, things weren't as simple as they seemed. Although the 4 great clans had set up strongholds separately, there was still a palace in the middle of the 4 great clans for discussion. And in this palace, there was actually a 5th-level Manifestation Realm martial artist. A 5th-level Manifestation Realm martial artist. If I don't have 10,000 swords returned to origin, it will be more troublesome to deal with him. Xian wasn't confident. After all, 10,000 swords returned to origin still needed a day to cool down. Although he could still make a move without this trump card, it would alert the enemy. The others probably haven't arrived yet. I'd better infiltrate them secretly. Xian narrowed his eyes and decided not to clash head-on with this group of blood-clothed assassins. He immediately returned to Golden Fire City's Zhao clan. I have control. Ding. Control successful. Ding. Control successful. The 2 2nd-level Manifestation Realm blood-clothed assassins guarding the entrance of Golden Fire City's Zhao clan were easily controlled by Xian. You, come here. Xian gave an order to one of the blood-clothed assassins through the air. The blood-clothed assassin left his post and followed Xian into a small alley. What's your name? Xian asked. Li Gang. The 30-year-old blood-clothed assassin answered. Deaths and injuries are inevitable due to the grudges between 2 clans. Xian muttered and directly stabbed the blood-clothed assassin's chest with his sword. Rip. The 2nd-level Manifestation Realm blood-clothed assassin died instantly. Then, Xian put away the corpse and the universe ring, and put on the face-changing mask at the same time. In the next moment, his face turned into Li Gang's appearance. Although this blood-clothed assassin was already dead, Xian could disguise himself as anyone he controlled. Coincidentally, his figure was similar to this blood-clothed assassin, so he wouldn't be exposed normally. Blood-clothed sect cultivates the blue blood technique. Their bodies emit a bloody aura. Xian learned the blue blood technique in the universe ring and walked out. Now, he was blood-clothed sect's disciple, Li Gang. He wanted to use this identity to enter Golden Fire City's Zhao clan. The blood-clothed sect was an assassin organization with extremely powerful assassination methods. The Zhao clan's experts were all killed in this way. This time, Xian wanted to use assassination methods to eliminate the blood-clothed sect's experts. Using the eye of perception and his spiritual sense, he could sense every movement of all the blood-clothed assassins in the Zhao clan. Currently, in the Zhao clan, other than the 4th level manifestation realm expert, there were 4 3rd-level manifestation realm experts. Yi Xian used Li Gang's identity to enter Golden Fire City's Zhao clan and approached the nearest 3rd-level manifestation realm expert. On the way, when some of the Zhao clan's servants saw him, they immediately lowered their heads and walked quickly, not daring to look him in the eye. The blood-clothed sect was infamous. If they were provoked, their heads would roll in the next moment. Soon, Yi Xian found his first target. This blood-clothed sect's enforcer was cultivating in the courtyard when Yi Xian directly walked over. All manifestation realm experts had spiritual senses. Even if they closed their eyes, they could still sense the movements in their surroundings. This 3rd-level manifestation realm expert sensed Yi Xian's arrival and asked without opening his eyes, "What is it?" "Lord Enforcer, this disciple picked up a treasure map and wishes to present it to you." Yi Xian disguised himself as Li Gang and said. Although he was at the 3rd level of the manifestation realm, he could suppress himself to the 2nd level of the manifestation realm with the help of the disguised mask. At such a close distance, even this 3rd-level enforcer did not discover him. "Oh? A treasure map?" This enforcer opened his eyes with interest. Yi Xian used this opportunity to approach him and took out a sheepskin scroll at the same time. This blood-clothed sect enforcer's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to praise Yi Xian, the sound of wind suddenly appeared. Whoosh! A cold glint entered the left side of the blood-cloth sect's protector's chest. His body trembled slightly as his eyes rolled upwards. Zhao family's strongest sword technique, heart-shattering sword, although the wound on the blood-cloth sect guardian's left chest was so small that it did not even bleed, his heart had already been split into 2. 3rd level of the manifestation realm, dead. Subsequently, Yi Xian quickly put away the blood-cloth sect guardian's corpse and interspatial ring. F***ck, there's no reason for there to be so little. Could it be that everything was turned in? Yi Xian checked the interspatial ring and realized that there was not much in it. It seemed that the blood-cloth sect's experts had taken everything. However, Yi Xian did not care. After all, the Zhao family still had 3 3rd level of the manifestation realm experts and more than 22nd level of the manifestation realm experts. If he killed all of these people, the total amount of loot would be very impressive. Subsequently, Yi Xian continued his operation. Along the way, he encountered some 2nd level of the manifestation realm disciples and killed them without hesitation. With his cultivation level, he probably did not even need half a second to kill these people. In less than a minute, the entire blood-cloth sect's disciples in the Zhao family of Golden Flame City were almost wiped out. At the same time, Yi Xian also obtained a large amount of wealth. At this moment, the 4th level manifestation realm blood cloak sect elder from Golden Flame City's Zhao clan opened his eyes. He felt that something wasn't right. Originally, he could sense quite a few auras, but now, only a few auras remained. These bastards, did they all go out to slack off? The blood-cloth sect's elder cursed in his heart before he walked out to check. They had a mission in the Zhao family of Golden Flame City. They did not know when the experts from the 4 major families would arrive, so they could not relax. However, when he walked out, a blood-cloth sect's disciple approached him. "What's going on? Why did everyone leave?" The blood-cloth sect's elder asked. "Elder Qiu came over just now and took everyone away. He said that he discovered the experts from the 8 major families and started to search for them," the blood-cloth sect's disciple replied. "I see. Alright then. You guys keep a lookout." The blood-robed sect elder didn't think too much about it. After he spoke, he turned around and returned to his room. But at this moment, swish! The sound of something breaking through the air was suddenly heard. What? The blood-cloth sect's elder was shocked. However, when his 10,000 mammoth force surged out, a cold light had already entered his head. Pooh! A muffled sound came from his head, and then his body slowly fell down. He couldn't understand why a fellow disciple would ambush him, and what he couldn't understand even more was that with his cultivation at the 4th level of the manifestation stage, he was actually successfully ambushed by a 2nd level manifestation stage disciple. How was this possible? However, how could he know that the blood-clad sect's disciple in front of him was only a disguise? This person was none other than Yi Xian. Success! Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he quickly collected the corpse of the blood-clad sect's elder. So what if the blood-cloth sect was proficient in assassination? Didn't they still die in his hands? With his strength, even if he directly killed his way into Golden Flame City's Zhao clan, he wouldn't be in any danger. However, this would attract the attention of the other 3 clans. Most importantly, the 5th-level manifestation stage blood-clad sect's expert would make a move. However, using this kind of assassination method to eliminate the blood-clad sect's expert bit by bit, even if the blood-clad sect's expert had a high cultivation, he wouldn't know. Immediately, Yi Xian checked the interspatial ring of the dead blood-clad sect's elder. Not bad, 20,000 soul crystals and a large amount of items. Yi Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. Although 20,000 soul crystals couldn't help him break through, it could increase his cultivation and soul strength by at least 30%. Next, he would clean up all the blood-clad sect's disciples in the Zhao clan, leaving none behind. After that, he left Golden Flame City's Zhao clan and headed to his next target. With the Eye of Control, his disguise ability was unmatched. Using the same method, he also cleaned up the Qian clan, which was ranked second among the 4 major clans. Next was the 3rd clan, the Sun clan. Once I clean up the 4 major clans, I'll probably be able to break through to the 4th level of the manifestation realm. At that time, I'll find trouble with that 5th-level manifestation realm expert. As Yi Xian thought in his heart, he used the same method as before to infiltrate the Sun clan. With the strength of his soul, he could directly control a 3rd-level manifestation realm expert. He didn't need to kill them. Controlling people was much more useful than killing them. Soon, the 5 manifestation realm experts of the Sun clan were all under Yi Xian's control, and all their items fell into his pocket. Unfortunately, these people didn't have many items on them, so they probably all fell into the hands of the 5th-level manifestation realm expert. Next, Yi Xian was going to assassinate the 4th-level manifestation realm expert overseeing the Sun clan. Elder Qiu, I obtained a treasure map in a hidden location in the Sun clan. I want to give it to you. Yi Xian arrived outside the blood-clad sect's elder's room and shouted. Creak. The door opened, and a red-haired old man walked out. Treasure map? Let me take a look. The red-haired old man was also very interested, because Yi Xian said that he found it in a hidden location in the Sun clan. It might be something good. Yes. Yi Xian took the opportunity to approach with the treasure map, then passed it to the red-haired old man. The red-haired old man took the map and opened it to take a look, but he couldn't find any clues for a moment. As for Yi Xian, he was prepared to take advantage of the time when the old man was sizing up the treasure map to kill him. But right at this moment. Enemy attack. An explosive shout spread throughout the Sun clan. Enemy attack? The Sun clan's blood-clad sect expert trembled. At the same time, the red-haired old man in front of Yi Xian abruptly turned his head, just in time to see Yi Xian pull out the Skyquake sword and stab at him. You scoundrel, you dare to ambush me? The red-haired old man immediately used his all-creation strength to dodge the fatal strike, but he was also shocked. If it wasn't for that explosive shout, he would have been killed by Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian was also very helpless. He knew that he couldn't be exposed. That explosive shout should have been from the other blood-clad sect members who had discovered the experts of the 4 great clans and wanted to warn the others. What a useless teammate, Yi Xian cursed in his heart. If it wasn't for those obstructing experts of the 4 great clans, he would have succeeded. However, so what if he failed once? Heartbreak sword technique, heartbreak sword. Yi Xian held the Skyquake sword and stabbed at the red-haired old man again. Zhao clan's heartbreak sword technique, humph. The red-haired old man recognized it at a glance and hurriedly used his all-creation strength to repel Yi Xian's Skyquake sword. At the same time, he also struck out with his palm, hitting Yi Xian's shoulder. Bang! The sound spread out and attracted the attention of the surrounding people. However, Yi Xian did this on purpose. Old man, try my killing technique with my eyes. Yi Xian laughed in his heart as his eyes flashed. Eye of devastation. Whoosh! The silver slash pierced through the air and instantly cut off the red-clothed old man's head. However, at the same time, he was also targeted by the surrounding people and exposed his identity. He killed Elder Qiu. Quick, informed the blood-clothed emperor. In the next moment, several red lights rose into the sky and then exploded under the night sky. Blood-colored fireworks were extremely dazzling. On the other side, a blood-clothed youth in the discussion palace of the four major clans opened his eyes and quickly rushed out. Exposed? So what? Yi Xian sneered. He had just infiltrated the Zhou clan and only controlled 5 third-level Manifestation Realm protectors. As for the first-level and second-level Manifestation Realm disciples, he had not killed them yet. He immediately killed his way out and killed the 30 blood-clothed sect disciples around him. After the last person died, there was also an extremely strong aura that broke into his perception range. That 5th-level Manifestation Realm expert? The blood-clothed emperor? Yi Xian frowned slightly. He had heard what the group of disciples said earlier, but he never expected that the 5th-level Manifestation Realm expert overseeing Golden Flame City was actually the Blood Cloth Sect's young sect master, Shui, who was also the Shui Tianzi. He dared to call himself emperor. He was quite bold. Emperor, son of heaven. This blood-clothed sect's young master dared to call himself the blood-clothed emperor, so he definitely had some skills. Come, let me kill you, emperor. Yi Xian was waiting in the Sun clan. However, at this moment. Ding, the host triggered a random mission. Kill the blood-clothed emperor. Reward, Divine Tree of Life Bloodline Advancement once. The system notification suddenly sounded. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. It was finally triggered. He had always had a premonition that this operation would trigger a random mission, but he didn't expect it to really come true. Although the Tree of Life's bloodline advancement was not as effective as other bloodlines, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't reject it since it was a free gift. Blood-robed Tianzi, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yi Xian roared. His entire body blossomed with golden light like the sun. After the brilliant golden armor appeared, he launched an attack at the blood-robed prince. Beams of golden sword chi merged with the all-creation's force and swept toward the blood-robed emperor. 3rd level of the Manifestation Realm? The blood-robed emperor was stunned. He didn't expect that the one who attacked him was only at the 3rd level of the Manifestation Realm. However, he could also sense that the all-creation strength of the blade before him was almost on par with a 4th level Manifestation Realm martial artist. Moreover, its attack far surpassed that of an ordinary 4th level Manifestation Realm martial artist. I don't care who you are, die. The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven didn't say anything and directly fought back. A golden sword chi and a scarlet sword chi collided. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and waves of air surged. The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven's face sank. He was slightly surprised and felt very uncomfortable. As the young lord of the blood-robed sect, a 5th level Manifestation Realm martial artist, he couldn't kill a 10,000 level Manifestation Realm martial artist in one strike. It was simply a disgrace. Crimson blood overflowing sky. The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven was already prepared to tear Yi Xian into pieces. With a bang, the true chi in his body gushed out crazily and condensed into a blood cloud above their heads. Yi Xian glanced at the blood cloud above his head. Coincidentally, the blood cloud extended a few blood tentacles and grabbed at him. This move had already been copied by Yi Xian, but because he hadn't mastered the blue blood technique yet, it didn't have much effect. Divine Power, Dragon Catching Hand. Yi Xian directly ignored the blood tentacles and launched an attack at the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven. Although the Zhao family also had many divine powers, Yi Xian felt that there was a saying that was very good. One skill could conquer the world. The Dragon Catching Hand's restriction ability was very strong. Coupled with the Heartbreak Sword technique and a movement technique, it was enough. A golden dragon catching hand appeared, but the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven had already dodged it. Go ahead and hide. Let's see who has more true chi. Yi Xian coldly snorted in his heart. In terms of recovery ability, he wasn't afraid of anyone. The divine power consumed a lot of true chi, but he could still recover. Dragon Catching Hand. Heartbreak Sword technique. Yi Xian dodged while attacking the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven. However, the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven didn't counterattack. This kid is condensing the blood cloud. What is he planning to do? Yi Xian, who had the Eye of Revelation, immediately discovered the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven's little trick. Those tentacles were actually grabbing the ordinary people around them. These people were grabbed by the blood tentacles and immediately had their blood sucked out, turning into dried corpses. At this moment, whoosh whoosh, the blood cloud above his head suddenly began to stir. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a red storm. Yi Xian also felt a suction force, and his figure was constantly swept towards the red storm. At the same time, the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven finally launched his attack. If it was an ordinary person, they would be directly swept away by the red storm. However, Yi Xian's soul strength was comparable to a 4th-level manifestation realm, so his speed was only slightly reduced. I can't stay in the air, or else I'll die a horrible death. Yi Xian quickly dodged the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven's attack and landed on the ground. On the ground, his 90% agility advancement would be effective, and his speed could even catch up with the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven. However, what he didn't understand was why the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven condensed this red storm. However, in the next moment, he understood. There's no need for Golden Fire City to exist anymore. Everyone, die. The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven's eyes flickered as he directly charged towards Yi Xian. As for the red storm, it directly swept through Golden Fire City. Countless people were caught in it and were instantly shredded into pieces by the blood-red wind blades. What? He's going to massacre the city? Yi Xian was shocked. This blood-robed Emperor of Heaven was too cruel. Not only did he assassinate the experts of the 4 great families, but now he was going to massacre the city. This time, it was a trap set by the blood-robed sect. Their goal was to lure the experts of the 4 great families over. However, after seeing Yi Xian, the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven felt that it was worth it. Yi Xian could fight with him at 3rd-level manifestation realm. He was definitely the top genius of the 4 great families. The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven was celebrating with the lives of these innocent people. You blood-robed Emperor of Heaven, watch how I kill you. Yi Xian was furious. Even he had never done something like massacring a city, but the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven actually did it in front of him. He was courting death. Just you? The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven didn't care and only revealed an evil smile. I'll kill you and break through to the 4th level of the manifestation realm. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He knew that the good stuff must have been taken by the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven. As long as he killed the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven, he would definitely be able to break through. At the same time, he could avenge these innocent people. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of people were swept into the scarlet blood storm and torn into pieces. In order to stop the scarlet blood storm, Yi Xian had to kill the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven as soon as possible. Kid, you should be satisfied that so many people will die with you. The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven sneered and turned into a stream of light that swept towards Yi Xian. Satisfied my ass. Yi Xian went up to meet him. In an instant, the two of them started to fight. Yi Xian, who had activated the Eye of Glory, coupled with his powerful soul and bloodline, could make up for the difference of 2 levels. However, under the red storm on the other side, people were constantly being torn apart. If it was a normal storm, even a spirit disaster expert might be able to dodge it. However, this red storm had the support of the manifestation realm 5th level of the manifestation realm from the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven. Even the blood-robed sect's disciples could not resist it. Young sect master, please stop. No, I don't want to die. Young sect master, why are you doing this? The red storm had no consciousness. Countless people were swept into it, including the blood-robed sect's disciples and even the guardians. Those who were swept into it were not spared and were all turned into minced meat without exception. At the same time, after so many people were swept to death, the red storm began to expand. This was the truly terrifying thing. If it grew, the entire Golden Flame City would really become a pile of ruins. One had to know that the entire Golden Flame City had millions of people. What a brutal blood-robed Emperor of Heaven. Take this. Killing intent surged in Yi Xian's heart. Previously, the corpse man had massacred many cities, but this time, he had personally encountered it. A giant golden sword suddenly appeared and slashed towards the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven. Overlord's limitless sword. Insignificant skill. Facing the giant golden sword, the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven dodged calmly. However, in the next moment, he knew that he was wrong. The tyrannical Emperor's limitless sword didn't rely on slashing, but on that formless pressure. This pressure, coupled with Xianxia's all-creation strength, combined into one, was incomparably powerful. Gotcha, the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven couldn't avoid it. He fell from the sky and half of his body was embedded in the ground. The bones in his body were directly shattered, and even his skull was the same. Fortunately, he was one of the best amongst 5th-level manifestation realm martial artists. If it was an ordinary 5th-level manifestation realm martial artist, he would probably have already died under this sword strike. How can he be so strong? The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven was at a loss. In the next moment, he was about to receive Xianxia's frenzied attacks. The blood-robed Tianzi's expression changed drastically. He quickly used the power of all things to break open the ground and drill into the ground. Then, he drilled out of the red blood storm. Just now, Xian had caught him off guard with the Overlord's limitless sword. At the same time, the blood-robed Son of Heaven had suffered heavy injuries. He understood that Xian was not someone to be trifled with. Now, he wanted to use the blood-robed sect's secret technique and cut Xian into 1,000 pieces. However, he suddenly changed his mind. Ha, do you think you can kill me like that? The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven hid in the red blood storm and laughed loudly. At the same time, the fresh blood in the red blood storm gathered towards him and began to heal his injuries. F***ck, what kind of movement technique was that? He actually hid in the storm in the blink of an eye. Xian was shocked. The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven's movement technique was impressive. Although he had copied it, it was the blood-robed sect's martial arts. Without the emerald blood technique, it was useless for him to learn it. The dignified blood-robed sect's young sect master is actually a coward. Fine, watch me break your turtle shell. Xian's eyes flickered. I have devastation. I have decomposition. Golden dragon catcher hand. Just now, the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven was there, so he could only attack him. If he attacked the red blood storm, wouldn't he become the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven's target? But now, the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven was hiding in the red blood storm, so it was a good opportunity to attack together. This red blood storm was 100 times stronger than the red blood corpse kings, and it would continue to grow. It was very troublesome. However, Xian's true qi was free. Under his crazy attacks, the red blood storm clearly shrunk. Why does this kid have so much true qi? The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven was shocked. In these few seconds, Xian used dozens of techniques and directly weakened the red blood storm by nearly half. In a battle between manifestation realm experts, they usually used manifestation force to attack. This was because using techniques consumed too much true qi, and using them continuously would double the consumption. However, Xian did not seem to stop after using his techniques dozens of times. If this continued, the red blood storm that the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven had used a lot of true qi to condense would dissipate. Kid, I admit that you are very strong. You can actually force me to use this move. As soon as the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven's voice fell, Xian outside focused his eyes and found that the red blood storm was rapidly shrinking. He did not attack, but the red blood storm became smaller by itself. No, it was the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven's doing. Xian hurriedly looked with the eye of revelation and found that the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven was actually devouring the blood of the dead people. One had to know that thousands of people had died under this blood-eating storm. After the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven devoured the blood of the dead people, his aura began to gradually become stronger. Immediately, Xian understood. Eye of Nirvana. Dragon catching hand. Heartbreak sword technique. Xian quickly attacked the red blood storm. Previously, the red blood storm had become smaller because his attack had dispersed the power of all creations on the red blood storm. Now, the red blood storm had become smaller because the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven had used a secret technique to devour it. Xian suddenly felt a little regretful. If he had used the Overlord's limitless sword at this time, the effect would have been very great. he could even have defeated the entire Red Blood Storm. Unfortunately, the Overlord's limitless sword had been used to smash the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven, and it did not kill him. In the blink of an eye, the Red Blood Storm had shrunk to a diameter of 100 meters. The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven's aura was also nearly twice as strong as before. "Kid, you are dead meat." The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Whoosh, a cold light flashed, and the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven quickly dodged. The blood that he had devoured just now was all refined by him, causing his strength to soar by a large margin. Now, it was Xianxia's time of death, but when he reacted, he found that he had turned around and ran far away. "It's too late to run now." The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven muttered and quickly chased after him. However, what he did not know was that Xian was not running away. "Brat, don't even think about escaping." With a shout, a blood cloth sect elder leaped into the air with a group of experts. "I've been waiting for you." Xian quickly rushed towards the blood cloth sect elder. Whoosh! The hard shattering sword pierced through the air and struck the blood cloth sect elder's chest. "Humph, stop him." The blood cloth sect elder quickly dodged and shouted at the same time. However, in the next moment, his head directly exploded. The killer was not Xian, but the 5 third-level manifestation realm blood cloth sect guardians that Xian controlled earlier. Previously, Xian did not choose to kill these 5 people because they might be useful later on. Now, they were useful. The blood cloth sect disciples present were shocked. They could not understand why the 5 blood cloth sect guardians would sneak attack the elder. Could it be that these people were in cahoots with Xian? At the same time, Xian had already rushed over and collected the universe ring of the last blood cloth sect elder. Not enough. Xian's expression did not look good because he was still short of leveling up. Even if he killed all the surrounding disciples, he would not be able to make up for it. "Damn you, you can't be so stingy. So much wealth has been taken away, and you didn't leave anything for others." Xian cursed in his heart. The target of his curses was naturally the Blood Cloth Emperor. The 4 major families in Golden Flame City were equivalent to the city lords. It was too much of a scam for the Blood Cloth Emperor to take away such a large amount of wealth. Otherwise, Xian would have broken through by now and beaten the Blood Cloth Emperor. Sensing the powerful pursuer behind him, Xian's expression darkened and he chose to run. On land, he had a 90% increase in movement speed. In addition to the constant harassment from the dragon catcher hands and the undying treasure, Megatron, the Blood Cloth Emperor would not be able to catch up in a short time. However, there was a time limit to the blood-clothed prince's ability to increase his strength. Therefore, Xian's plan was to stall for time and not really escape. Otherwise, he could have just broken through the void and left. Bullsh****, T blood-robed Emperor, come and kill me. Xian shouted angrily as he ran like a madman. "Those who betray our blood cloth sect, die." The blood-clothed Emperor wasn't in a hurry to chase after Xian. Instead, he killed the 5 third-level manifestation realm enforcers before chasing after Xian. The escaping Xian was like a tank. He rammed his way through the city walls, creating a huge hole in them. The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven's aura was still at its peak, so Xian did not dare to turn around. If this continues, that brat is going to escape. After chasing out of the city, the eyes of the blood-clad son of heaven flashed as he used his trump card once more. 12 blood pillars, trap him. True chi surged, and the entire night instantly turned into the color of blood. Immediately after, huge blood pillars fell, directly blocking Xian's path forward. Boom! 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 Xian's footsteps paused as he looked at the enormous pillars of blood in front of him. There were hundreds of meters of gaps between the pillars of blood, but he could see that there were dense blood-colored threads between the gaps. If he were to forcefully charge through, he would probably be cut into countless pieces. What a brilliant ability! As expected of the Blood Cloth sect. Xian sighed in his heart. Abilities were also divided into ranks. The Dragon Catcher Hand was a mid-level ability of the Manifestation Realm, and the Heartbreak Sword technique was also a mid-level ability. However, these 12 blood pillars were probably a high-level ability. However, Xian quickly reacted and naturally wouldn't rush blindly. "Eye of Nirvana." Eye of Nirvana. Two silver lights flashed, directly splitting apart the blood-colored threads between the pillars. While the blood-colored threads were being repaired, Xian directly passed through them. The blood-clad son of heaven wasn't very proficient in this move. Otherwise, the bloodlines would have split the Eye of Nirvana instead of being cut by the Eye of Nirvana. Seeing that Xian successfully passed through, the blood-clad son of heaven's eyes flickered, and he shouted angrily, "Trap him again!" Boom! The 12 blood-colored pillars suddenly rose into the air. After tumbling in the air for a few weeks, they fiercely smashed in front of Xian. This time, they surrounded Xian so tightly that there was no gap at all. What? You can do that? Xian was shocked. The 12 pillars just happened to seal off his front, back, left, and right. There was no gap at all, leaving only up and down for him. At this time, a blood cloud condensed above his head, and then a giant blood bell slammed down. What was worse was that when the 12 blood-colored pillars fell, they emitted a sizzling sound. The entire ground instantly turned into a sea of blood. The brilliant golden armor carelessly came into contact with a little bit of blood, and was corroded and penetrated. "Kid, you can't escape." The blood-clad son of heaven's voice came in. Is that so? Xian didn't mind in the slightest in the face of this almost perfect seal. As his eyes flashed, a void door opened in front of him. However, he didn't pass through it. Instead, he directly pierced the void door with his sword. Heartbreaking sword technique. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out, but it came from outside the 12 blood-colored pillars. Then, a pu sound was heard. This is impossible. The blood-clad son of heaven, who was outside the 12 blood pillars, widened his eyes in disbelief as he fell from the air. His heart was cut in half, and the blood-clad son of heaven died tragically on the spot. Within the 12 blood-colored pillars, Xian looked at the void door in front of him and revealed a trace of a smile. The other side of the void door was the place he had just passed. His sword directly pierced the blood-clad son of heaven's back through the air. TSK, TSK, TSK. I actually learned the legendary hitting a bull through a mountain. Xian sneered in his heart. He watched the 12 pillars around him and the giant blood bell above his head disappear. At the same time, a notification sounded in his mind. Ding, the host has completed the random mission and successfully killed the blood-clad son of heaven. The reward is the Divine Tree of Life Bloodline Evolution. The random mission was completed, and the Divine Tree of Life Bloodline evolved. This was extremely good news for Xian. With the Divine Tree of Life Bloodline improved, his resistance to poison would also increase. In addition, his life force recovery speed and chi recovery speed would also increase. This meant that he could use supernatural powers more vigorously in the future. Blood-clad son of heaven, the fallen son of heaven, let me see how many good things you've gotten. Xian muttered and quickly went over to take the universe ring from the blood-clad son of heaven and earth, and then checked it. As expected, all the good things are with you. Just the soul crystals alone have more than 200,000. Xian was speechless. Without another word, he swallowed all the soul crystals. Ding, the host has broken through. Currently at the 4th level of the manifestation realm. Ding, Wei Zhentian has broken through. Ding. Host broke through. Current level of manifestation realm. Ding. Wei Zhentian broke through. Ding. Wei Zhentian broke through. 3 system notifications rang consecutively. There were still many ores and treasures in the blood-robed Emperor's universe ring, so Wei Zhentian broke through to the 5th level of manifestation realm. If the current Xian were to face the blood-robed Emperor again, there was no need for him to run. He could probably kill him in minutes. No. Impossible. Young sect leader is dead. Quick. Run. Go back and inform the sect leader. Give up on Golden Fire City. The blood-robed sect disciples in the distance scattered and fled in all directions. They would never have thought that the blood-robed emperor, who was at the 5th level of manifestation realm, would die in the hands of Xian, who was at the 3rd level of manifestation realm. Looking at the dozens of blood-robed sect disciples, Xian thought to himself, the news of the blood-robed emperor's death will definitely reach the blood-robed sect. By then, the 8 major clans will have to bear the wrath of the sect leader. Therefore, he could not let these people go. He had to kill them all to buy some time. At that moment, he quickly charged over. However, he did not notice that the blood-robed emperor who was lying on the ground had an unnoticeable change. The heart that was cut in half by the heartbreak sword technique suddenly flowed out a drop of blood that contained a great amount of energy. The drop of blood flew directly to the blood-robed emperor's dantian. Then, the blood-robed emperor's heart began to heal. At the same time, his entire body began to undergo a tremendous change. Yi Xian, who was in the distance, happened to kill all the blood-robed sect disciples and snatch their universe rings at the same time. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt an extraordinary aura and immediately turned his head to look. He was stunned by what he saw. The blood-robed emperor that he had just killed stood up on his own. How was that possible? F***ck. Did he come back to life? Yi Xian was shocked. Even though he was used to seeing battle corpses and spirits, he did not understand how the blood-robed emperor came back to life. The blood-robed emperor had just died for a few seconds, but he came back to life again. What was going on? There was no way he wouldn't die after being hit by the heartbreak sword. If he didn't die, then what was with the notification sound? The random mission should have been completed. Impossible, the blood-robed Tianzi is already dead. My tree of life bloodline has already evolved once. This mission has already been completed. Yi Xian was very puzzled. However, he could see that the blood-robed Tianzi had become different. His aura was completely different from before. Since you didn't die, I'll kill you again. Yi Xian held the heaven-shaking sword in his hand tightly. Although he didn't know what had happened to the blood-clothed Prince of Heaven, he just had to kill him again. But at this moment, the blood-robed Tianzi in front of him suddenly stretched his muscles and bones. Ah, is this my new body? It doesn't feel that good. The blood-clad Emperor of Heaven looked lazy. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian trembled. A new body? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. For a moment, his brain didn't understand what this meant. After the blood-clad Emperor of Heaven finished speaking, his gaze fell on Yi Xian and said, "Kid, thank you very much. Otherwise, I don't know when I could be reborn." Rebirth. When these two words fell into Yi Xian's ears, something immediately appeared in his mind. Rebirth realm? Undead realm? Yi Xian's eyes widened. Rebirth realm powerhouses could be reincarnated, while undead realm powerhouses could be reborn from a drop of blood. Could it be that the blood-clad Emperor of Heaven was a super powerhouse in his previous life? When he heard Zhao Kuan mention it before, he felt that it was very far away. But now, he actually encountered the reincarnation of a peerless powerhouse. It was simply too damn. Kid, although you helped me, you also killed me. I, Mo Shui, have to take revenge. Don't worry, I, Mo Shui, have rules. If you can withstand one move, I won't attack again. I'm particular about killing in one move. The blood-clad Emperor of Heaven slowly said. Mo Shui? Hearing this name, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He was sure that the blood-clad Emperor of Heaven had awakened his inherited memories, which meant that he was reborn. In his previous life, the blood-clad Emperor of Heaven was called Mo Shui, and he was also an assassin. Just when Yi Xian was stunned. Xiao. A bloody light flashed and instantly pierced through Yi Xian's brilliant golden armor, and at the same time, his heart. One move has passed. If you don't die, then it's your ability. However, I, Mo Shui, have only failed once before I reincarnated. After Mo Shui finished his attack, he directly turned and left. Mo Shui and the blood-clad Emperor of Heaven were both the same person, but one was from the previous life and the other was from the current life. Since he was reborn, he naturally had to help the blood-clad sect solve some problems. These problems were naturally the four great families. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was pierced through the heart by Mo Shui, slowly fell from the sky. Plop. His body fell to the ground, making a muffled sound. However, what Mo Shui did not expect was that Yi Xian, who was pierced through the heart, was not dead. Damn, this Mo Shui is so strong. I have already broken through, but I don't even know how he attacked. Yi Xian lay on the ground, pretending to be dead. His heart was in turmoil. Fortunately, he had the Eye of Eternity. Otherwise, that sword would have been enough to kill him. Although the blood-clad Emperor of Heaven and Mo Shui were the same person, after Yi Xian killed the blood-clad Emperor of Heaven, Mo Shui awakened his inherited memories and recovered his previous life's memories. Yi Xian guessed that this Mo Shui was at least a rebirth realm expert who had reincarnated for some reason. Coincidentally, Mo Shui, a rebirth realm traveler, was encountered by him. If it was an ordinary person who had offended a rebirth realm expert at the manifestation realm, their mentality would have crumbled long ago. That Mo Shui said that he would only use one move. If I don't die after one move, then it's my ability. Yi Xian recalled this matter. This meant that if Mo Shui were to meet him again in the future, he wouldn't attack him. However, would it be possible to meet him again? Mo Shui was a rebirth realm expert in his previous life, and there were no netherworld realm experts here. He would definitely not continue to stay here. Not good, this Mo Shui stayed in the blood-clad sect in this life. Now that the blood-clad sect has conflicts with the four great families, this Mo Shui wouldn't go and slaughter the four great families, right? Thinking of this, Yi Xian's expression changed greatly. Luo was still in the Zhao family. Just as he was about to break through the air and leave, the system suddenly prompted him. Ding! Host has triggered a revenge mission. Kill Mo Shui. There is no time limit. Reward, 3 Devour points. What? After hearing the notification, Yi Xian was stunned. Revenge mission, kill Mo Shui? No time limit? Kill my ass. Mo Shui was a rebirth state expert in his previous life. Yi Xian couldn't help but curse in his heart. But in the next moment, he remembered that Mo Shui had just awakened his inherited memories and was still at the 5th level of the manifestation realm. There were many big moves that he couldn't use. Killing Mo Shui wasn't impossible. If he wanted to complete this revenge mission, he had to take advantage of the situation. Otherwise, if Mo Shui grew stronger, he wouldn't be able to kill him. Reward, 3 Devour points. That's too generous. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. Accept. He immediately accepted the revenge mission. After all, there was no time limit or punishment. Why wouldn't he accept it? Mo Shui might have already gone to the 4 major families, so Yi Xian had to hurry. Eye of the Void. Yi Xian immediately broke through the void and returned to the Zhao family. Eh? Young master, why are you back? Luo, who was cultivating beside the Zhao family's spirit spring, sensed Yi Xian's aura and asked from afar. Not good. I killed a reincarnator in Golden Flame City. Now, he might be coming to destroy the 4 major families. Yi Xian quickly explained. What? A reincarnator? Luo was shocked. She quickly left the spirit spring and rushed towards Yi Xian. Manifestation, ethereal, fulfillment, fragmentation, nirvana, longevity, reincarnation. There was a huge gap between the manifestation realm and the rebirth realm. I have a mission to kill this reincarnator. I only have one chance. Yi Xian said seriously. Luo, hurry up and cultivate. Then, we'll kill him. Luo was stunned. She rolled her eyes and giggled, interesting. A manifestation realm expert can kill a reincarnator. I have a new skill that might come in handy. I estimate that we still have 1 or 2 days. These things are for you. You must break through. Yi Xian passed the heaven and earth treasure to Luo. With these, I will be able to break through within a day. Young master, don't worry. Luo giggled. She leaped high into the air and headed for the spirit spring. Yi Xian fell into deep thought as he watched Luo leave. He, who was at the 3rd level of the manifestation realm, had killed the 5th level of the manifestation realm blood-robed Emperor of Heaven. After the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven died, he had awakened his inherited memories and become a reincarnator. However, his realm did not change and remained at the 5th level of the manifestation realm. However, Mo Shui, who was only at the 5th level of the manifestation stage, directly killed him, who had broken through to the 4th level of the manifestation stage. This strength was so formidable, so he had to break through again as soon as possible. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to go against Mo Shui. Zhao Kuan, come to my place. Yi Xian immediately gave the order to Zhao Kuan. Soon, Zhao Kun arrived. Yi Xian immediately told Zhao Kun what had happened. After hearing it, Zhao Kun was also shocked. Reincarnator? Zhao Kun stuttered. The reincarnation realm was the 7th realm of the 9 connecting realms, followed by the imperishable realm and the connecting realm. That's right, a reincarnator, so I have to increase my strength as soon as possible. Give me all the information on the 3rd level of the manifestation realm and above in your Zhao family. Yi Xian nodded. Currently, in the Zhao family, my great-grandfather is at the 6th level of the manifestation realm, my 2 great-granduncles are at the 5th level of the manifestation realm, and my grandfather, father, and the others are at the 4th level of the manifestation realm. Zhao Kun replied. I can't control those at the 5th level of the manifestation realm, but I can control those at the 4th level of the manifestation realm. After hearing this, Yi Xian carefully planned in his heart, then said, I'm leaving the Zhao family now. Call your father and the others out one by one in the deep mountain that we passed by on our way to the Zhao family. Yes, master. Zhao Kun's emotions didn't fluctuate in the slightest. He knew that Yi Xian wanted to control the entire Zhao family. Just in case, Yi Xian still brought Luoluo along. After all, the strength of Luoluo's soul was extraordinary. Even if she hadn't broken through to the 3rd level of the manifestation realm, she could still be of help. At that moment, Yi Xian directly left and went to the deep mountain outside the Zhao clan. Luoluo continued to cultivate as she waited for Zhao Kun's arrival. Soon, Yi Xian sensed a powerful aura approaching. Kun, who's so mysterious? A middle-aged man followed behind Zhao Kun and asked curiously. Father, you can just follow me. Zhao Kun directly brought his father, Zhao Mu, in. At this moment, Yi Xian was concealing his aura. After Zhao Mu entered, he immediately used the burning eye on him. What? Zhao Mu's heart ached as he hastily grabbed his chest and cried out in pain. Father, what happened to you? Zhao Kun pretended not to know anything and asked. He naturally knew that it was Yi Xian who did it. After all, he had once endured the burning eye. Could it be that something went wrong with my cultivation? Zhao Mu had some doubts in his heart, but in the next moment, he knew that he was hit by a mental attack. Someone used a mental attack to ambush me. Kun, be careful. Zhao Mu didn't forget to remind him. However, just as he finished speaking, Zhao Kun suddenly attacked his biological father. Bang! Zhao Mu was sent flying, crashing into a few trees and breaking them. Kun, Zhao Mu was still in shock. It was fine that he was ambushed, but the attacker was actually his own son. For a moment, he suspected that Zhao Kun was impersonated. Then, 2 figures darted out. They were Yi Xian and Luoluo. Burning Eye. Charm. The 2 of them directly used mental attacks on Zhao Mu. Zhao Mu wanted to close his eyes, but in this situation, closing his eyes was equivalent to courting death. Although manifestation realm experts had spiritual senses and could sense their surroundings, compared to spiritual senses, their eyes were still more useful. Eye of Control. Ding. Control successful. Before Zhao Mu could make a move, he was directly controlled by Yi Xian. Of course, Luoluo's contribution was not small. Apart from charm, she also had other mental attacks. Now, Yi Xian controlled the current patriarch of the Zhao family, Zhao Mu, so he hurriedly asked Zhao Mu to return and retrieve his belongings. At the same time, he used the same method to lure another person. Yi Xian broke through the void and sent Zhao Mu and Zhao Kun back. Half an hour later, Zhao Mu brought another person over. This person was Zhao Mu's younger cousin. His strength was also at the 4th level of the manifestation realm. Cousin, why did you bring me here? Zhao Mu's younger cousin was very puzzled. At this moment, Yi Xian and Luoluo appeared. Seeing this, Zhao Mu directly handed over his yin and yang ring. There are many things, but I'm still a distance away from breaking through. End of chapter 11:11. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.